Chapter 491. Take out the things. Qin Chuan felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed as if he had often done this when he had threatened Swan before. I can't just refuse to give you 10%. Qin Chuan thought to himself as he took out the divine orb. Black Mist's arm swung with a sharp blade, easily splitting the orb in two. He took the larger piece, leaving a small fragment suspended in midair. With your current strength, you can't absorb it directly. Since you sincerely given up 90%, I help you a little. Accompanied by the Death Messenger's whisper, the black mist seeped into the divine fragment, gradually transforming it into a pitch-black crystal. Keep it. See you next time. The black mist, along with the divine orb, completely dissipated, as if it had never appeared. As the update countdown drew to a close, Qin Chuan quickly took the black crystal and put it in his bag. Before he could take a closer look, his vision went dark. Opening his eyes again, he saw only the lid of the game cabin. Sitting up from his game cabin, Qin Chuan stretched his arms and legs, then opened the forum to check the details of the update. A rare pinned post appeared on the forum. Apocalypse Update Notes. 1. This update is expected to be completed within an hour. Further notice will be given at that time. Please understand. 2. After the update, the Cathedral District will be opened. Players can accept quests at the entrance to increase their reputation with the church. Reaching the required reputation will unlock the special classes of Missionary and Templar. 3. A new map, the Northern Savage Territory, will be opened. Located north of the existing map, it is ruled by the orcs, including but not limited to the Lion Men, Tiger Men, Bear Men, and Leopard Men. Most orcs are hostile to the Apocalypse people, while a few are neutral. Players should proceed with caution. 4. The new map is only available in the portion bordering the Yen Kingdom region. Players in other regions should continue their efforts to complete the relevant events and clear the map fog as soon as possible. 5. Minor bug fixes. The update isn't extensive, primarily the new map. However, given that most players are currently below level 20, opening this map is essentially useless. Few will even venture into it. Furthermore, the orcs in the new map are opposed to the Apocalypse humans, meaning they are also opposed to the players. Unless you're heading to neutral orc territory, expect to be slain. In fact, according to the previous life's progression, the Northern Wild Savage Territory map wasn't expected to be released until the third update. However, this time, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Beast God clan sent down the Chosen One, allowing the orcs and the Beast God cult to enter the stage early, prompting Apocalypse to open the new map. It's foreseeable that players will face not only wild monsters, but also orc incursions. Unlike wild beasts, orcs possess intelligence comparable to humans, coupled with robust physiques, making them quite formidable. Qin Chuan predicted that the battles at the junction of the old and new maps would be intense, with numerous related war missions. Besides the new maps, the second main content was an update regarding the church. To be honest, in Qin Chuan's view, this was the true purpose of this update. The new map launch was merely a cover, intended to distract players. The church is taking early action. It seems those gods can't sit still anymore. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered. He suspected that the Deathbringer's advance into the abyss to siege Belial had been noticed by the gods, who had already deployed countermeasures. The church's activeness was one reason for this. Increasing its dissemination efforts and gaining players' faith was its fundamental purpose. Faith in the Apocalypse main world had been largely fragmented, and players who had just entered the game had become highly sought after by the gods, with everyone vying for a piece of the action. This time, statues in all 12 major cities had been activated, and the battle against the Chosen Ones was intended to allow players to witness the power of the gods, and thus spark interest in the church. All other major cities were relatively smooth, with the exception of Belial City. Due to Qin Chuan's actions, Stinger's ritual was incomplete. If the Archbishop hadn't acted decisively and led the Knights Templar out of the city, the Sun statue wouldn't have had a chance to activate. Chapter 492. But even after activating it, few people saw the battle. That would have been fine. In the end, the Templar souls were snatched away by the Deathbringer. Stinger's divine power was also lost. The Sun God was experiencing a high investment with a negative return, and he must be furious. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan continued browsing the forum, trying to see if there were any other key points. What concerned him most was that some players reported feeling tired and having a slight headache after their characters were forcibly deleted and they were kicked offline. The symptoms were mild, and they were simply attributed to playing too much. Qin Chuan's face was solemn. This symptom was very similar to the death reflection. When the apocalypse began, the number of resurrections per player in the game was reset to 3, without any resurrection items. With subsequent apocalypses, the number of resurrections was reset to 0. Death in the game meant real death. When the death reflections first began, players reported that they would become weak after resurrecting, a weakness similar to that of the real world. The souls of the players, whose characters were forcibly deleted this time, have already suffered some damage, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Fortunately, judging by the current situation, the damage isn't fatal. Besides, the apocalypse isn't fully prepared for its arrival yet. It's still in the gameplay phase, so game deaths won't be reflected. But still, caution is warranted. Huh? Qin Chuan let out a long sigh. History won't repeat itself. The course of events has changed. He couldn't predict what would happen next. The only thing he could do was continue to improve himself and cultivate top players, providing them with support and accelerating their growth, thus equipping himself with a stronger resistance force when the apocalypse arrives. The gods of apocalypse generally act in groups, rarely acting alone. To fight them, you need not only strength but also influence, and to stand shoulder to shoulder. Apocalypse updates are still ongoing, and Qin Chuan, with nothing else to do, decided to flood the forums with comments. On the forums, players have gone from being angry about their characters being forcibly deleted to being furious. Why hasn't the update been completed yet? Is this possible? I haven't been online for 3 minutes. 0.5 programmers, please work harder. I give you 2 more minutes. I'll be online in 2 minutes. I'm dying without apocalypse. I just logged into a game I used to play, and it's completely inaccessible. What a piece of crap, not even a smidgen better than apocalypse. Speaking of the new map, a friend of mine wanted to ask if there are any cat or fox-eared girls among the beastmen. I'm his friend, and I was the one asking. Putting beast-eared girls aside for now, let's discuss the power of the church. What the hell is this discussion about? I want a beast-eared girl. I used to have D-rank talents, but this time I got them for free. I wonder what talents I get when I rebuild my character. I'm not asking for high, just an S rank is enough. Fuck you, Rim. Just an S rank is enough. How dare you just ask for SSS rank, deduct 1 and get an S rank talent. 111, bro, are you really giving it away? Since all players can't log in, the forum activity has skyrocketed. Numerous posts appear every second, and some hot topics garner hundreds of thousands, or even millions of replies. Besides the active Yin Kingdom forum, the international section is also bustling. But this is mainly just a place for complaints and protests. Ryot Kingdom, Chikwa Naiku, what do you mean the new map is only open in areas bordering Yin Kingdom? That's discrimination. I protest. Donald, the American know-it-all from the Fierce Wind Nation. I always said we should be wary of the rise of the Yin Nation, but some people still don't believe me. Now you know, if we give them even the slightest chance, they seize all resources. Not just in reality, but in the game as well. Let's unite, and shout out our slogan once again, Maka. Richardson from the Fierce Wind Nation. Don't panic, everyone. I'm already completing the Orc Quest chain. As soon as the game is updated, I'm sure the new map will be unlocked quickly. I won't let Yin Nation players have it all to themselves. Chapter 493. Sun never sets Lisa. This Yin Kingdom God incident has forced many players to delete their characters, significantly reducing their overall strength. This is the perfect time for us to rise. Dhaka Kingdom Park Pule. It's a shame all those people from the Peak Guild are still here, especially Night Wanderer. Why wasn't his character deleted? What a shame. Hardustin, my lizard lover. The Yin Kingdom region has suffered such a heavy blow, but it's no longer a threat. World number 1 is ours. Baron Kingdom Henderson. Hoorah! The international forum focused on the God incident. Looking across all the regions of Apocalypse, the Yin Kingdom region has the most events triggered. There's the Dragon's Wrath, the Undead Siege, and now even the gods have appeared. It's truly spectacular. In contrast, their region is practically stagnant. Many players even question their region's top players, saying, your talents aren't bad, so why haven't you even made a sound? If not surpassing Night Wanderer, at least give him a 40-60 chance. Wow, now it's almost 90 out of 100, almost approaching 100 out of 100. What the hell is this? If you can't do it, give up your talents and let me challenge Night Wanderer. Faced with the questions from their region's players, players with top talents in each region were also frustrated. To be honest, they felt they were leveling fast and had good equipment, but against Night Wanderer, they saw no hope of winning. According to outside speculation, Night Wanderer's talent must be SSS level. However, Richardson, who also possessed an SSS level talent, performed significantly worse than Night Wanderer. Not to mention those players with S rank and SS talents. The key is that Night Wanderer isn't just incredibly talented, he's also incredibly lucky. He has all sorts of good stuff in his possession. It's ridiculous. While players on the international forums were complaining, players from the Yin Kingdom region slipped over to observe, feeling a surge of pride. Our Yin Kingdom region just made a small move, sending Night Wanderer into battle, and it made players from all other regions pale in comparison, leaving them weeping in secret. That's what you call strength. Yin Kingdom, the imperial capital. In a dimly lit conference room, several people sat around a table, contemplating the documents before them. After a moment, the elder presiding over the meeting spoke. Everyone, the technical department reports that they can't find the sender's address for this email. It seems to have appeared online out of thin air. Let's not discuss its origins for now, but the content of the email is very concerning. It says that Apocalypse was sent to our planet by an alien civilization for continuous positioning and eventual invasion. Do you believe this email from the no-returner is credible? The attendees looked at each other in bewilderment. This claim was truly incredible. But it wasn't without basis. The most crucial point was that the Apocalypse game was incredibly mysterious. The registered address of its publisher was located in the heart of the South Pacific, with not a single island within 1,000 miles, let alone land. And a search throughout Yin country revealed no Apocalypse servers. The feedback from other countries was similar. Nothing could be found. Also, while they hadn't played the game, they had heard of it. Things like groundbreaking holographic technology and an incredibly realistic experience, all the hype from previous games, have been realized in Apocalypse. The technological sophistication here is more than a few years ahead of Blue Star. And a normal game company developing such an amazing game would definitely prioritize profit. But not Apocalypse. This game doesn't even have a top-up feature. A selfless game company? They simply don't exist. After a brief discussion, someone suggested, why not recruit elite members of the military to form a special forces group and have them enter the game to investigate? If anything seems amiss, we can make early plans. Chapter 494. I agree. This method is indeed a good one. Speaking of which, the strongest player in the Apocalypse game right now is from our Yin nation, named Night Wanderer. Can we find him and contact him in real life? He might know something. It's a bit difficult. Apocalypse's information blockade is too tight. It's impossible to find any information. If you can't find him in real life, then go into the game and try to find a way to join the Peak Guild founded by Night Wanderer. That doesn't seem easy either. The Peak Guild doesn't accept voluntary applications. You can only join by invitation. I have an idea. We count the talents of the characters in the Special Forces Corps. If there are any with top-tier talent, I think Night Wanderer would be willing to accept them. That should be possible. I heard that the players in the Peak Guild are all very talented. If we have such talent here, it shouldn't be difficult to reach the peak. Make Apocalypse a top priority. Allocate resources, and conduct a full-scale investigation. Meanwhile, the leaders of other countries were meeting with their staff. The meeting was all about the email from the no-returner. The course of history took a new turn. Even as players were kicked offline, anxiously waiting in their game pods, and even experiencing withdrawal symptoms, the Apocalypse world didn't pause for the update. Or rather, not everything paused. As players logged off, a mysterious force instantly enveloped the entire Apocalypse world, bringing everything to a standstill. But the gods were not among them. In a corner of the abyss, several figures gathered beneath the shattered dome. Belial's final counterattack was too fierce. I'm afraid number 6 won't be able to hold on. We came from death, and our return to death is inevitable. Number 6 simply took the lead. I wonder if number 3 helped that little guy out. It should be fine. Apocalypse's restraints are very strong right now. Those guys can only channel their power from a distance. Their main bodies can't move. Okay, the deception source power has been extracted. Who will take responsibility? I'm number 1. I have no choice but to do it. No, it's because you're number 1 that you need to lead the others. If you absorb the deception source and remain in the abyss, it will be detrimental to the plan. I'm number 2. It's my responsibility. Agreed? Agreed? Since everyone agrees, then number 2, you should take the lead. Absorb the remaining traces of number 6. This will accelerate the integration of the deception source. Yes. The Deathbringers, formed from the black mist, quickly reached a consensus. One of them stepped forward and gradually merged his dying brother, along with the deception source left by Belial, into his own power. Horns and flames emerged from the Deathbringer's black mist, gradually condensing into a solid form. Beryl looks too ugly. I need a new look. Deathbringer number 2's voice was tinged with sarcasm. He quickly transformed into a new Abyss Lord form. A thin figure with 2 pairs of flesh-covered wings on his back and a rare double pupil. One of his pupils bore the symbol 2, the other 6. At the same time, a new name appeared above the Abyss Lord's head. The Lord of Lies and Deception, Desmartin. Desmartin's face was filled with melancholy. It's been ages since I used a physical body. I'm really not used to it. Number 1 casually said, hurry and familiarize yourself. The other Abyssal Lords, even the sleeping demons, are likely aware of this. They won't stand idly by, and will likely take action before you fully grasp the source of deception. Number 4, Number 5, you stay here and assist. Desmartin shook his head. No need. The Abyss is not our home turf. Number 4 and 5 staying here will only attract the demon's attention and increase my risk. Number 1 pondered for a moment, then nodded, okay. After a moment's silence, Number 1 opened the spatial portal and vanished with the other death messengers. Above the starry sky, the gods of the beast god lineage were communicating with each other through telepathy. Chapter 495. This time, the apocalypse has relaxed our restrictions and unsealed the Orcish territory. This is our chance. It's a pity that our chosen ones were killed. Otherwise, occupying a human city would have bolstered our tribe's prestige. It's not that easy. You've seen those statues. They certainly aren't the only means the churches have. To capture human territory, the orcs must first break through their defenses. By the way, why isn't Thunderroar speaking? Oh, I remember. Your chosen one was killed by a mortal. Asshole, you're looking for a fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Shut up. With enemies surrounding us, we must not engage in internal strife. Send the oracle to the shamans of each tribe, telling them to prepare for war. Agreed. Due to this divine event, not only did the Orcish gods become active, but some gods of the war, light, and nature pantheons also saw a resurgence. Their statues, parading before the crowds and slaying the chosen one, were a real spectacle, likely significantly boosting the spread of their faith. The gods laughed and chatted, but the sun god remained silent. The god of war's divine sense drifted over. Hey, isn't that the sun god? Why are you so silent? The sun god didn't want to speak. Your mind is as clear as a mirror, so what's there to ask? The god of war answered his own question. Oh, so your statue was intercepted by the death messenger, and it wasn't able to reclaim the power of the thundering roaring chosen one. A nearby god sent a divine sense. Not only that, I saw the souls of those lambs were intercepted by the death messenger, and none of them reached the sun god. Sun god, why don't you let your followers come to me? I can at least guarantee their souls won't be snatched away. Don't go too far. Are you trying to start a war between gods? You talk as if you don't want to fight. Your church is secretly plotting something. Don't you think I don't know? Faith is a matter of mutual consent. If others don't believe in you, who can you blame? It's your own fault for not working hard enough. Reflect on yourself. After all these years as a god, has your power increased? Have you responded to your followers' prayers promptly? Have you performed enough miracles? Look for your own faults. You? Shut up. The world targeted by the apocalypse seems a little different this time. Pay close attention. Wait until As soon as we can descend, act immediately. What the god of light said makes sense. Everyone, stop exposing each other's flaws. By the way, the arrow god hasn't been active lately. What's wrong with him? Nothing much, just a cold. No need for the goddess of hunting to worry. You're kidding. Even after becoming a god, you still catch a cold. At least make a reasonable excuse. I mean, did that arrow god descend to the mortal realm early? God of war, have you discovered a vulnerability in Apocalypse? If so, tell us. Don't try to monopolize the benefits. I found nothing. If there really were a vulnerability, why would I be here talking to you? Wouldn't it be nice to have that new world to myself? Open the servers. Open them now. We agreed to complete the update within an hour. It's already been 10 minutes, and it's still not up. I always said that the programmers at Apocalypse are just for free. They don't even care about obvious cheating like Night Wanderer, so how could they open the servers early? Time slipped away, and amid countless players' anticipation, Apocalypse launched. Oh my god, it's launched. Let's go. I died in an event, rebuilt my character, and got a C-rank talent. Take off. Ah, beast-eared girl, here I come. It's our duty to restore the glory of the orcs. I choose fox-eared girl. Don't fight with me, or I get mad. As the news of the server launch spread, countless players eagerly returned to their game cabins. Apocalypse launch. When Vision returned, Qin Chuan had already logged into the game. He was in the same location where he had logged off, still in stealth. Qin Chuan immediately removed the black crystal from his ring. Divine Crystal Fragment, semi-artifact upon use, converts 1% of damage taken into divine damage. Using the Deathbringer's hand, divine power is permanently converted into a usable item, saving a lot of trouble. Chapter 496. The only flaw is that not all damage is divine damage. Only 1%. That's understandable. After all, Qin Chuan only received 10% of Stinger's divine power. Stinger's divine power wasn't much to begin with, and much of it was consumed in battle. Converting even 1% was already quite good. Besides, if it weren't for the Deathbringer's appearance, Qin Chuan wouldn't have even gotten that 1%. He's still no match for the Sun statue. In fact, even in his previous life, converting all damage into divine damage took Qin Chuan a long time. The progress of damage conversion reflects how far a player has progressed on the steps to divinity. Just a few days after the server launch, Qin Chuan has already unlocked divine damage. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Gathering his mind, Qin Chuan crushed the crystal fragment in his hand and used it. A ray of golden light flowed into his palm, completely merging with his body. Ding! You have received 1% divine damage. Apocalypse's notification appeared, but Qin Chuan glanced at it before paying attention. Now that the new version has launched and the orcs have entered the scene, war is likely not far off. Qin Chuan has experienced the orc version before. The update notes mention that the orcs are extremely belligerent and have been hostile to the human race for thousands of years, with only a small number remaining neutral. This time, the northern wilds are open, and the conditions there are harsh and difficult. The orcs have always wanted to move south and occupy human lands. Qin Chuan estimated that the orc shamans would soon receive the oracle and begin preparations for war. The 12 main cities of the Yin Kingdom, Qifeng City, Feiyan City, Skarn City, and Belly City. These 4 are relatively northerly. If the orcs begin their attack, they will become the front lines of the war. However, according to Qin Chuan's understanding, it wouldn't be so easy for the orcs to start a war. Because the orcs are a collective term encompassing numerous races, they must first reach internal consensus before taking the next step. Otherwise, they'd be hindered and war preparations will be impossible to complete. Next, the NPCs in each city will definitely issue orc-related quests. In Belly City, Edith won't sit idly by and watch the orcs invade. I'm sure there will be quests too, Qin Chuan thought to himself. It's a good time to stroll through the orc territory. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively summoned a shadow dragon and flew towards Belly City. Back in Belly City, players were gradually logging in, and the streets were bustling. Belly City was undoubtedly the least damaged in this incident involving the gods. The only loss was the utter annihilation of the Knights Templar of the cult of the Sun God. But honestly, that was all the Archbishop's own fault, or perhaps it was part of a plan to activate the Sun God statue. Unfortunately, the statue was activated, but victory was not achieved. Even the Templar souls were devoured by the Deathbringer, a truly devastating loss. In other major cities, the scenes of the statues battling the Chosen Ones excited countless players, who admired the Templars' fearless spirit and wandered the cathedral district, eager to learn more about the church. The local archbishop had already made arrangements, flooding players with quests, eager to fight evil and spread the glory of God. In the cathedral of Belly City, the archbishop knelt before the new statue of the Sun God, begging for God's forgiveness. Just now, the Sun God had delivered an oracle, savaging the church with venomous wrath. The archbishop felt utterly terrified, his head in tatters. Thankfully, the god recognized his piety and spared no divine punishment, but he did command the church to remain vigilant and ensure the sun's light reaches every corner of the world. The archbishop fully supported this. After praying, the archbishop began to make arrangements, allowing church members to start contacting players and giving out a large number of tasks with rich rewards. Chapter 497. All of a sudden, all the players in Bailey City flocked to the cathedral district. When Qin Chuan arrived at the edge of the black market, he happened to see many players heading towards the wilderness, discussing how much church reputation this quest would earn them, and when they would receive the quest to become a Templar Knight. The church is really quick, Qin Chuan thought to himself. But he didn't take it too seriously. Besides, he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. The church's rise was an inevitable trend, a necessary part of the game. All he could do was continue to improve himself, and then slay the gods in the gods' descent stage. When he arrived at the tavern, Edith was there. Qin Chuan submitted his previous quest to kill the Hand of the Dead, and waited for further information. Edith paused for a moment and said, "The Hand of the Dead has moved north." That wasn't surprising. The Hand of the Dead wanted to overthrow the human race. The orcs also wanted to overthrow the human race. The two sides had a common interest, and hit it off immediately. Furthermore, the Hand of the Dead had just collaborated with the Beast God cult, achieving a major success and enjoying a honeymoon period. A northward move was therefore a logical step. But Qin Chuan knew Edith wouldn't bring this up for no reason. With a sudden impulse he asked, "Do you know the route the Hand of the Dead will take northward?" The Hand of the Dead is a highly dispersed organization, usually operating in hiding, waiting for the right moment to act. This northward move wasn't something they could just go on. The route had to be determined in advance, and they had to prevent being hunted. There was much to do. If word of the Hand of the Dead's departure spread, the major cities would undoubtedly dispatch soldiers to intercept them, leading to a fierce battle. Crucially, the Beast God cult wouldn't sit idly by. They would likely dispatch Beast tribe troops to support them, or perhaps launch a small-scale invasion to attract the attention of other nations, and thus cover the Hand of the Dead's departure. Edith nodded in agreement upon hearing Qin Chuan's question. "I know one part of it." Qin Chuan also understood. "When will we start?" Edith's face was approving. "No rush. The Hand of the Dead still needs to prepare before setting off. You can focus on other things before then. I'll let you know when I have news." "No problem." Qin Chuan agreed immediately. Seeing that the chain of quests hadn't triggered the next step, he didn't linger and left the tavern. He still had something else to do. That was the clue to the power of shadows he had obtained from the Deathbringer by making a wish through the Holy Grail. The new version had just launched, so he figured there wouldn't be any major events anytime soon. It was a good time to check the coordinates. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively took out the note the Deathbringer had given him, compared the coordinates on it, and began to check the map. Arctic Icefield? Qin Chuan stared at the coordinates in a daze. This place was still north of the northern wilds, a truly barren land. Even the orcs couldn't stand the harsh environment there. The clues to the shadow power led to a place that surprised Qin Chuan. Looking at the coordinates again, Qin Chuan suddenly remembered something, and pulled the broken frost core from his backpack. 1/3 of the Frost Lord's original power, sealed in the Apocalypse main world, lies within the Arctic Icefields. To reach the Arctic Icefields, one must first cross the Northern Savage Territory. From Belly City, head directly north, cross the Bear Monster Territory, and then cross the rugged wasteland to reach the edge of the new map. Monsters along the way start at level 40, and the level increases the further north one goes. Once in the Northern Savage Territory, one will encounter beast patrols with an average level of 50 or 60. For an average player, going there now would be practically a death wish. Perhaps the only reassurance for players is that the God incident is over, and if they die now, their characters will not be forcibly deleted. However, the impact of the forced account deletion has not completely dissipated, and many players have expressed concern about the possibility of a similar event in the future. Chapter 498. Especially at higher levels, if your account is deleted, the loss would be devastating. Retraining would take so much time and energy, and what if you get a crappy talent? Wouldn't that be the end of you? Qin Chuan just wanted to say, relax, and don't delete your account anymore. Just delete it. While thinking, Qin Chuan saw Jixing tagging him in the guild chat. Jixing at Yushin. President, did you kill the Chosen One? Why isn't there a first kill announcement? Qin Chuan, it can't be entirely attributed to me. I only gave an assist. Ying Luo, even the president can only assist, and there are experts? Xiao, does the Chosen One drop a lot of items? Qin Chuan, I said nothing, don't you believe me? Jing, others might talk nonsense, but the president wouldn't. I trust the president. Dijialing you. I trust the president too, but the Chosen One, with such a prestigious name, is so stingy. It's laughable. Da-ba-da. This time, the Chosen Ones are all in beast form. I was originally planning to ask the guild master if he dropped any transformation skill books, but I didn't expect him to be so stingy. Looks like there's no hope. Qin Chuan, you can't say the Chosen One is stingy entirely. It's mainly because this time's Chosen Ones aren't legitimate. They were promoted temporarily, so they definitely won't have anything good. Otis, so, will there be a legitimate Chosen One in the future? And most likely a boss? Then I have to level up quickly. I want to see if I can block the Chosen One's attacks. Qin Chuan, keep going. He knew the outcome, but it was hard to say. The others were chatting animatedly when Yisakura Luo typed again. Guild Master, the new map has opened. Do you want to check it out? Qin Chuan, maybe I go for a stroll, but I won't stay long. The Beastmen don't welcome players. Snow Swordsman, Guild Leader, you are so powerful and well-informed. Do you know how to gain reputation with the beast men, especially with the more attractive ones? I have a friend I'd like to ask. Xiao, I have a friend too. Yinmi, me too. Yulin AI, you brothers are right. Kaiweki, no risk, no gain. Senior brother, yes. Several men in the guild excitedly discussed how to defeat the beast men. Tianqing couldn't stand it any longer and spoke out. Superficial. I have sworn vengeance against the orcs. My life's work is dedicated to the rise of the machines. At Jixing. Sister Ji, do you think I'm right? Jixing, little emperor, you're quite sensible. Yixing Luo, can you all learn from the president and be more prudent? Xiao, the president must be secretly observing our conversation, he's a seasoned LS. Jing, I taken a screenshot of this, and will send it to the president later. Xiao, that's not necessary. Yixing Luo, the president never ages. Di Jiaoling. You, I have a question. The beastmen generally have animal heads and human bodies. If they tame wild beasts as mounts, like a lion riding a lion, does that count as persecution of their own kind? What about riding other types of beasts? Songling, your question is quite profound. I suggest posting it on the Life Own Kingdom forum, they understand. Ali was very happy, no need to post it. There's already a fight going on over there, and rumor has it there's even been a large-scale PK. Chatting and gossiping, Qin Chuan flew over thousands of miles and arrived in the wilderness. There, he encountered a caravan. But Qin Chuan immediately knew they were imposters. With the opening of the Beastmen map, some of the Apocalypse NPCs will attempt to trade with the Beastmen and reap huge profits. But the problem is, who would be so kind as to transport hides to the Beastmen? With the Beastmen's hunting and breeding methods, they have more hides than they can use. Shipping hides northwards is pure nonsense. Qin Chuan declared these men to be the hand of the dead. However, this time, Qin Chuan didn't intend to kill them directly. Instead, he flew his shadow dragon and landed outside their sight. Sheathing the shadow dragon and using camouflage to transform, Qin Chuan transformed into a new member of the Hand of the Dead. Pursued by his shadow, he stumbled towards the caravan disguised as the Hand of the Dead. Chapter 499. Who are you? The captain of the caravan's guard shouted from a distance. Qin Chuan immediately shouted, don't shoot. We're on the same side. Behind him, Shadow launched an attack, piercing Qin Chuan's back with an arrow. Ah! Qin Chuan cried out, falling to the ground. He accidentally dropped the Hand of the Dead emblem from his arms, and frantically put it away. The captain of the caravan's guard, looking away, saw a flash of light, and immediately led his guards forward. Shadow seemed to realize the situation was hopeless, fired a few arrows, and then decisively retreated. Brother, where are you from? The captain asked with concern, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The world is dead, Qin Chuan muttered softly. This was the Hand of the Dead signal for contact. The captain's expression softened slightly, and he inquired about the situation. Qin Chuan had been prepared, and he told his fabricated story, successfully infiltrating the caravan. It wasn't that Qin Chuan had nothing to do, but with the upcoming version updates, he undoubtedly be interacting with the orcs, so it would be helpful to learn more. Creating an identity that allowed him to navigate the orcs would undoubtedly be a huge advantage. For this reason, he deliberately spared the lives of these members of the Hand of the Dead, intending to use them to gain the orcs' trust and obtain a pass. Then, he would head to the Arctic ice fields. That way, upon his return, he could explore the orcs' territory and make some big news. The caravan continued its journey. After reaching a valley, it stopped. Soon, a rumbling sound could be heard from outside the valley, as if a large group of cavalry were approaching. Qin Chuan immediately put on a worried expression, approached the captain of the guard, and asked, Brother Glum, what's going on? Are there any enemies? Golem laughed heartily. Brother Aspar, don't worry. Our escorts are here. Qin Chuan suddenly realized, are they the Beast God Cult members? An instant later, his face lit up with longing. The Beast God Cult can call upon the Chosen Ones. With their help, we will surely accomplish great things. The captain of the guard couldn't bear to hear this. He snorted coldly, don't try to boost their morale. Our leader is busy with something important right now. As long as it's accomplished, the Beast God Cult. Ahem. A cough from the adjacent carriage interrupted the captain. Recognizing his own gaffe, the captain changed the subject. Brother Aspar, you never dealt with the Beast God Cult. Don't say anything for a while. Just watch. Qin Chuan nodded immediately, no problem. As the rumbling sound approached, a group of mounted cavalry entered the valley. They were all cloaked in heavy capes and had burly figures. They looked like an ordinary cavalry unit. But beneath the billowing cloak, occasionally revealing arms covered in black fur, and a head resembling a wolf's head, the werewolves of the beast tribe arrived this time. They were renowned for their swiftness and ferocity. Furthermore, they possessed an ability not possessed by other beast tribes, the ability to temporarily transform into humans. For those seeking to arrive in human territory to assist the Hand of the Dead, the werewolves were the most suitable choice. Furthermore, their relatively small size wouldn't put too much pressure on the warhorses. Lions and tigers, with average heights exceeding 3 meters, would crush a warhorse almost to death if they mounted it, let alone run. The werewolf cavalry leader exchanged words with the captain of the guards, then handed him a piece of parchment and several packages. Qin Chuan saw them clearly from a distance. They were the pass. Several fortresses were erected at the border between the human and beast territories to prevent beast tribe incursions and to prevent smuggling. However, the werewolf's presence here suggests those fortresses have been infiltrated. Qin Chuan continued his covert observation. Soon, the captain of the guard returned, removed a small flag from a package, and hung it on the caravan's vehicle. Qin Chuan looked at the emblem on the chest piece and felt it looked familiar. Isn't this the emblem of the Harris family? When Viscount Harris left Belly City, Qin Chuan accepted Edith's mission and killed him along the way. He had thought the Harris family would fade into history, but he didn't expect them to still be active. Chapter 500. However, considering the Harris family had long since defected to the Hand of the Dead, they likely wouldn't be easily abandoned. After all, the Hand of the Dead needed the visible support of aristocratic forces. A Viscount family, with a reputable reputation yet low profile, was the most suitable target. As for Viscount Harris, his death wouldn't matter, he still had a son to succeed him. If all else failed, the Hand of the Dead would send someone to take over the Harris family. Pretending to be a Harris family caravan would also allow the Hand of the Dead to pass through the fortress more smoothly. After all, nobles in almost every country had caravans under their names, and trading with hostile forces was a traditional aristocratic skill, with considerable profits. Even if the fortress garrison knew about this, without orders, they could only turn a blind eye. It's a pity the Harris family's headquarters isn't within the kingdom of Saint Bisphah, and it's far from the city of Belly. Otherwise, if I told Edith about it, I'd probably have triggered another quest. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. After a brief wait, the caravan continued its journey, with the werewolf cavalry blending in with the escort. After a long journey through the wilderness, towering city walls appeared at the end of their sight. This was Ironwind Fortress. Beyond the fortress walls lay the buffer zone, and further north lay the true Orc territory. With the cover of the trader, the caravan passed through the city smoothly and penetrated the buffer zone. Qin Chuan waited for an opportunity. If nothing worked, he would create one. For example, he would leave a deceptive clone behind, while the main body would stealthily summon Shadow Dragon, then charge forward and deliver a decisive blow to the Hand of the Dead. The Hand of the Dead might not recognize him, but it would certainly recognize Shadow Dragon. If the situation gets out of control, the captain of the guards will likely distribute pass tokens and assign a meeting point, allowing everyone to flee. Qin Chuan could then safely retreat, first exploring the Arctic ice fields, and then return to continue his troubles with the Hand of the Dead. Perfect. But before Qin Chuan could even make a move, someone else was already more anxious than he was. In the distance, a group of lion men rushed towards them. One guard approached to inquire, but before he could even get close, he was riddled with hornets' nests and fell from his horse. Qin Chuan couldn't help but look at the captain of the guards and said nervously, "Brother Gulam, those lion men seem to be coming for us." Gulam thrust a sword into Qin Chuan's hand and shouted, "The lion men have always opposed the beast god cult's alliance with us, claiming it violates the honor of the beast cult. This ambush is no accident. Brother Aspar, it's time to fight." With that, he rushed out with his guards. The werewolf cavalry and the caravan roared and charged at the lion men. Bang! With a crash, werewolves, horses, and lion men all wailed and flew into the air, only to fall to the ground, trampled by countless feet and reduced to pulp. In the blink of an eye, the caravan, once filled with laughter and joy, was transformed. "Lion men, aren't you afraid that the beast god cult will come after you for what you've done? Brothers, attack!" A dark mage emerged from the carriage and unleashed a barrage of magic balls at the lion men. He was a level 65 advanced dark mage, with immense damage output. More members of the Hand of the Dead emerged from the carriages and joined the battle. Ultimately, after suffering losses of over half, the lion men retreated. However, they also made life difficult for the Hand of the Dead, and the supporting werewolf cavalry were reduced to a single-digit number. Guard Captain Gullum was still alive. After conferring with the leading dark mage, he began distributing pass tokens. Brothers, the rest of the journey will be on your own. Meet at the werewolf territory. Ding! You obtained the wolf territory pass. Qin Chuan weighed the token in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. This smile struck Gullum as unfamiliar, and a deep sense of unease. Gullum calmed himself and asked, Brother Aspar, what are you laughing at? Chapter 501. Qin Chuan touched the corner of his mouth. Really? Finding he was indeed smiling, he couldn't help but say, I remembered something happy. What is it? Gullum pressed, growing increasingly uneasy. Then he was shocked to discover that the Aspar brothers before him had completely changed appearances. The dark mage in the distance immediately exclaimed, It's you! The stranger who has repeatedly fought the hand of the dead. Qin Chuan looked at the dark mage, curious, you know me? The dark mage's tone was filled with indignation. Your portrait has spread throughout the hand of the dead. Even if it were reduced to ash, you'd be recognizable. Qin Chuan smiled, then why didn't you see through my disguise? The dark mage's expression froze. You really hit the nail on the head. The dark mage looked at Gullum and cursed. You didn't even know the enemy had infiltrated. What's your job as a guard captain? Gullum felt aggrieved. Didn't you see through it either? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The most urgent task was to eliminate Qin Chuan. The battle ended in an instant. Qin Chuan summoned a shadow dragon and flew straight into the clouds, heading north. Now that he had the pass token, there was no rush to the Beast Tribe's territory. He should first head to the Arctic Icefield. But then again, how could the clues to the shadow power lead to the Arctic Icefield? That place was practically barren, a pure forbidden zone for life. Qin Chuan considered another possibility. Originally, the Arctic Icefield wasn't covered in ice and snow. However, because the Ice Lord's original power was sealed there, the energy leaked, causing the external environment to suddenly change, gradually transforming into the Arctic Icefield. The shadow power was probably active even before the Arctic Icefield formed. Considering the length of time the shadow power had been dormant, this possibility was very high. Is sealing the Ice Lord's essence there a coincidence, or was it intentional? Qin Chuan couldn't help but ponder. As Qin Chuan crossed the buffer zone and officially entered the Beast Tribe's territory, he sensed the brutal and untamed atmosphere there. Even amidst the clouds, he could often hear the cries of battle emanating from the ground. The Beast Tribe was a multiracial alliance, plagued by constant internal strife. Qin Chuan alone witnessed battles between lion men and werewolves, lion men and tiger men and leopard men. These were relatively evenly matched races, all engaged in fierce conflict. If you include the oppressed and weak Beast Tribe, the entire northern wilds was a scene of constant warfare, far more lively than the human side. The endless battles fully honed the Beast Tribe's fighting prowess. Add to that their size advantage. Under normal circumstances, a single Beast Tribe member could outmaneuver at least 3 to 5 human soldiers. Note, soldiers, not peasants. If they were elite beastmen, fully armored and armed with heavy weapons, they would be like humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, slaughtering wherever they went. To be honest, it's only the scarcity of resources in the northern wilds that has prevented a significant increase in the number of beastmen. Otherwise, they would have long since moved south, unleashing a bloodbath. But Qin Chuan knew it was inevitable. Every so often, when the number of beastmen exceeds the capacity of the northern wilds, war begins. At that point, the defensive fortresses built by humans would be powerless against the vast beast hordes, and would essentially be overwhelmed in a single encounter. Now that the Hand of the Dead is gradually advancing northward, coupled with the active activities of the Beast God cult, it's highly likely that the next Beastman invasion will feature a true chosen one. Qin Chuan pondered. My divine damage conversion rate is too low right now. While I have the bonus of true damage, that 1% damage won't be reduced, but considering the chosen's vitality, I'm afraid it'd take me a whole day to kill them. And a normal chosen wouldn't just take a beating like Stinger. Unless I reflect all attacks, I'd be dead after just one hit. This is quite difficult. After all, the chosen are no fools. They have many attack methods, and can launch dozens of attacks instantly. Shadow Prism can't withstand that many. Chapter 502. I hope this trip to the Arctic ice fields will yield more defensive skills. A boost in divine damage would be even better. Qin Chuan speculated that if the Ice Lord's sealed location and clues to the power of shadows were located in the same place, then this exploration might offer both opportunities. By the way, I haven't seen the mysterious figure in the ruins for ages. I wonder if I see him again this time, Qin Chuan thought to himself. While pondering, the shadow dragon beneath him said, Lord Shadow, I sense a force calling me from the north. Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. Although the shadow dragons wielded the power of shadows, and had some connection to the power of shadows, this place was thousands of miles away from the Arctic ice fields. He hadn't felt the call, yet the shadow dragons had. Qin Chuan's mind raced, and he quickly checked the special mount space. Shadow Dragon scripts, advancing. Shadow Dragon is about to advance? That's good news. When the Shadow Dragon was first subdued, it was a level 30 Dark Gold boss. After following Qin Chuan around to gain experience, it had already reached level 54, significantly improving its stats. But compared to Qin Chuan's progress, it was somewhat lackluster. If it could advance to Epic, among other things, its flight speed would at least be boosted to a new level. Furthermore, judging by the Shadow Dragon's reaction, it might not only advance to Epic, but also complete its bloodline advancement. The Shadow Dragon's shadow power was changing under the influence of Qin Chuan's shadow power. Qin Chuan laughed, "You started advancing, and you didn't even remind me." Shadow Dragon script said with a hint of embarrassment, "I was planning to surprise Lord Shadow after I fully advanced." Scripts added, "In fact, my advancement was entirely thanks to Lord Shadow. Do you remember that time we went to the Dark Moon Mountains? You and I entered a special dimension. After we emerged, I felt a change in my blood." Qin Chuan seemed lost in thought. In the ruins of the Dark Moon Mountains, he had fused more shadow power, combined with his own natural talents, and gained a power known as True Shadow. This power dealt additional damage to light-type creatures, but it could also be severely injured by light power. Clearly, it wasn't just him who benefited, Shadow Dragon also benefited. This prompted Qin Chuan to consider a question. If conditions permit, perhaps he could bring Shadow Dragon along for a visit during this trip to the Arctic ice fields. This might accelerate its advancement. If Shadow Dragon reaches epic rank, and then hatches that Fire Dragon egg, then I have 2 epic dragons. Qin Chuan looked forward to it. Just as he was about to accelerate the Shadow Dragon north, he sensed something unusual within the ring. A quick glance surprised Qin Chuan. The source of the anomaly was the Apostle Seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception. Apostle Seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception, legendary item. Effect 1. Hold this seal, and gain the equivalent of an Apostle status. Effect 2. Opens the gateway to the abyss. The duration of the passage varies with the user's level, with a 15-day cooldown. Effect 3. Hold this seal, and enter the abyss, and you will be watched by the Lord of Lies and Deception. Previously, with Belial's death, effects 1 and 3 of this Apostle Seal had expired. But now, they had been restored. This meant that a new Lord of Wilderness and Deception had been born. Is it a Deathbringer? One of them has replaced Belial. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. In the battle in the abyss, the 7 Deathbringers had gathered and successfully slew Belial. The power and authority they had gained would surely not be disposed of carelessly. Based on Qin Chuan's speculation, the Death Messenger was most likely motivated not simply to kill Belial, but to seize the position of the Lord of Lies and Deception, thereby establishing a foothold in the abyss. The Apostle Seal's return to normal indirectly confirmed his suspicions. Chapter 503. While pondering, the Apostle Seal underwent a new transformation. Effect 1. Holding this seal grants the equivalent of an Apostle status, granting 1% divine damage conversion and 1% divine damage reduction. Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. Normally, to gain divine damage, one must at least officially become an apostle and receive the Lord of Lies and Deception's blessing. But now, Qin Chuan could achieve damage conversion without even becoming an apostle. He even gained additional damage reduction. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the new Lord of Lies and Deception was generous and bestowed even more power. But that's unlikely. The Deathbringer replaced Belial, but establishing a foothold in the abyss wouldn't be easy. Recovering scattered power was fine, but how could he possibly allocate more? So, Qin Chuan suspected that the most likely possibility was that his Apostle Seal was unique and had received extra attention. With the Lord of Lies and Deception's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to precisely lock onto an Apostle Seal and grant it some power from a distance. Qin Chuan had already received the kindness of the Deathbringer, or rather, the new Lord of Lies and Deception. It also gave him greater confidence for his upcoming journey into the Arctic ice fields. Although the conversion rate was only 1%, it was a 1% to 2% increase, a full doubling, and his divine defense had achieved a monumental breakthrough from nothing. An improvement, a huge improvement. The Shadow Dragon also spoke. "Lord Shadow, I sense a divine aura within you. As expected of Lord Shadow, you effortlessly accomplish what others cannot. Following Lord Shadow is my greatest blessing. Qin Chuan modestly waved his hand. Don't worry. You too will have a chance to attain divinity. These weren't empty words. Qin Chuan truly intended to do so. To fight the gods, Qin Chuan needed sufficient helpers possessing divinity. Thanks to the Dragon God Oath, Shadow Dragon was an absolutely trustworthy partner. Qin Chuan even had a bold idea. He would find an opportunity to eliminate the current Dragon God and usurp Shadow Dragon's position. Furthermore, the players he had recruited into the guild were all renowned top-tier experts in their past lives, having ascended the long steps to godhood. They would also be crucial forces in the subsequent God's Descent phase. Currently, Ji Xingye, Ying Luo, and the others were showing impressive growth rates. With sufficient experience in battle, they would surely achieve even greater success. While pondering, Shadow Dragon warned, Lord Shadow, someone is coming towards us. Qin Chuan glanced and spotted a dark cloud approaching from the distant clouds. As they got closer, the dark clouds revealed their true form. Countless large birds of prey flew in formation, and on their backs were relatively small beast shamans. Next to the raptors, there were also numerous feathered tribesmen. The beast god cult, and judging by their direction of movement, they were clearly heading for him. The oracle was right. There are indeed enemies. Atop the raptors, a beast shaman, his face fervent, commanded, warriors of the beast tribe, eliminate the invaders. Qin Chuan suddenly realized that it was the beast god who had revealed his location through divine intervention. No wonder these beast god cultists were able to find him. You see, to avoid combat, Qin Chuan had deliberately sent the shadow dragon flying within the clouds. Coupled with its high speed, it was difficult to detect from the ground. But with the beast god providing information through full map perspective, Qin Chuan's location could no longer be concealed. Shadow Dragon asked, Lord Shadow, are you ready to take action? Qin Chuan thought for a moment and said, you're advancing, so you won't have to fight this time. Just ensure flight safety, and I take care of these enemies. Shadow Dragon felt a little ashamed. He couldn't share Lord Shadow's worries, it was a dereliction of duty. At the same time, Shadow Dragon felt warm inside. Lord Shadow was thinking of him. What an honor. I, Scripps, am clearly the most outstanding descendant of the Shadow Dragon clan. Shadow Dragon's spirit soared that his flight speed increased significantly. Chapter 504. The attacks of the Feather Tribe and the Beast God Cult Shamans couldn't catch up to the Shadow Dragon, their attacks all hitting empty air. Qin Chuan, however, counterattacked with a dark rain, easily dispatching dozens of raptors, instantly killing the Beast Cult Shamans on their backs, and sending them plummeting to the ground. While unleashing his own abilities, Qin Chuan also controlled his shadows to dispatch any that escaped, effectively managing two tasks simultaneously. Such a ferocious attack was simply too much for the beast cult to withstand, and they were decisively defeated. But before the Shadow Dragon could fly far, another group of beast god cultists attacked. They rode on raptors trained by the Feather Tribe, their faces filled with the fervor of fearless devotion, showing no fear at all. It was their honor to sacrifice their lives for the gods. After death, they would enter the kingdom of God and enjoy eternal glory, forever free from the pain of disease. Now they had died miserably, they would enjoy greater blessings in the kingdom of God. On the ground, a large number of beast cult troops were running wildly alongside them. They all sighed in regret. Why can't they fly? Otherwise, they would have already taken to the sky to fight the enemy. Shadow Dragon looked at the beast men on the ground and said, Lord Shadow, what should we do with these guys? Should we let them follow us? Qin Chuan casually said, lower your altitude later. Since you're here, don't leave. We can't just let the Feather Tribe bleed. We need to treat everyone equally. Shadow Dragon immediately flattered, Lord Shadow, you are so merciful. As he spoke, the beast cultists in the sky were killed, and Shadow Dragon immediately swooped down. The beast men on the ground were instantly excited and rushed forward, ready to cut down the enemy with their swords. This was exactly what Qin Chuan wanted. With a flying shadow knife, the poisonous blood plague erupted on the spot, wiping out the beast men in the blink of an eye. Done. Qin Chuan clapped his hands, commanding the Shadow Dragon to ascend and return to the clouds. However, Qin Chuan knew the beast tribe's interception wasn't over yet. It was just that it would take time for them to mobilize their forces. Before heading to the coordinates, we need to clean up the mess behind us, Qin Chuan thought to himself. When it comes to the power of shadow, it's always wise to be cautious. Inside the beast tribe's territory, the Hand of the Dead and the beast god cult gathered, along with werewolves and lion men. The gray-haired werewolf looked at the lion man, his eyes filled with anger. Clemens, what are your intentions in killing the Hand of the Dead guests we're escorting? The Hand of the Dead came here at the invitation of the beast god cult, yet you're interfering. Are you trying to go against the will of the gods? The lion man Clemens snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "We beast men are so powerful that we don't need outside help. Besides, I heard that the Hand of the Dead has been repeatedly defeated and has achieved nothing. This time, if our gods hadn't set down their power and raised up their chosen ones, they wouldn't even be able to touch the bricks and stones of the city walls. Cooperation? What qualifications do they have to talk about cooperation with us? The lions are one of the top beastmen races. Not only are their individuals formidable, but the gods they worship are also incredibly powerful, holding considerable influence within the beast god faction. This time, the beast god cult is collaborating with the Hand of the Dead, and the lions are opposed. How could any random person be worthy of collaborating with the beast men?" Clemens' words caused the expressions of the Hand of the Dead members present to drop. They were so notorious in human territory, a notoriety that could silence a child. Yet, arriving in beast tribe territory, they were not only ambushed but also ridiculed. It was unbearable, but this was beast tribe territory after all. If a fight broke out, they wouldn't be able to leave with their heads held high. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, it was the beast god cult that intervened. A beast god cult shaman, seated in the main seat, looked at Clemens and scolded him. "Our gods have issued a divine oracle, urging us to unite all forces we can to jointly conquer human territory. Your lion tribe's attitude is disregarding the greater good. I will report this to the gods, and see how you will bear their wrath." Chapter 505. Clemens's expression changed slightly, and he defended himself. "I'm not disregarding the overall situation. I'm simply skeptical of our partners. Once the war begins, if they drag our feet, wouldn't that mean our warriors will die in vain?" The beast god shaman sensed some truth in his argument. He turned to the Hand of the Dead and said helplessly, "Sir Toynbee, as you can see, we in the beast god cult value and look forward to this cooperation. But you must also demonstrate some strength, otherwise we won't be able to convince the other tribes. It's not that we don't trust you, it's simply that we all want to see it." The Hand of the Dead high-ranking official who participated in this meeting was named Toynbee. He held a high position of power, and had single-handedly handled all the negotiations and cooperation with the beast god cult. It was his initiative, including the Hand of the Dead's current trip north. He had originally intended to achieve results, elevate his position within the Hand of the Dead, and prepare for his future as leader. However, the lion tribe showed no respect for martial virtue, and actually ambush and kill their men. Even if they're escorted by other beastmen, they'd be killed without mercy. Toynbee immediately sought an explanation from the beast god cult's leadership, and also called in the Wolf clan. This time, the Hand of the Dead's journey north was primarily escorted by the Wolf clan, while the Lion clan intercepted the Hand of the Dead wherever they could, killing many Wolf clan soldiers along the way. But when the beast god cult shaman spoke those words, Toynbee immediately realized that this wasn't just the Lion clan acting on their own, but that the beast god cult was also behind the scenes fanning the flames. They were trying to show their power, to intimidate the Hand of the Dead, and thus firmly seize the initiative in any future cooperation. Damn the beast clan. When did they become so cunning? Toynbee was furious. A bunch of creatures, evolved from wild beasts, were actually playing tricks. Their words were full of probing, trying to understand their hidden agenda. The reason for this was probably that the beast god cult had also received word that their leader, the Hand of the Dead, was planning something big. But when it came to maneuvering, the Hand of the Dead was no match for anyone. Toynbee looked calm and gave his subordinates a look. Several members of the Hand of the Dead immediately hung a large map on the wall. The map was divided into 3 zones, upper, middle, and lower, using different colors. Toynbee stepped forward, his finger touching the blue area at the bottom of the map, and began to speak. "This is human territory. North, beyond the buffer zone, is the orc territory." When Toynbee pointed to the orc territory, he only indicated 2/3 of the entire map. The top third, white, was not mentioned. But since it was drawn on the map, there must be a purpose. The beast god shaman waited quietly for further words, but Clemens of the Lion tribe urged, "If you have something to say, speak up. You're being secretive like a rat." Toynbee ignored Clemens's offense and changed the subject. "Have you ever heard of the Lord of Elements?" The beast god shaman immediately retorted, "What nonsense! We beastmen, besides worshipping the beast god, also pray to the elemental powers, so we naturally know about the Lord of Elements. But what does that have to do with our discussion? You, the Hand of the Dead, don't believe in the Lord of Elements." Clemens, with a clang, picked up the battle axe at his feet and grasped it, saying viciously, "I always said these humans are unacceptable. Let me kill them, then muster my troops and march south. Ha ha ha. Toynbee burst into laughter and said bluntly, Sir Clemens, I know your lion tribe is powerful, but let me be clear. Not just one lion tribe. Even if the entire beast tribe were mobilized, you won't be able to capture human territory. What are you talking about? Clemens was furious. You're insulting the beast tribe. I'm going to kill you. As the situation grew tense, the beast god cult shaman seemed lost in thought. He waved his hand to Clemens, pausing his anxiety. He looked at Toynbee and said, Sir Toynbee, are you worried about the human church? Chapter 506. Toynbee countered, Your temporarily promoted chosen ones only breached the main city's walls, but failed to destroy any of the other cities. And that's the result of deploying them near the main city. Do you think we have a chance of success if we march south directly? The beast god cult shaman nodded, acknowledging this statement. Indeed, they had originally intended to bring forth the chosen ones to capture 1 or 2 cities, proclaim the beast god's majesty, and undermine human confidence. Instead, all of the chosen ones were defeated by the church's statues. Not only did they fail to achieve their tactical objectives, they even allowed the church to gain a significant presence, a truly laughable act. Those churches are deeply entrenched in human territory. There's no way they could have just one statue. Failure to be fully prepared would only lead to the beast tribe's warriors perishing in vain. Of course, the beast tribe's death wouldn't matter. They could simply regenerate. But if this angered the beast god, it would be a grave sin. With this thought, the beast god shaman glanced at the map, his gaze fixed on the white area at the top. Recalling the ancient legend passed down by his tribe, he blurted out, The power of the elemental lord exists in the Arctic. If so, that's truly great news. The beast god shaman stood up and paced back and forth excitedly. If we can gain the power of the elemental lord, combined with the beast god's gift, the human church will have nothing to fear. Toynbee didn't respond, but his confident expression spoke volumes. Clemens stopped shouting about chopping off the hands of the dead, and eagerly demanded, Where is it? Seeing the atmosphere was under control, Toynbee calmly had his subordinates put away the map. Under the eager gazes of Clemens and the beast god shaman, he slowly said, That place is deep in the Arctic ice field. Only the strongest warriors are qualified to journey there. Clemens immediately straightened his chest and shouted, Then it must be our lion warriors. The wolf tribe present at the meeting could no longer bear it. Clemens, where do you put us, wolves? And you haven't even given us an explanation for the attack on our tribe. This time, we wolves must accompany you on this trip to the Arctic ice field. Clemens sneered, his lion-like face etched with disdain. A mere wolf tribe wants a piece of the pie? Dream on. When we're full, we give you some leftovers. Looking for death. The wolves all stood up, claws extended, ready to pounce and kill the lions. Just as the situation became tense, a new voice rang out from outside. Dozens of tiger warriors arrived, stating their purpose directly. We, the tigers, must participate in the search for the power of the elemental lord. Clemens grew increasingly furious, yet a certain fear remained within him. The tigers were a powerful race, no less formidable than the lions. And our leopard tribe. Don't forget our elephant tribe. More tribal representatives arrived, along with members of the Dead Hand. Clemens roared at Toynbee, Cunning human. You actually spread this information to these guys. Toynbee shook his head. We, the Dead Hand, are collaborating with the beast god cult, not with you, the lion tribe. These warriors present are all members of the beast tribe, all followers of the beast god cult. They deserve to know the truth. Well said. An equally sturdy tiger tribe member cheered loudly, sneering at Clemens, You lion tribe, wanting to monopolize the power of the elemental lords? Aren't you a bit too greedy? Other tribes also voiced their support for the tiger tribe, making it clear that they, too, were interested in the power of the elemental lords within the Arctic ice fields. At this point, Clemens knew that if he continued to insist on excluding the other tribes, he would inevitably incur public outrage. The lion tribe was powerful, but they were still powerless against the other tribes, and could even be considered suicidal. Clemens angrily lowered his battle axe, crossed his arms, and remained silent. Chapter 507. The beast cult shaman stepped in to smooth things over. The Arctic ice field is extremely dangerous. Our tribe considers it a forbidden zone. However, since the power of the elemental lord is at stake, we have no choice but to go. Each tribe will select 500 elite soldiers to form a coalition and march together to the Arctic ice field. The beast cult shaman spoke, and the various tribes quickly reached an agreement. Even the lion clan and the wolf clan, who had previously fought each other to the death, temporarily set aside their disputes and prepared to jointly develop the Arctic ice field. Toynbee had a vague premonition. He seemed to have been tricked. Who's going to trick whom? Toynbee's eyes darted back and forth sinisterly. The beast cult wanted to seize the initiative in the cooperation, and surely the Hand of the Dead wanted to do the same. If they could seize the power of the Elemental Lord during this trip to the Arctic ice fields, even if they couldn't subjugate the orcs, they would at least be on equal footing. In the future, they could conquer human nations and seize territory, and the Hand of the Dead would finally have a real foothold. Recalling the hardships of this journey, Toynbee's eyes welled with tears. It hadn't been easy. And the beast god cult and the various Orcish tribes were equally filled with anticipation. If they could seize the power of the Elemental Lord and offer it to their gods, they would surely receive supreme blessings, and becoming the chosen one would be a piece of cake. Just as everyone was immersed in their beautiful fantasies, a group of orc soldiers rushed in, their expression somewhat panicked, shouting, "Master Shaman, a foreigner has invaded our territory. Over 3,000 warriors have been slain. They are now rapidly advancing north." What? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The appearance of foreigners was not to be feared. But their movements northward were particularly subtle. At this point, the strangers' activities were limited to human territory, never even entering the buffer zone. And now they were told that a stranger had not only entered Beastman territory, but was slaughtering his way north. Oh no! Toynbee's face darkened, and he quickly demanded, "Is that guy riding a shadow dragon?" The Beastman who reported the news instinctively asked, "How do you know?" Clemens raised his battle axe again and shouted, "Hand of the Dead, do you know that stranger? Are you behind this?" The beast cult shaman also cast a questioning look. "What? You want to have your cake and eat it too? Selling intelligence not only to the beast cult but also to the stranger? Aren't you too greedy? Do you still have any sense of contract by doing this?" The other beastmen stared intently at Toynbee. If he couldn't offer a reasonable explanation, don't blame them for turning their backs on him. Although their cooperation on the Chosen One incident had been relatively smooth, that didn't mean they had completely accepted the Hand of the Dead. After all, the beast cult is the beast cult, while the Hand of the Dead is primarily composed of human traitors. Their inherent nature dictates that neither side can fully accept the other. Toynbee reacted quickly, explaining that stranger is our sworn enemy. He sabotaged several of our operations, including the summoning of the Chosen One. He paralyzed the Thunder Roar Chosen of Belly City and beat him to death. It was him. Before the beast cult shaman could even begin to speak, the nearby bears began to get restless. Stinger's death, before he could even begin his mission, had led to the bears being mocked by the other tribes. They spoke in lower voices and walked with their heads lowered, daring not to show off. "I never thought it was that stranger who was responsible. I can't stand this. Where is that man?" The bear tribe representative grabbed the beast tribe soldier by the shoulders, lifted him up, and demanded fiercely. The beast tribe soldier trembled in fear. "We just entered tiger tribe territory, and the feather tribe is pursuing us." Bang! The bear tribe dropped the soldier and strode away, ready to kill the stranger and avenge himself. Chapter 508. The other beastmen didn't try to stop them, and many even followed. The fact that the stranger was able to stop Stinger showed that his methods were unusual. If we could learn a thing or two about them, we would have an advantage against the chosen ones of other tribes. Toynbee pondered for a moment and said, "Those are the enemies of the Hand of the Dead. Let's go too." The beast god cult shaman also gave the order, "Move out." Soon, a force of several thousand men assembled and rushed towards the tiger tribe's territory, ready to intercept the stranger. You have triggered a hidden quest. Expedition to the Arctic Icefield. Quest requirements. Gather the following materials, and bring a portal locating array to the Arctic Icefield to establish a portal. Quest reward. 50 gold coins, plus 100 reputation points with the Church of the Sky God, and unlock the prerequisite quest for the Sky Knight job change. In the cathedral area of Fayan City, a player looked at the system prompt with a look of surprise. Hidden quest. He received a hidden quest, and the rewards were incredibly generous. He actually unlocked the Sky Knight class change quest. It was only a prerequisite, but once unlocked, he'd be able to change sooner or later. The Sky Knight was a class exclusive to the Church of the Sky God. Its most striking feature was the ability to ride a griffin into battle, a truly majestic sight. Complete the church quest, and become a Sky Knight. We surely make our glorious society famous. The player, filled with anticipation, muttered to himself, "Night Wanderer, Apocalypse won't let you dominate." At the same time, players in other major cities also received hidden quests from the church, requiring them to gather materials to build a portal and place it on the Arctic ice sheet, allowing the church's army to pass through and defeat evil. Although reaching the Arctic ice fields requires traveling all the way north, even crossing orc territory, players who received the quest were eager to set off. Just kidding, This is a hidden quest from the church. If you can complete it, you be rich. In the Peak Guild, Ji Xing and Yi Ing Luo were chatting. Ji Xing, Song Ling just told me she's received a quest from the Ice Elemental Spirit, asking her to teleport through an ancient magic circle to rescue the Lord of Ice. Yi Ing Luo, she can talk to elemental spirits? That means her talent level is quite high. The Water God has also received quests from water elemental spirits before, and the Water God's talent is S level. Ji Xing, Song Ling was brought in by the guild president. She must be quite capable. I'm wondering if, with the guild president away, and just the two of us, we can help Song Ling complete the quest. Yi Ing Luo, why not give it a try? We can't always rely on the guild president, right? Since the guild president has asked us to. As vice president, you should shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Ji Xing, that's true. Besides you, me, and Song Ling, let's call 3 more people. We should be able to form a small team and go there. Yi Ing Luo, bring Su Chongqing along. His support skills are essential. Also, bring Jing along. She has strong crowd control and can also create portals, so we can retreat quickly if we encounter any problems. Ji Xing, since Jing is already there, let's also call Dijialing Yu. She can be a tank and help you share the pressure. Yi Ing Luo, okay, that's settled. Contact them, and then meet up in Belly City. Abyss. Raksha Guangxue looked at the desolate scene and couldn't help but ponder a question. How do we get back? He had excitedly gathered materials to build a demon portal and ventured into the abyss, intending to seek out the Lord of Lies and Deception and gain a chance to advance. However, upon reaching the abyss, he soon discovered his quest had failed. The Lord of Lies and Deception had died. What had even more horrified Raksha Guangxue was the demons that had filled the sky. They surged forward in swarms, obscuring the sky and the sun, their numbers too numerous to count. Crucially, they were all so high level that any single one could instantly crush Raksha Guangxue. And that wasn't the end of it. Raksha Guangxue spotted several towering figures, each more renowned than the last. Chapter 509. Anariel, the Lord of Torment, Sharik, the Lord of Corruption, and the incarnation of the demon god Baal, they were clearly not to be trifled with. With so many demons and demon leaders gathered together, Rakshasa Crazy Blood could only hide in the valley, not daring to show his face. Then a fierce battle ensued. When the battle ended, the demon army gradually retreated. Rakshasa Crazy Blood was lucky enough not to be discovered, but he could not advance any further. He had thought that once he reached the abyss, the Lord of Lies and Deception would sense him, and send a demon messenger to retrieve him. After all, he had completed his hidden mission, and earned the Lord of Lies and Deception's appreciation. But no. Nothing. With the mission failing and the demon portal collapsing, Rakshasa Crazy Blood was even more bewildered. Was he trapped to death in the abyss? If all else fails, I find a demon to kill me and see if I can be sent back to the resurrection point, Rakshasa Crazy Blood thought to himself. Just as he was about to move, a demon descended from the sky, landing before him, glaring at him with a cruel, bloodthirsty gaze. It was a level 70, gold-ranked demon. Raksha Guangxue wisely chose to wait for death. What a joke. He wasn't the Night Wanderer, so what other choice did he have against a demon of that level but to wait for death? But even if he was killed, being sent back to the resurrection point was better than wandering around in the abyss. Lord of Lies and Deception, huh? Can you do this? I came to the abyss, and my mission failed. What a load of rubbish. Raksha Guangxue had grumbled inwardly. But then, suddenly, the demon before him said, "You smell like a deceiver. Are you one of Belial's men?" Raksha Guangxue remembered that back in the city of Yellow Sand, the Lord of Lies and Deception's incarnation was named Belial. Deciding to try his luck, he nodded and said, "Yes, I am Lord Belial's most trusted subordinate." The demon laughed heartily and asked, "Don't you know Belial's been killed?" What? Rakshasa Guangxue's mind was shaken, then realization dawned on him. No wonder the quest failed. It turned out Belial, the one who issued it, was gone. That made sense. He wasted all this time, wasting his time. I finally connected with the demon, but it ended right at the beginning. What bad luck. Rakshasa Guangxue felt a little helpless. Then he heard the demon across from him speak again. "Although Belial is dead, my master is willing to accept you." "Are you willing?" Rakshasa Guangxue was stunned, then immediately saw the system prompt. Ding, you triggered the decision quest. Please choose carefully. Option 1. Accept the offer and join the Frozen Hell faction. Quest reward, Bloodline Modification Potion, converts the Deceiver's bloodline to the Ice Cold one's. Option 2. Reject the offer, and have your character forcibly deleted if killed. Quest reward. Immediately recreate your character. Rakshasa Quangchua's eyes twitched. You call character recreation a quest reward? What's there to hesitate about? You have to choose one. Rakshasa Quangchua immediately said, I do. Ding, you join the Frozen Hell faction. Please conceal your identity. The demon across from him smiled, and pulled out a vial of icy blue blood, handing it over. Drink it, and embrace the Lord's gift. Rakshasa Quangchua took it, downing it without even glancing. After experiencing extreme cold, he finally achieved his wish of transforming into the ice-cold one's bloodline. His skills now grant him additional ice damage, a significant boost. Luosha Quangchua was overjoyed, exclaiming repeatedly, such a powerful force. By the way, what's our boss's name? A subtle smile played at the corners of the demon's mouth, and he said, My lord's name cannot be made public for now. When the time is right, we will announce our existence to the world. Rakshasa Quangchua seemed confused, but he didn't care, still immersed in the joy of gaining additional attributes. The demon continued, My lord has a mission for you. Chapter 510. Ding, you have triggered the hidden quest, Ambition of the Frozen Hell. Quest requirements. Travel to the following coordinates on the Arctic ice field to gain the power of the Ice Lord. Quest rewards. Icebreaker Bloodline Enhancement Potion, 1 random ice skill, 500 reputation points in the Frozen Hell. Rakshasa Crazy Blood immediately accepted the quest, his expression a matter of duty. What Arctic ice field? I definitely go. Then he changed the subject, but how do I get there? The demon was prepared, raising his hand to release a portal. I can get you to the edge of the Arctic ice field, but you have to walk the rest of the way on your own. Rakshasa Crazy Blood stepped into the portal without looking back. He couldn't stay in this abyss for a moment longer. After Rakshasa Quangchua vanished from the spot, another demon descended from the sky. Seeing the portal on the ground, it roared, I smell a human. Where's the human? Where did you send him? Looking at the previous demon again, a look of alarm crossed its face. You're not a demon. I never said I was a demon. A chill emanated from the first demon, its face twisted and distorted, wisps of chill emanating from it. The second demon, seeing the situation was unsettling, tried to flee, but was bound by several icy chains. Its body shattered like an ice sculpture, scattered here and there. Lord Shadow, more beasts are chasing us. Shadow Dragon said, looking at the ground. It smells like space magic. It seems they're using short-range teleportation. No wonder we can't shake them off. Qin Chuan casually said, this is the beast's territory, after all, and with the beast god providing the location, it's not surprising we were discovered. Ignore these beasts and head north. Shadow Dragon thought about it, and decided that this made sense. Rather than tangling with the beast tribe, it would be better to fly directly to the destination, using its speed advantage to gain a time advantage. With this in mind, Shadow Dragon flapped its wings, and disappeared into the clouds. On the ground, the beast tribe watched Shadow Dragon disappear, but remained unfazed. Guided by the oracle, they had no fear of losing their target. In addition, the beast god cult had issued new orders. If they couldn't catch up with the enemy, they were to gather directly on the Arctic ice field. This was why all the beast tribe members, who followed suit, wore fur cloaks. The Arctic ice field was notoriously cold, penetrating deep into the bones, and the beast tribe's own fur alone wouldn't be enough to withstand it. A large number of elite beast tribe members, equipped with equipment and supplies, quickly headed north. Besides powerful races like the lion and tiger tribes, even the usually less vocal, weaker races were willing to sacrifice everything they had and send their warriors to join the coalition. They also wanted a piece of the action on this journey to the Arctic ice field. This also resulted in the coalition's strength easily exceeding 6,000. Adding in the beast tribe that had previously pursued Qin Chuan, the combined forces easily surpassed 10,000. The beast god cult was naturally in command. The Hand of the Dead, who had provided the coordinates, was also among the group, numbering around 200 and taking Toynbai's orders. Due to the significant disparity in numbers, this operation was clearly led by the beast god cult, with the Hand of the Dead playing a supporting role. But Toynbai's face showed no sign of disappointment or anger. Instead, he exuded confidence. This put the beast god cult on guard, and they began to make secret preparations. And so, over 10,000 elite beast tribe troops raced northward, using pre-installed short-distance teleportation arrays to quickly reach the edge of beast tribe territory. Further north, they officially entered the Arctic ice field. Arriving here, the ground was already covered in ice and snow. Thick clouds darkened the sky, and the constant howling of the wind was intimidating. Clemens of the Lion Clan exhaled white air, his gaze fixed on the faint black speck in the clouds. He said in a deep voice, "We must speed up. We won't be able to use the teleportation array anymore, and the distance between us and that stranger will continue to widen." Chapter 511. The Beast Cult Shamans sprang into action, bestowing various blessings upon the team, reducing cold damage and increasing their speed. After completing their preparations, the orc troops plunged headfirst into the vast icy plains and began their arduous trek. From time to time, a relatively frail orc soldier would fall, but his teammates, without hesitation, simply salvaged what resources they could use and pressed on unwaveringly. "Holy crap, it's so cold." Rakshasa Kwangshua sneezed as he emerged from the portal. But soon, his ice blood began to activate, not only allowing him to ignore the cold, but even granting him a damage-boosting buff. Rakshasa Kwangshua was pleasantly surprised. To think this place was his home turf. The power of the Lord of Ice? Rakshasa Kwangshua glanced at the quest, greed in his eyes, determined to seize that power for himself. He had worked so hard to get here, was he going to give up the reward? No way. It's a good thing we were prepared, otherwise we have frozen to death here. Ji Xing sighed, as he gazed at the endless ice field before him, subconsciously wrapping his cold weather cloak tightly around him. Di Jiaolingyu, standing next to him, also exclaimed, "Such a vast ice field, even more vast than what I saw in Antarctica." Su Chongqing, who was buffing his teammates, asked curiously, "Sister Di, have you been to Antarctica?" Di Jiaolingyu casually replied twice. Besides seeing penguins, there wasn't much to see. Su Chongqing was speechless. He didn't understand the world of the rich. Ying Luo looked at Song Ling and asked, "Where is the mission point?" Song Ling sensed it for a moment and pointed north. "It's probably a few hundred miles further. The ice elemental spirit will guide us, so there's no need to worry about getting lost." Jing interrupted, "I just learned a teleportation skill that allows me to teleport dozens of miles. Sister Song Ling, give me the coordinates and I set up the portal." Di Jiaolingyu praised, "Sister Jing is truly amazing." Song Ling also said, "Thank you all so much for making such a long journey with me." Ying Luo waved her hand and smiled, "We're all family, so why bother? If the president were here, he'd definitely help if he had the time." Ji Xing pondered, "I have a feeling we run into the president soon." Su Chongqing echoed, "It would be great if we could run into the president. With him around, Sister Songling's mission is a sure thing." Di Jiaolingyu nodded, "That's true." As they spoke, Jing had already opened the portal, and everyone stepped forward, disappearing where they had been. After teleporting several times, the group was still trying to decide where to go next, when they suddenly heard a flurry of bells ringing behind them. A team of sled dogs emerged from the snowstorm. Looking at the names above their heads, they were all players. Ji Xing immediately announced to the group, "Stand alert. Ying Luo and Di Jiaolingyu, stand in front. Su Chongqing, prepare to precast healing spells. Jing and Song Ling, stay back to avoid being targeted. Players appearing in this area are probably on quests, so be cautious." Ying Luo, holding his sword and shield beneath his cloak, stood calmly at the front of the group. He looked at the rapidly approaching players and shouted, "Who are you?" The other team also noticed Ji Xing and the others, and began to slow down, quickly communicating with each other. "They're from Peak. Damn it! Why are they here? I haven't heard they're on a church quest. I know that blue-haired female player across the way. She's the new ice mage who joined Peak. I guess this is her quest. So it seems it's also related to the Lord of Ice. Should we strike first?" "You're kidding. Ji Xing is here too. Can we defeat the destroyer? And there's Ying Luo, Di Jiaolingyu, Su Chongqing and Jing. All above level 30, and have completed their second advancement. We don't seem to be their match. 5 against 1? That's unsportsmanlike. Turn around and get away from them first." As Ji Xing and Ying Luo watched, the sled dog team drifted away quickly. Chapter 512. While the lack of conflict was certainly a good thing, Ji Xing and the others weren't overly optimistic. They had just received word from the rest of the guild that the churches in the major cities had issued a series of hidden quests, and that a large number of players were traveling through special portals to the Arctic ice fields, aiming for the power of the Ice Lord, the same goal as Song Ling's quest. Ji Xing immediately said, "Hurry up. We can't let those guys get there first." Ying Luo sympathized and offered his own opinion. "Even the church can't sit still. It seems this Ice Lord is quite powerful. If Song Ling can complete the quest, our peak strength will be further enhanced, and I'm sure the guild leader will be pleased." Su Chongqing, speaking of those players just now. Their nicknames are very consistent. They're all members of the Gongyao Guild. Jing, The Gongyao Guild is a newly formed guild with a small membership. It's invitation only, making it difficult for outsiders to join. The key point is, their accents are strange. Dijiaolingyu, it's probably a guild made up of foreigners who settled in Yin country. After all, when you create a character in Tianqi, you check your login location to enter the game, so it's normal to have foreigners. Songling, thank you for your help, everyone. Dijiaolingyu, no problem. If Sister Songling really feels bad, you can come to the Magic City and thank me in person. Qin Chuan flew forward against the strong wind, but didn't feel the cold at all. Shadow Dragon had already activated his shadow domain before entering the Arctic ice field. The power of the shadows blocked out the cold. If Shadow Dragon had come alone, with his dragon-like strength, he could have moved freely in the Arctic ice field even without activating his domain, though he would have felt uncomfortable for a long time. After arriving at the Arctic ice field, Shadow Dragon's calling grew stronger. Qin Chuan could also sense that something beyond the endless ice and snow held a pull towards him. Undoubtedly, the power of Shadow must be present here. Shadow Dragon said joyfully, Lord Shadow, I feel I can successfully complete my advancement on this journey. Qin Chuan pinched his chin in thought. As Shadow Dragon spoke, he sounded like an old general on stage, his back covered in chess pieces. However, the darkness of fate didn't indicate any danger, and the coordinates here were given by the Death Messenger. While there might be some challenges, with proper handling, they wouldn't be fatal. But we can't be completely careless. Don't forget, there's still 1/3 of the Lord of Ice's sealed original power here. That thing isn't as easy to deal with as the power of Shadow. If you're not careful, it could lead to disaster. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively declared, I take you back when we reach our destination. I call you out again once I find the power of Shadow. Shadow Dragon asked with some concern, Lord Shadow, are you in danger? Qin Chuan smiled, I faced Belial head-on and escaped unscathed. Be careful and you be fine. Shadow Dragon remained somewhat concerned, and at the same time, felt a sense of shame. It must be because he was advancing that Lord Shadow kept him from the battle, holding him back. But Lord Shadow was able to confront Belial, the Lord of Lies, head-on and escape unscathed. This is something even the legendary dragons couldn't achieve. As expected of Lord Shadow, you easily accomplished something no dragon could. It's an honor for me, Scripps, to follow Lord Shadow. Ancestors of the Shadow Dragon clan, you should be proud of me. Shadow Dragon flew away with his head down, while Qin Chuan reviewed various sources of information. He had learned from the guild chat that the church had released a hidden quest, and many players had arrived at the Arctic ice field through an ancient portal. It was obvious that their target was most likely the sealed land of the Lord of Ice. That was also where the power of Shadow resided. Qin Chuan suspected that once the players had found the sealed land of the Lord of Ice and joyfully completed their quest, that would be the moment for the church to enter the fray. Chapter 513. Since they can send players to the Arctic ice field, they can naturally send the church's armed forces. However, rashly sending a large force here before finding the exact coordinates would be a complete waste of resources. For one thing, the environment is too harsh, and for another, the beastmen won't sit idly by. But the players are different. These strangers, as the NPCs call them, are incredibly active and fearless. Whenever there's a mission, they rush faster than the last. With their help, the final coordinates can be located. Then the scramble will begin again. Given the church's style, whether it's the power of the Lord of Ice or the power of Shadow, they want it all. Church, beast cult, hand of the dead, players, elemental elves. Qin Chuan muttered to himself as he looked ahead. This Arctic ice field looks like it's about to get bustling. According to the guild information, Ji Xing and his companions have also arrived at the Arctic ice field and are heading towards the coordinates. However, Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo were assisting, with Song Ling as the core figure. Song Ling was the strongest ice mage in her previous life, with a talent level of at least S rank. It was she who had received the quest from the ice elemental spirit, and Ji Xing and the others had come to help her complete it. Qin Chuan pondered. His goal was solely the power of Shadow. The power of the Ice Lord was purely accidental. But if he could successfully acquire the power of the Ice Lord, Song Ling could absorb it and become a vital force in the future against the gods. While pondering, the Shadow Dragon flew out again for dozens of miles, and the surrounding wind and rain grew increasingly fierce. The fierce wind, mixed with ice blades, spun at a rapid speed, like a natural meat grinder. Any living being that ventured in would be attacked by countless ice blades, and those who couldn't resist would be instantly shattered into pieces. This point is still about a dozen miles away from the coordinates. But these last few dozen miles are the most difficult to navigate. Lower altitude, Qin Chuan ordered. The Shadow Dragon is too large a target. If he charges in, he won't be able to dodge. He have to face it head on. This is a critical moment in Shadow Dragon's advancement. No risks can be taken. He can walk the rest of the way on his own. Shadow Dragon, guessing Qin Chuan's intentions, lowered his head and said dejectedly, Lord Shadow, I haven't been able to help much. Qin Chuan smiled, your contribution is significant. Don't overthink it. I call you out when the time is right. Sheathing Shadow Dragon, Qin Chuan activated Shadow Stealth. Ice blades slashed across his body, but Qin Chuan was trapped in a crack in the void. No matter how numerous or dense the ice blades were, they couldn't cause any damage. This is the advantage of legendary Shadow Stealth. Even if the ice blades inflicted spatial damage, Shadow Stealth wouldn't be effective. Qin Chuan could still control the movement of his shadow. Dark Rain, combined with Shadow Leap, is also a great way to accelerate progress. The ice blade zone stretching for dozens of miles outside the coordinate point proved no match for him. With a scream, the orc soldiers exploring the path transformed into a cloud of blood-red ice crystals, dissipating in the raging wind. After a difficult journey, the orc coalition also arrived at the ice blade zone, staring blankly at the flying ice blades. Clemens threw a sword forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was shattered into iron filings by the ice blades. If we advance directly, I'm afraid no one will reach the innermost part, Clemens concluded. The Beast God Cult Shaman looked at Toynbee. Sir Toynbee, you initiated this joint operation, so I assume you already have a plan for how to proceed. Toynbee said confidently, of course. He then produced a fist-sized white crystal. Even in the deepest reaches of the Arctic ice sheet, the chilling aura could not be stopped from spreading outward. Toynbee didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly said, this is a fragment of the Ice Lord's body. My sect obtained it by chance. With this, you can avoid the ice blades and reach the Ice Lord's sealed place. Clemens's eyes lit up, and he reached out to snatch the crystal away. Toynbee, of course, wouldn't let him. He took the crystal away, his face filled with dissatisfaction. Clemens, what do you mean? Are you planning to attack me? Chapter 514. Clemens bared his teeth, his expression fierce. How dare you, tiny human, dare to covet the power of the Ice Lord? Hand over the crystal, and you may depart. We, the Beastmen warriors, will handle the rest. Toynbee chuckled. Are you so sure that this crystal alone will allow you to enter the Ice Lord's sealed territory? After mediation by the Beast Cult Shaman, Clemens and Toynbee put aside their dispute and decided to cross the ice blade zone first. Clemens agreed to this plan because he felt that the Beast Men had the advantage in numbers. Tens of thousands of elite warriors gathered, wouldn't they be able to control the hands of a few hundred dead? And Toynbee had his own reasons. The two sides were at odds, and the conflict would escalate completely once they entered the Ice Lord's sealed territory. As the argument subsided, Toynbee once again took out the crystal and infused it with magical energy. A barrier spread out, enveloping the entire coalition forces present. Move! With a command, the Beastmen coalition marched into the ice blade zone. Sharp ice blades struck the barrier, making a continuous sound. Though the barrier looked frail, it was indestructible. Countless ice blades struck it, leaving not a single crack. Clemens gazed at the crystal in Toynbee's hand, his eyes full of greed, and he winked at the lion warriors. Such a valuable item should be kept by the lions. The other beast tribes also exchanged glances in secret. Toynbee pretended not to notice. The Beast God Cult was plotting against them, but they were also plotting against the Beast God Cult. They, the Hand of the Dead, chose to travel north only to achieve a greater goal, not to join the Beast God Cult. This must be made clear. Strictly speaking, the Hand of the Dead should thank Qin Chuan for this matter. If Qin Chuan hadn't helped the No-Returner locate Belial's true form, and sent the Death Messenger there, Apocalypse wouldn't have triggered the urgent divine mission. And without the divine mission, the Beast God Cult wouldn't have come to power so quickly. If the Hand of the Dead had relied solely on its own actions, its downfall would have been inevitable. In its previous life, the Hand of the Dead was reduced to a handful of small, powerful individuals. If the Beast God Cult hadn't accepted the surviving members, the Hand of the Dead would have been expelled. However, Toynbee had no idea of the twists and turns here. He only knew that the Hand of the Dead was powerful, and held the Beast God Cult in contempt. A group of beasts, even if they evolved into human form, were still beasts. And to the Beast God Cult, an organization like the Hand of the Dead, primarily composed of humans, seemed weak and powerless. Such weaklings were no match for their beastly warriors. The coalition continued its advance. Toynbee's hand trembled, and a slight gap appeared in the barrier. Ice blades flew in, slicing every orc soldier near the gap into pieces. Looking for death. Clemens roared. Over 300 orc soldiers had just perished, including over 100 Leonids. Clemens was heartbroken by such a loss. Most importantly, it was obvious Toynbee had done it on purpose. But Toynbee remained calm and said, "This thing comes from the Lord of Ice. It's not 100% reliable, so some flaws are inevitable. Clemens, if you're unhappy, feel free to leave. I won't stop you." By then, the coalition forces had already entered the ice blade zone several hundred meters beyond the barrier. They were afraid they would become part of it before they even left. Clemens, furious as he was, could only let it go. He glared at Toynbee with resentment and fell silent. But his bloodshot eyes betrayed the growing fury within him. On the way, Toynbee occasionally caused unexpected incidents, reducing over 2,000 orc soldiers to smithereens. But he didn't dare go too far. After all, if a real fight broke out, everyone would die under the icy blades. Songling, your talent level is so high that you can even ask the ice elemental spirits to help create a barrier. Yu marveled at the barrier above her. With Jing's help, they successfully reached the icy blade zone. They had been struggling to figure out how to proceed, but then the ice elemental spirits appeared and formed a barrier, allowing them to move forward safely. Hearing Yu's words, Songling smiled modestly. "Not really. I still can't compare to the guild master." Ying Lu interjected. "No one in the entire apocalypse can compare to the guild master. You can rule out the guild master. Competing with him would be too much of a blow to your confidence." Jixing agreed. "When I created the destroyer, I thought I could give the guild master a run for his money, but I didn't expect to be crushed." Su Chongqing added, "I also realized my limitations, so I returned to supporting. Now, the guild master and I can kill so many people together, which effectively makes me stronger." Jing praised, "Uncle Su, you're so clever." Su Chongqing waved his hand modestly. "Sister Jing, you're too kind. And, I'm not an uncle. I just turned 18. The group chatted calmly as they moved forward, seemingly at ease. The other players on the other side were not so relaxed. Players who had arrived in the Arctic ice fields on church missions were particularly affected. Their hands and feet were frozen cold, making it difficult for them to walk properly. After finally reaching the ice blade zone, they were surprised by how ineffective the church-provided protective gear was, sending them to the respawn point after only 2 steps. Only a few players, more prepared, utilized other gear and skills to trudge forward. The players of the Glorious Society also complained bitterly. They had originally prepared gear worth hundreds of thousands, thinking it wouldn't be a problem. It turned out they were too young. They had no choice but to urgently agree to open a temporary portal back to the main city to replenish their supplies. The round trip alone cost hundreds of thousands of yuan for the portal materials, and with the additional gear, a 7-figure sum had been consumed. But for the Sky Knight job change quest, they had to fight. Amidst the endless snowstorm, Luosha Quangxue stared blankly at the map. He seemed lost. This place was truly utterly white, with no landmarks at all. He felt as if he had seen the surroundings before. Just as Luosha Quangxue was about to choose a random direction, a figure appeared in the distance, waving at him. Overjoyed, Luosha Quangxue hurried over. After passing through countless ice blades, the scene before him suddenly opened up. Beyond the wind and snow, a tranquil clearing appeared. Without the raging wind or blizzard, a break in the clouds above revealed a beam of light that shone down, illuminating the throne in the center of the clearing. It was a throne composed of steel and ice, at least 10 stories high. It was clearly not meant for players. Ice Lord, the name flashed through Luosha Quangxue's mind, filling him with ecstasy. Finally found it, but before Luosha Quangxue could make any further move, he saw a figure quietly emerge from beneath the throne. Night Wanderer. Luosha Quangxue immediately stopped, his mind warping. The Ice Lord's power was certainly tempting, but if it meant confronting the Night Wanderer, he preferred not to. You're kidding. If he challenged the Night Wanderer with these 2 skills, he'd probably be defeated in a single blow. People should know their own limitations. The Lord of Ice, right? Goodbye. Chapter 515. As the old saying goes, one cannot help oneself in the martial world. Luosha Quangxue was about to flee when he discovered that the icy aura within him was moving uncontrollably, dragging his body back dozens of meters, disappearing into the endless ice blades. In the distance, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze. He had just seen his old acquaintance, Luosha Quangxue, and he was curious. He had received news that Luosha Quangxue had fled to the abyss, but in the blink of an eye, he had returned to the Arctic ice fields and even crossed the ice blade area alone. This made Qin Chuan quite impressed. He was quite a runner. It was probably because he was far away, otherwise Qin Chuan would have prepared to send him to the resurrection point with a flying knife, saving him from suffering in this icy world. But before Qin Chuan could make a move, Luosha Quangxue actually jumped back into the ice blades. This reaction doesn't seem like Luosha Quangxue's, Qin Chuan pondered secretly. Being able to traverse the ice blade zone alone is not something an ordinary person could do. Furthermore, judging by Luosha Quangxue's appearance, it didn't look like he used any props. He simply walked in. It seems this vice president of Luosha Hall has acquired ice-related bloodline abilities. Qin Chuan had a few guesses in his mind. He had to speed up, or else things would inevitably change. It wasn't that he was afraid of Luosha Quangxue, but rather that he had to be wary of the power behind him. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan re-examined the throne before him. This thing was clearly not intended for players, but it wasn't created by the Lord of Ice either. The Lord of Ice was defeated by the Fire Demon King, his source power split into 3. If he had such strength, how could he have fallen into such a state? A throne this large was most likely created by a frost giant. As soon as this thought arose, the ground began to tremble, its amplitude increasing. At the same time, there were heavy footsteps. "How dare you, mortal, tread upon the resting place of our ancestors?" With a roar, a dark blue giant, nearly 10 meters tall, burst forth from the ice and snow, unleashing dozens of icicles with a single wave of his hand. An attack of this magnitude naturally couldn't harm Qin Chuan. He didn't even use any skills, simply dodging the attack with 2 casual steps and turning to look. The number of level 70, gold-grade frost giants was steadily increasing. Qin Chuan was ecstatic. Such a bountiful buffet made him a little embarrassed. He raised his hand and launched a shadow-flying knife, leveraging its ricocheting properties to instantly dispatch the first 6 frost giants. But more frost giants were swarming in, their sheer numbers making one wonder how they managed to survive in this desolate Arctic ice sheet. That wasn't a question Qin Chuan needed to explore. Right now, he simply wanted to slay these frost giants, plunder their attribute points, and better prepare for the upcoming exploration and battles. With so many forces gathered on the Arctic ice field, not only the beast god cult and the Hand of the Dead, but also the Church of the Gods intervening through players, it certainly wasn't going to be a joyful family affair. While pondering, Qin Chuan unleashed several more skills, halting the frost giants in their tracks. A look of horror crossed his icy features. This invader was truly formidable. They had the home field advantage, and even their significantly increased stats couldn't withstand them. Especially, the frost giants' vaunted defenses proved useless against this invader, whose every attack proved fatal. Not only that, the frost giants sensed a familiar aura. It was the power beneath the throne. Realizing this, the frost giants roared in anger. If this invader could reach the throne, it would undoubtedly destroy it. The souls of the frost giant ancestors slumbering within the throne would be completely extinguished from this world. Invaders, die. Defend the resting place of our ancestors. This is our home. The frost giant roared and charged forward. Even in the coldest heart of the Arctic glacier, Qin Chuan felt inspired and aroused. Chapter 516. In fact, it did catch fire. A dozen massive meteorites pierced the clouds and crashed onto the ice. The intense heat even dissipated much of the surrounding cold. And we meet again. The flames on the meteorite's surface died, revealing the lava giants within. Ragnaros's voice drifted through the lava giants. This Fire Lord, who had defeated the Ice Lord, clearly wouldn't sit idly by and watch Qin Chuan take the Ice Lord's source power. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised, and remained calm. The Fire Lord wasn't to be feared. If he truly possessed such immense power, why would he allow the Ice Lord's power to remain here? Either annihilating it or absorbing it would be better than leaving it alone. Qin Chuan guessed that these lava giants were simply here to make a cameo appearance. Achieving results would be best. If he couldn't stop it, at least he tried, and speaking out would give him some face. While he was thinking, the frost giants and the lava giants engaged in a tangle. The power of frost and fire collided, sending clouds of steam swirling, only to dissolve into ice and snow in the cold wind, healing the frost giants' injuries. In the blink of an eye, the lava giants were completely annihilated. And the frost giants, as if they had taken a tonic, grew even larger and more massive. Qin Chuan couldn't help but give Ragnaros a thumbs up. Unable to descend in person, and without fire elementals to summon its avatar, it simply threw a few fireballs down to replenish the frost giant's strength, achieving its tactical goal of killing Qin Chuan. For Ragnaros, preventing Qin Chuan from gaining the power of the Lord of Ice was victory. To this, Qin Chuan simply said, "Go wherever it's cooler." Think you can stop him with just this little trick? What a joke. Shadow knives followed by dark rain easily dispatched the remaining frost giants. Roar! Ragnaros's furious roar drifted above the clouds, but he could only watch. The icy energy here was too abundant, there was no chance of fire elemental existence. Those meteorites were already the limit. Ragnaros announced that he would return to the audience. But a sense of wonder and doubt remained in his heart. How had this mortal found this place? Qin Chuan ignored Ragnaros's dark gaze and took out the damaged frost core, pressing it against the frost giant's corpse. The moment of contact, the frost core unleashed an astonishing suction force, absorbing all the energy from the frost giant's body. The cracks on the frost core's surface repaired at a visible speed, and a faint fluorescent light shone. Soon, the name of this item changed. Filled Frost Core. Legendary item, this item unlocks the Ice Lord's sealed land. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then put the frost core away. He walked around again, collecting all the spoils and, along the way, plundering a large number of attribute points with his cunning hands. The frost giants that appeared this time were all level 70 gold rank bosses. Qin Chuan's hands were full of attribute points, and at last glance, he had a full 6,160 free attribute points, a huge harvest, an absolute huge harvest. Of the over 6,000 attribute points, Qin Chuan allocated a small portion to agility and divided the rest equally among the 3 secondary attributes. His agility was already high enough, with a base agility of over 17,000, and he also had a 20,000 agility bonus from his equipment. On the other hand, the other 3 attributes were a bit low. To get the best experience after fusing game characters, attribute points shouldn't be too biased. Other players have limited attribute points, and will definitely focus on their primary attributes. But Qin Chuan has the conditions for balanced development, so he must make sure to allocate them. After adding all the attributes, Qin Chuan's dashboard reached Strength 7771 plus 4850, Constitution 7946 plus 2350, Agility 17177 plus 20200, and Spirit 7862 plus 3600. To describe it as outrageous is no exaggeration. Just as Qin Chuan was charging the frost core and plundering attribute points, Luosha Quangxue, in the distance among the ice blades, stared at the system prompt in a daze. Chapter 517. Ding, quest updated. The Lord of Ice Resistance orders you to seize the frost core. Ah? Me? Raksha Quangxue looked at the corpses of frost giants scattered across the ground, then glanced at his own stat panel, wondering if the person who issued the quest was mentally ill. What's the difference between this and asking him to go and deliver? Whoever wants to go can go. However, Raksha Quangxue didn't rush to leave. He planned to observe first, hoping to find a chance to snag a bargain. For the Night Wanderer to come all this way, the stuff here must be amazing. Is it a hidden class, or a high-level bloodline factor? Raksha Quangxue speculated expectantly. But then, he heard the sound of chaotic footsteps not far behind him, and quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. Soon, a team of players appeared, carrying the glow of various items. Before the items expired, they finally crossed the ice blade zone and reached the tranquil area in the center. Ah, this isn't easy. Chika Shilwa, I sunk all my savings into this quest. If the reward isn't generous enough, it'd be a complete loss. Min Na, I just called my father. There's an old saying in Yin country. Raksha Quangxue listened to the conversation between these players, lost in thought. Is he still in the Yin country? Why are there these guys speaking bird language? Looking at the nicknames of several players, they were all from the Gonghao Society. It suddenly dawned on him, they were these guys. No wonder the Yin country dialect sounded so awkward. Raksha Quangxue wanted to yell, you guys are not welcome in the Yin country, are you? But considering the disparity in numbers, he held his words back. How about we lead these guys to the Night Wanderer? Luosha Quangxue was tempted. But he quickly extinguished the thought. Judging from the Night Wanderer's style, he was likely to be sent packing as well. But soon, someone else joined Luosha Quangxue in action. Roar! With a roar, a nimble figure burst forth from the ice and snow, tackling the Gonghao player to the ground. With a frantic swing of its arms, it emptied the player's health bar. The figure straightened up, brushing off the blood from its claws, and the snow beads from its fur. It scoffed disdainfully, such a weak stranger dares to covet the power of the Lord of Ice. They're simply courting death. A Gonghao player screamed, it's the lion tribe from the beast tribe. Why is it here? Accompanying his screams, more figures crossed the ice and snow. Lion tribe, tiger tribe, wolf tribe. Thousands of beast tribe soldiers appeared, sending trembling waves through the Gonghao players. So many? Luosha Quangxue was also shocked. My goodness, What's going on here? Even the orcs are here. According to the previous Apocalypse Update announcement, the orcs' primary enemy is humanity. They should be busy preparing for an invasion southward. So how could they have time to come here? And these orcs are well-equipped and high-level, clearly elite. There must be something valuable here. Rakshasa Quanshua grew increasingly certain. He wouldn't dare fight the Night Wanderer. But he was so bold as to take advantage of the situation and try to take advantage. Lucky I transformed into the ice-cold bloodline before I got here, or I have missed it, Rakshasa Quanshua thought to himself. While he was distracted, the newly arrived Gongyao players had already been sent to the respawn point by the orcs. All their expenses along the way had gone down the drain. It was truly miserable. At the respawn point, the Gongyao players looked at each other and finally reached a consensus. Go again, after spending so much money? How could they just give up? After the orcs defeated the players from the Glorious Society, their gazes were drawn to the massive throne in the distance, and they immediately noticed the corpses of frost giants scattered across the ground. A battle took place here. The stranger with the shadow dragon has arrived. Clemens's face was grim, and he felt an urge to rush forward and seize the power of the Ice King for himself. But the beast god cult shaman's words calmed him. There's something strange about those frost giant corpses. All their energy has been absorbed. Chapter 518. The beast cult shaman's gaze darted around, trying to locate the stranger, but failed. He completely failed to notice Toynbee quietly retreating to the side, with the members of the Hand of the Dead, putting some distance between them and the main orc force. Toynbee had barely taken 2 steps when a silent flying knife appeared, instantly killing Clemens. Then, a dark green poisonous blood spread out, instantly engulfing all the lions around Clemens. Thump thump! The sound of falling continued. Over 7,000 orc soldiers, who had struggled through the ice blade zone, were gone in the blink of an eye. The beast cult shaman roared, "Enemy! Disperse!" But Qin Chuan's actions were clearly faster than his shouts. Dark rain flew out silently, knocking down more orc soldiers. Then Shadow Prisoner attacked, enveloping dozens of orc soldiers in a sphere of shadow. When they reappeared, they were already frozen corpses. Toynbee was still terrified. Fortunately, he knew the stranger's fighting style, and knew not to gather together. Otherwise, he might be among the corpses on the ground. But hiding for a while doesn't guarantee eternal evasion. Once all the beastmen were dead, it would likely be the Hands of the Dead's turn. Thankfully, Toynbee was prepared. Since he dared to come, he must have something to rely on. When the beastmen's casualties exceeded 5,000, Toynbee and the other Hands of the Dead members immediately raised their hands, shouting fervently, "Deathbringer! I beg for your strength." A good sacrifice. Throughout the black fog, the Deathbringer's voice rang with satisfaction. Toynbee was overjoyed. The Deathbringer's attitude would affect the effectiveness of the sacrifice to a certain extent. Before Toynbee could articulate his request, the beast god shaman let out an angry scream. "We are the beast god's people. Our souls must return to the beast god's embrace. Beast god, please grant us your grace." Boom! A curtain of light descended, isolating the black fog. A phantom with a beast-headed figure loomed above the clouds, as if a majestic gaze pierced through the endless void and fell upon the beast god shaman. "I command you to carry out my will." As the god whispered, the beast god shaman's body began to swell, divine power boiling within him. The death messenger within the black fog was furious. Reaching his head, "I can't stand this." Looking again, the death messenger smiled. He knew someone there. What a coincidence. He decisively set a divine thought into the abyss. "Dismartin, here's your apostle seal. Send some power." Dismartin, the new Lord of Lies and Deception, the Abyss Lord born after Deathbringer number 2 absorbed Belial and number 6, was in a standoff with Enariel, the Lord of Torment, when he received the divine message. The demonic army under their command had only made a brief, tentative move, but a battle numbering 100,000 had already begun. More demons awaited orders. The demons that had once sworn allegiance to Belial didn't hesitate at all, immediately pledging their allegiance to Dismartin. At this moment, receiving the divine message, Dismartin's gaze pierced through the void, gazing upon the scene of the Arctic ice sheet. His gaze was drawn to the divine power within the beast god cult shaman, and he immediately realized that something of immense importance lay there. Confronting Enariel, he couldn't attack directly, but lending some power wouldn't be a problem. The next second, Qin Chuan noticed a change in the apostle seal within his ring. Apostle seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception, legendary item. The first 3 effects remain unchanged, but there's an additional one at the bottom. Effect 4. Gain temporary God's chosen status, lasting 10 minutes, 1/1 use. Qin Chuan wasn't expecting this additional temporary effect. However, considering the Death Messenger's presence here, it seems he's contacted the new Lord of Lies and Deception, hoping to use him to disrupt the beast cult's plans. Chapter 519. At least we can't let the power here fall into the hands of the beast god. With this temporary power, Qin Chuan felt more confident about his next move. To be honest, I had originally thought I'd be pursued by the beast god cult this time in the Arctic ice field, but I didn't expect it to be so much more. It's still unclear whether the beast god cult and the Church of the Human Gods are here for the Ice Lord or to take the shadow power underneath. But that's not important. Regardless, whether it's the Ice Lord's original power or the shadow power, he wants them all. It's just that the Ice Lord's power isn't particularly compatible with him, and with Song Ling here, if conditions permit, Song Ling could try to absorb it. But whether it will ultimately succeed depends on the outcome of the subsequent battle. Recovering his mind, Qin Chuan continued to observe secretly. The beast god cult shaman had already absorbed divine power, becoming a temporary chosen one. This power was clearly overwhelming. If I'm not mistaken, the Church of the Gods should be about to take action. Dong! 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 With the dull sound of footsteps, fine cracks appeared on the solid ice. A dozen granite statues, guarded by Templars, emerged from the ice and snow, accompanied by hundreds of players. About half were from the Gongnao Guild, the rest from various guilds, and there were also some individual players. After arriving at the coordinates marked by the mission, they constructed a temporary portal according to the mission instructions. The long-awaited church forces on the other side immediately teleported in, activated the statues, and prepared to jointly suppress the beast god cult shamans and gain the power here. Exorcise the evil. Purify the heresy. The Templars shouted, charging forward on their horses. The remaining beast men immediately rallied. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Toynbee of the Hand of the Dead also sent his men to join the fray. They were at odds with the beast cult, but at least they maintained a formal cooperation. But with the church, it was a fight to the death. Furthermore, the church had brought so many idols this time that a single beast cult shaman in his chosen state would likely be no match. Toynbee pulled out a large number of pre-prepared props, raised his hands once again, and shouted fervently, "Death Messenger, I beseech your power." The souls he had previously sacrificed had been intercepted by the beast cult shamans and delivered to the beast god, rendering Toynbee's efforts in vain. He had summoned the Death Messenger, but received no reward. Now, he pulled out his most valuable possessions and offered a second sacrifice, finally receiving a response from the Death Messenger. "Accept this gift," the Death Messenger whispered, and black mist pierced the light curtain set by the beast god, enveloping Toynbee. When the mist dissipated, Toynbee, shrouded in a shroud of black energy, let out a manic laugh. Is this divine power? So powerful. He gazed at the battle in the distance and strode forward. "Brother of the beast god cult, I'm here to help you." He raised his hand and swung out several puffs of black mist. The violent explosion enveloped the beast god cult shamans and the church statues. Attack one person, attack the whole group. Toynbee's outburst further escalated the battle. Qin Chuan looked at the Death Messenger, eager to ask which side he was on. The Death Messenger noticed Qin Chuan's gaze, and returned a look that said, "You understand it yourself." It wasn't that he wanted to aid the enemy, it was simply the Death Messenger's fundamental principle. He must respond to death sacrifices. He could give less, but he couldn't give none. This was the cornerstone of their existence. Qin Chuan didn't dwell on it. The Deathbringer, communicating with the Lord of Lies and Deception, had clearly anticipated this situation. All Qin Chuan could do was wait. Wait for the battle situation to become clear before he emerged to reap the rewards. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively used shadow stealth to retreat a distance. Fight. The more intense the fight, the better. It would be best if we could knock the hell out of them. In addition, Qin Chuan had to guard against interference from other forces. Chapter 520. For example, the existence behind Rakshasa Frenzied Blood. Rakshasa Frenzied Blood isn't a threat, but the existence behind it, having brought it to the Arctic ice field, will certainly not stand idly by. The apostle seal Qin Chuan possesses can only maintain the chosen state for 10 minutes, so he must proceed with caution. Jixing, Yingluo, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment at the battle in the distance. Protected by Song Ling's barrier, they successfully passed through the ice blade zone. Just as they saw the massive throne, before they could make their next move, they saw the beast god cult shaman, incarnated as the chosen one, wrestle with the church's idol, sending shattered pieces flying. This wasn't the end of it. A moment later, another figure clad in black appeared, attacking anyone he saw, further escalating the situation. Ji Xing said with some concern, in this situation, it seems like we'd be in vain if we go out. Yi Yingluo agreed, with the Chosen One's output, I can't handle it. Di Jiaolingyu sighed helplessly, I can't handle it either. Is Sister Songling's mission going to fail? Song Ling felt a little ashamed. I'm so sorry I made everyone go on such a wasted trip. Di Jiaolingyu grabbed Song Ling's hand and said kindly, Sister Songling, please don't think so. We're all family, and it's awkward to say that. Besides, it's not time to give up yet. Jing gazed thoughtfully at the throne in the distance. After a moment's reflection, he asked, Sister Songling, if I send you to that throne, are you confident you can complete the subsequent mission? Songling looked at Jing, pulled her hand away from Di Jiaolingyu's clutches, and said uncertainly, I can only say I do my best. Ji Xing interrupted, Jing, can you open a portal to get us there? Jing nodded. Of course, we can, but there are risks. If we appear near the throne, whether it's the beast god cult's chosen one or the church's statue, they will definitely pause their battle and attack us in unison. Given their speed, we only have 5 seconds at most. Yi Yingluo immediately said, 5 seconds is enough. It's worth the gamble. Don't rush. A voice came from behind Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo. Qin Chuan's figure appeared from the void. Yi Yingluo turned around and explained in surprise, President, I knew you were here. Ji Xing was also quite excited. With the President here, we're in a safe place. Su Chongqing added with a smile, to borrow Brother Xiao's words, I declare this an easy win. Qin Chuan waved his hand, don't be too optimistic, everyone. This situation is quite unique. By the way, Jing, don't activate your short-distance teleport yet. Wait for my news later. The seal beneath the throne hasn't been lifted yet, so even if you teleport there, you won't be able to enter. Jing nodded obediently. I follow the President's instructions. Qin Chuan looked at Song Ling and instructed, prioritize your survival. If you can complete the mission, you should receive a significant stat boost. Yes, President. Song Ling agreed. Su Chongqing rubbed his hands together and asked excitedly, President, what am I supposed to do? Qin Chuan thought for a moment and said, when the mirror opens the portal later, you give Song Ling the fountain of life. After a pause, Qin Chuan added, you must be prepared to be sent to the resurrection point this time. If any special events are triggered, you might even be forcibly deleted. If you're concerned, you can retreat first. I take Song Ling on the mission. President, what are you talking about? Ji Xing objected immediately. Since we're here, how can we just leave like this? If we really? Having your character deleted is just bad luck, no one else's fault. When the divine event triggered last time, didn't you, Guild Master, risk having your character deleted to intercept the Chosen One? You can't just shoulder all the risk while we only reap the benefits. That wouldn't be right. Yi Yingluo also spoke up, President, please trust us. Di Jiaolingyu was even more forthright. If anyone's character is deleted, please contact me once you created it. I find someone to help you level up, and I also provide all the equipment and skill books. I'm putting this on hold, Sister Songling. I definitely help you with this quest. Chapter 521. Jing Yi took 2 steps forward and said firmly, I won't be a deserter either. President, just arrange the mission and ensure its completion. Su Chongqing removed the iron cross from his back and heaved it across his shoulder. President, whoever you choose, I'd be the first to go. Song Ling's voice choked with emotion. Everyone. Qin Chuan felt a surge of emotion. When they had once fought the gods to the death, they had also fought bravely for the lead, unwilling to fall behind. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, you all retreat behind the ice blade and wait for my word. I go and take out the ones in the way. Ji Xing, give me some 2,887 self-destruct robots. President, be careful. Yi Yingluo warned with concern. Protected by Song Ling's barrier, he and the others retreated into the ice blade. Qin Chuan's gaze remained steady as he activated Shadow Stealth and circled to the other side. He activated his deceptive clone, transforming into the Death's Hand. He shouted, Brothers, I go first, and charged headfirst into the Templars. A violent explosion ensued. 2887 activated, and the Templars were blown to pieces. The Death's Hand members rejoiced. Good brothers, great. Then a Templar, with a look of tragic courage, charged into the Death's Hand, braving the onslaught. Boom! The Death's Hand was also stunned by the explosion. The Orc soldiers laughed heartily. The Church and the Death's Hand had suffered heavy losses. The power of the Ice Lord belonged to them. The next second, a Templar and a Death's Hand rushed from either side, blasting the Orc soldiers skyward. After such a setback, the numbers of the Death's Hand, the orc soldiers, and the church forces were all greatly reduced. The players who had come with the church were almost completely wiped out, with only a handful escaping. But their joy didn't last long as an attack, seemingly out of nowhere, sent them all to the resurrection point. Hundreds of players stared at each other in bewilderment at the resurrection point, confused as to what had happened. Amidst the ice and snow, Luosha Quangxue was still terrified. Thanks to his quick wit, he had taken cover beforehand, otherwise he would have been killed by the Night Wanderer. Others might not have known what had happened, but Luosha Quangxue was absolutely certain it was the Night Wanderer's doing. While he wasn't sure how he'd done it, it was definitely him. Or maybe we should just run away. Luosha Quangxue's face was torn. He had hoped to observe covertly, hoping for an opportunity to exploit his weakness, but it seemed that there was no chance. With the Night Wanderer here, the benefits wouldn't matter to me at all, Luosha Quangxue sighed. Suddenly, a voice of agreement echoed in his ear. Vice President Quangxue has a very clear understanding of himself. The voice made Luosha Quangxue stiffen. He turned around with difficulty, swallowed, and forced a smile. Yi, President Yushin, long time no see. Qin Chuan looked at Luosha Quangxue and said with a smile, Vice President Quangxue, do you want to go back by yourself, or should I take you away? Luosha Quangxue decided to try to save the situation and asked expectantly, can I not go? Qin Chuan weighed the throwing knife in his hand without saying anything, but his meaning was clear. Luosha Quangxue sighed deeply, quickly stripped off all his equipment, and put it in his backpack. He closed his eyes, and said calmly, let's do it. Opening his eyes again, Luosha Quangxue looked at the players around him, and joined the condemnation. Night Wanderer, you're not human, you actually want to eat all by yourself. Qin Chuan circled around, making sure all outsiders were cleared out. He clutched the apostle seal in his hand, searching for a chance to escape. On the battlefield, the beast god cult shaman, leveraging the power of the chosen one granted by the beast god, had already shattered 4 of the church's statues. Elsewhere, Toynbee of the Hand of the Dead, relying on the gift of the Deathbringer, had also slain 2 statues. It wasn't that they were strong, but rather that the statues arriving this time lacked much divine power, not on the same level as the statues that appeared in the previous divine incident. Even so, the statues' attacks caused the beast god cult shaman and Toynbee considerable distress, vomiting enough blood to fill several large jars. As all their followers perished, the beast god cult shaman and Toynbee realized that the stranger who had arrived earlier was still there and hadn't left. The man and the beast quickly reached an agreement, distanced themselves from the statue, and suggested, there's a rat hiding in the shadows. Let's take him out first, shall we? After a brief exchange of glances, the remaining 6 statues accepted the temporary truce, their gazes wandering, trying to locate Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan had already taken the initiative to exit stealth mode, a smile on his face. No need to look, I'm right here. Toynbee shouted angrily, damn you, you're dead today. The beast god cult shaman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The 6 statues shifted positions, blocking Qin Chuan's escape route. Throughout, Qin Chuan made no move to intervene, only speaking once the statues were in position. No other tricks? Then it's my turn. Chapter 522. Gaia. Qin Chuan raised the apostle seal, and roared with full force. The beast god cult shaman, Toynbee, and the remaining 6 statues all stopped, their eyes grim. The Gaia this stranger spoke of seemed to be a deity with a very ancient history, so ancient that even they couldn't quite remember it. They vaguely remembered it as a slogan for some kind of power-seeking. Just as these beings wielding divine power were secretly on guard, a powerful divine force surged from the Apostle's seal, enveloping Qin Chuan's entire body. For a moment, the Apocalypse System's notifications rang continuously. Ding, you have entered the God's chosen state, lasting 10 minutes. Ding, under the influence of divine power, your skills have changed. Ding, you are receiving more attention. Qin Chuan's eyes darted as he scanned the powerful beings around him, a confident smile playing on his lips. He now possesses unrivaled power. Toynbee screamed, the power of the Lord of Deception? Impossible. How could the new Lord of Deception master that power so quickly? The beast god cult shaman, who had become the temporary chosen one, also had a solemn expression. The divine blessing he had received seemed even stronger than his own. But that didn't make sense. I hadn't seen any ritual performed by this stranger. How could the Lord of Deception, who never made a loss, have invested so much power? The other 6 statues, however, had a different focus. Outwardly, the statues maintained their combat stances, but secretly, their divine thoughts were constantly communicating. I smelled a set of shadows. The previously dormant god of light has suddenly awakened and sent a message, saying that an ancient enemy has resurrected, and it's actually the power of shadow. What are those idiots in the church doing? They didn't even report such a major event, and all they do all day is spout nonsense praising God. There's also a shadowy aura beneath that throne. We can't let this stranger break the seal and delve deep into the earth. By the way, I seem to sense a familiar aura in this stranger. It's a bit strange. Enough of the small talk. Eliminate all the heretics. Attack. The statue paused its telepathic communication, its gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan immediately retreated. Boom! Boom! Dozens of divine blasts struck from different directions, completely engulfing the area he was in. As the statue took action, Toynbee and the beast god shaman joined the fray. Toynbee attacked to contain the statue, while the beast god shaman pursued and locked onto Qin Chuan, preventing him from losing his position. They wouldn't let Qin Chuan go, but they wouldn't sit idly by and watch him be defeated so easily by the statues. Furthermore, Toynbee and the beast god shaman were wary of each other. It would be best if the other side wiped out all the enemies, allowing him to reap the fruits of victory. In this respect, the statues showed a stronger sense of teamwork. Qin Chuan had just dodged the statue's combined attack when he was targeted by the beast god shaman. He remained calm, casually hurling several shadowy throwing knives, blocking the beast god shaman's escape route. The beast god shaman was confident. What could such insignificant throwing knives do to him? Puff! The shadowy throwing knives easily penetrated the beast god shaman's defenses, leaving a piercing wound on his arm. Not a single drop of blood fell from the wound, only a faint black aura could be seen, hindering the wound's healing. The beast god shaman was stunned. What kind of power is this? No, we all just temporarily gained divine power. Why did your blow hurt so much? That flying knife strike just now felt like I was wearing no armor. The beast god shaman clenched his fists, growing increasingly confused. It's fine. He could feel the divine power coursing through him, still protecting him. We're all on the same level. You have divine attack, I have divine defense. Even if the power bestowed by the gods varies, it shouldn't be that different. Chapter 523. A thought surfaced in the beast god cult shaman's mind. Could it be that the new Lord of Deception was more powerful, capable of crushing the beast god? As soon as the thought arose, the beast god cult shaman heard a disapproving snort in his mind. He quickly dismissed the thought and focused on dispelling the power from the wound, allowing his flesh to heal. However, being struck by a flying knife wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least the beast god cult shaman became more cautious, not daring to charge too far. Instead, he slowed down and allowed the statue to surround and kill Qin Chuan. For the beings behind the statue, destroying the power of shadows took priority over even acquiring the power of the Lord of Ice. They immediately issued an oracle, commanding the church to organize new troops and prepare to deploy them to the Arctic ice fields to ensure victory. The death messenger in the sky quietly sent a divine thought to Qin Chuan. Kid, if you delay any longer, reinforcements from the church will arrive. And those beast god guys might be about to burst their lungs. Qin Chuan immediately replied, how about you lend me some power? Last time, you took 90% of Stinger's power. As this message passed, Qin Chuan caught a glimpse of surprise on the death messenger's face, followed by a furious thought. What? 90%? That guy number 3 said 70%? So, he's acting as a middleman. That's too much. Then he changed the subject. Kid, I can help you, but I want 90% of the spoils too. Qin Chuan replied without hesitation. Deal. But hold off on your actions. Wait for my word. After communicating, Qin Chuan threw himself once again into the fierce battle. Shadow Prison. Under the divine power's influence, the void sphere, originally limited to a 10-meter radius, instantly expanded dozens of times, enveloping an area of hundreds of meters. Even though the statues dodged at top speed, for remained locked onto the attack. Then, the shadow blade slashed at the outer edge of the void sphere at breakneck speed. The moment the void sphere shattered, the statues within also escaped. But their condition had plummeted, their surfaces covered in cracks. The other 2 statues were shocked by their condition. What kind of thing could hit someone so hard? Thank goodness, they were smart enough not to be covered. The successive setbacks suffered by the beast god shaman and the statues made Toynbee realize something, and he shouted, take care of this stranger first, then we decide who owns this place. We're not on the same side, he's a stranger. The beast god shaman and the statue exchanged glances, then turned to look at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan looked at Toynbee. You're the only one who knows how to talk, aren't you? Toynbee's scalp tingled, a sense of foreboding gripping him. He immediately erected a defensive barrier. The next second, dozens of flying knives flew from behind him, striking the barrier with a resounding clang. Toynbei turned to look. A shadow was staring at him. Though targeted, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. His own divine power conversion rate was insufficient, and he couldn't inflict sufficient damage on a foe of the Chosen One's caliber. Relying solely on 2% divine damage would likely take forever. But after activating the divine power within the Apostle's Seal, he was on par with Toynbei, the beast god cult shaman, and the church's idol. At this moment, his sniper talent once again unleashed its full power. With true divine damage, he inflicted immense pain on his opponent. With just 2 simple skills, he instantly brought 3 previously hostile factions together to unite against the enemy. It was a testament to the old saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." When facing the same enemy, temporarily joining forces is not disgraceful. Being defeated without accomplishing anything is truly humiliating. Qin Chuan didn't want to waste time arguing with these guys. He launched several shadowy flying knives and simultaneously unleashed a rain of dark corrosion, intensifying the cracks on the statue's surfaces. One statue even had its arm broken. Chapter 524. These injuries indicate they are unable to withstand Qin Chuan's damage. Even on the other side, Qin Chuan, controlling a shadow, also dealt damage. The attack on Toynbei had just occurred to Qin Chuan, revealing that his shadow could also deal divine damage. This effectively doubled his damage output. Even if he had to fight 6 statues, Toynbei, and a beast god shaman, Qin Chuan was fearless. He even wanted to say, "I take on 10. In the distance, Ji Xing and the others watched the battle in amazement. Ying Luo murmured, "If I'm not mistaken, the enemy this time is roughly on the same level as the Chosen One?" Ji Xing nodded, "You're not mistaken." Jing's tone was lamentable. "We both joined the game at launch and are in the same guild. But why does it feel like the gap between me and the guild master is widening? Is this normal?" Su Chongqing took over. "If it were anyone else, I say it's unusual, but when you talk about the guild master, I can only say it's reasonable." Di Jiaolingyu was even more blunt. "The person I admire most in the entire apocalypse is the guild master. Sometimes I even doubt him. Is the guild master cheating? Otherwise, how could he have opened up such a huge gap with us?" Song Ling, standing nearby, couldn't help but ponder. "The guild master added me as a friend and brought me into the guild. Now I think about how I deserve to be personally invited by the guild master." Di Jiaolingyu took Song Ling's hand and soothed her, saying, "Don't doubt yourself, Sister Song Ling. The fact that you've been assigned a mission that has led us here shows that you have great potential. Trust the guild master's vision, and trust yourself too." As they spoke, new developments occurred on the distant battlefield. Qin Chuan unleashed several skills, directly destroying 2 statues, fully demonstrating the power of damage. Such a fierce attack left the remaining statues, Toynbei, and the beast god shaman bewildered, unable to understand the reason. How could this stranger's attacks ignore their defenses? Soon, they learned the answer. The being behind the statues, and the beast god shaman relayed the answer through divine thought. True damage. However, true damage that could even ignore divine defense was a new experience for them. This was simply outrageous mother opening the door to outrageousness, the most outrageous to the extreme. Kill this stranger, or there will be endless trouble. Accompanied by the divine oracle, the statue activated the hidden energy in its back, no longer caring about its own condition, unleashing its combat power to the utmost. The cracks on the statue's surface glowed red, and its expression became murderous. Qin Chuan immediately used Shadow Prison Kill to control the situation. But before the slashing was over, one of the statues exploded, forcibly shattering the void sphere. The remaining statues, driven by the shockwaves of the explosion, rapidly closed the distance between them and Qin Chuan. It had to be said that even as an opponent, Qin Chuan applauded the statues' decisiveness. But their attacks were doomed to fail. Qin Chuan switched positions with Shadow and launched a fierce attack on Toynbei. "You were the one who suggested the alliance just now, weren't you? I kill you first." Toynbei immediately felt the heartbreaking pain and cried out in panic, "Deathbringer, why isn't your power working? I gave it to the sacrifice." The Deathbringer conjured arms from black mist and spread his hands. "You offer the sacrifice, and I return the power. Fair enough. As for whether you can defeat others, that's beyond my responsibility." Toynbei's expression froze. That makes perfect sense. Fortunately, by then, the statue and the beast god shaman had escaped the shadow's pursuit and rushed over to continue attacking Qin Chuan's main body. Qin Chuan shifted again, returning to the shadow's position and showering the beast god shaman with over a dozen shadowy throwing knives, leaving him covered in bloody holes. the Death Messenger observed from the shadows. Chapter 525. It looked as if he wouldn't need to intervene. It was just a shame to lose 90% of the spoils. Just as this thought arose, more than a dozen towering figures burst forth from the icy blades, joining the fray without a word. It was a new statue. After receiving the divine oracle, the church immediately unloaded its treasures and urgently deployed a new statue to the Arctic ice sheet. The sheer cost of transporting such a vast distance, especially one imbued with divine power, was a painful expense, even for the wealthy church. The archbishops of each church wept bitterly, preparing to rush to issue a new batch of indulgences, otherwise the hole would be too deep to fill. As the new statue appeared, Qin Chuan sent a direct signal to the Death Messenger. Attack! He merely intended to fight 10 of them, not truly. Furthermore, the Apostle Seal had limited energy. If the battle wasn't concluded quickly, once the chosen state wore off, relying solely on the Death Messenger's investment would be difficult. The Death Messenger reminded him, remember it's 91%, don't forget. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, don't worry, I remember. Acknowledging the affirmative, the Death Messenger waved his hand, sending a black mist swirling through Qin Chuan's body, instantly filling him with energy. He then countered with a rain of dark erosion, blasting all the remaining statues from the initial batch. The Death Messenger reached into the air and drained all the unconsumed divine energy from the statues. This action infuriated the newly emerged statues, but due to their limited strength, they couldn't attack the Death Messenger, so they could only direct their anger towards Qin Chuan. It was all this stranger's fault. Watching the statues rumble towards them, Qin Chuan was furious. It wasn't him who took the statue's power, so what's the point of taking it out on him? If he really has the guts, go find the Deathbringer. No matter how Qin Chuan muttered inwardly, the statues charged forward with unwavering determination, fists raised high and pounding down hard. Bang! Several deep pits appeared on the ice, cracks extending outward with a resounding sound. Qin Chuan glanced at them from the corner of his eye, forming a plan. He immediately fought and retreated, directing the battle line towards the throne. With the church's second batch of statues joining the battle, Qin Chuan knew that if he dragged it out, something would inevitably happen. The church, rooted in various human nations, had an extremely long history and rich heritage. And he was only a newcomer, having only been in Apocalypse for a few days. If he played his cards close to his chest, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Since his Frost Core was fully charged, he could use his chosen status to launch a burst of attacks, eliminating as many enemies as possible. Then, he would activate the Frost King's seal and move the battlefield onward. The Frost King is sealed here, and there must be various traps within. It's only fitting to have the church statue step on the trap. As soon as Qin Chuan moved, Toynbee immediately shouted, "This stranger wants to reach the throne. Stop him!" The church statue gave him a displeased look. Need I tell you? Having gained a bit of the Deathbringer's power, he's lost his sense of his own strength. If it weren't for the suspicion that the stranger possessed the power of shadow, they would have prioritized his destruction, not letting a hand of the dead escape. The beast cult shaman was also somewhat dissatisfied. An organization without even a deity to worship, if it weren't for their expertise in death sacrifices and their greater understanding of the human world, wouldn't have the right to cooperate with the beast cult. With Qin Chuan as their common enemy, Toynbee would definitely be the first to be eliminated. For Qin Chuan, Toynbee's shouting helped draw attention to him. He decided to keep his life for now, and wait for the throne to be opened before killing him. Toynbee, completely unaware that he had become a target, continued to maneuver around the edges, making sure he wouldn't be targeted. While moving, Qin Chuan sent a message on the guild chat, "Mirror ready." Chapter 526. Jing immediately replied, "Okay, President." After sending the message, Qin Chuan counterattacked with Shadow Prison, controlling and beating up all 12 newly appeared statues. Toynbee's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the large-scale effect of this skill. What was going on? How did it suddenly become so large? Looking again, he saw the black mist of the Deathbringer emanating from the stranger. Toynbee was shocked. "Deathbringer, why is this happening?" The Deathbringer asked curiously. "I'm neutral. That kid offered a valuable sacrifice, so I'm helping him. It's only fair." Toynbee was speechless. Thinking again, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a few more offerings. "I crave even greater power." The Deathbringer accepted the offerings and sent several blasts of black mist towards Toynbee, restoring him to full strength. Toynbee grew bolder, closing the distance, ready to burst into the throne and seize the Ice Lord's sealed power. Elsewhere, with the Shadow Prison ending, the 12 statues reappeared, their bodies covered in cracks. The divine power combined with true damage had inflicted immense suffering on them. Now, they only hoped that this stranger would quickly break the seal beneath the throne. Qin Chuan glanced around, realizing the time was almost right. He immediately withdrew the crystal-clear frost core and said with a smile, "Everyone, look at this." Toynbee immediately shouted, "You have it." The beast god cult shaman cast a questioning look at Toynbee, his voice low. "Don't you mean you don't have the key to the seal?" Toynbee didn't argue, stating truthfully, "Indeed, to enter the Ice Lord's sealed area, one must possess the frost core, and we in the Hand of the Dead haven't found it. But I know that if anyone obtains the frost core, they will surely come here to try to break the seal and gain power." The beast god cult shaman angrily exclaimed, "What if this stranger doesn't show up? Wouldn't tens of thousands of our elite soldiers have died in vain?" Toynbee spread his hands and said calmly, "Risks and opportunities coexist. If they want to gain greater power, they naturally have to take greater risks." The beast god cult shaman's nose was crooked with anger. If there weren't other enemies around, he would have definitely killed Toynbee. Qin Chuan overheard the conversation and laughed. "Beast god cult, you really don't know how to judge people. You could choose anyone else but to cooperate with the Hand of the Dead. They've been beaten into pieces. What future do they have left?" Toynbee angrily retorted, "Shut up. Once our leader completes his plan, you ants will die." Qin Chuan recalled. What was the Hand of the Dead's trump card? It's been so long that I can't quite recall it. After all, this was the first version of the villain organization. Apocalypse had gone through 10 years of development in the previous life, and the Hand of the Dead had long been relegated to the back of my mind. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan vaguely recalled something and casually asked, "Is the leader of your Hand of the Dead looking for a necromancy artifact?" Toynbee's expression froze, and he instinctively blurted out, "How do you know?" As soon as he said that, Toynbee knew something was wrong. He'd been tricked. Sure enough, both the beast god shaman and the church statue looked over, their expressions a bit stunned. "Goodness, you Hand of the Dead have quietly pulled off something big. If you actually find a necromancy artifact, that's going to be a real mess." The beast god shaman and the church statue simultaneously decided that once this matter was over, they would intensify their crackdown on the Hand of the Dead and ensure they were consigned to the dust of history. Toynbee stared at Qin Chuan with a gaze filled with boundless hatred. He knew that unless he could obtain the sealed power of the Ice Lord, even if he escaped alive, he would reveal the secret and be killed by the enraged leader. "You forced me to do this," Toynbee thought bitterly, his mind reaching a decision. Chapter 527. Despite his inner rage, Toynbee remained calm, stepping aside and awaiting his opportunity. Under the gaze of numerous powerful beings, Qin Chuan approached the throne and threw the frost core directly towards it. Bang! The energy within the frost core exploded, shattering the throne into countless fragments, revealing the skeleton of a frost giant beneath it. As the throne crumbled, cold air poured in, rapidly weathering the skeleton. The dust fell in a specific pattern onto the ice, forming an extremely complex magic circle. Rumble. The ground began to tremble, and cold air surged from the ground, making the already cold environment even colder. A suppressed, ancient voice drifted beneath the ice. "Freedom. I smell freedom. Ragnaros, your time of death has come." Clearly, the Ice Lord's original power, sealed here, possessed a degree of consciousness, at least aware of the passage of time and the identity of its greatest enemy. Accompanied by a roar, the ice layer further collapsed, and a massive crater, hundreds of meters in diameter, appeared in the area, its leading nowhere unknown. Before Qin Chuan could act, the church's statue had already rushed over, its massive body taking a leap of faith at the edge of the crater, then falling into the pit and remaining motionless. The beast god cult shaman and Toynbee were about to jump, but when they saw Qin Chuan standing at the entrance, lingering and waiting, they immediately stopped. Something strange. Just as they were thinking this, a loud noise came from the bottom of the crater, and a pillar of fire shot up into the sky, dispelling much of the icy aura. With the pillar of fire, the shattered statue also rose. Seeing the shattered statue, Toynbee and the beast god cult shaman broke out in a cold sweat. My goodness! Even the statues, equally blessed by divine power, were shattered. They wouldn't have fared much better. What the hell is that thing down there? Why such a powerful explosion? An idea struck Toynbee, and he shouted to the beast cult shaman, "It's Ragnaros, the Fire Lord. He must have set that fire trap." It said that the Ice Lord was sealed because he was defeated by Ragnaros. The beast cult shaman nodded. My tribe has similar rumors, saying that the Fire Lord defeated and disintegrated the Ice Lord, sealing him away. If he was the one who set the seal, he couldn't have had a backup plan. Those foolish statues fell victim to it. At the entrance of the pit, Qin Chuan looked at the scattered statues and shook his head helplessly. Why don't you understand that haste can't get you hot tofu? As the pillar of fire in the pit weakened, Qin Chuan leaped. Toynbee and the beast cult shaman followed closely behind. After descending to a certain altitude, Qin Chuan sent a message, teleport. Then, Jixing, Yingluo, and the others appeared at the pit mouth and plummeted downward. Qin Chuan controlled his shadow to fly over, opening a shadow curtain to obscure everyone's figures. This also made Toynbee lose his target, forcing him to abandon his attack and focus on the situation below, lest he too be carried away by the pillar of fire. Just as Qin Chuan, Toynbee, and the beast god shaman were falling rapidly, another figure appeared at the pit mouth, enveloping them in a chill, bouncing back and forth along the pit wall at a rapid speed. Boom! Qin Chuan landed, stirring up a cloud of ice shards and moving rapidly. As he moved away, Toynbee and the beast god shaman attacked. Qin Chuan shouted with a hint of dissatisfaction, I brought you down here out of kindness, and this is how you repay me. Toynbee had no intention of acknowledging the favor and directly exposed Qin Chuan's true intentions. You brought us down here just to use us as bait for a trap. I tell you, dream on. The beast god cult shaman also spoke in a deep voice. Cunning stranger, how long can that power that doesn't belong to you last? When it disappears, you die. Qin Chuan, lurking in the shadows, praised, I didn't realize you were quite clever. Chapter 528. As he spoke, Qin Chuan glanced toward the pit wall, then quickly retracted his gaze. He said calmly, if you think so, then wait. I go ahead. The shadowy aura began to shift, and Toynbee grew anxious. No one could be sure how many traps there were here. What if, like the one just now, the path was clear for the rest of the way? If they remained silent, wouldn't they be watching the Ice Lord's power be taken away by the strangers? The beast god shaman was also hesitant. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be just one trap. But he didn't dare gamble. What if the Fire Demon King was confident he could kill the invaders in one blow, or for some other reason, had only set one trap? That would be the end of them. Toynbee and the beast god shaman exchanged a glance, and quickly reached a consensus. Chase, we couldn't let that stranger succeed. Man and beast advanced rapidly. After walking about 100 meters, dozens of flaming arrows flew from the passage. However, the arrows contained no divine damage. There was no need to dodge them, just take them head-on. Among these arrows, a seemingly insignificant divine arrow pierced Toynbee's thigh, burning the wound with intense heat and preventing it from healing. Fools, this is just a small warning. Leave here or die. Ragnaros's voice drifted through the passage, a playful, cat-and-mouse taunt. Toynbee used the black mist to try to heal his wound, but found the flames were like a plaster, impossible to shake off. Not only that, the flames fed on flesh and blood, further enlarging the wound. The power contained within made Toynbee break out in a cold sweat. It was a pain that pierced his soul, a pain that even protected by the Deathbringer's power, Toynbee couldn't endure. The beast god cult shaman, sensing something, said solemnly, this is the Fire Demon King's fundamental power. Once it's touched, it's difficult to dispel. If that power wasn't so limited just now, you'd probably be dead. Toynbee suppressed the spread of his wound and said in a relaxed tone, no matter how powerful the attack is, just don't get hit. The man and the beast conversed, their eyes darting around, trying to locate Qin Chuan. However, the underground passage was dimly lit and filled with a special energy that weakened their perception. Suddenly, several flying knives flew out from the shadows, causing Toynbee and the beast god cult shaman to groan in pain. In the distance, Qin Chuan's true form chatted with Ji Xing and the others in the shadows. After entering the underground passage, he had switched positions with the shadow. He had controlled the shadow to launch the attack. However, Toynbee's attack also made Qin Chuan realize that Ragnaros had many more traps. This quest, even if Toynbee and the beast cult shaman were eliminated, would not be easy. But as the old saying goes, once we come this far, we must not give up halfway. Besides, the power of the Ice Lord is secondary. The key lies in the deeper shadow power, which is Qin Chuan's goal. Ji Xing looked at Toynbee and the beast cult shaman and said, President, those two guys haven't moved. It seems they want to wait for you to explore the way. Yingluo said with some concern, President, the orc just now said that your state has a time limit. Do you need us to help you lead them away? Qin Chuan waved his hand, no need. Turning to Song Ling, he said, did the ice elemental spirit give you any information, like a secret passage? Song Ling replied, not yet. I have it right here. Following Song Ling's finger, they came upon a wall of ice. Qin Chuan immediately said, "I finish it off." Since the ice elemental spirit had provided guidance, there was no need to keep Toynbei and the beast god shaman around. They wouldn't honestly explore the path anyway, so they might as well be eliminated. Shadow prison kill, Toynbei was instantly enveloped, and the beast god shaman retreated without hesitation. He had no intention of rescuing him. But that didn't mean he was safe. Qin Chuan's shadow also unleashed a shadow prison kill. Then it was time to unleash all his skills. After the shadow prisoner was over, the death messenger arrived leisurely, collecting the 2 shattered balls of divine power. He then condensed a small portion into a crystal and tossed it over, his tone tinged with approval. "Happy cooperation." Qin Chuan also smiled. "Happy cooperation." Then he changed the subject. "Look at how much you earned this time. How about doing me a favor?" The death messenger pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "No problem." Qin Chuan pointed to the distant pit wall and said with a smile, "Send those guys over there to the resurrection point." As soon as he finished speaking, a protest was heard from afar. "President of the Night Wanderer Guild, can you give me a chance?" Chapter 529. Raksha Quangxue left the pit wall and leaped onto flat ground, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. But he was secretly grumbling. It seemed the new faction he joined wasn't very effective. After being sent to the resurrection point by Qin Chuan, Raksha Quangxue, after a brief outburst with the other unfortunates, had been planning to go home and take a nap, but his mission was changed. The so-called Lord of the Frost Hell gave him an invisibility potion and told him to return to the throne area and wait for his chance. Raksha Quangxue believed it. He smoothly descended to the passage beneath the throne, hoping to reap the benefits, but before he could even make a move, his hiding spot was discovered. Raksha Quangxue surrendered on the spot. Just kidding. If the Night Wanderer could send him away once, he could do it twice or 3 times. He had some acquaintance with the Night Wanderer, but it wasn't much. If he really didn't appreciate the favor, he'd be instantly killed. But then again, how had he been discovered? I can't figure it out, I really can't. I can only say he's worthy of being called the Night Wanderer, easily able to accomplish things other players can't. Raksha Quangxue decided to make a final effort, lowering his stance and tentatively asking, "President Night Wanderer, if I spend a little money, say 6 or 7 figures, could you let me take on a quest?" Qin Chuan smiled and asked, "Do you think I'm short of money?" Raksha Quangxue nodded, "I understand." As he spoke, he quickly unloaded his equipment and closed his eyes. "Let's do it." Seeing Raksha Quangxue's tactful approach, Qin Chuan didn't let the death messenger take action. Instead, he sent Raksha Quangxue to the resurrection point with a flying knife. The death messenger was also relieved, but still warned, there was a chilling aura about the guy just now. It seems an old friend can't hold back anymore. Qin Chuan asked, "Ice hell?" The death messenger didn't answer, but instead changed the subject, saying, "It's almost time. I should be leaving. By the way, next time there's something like this 91% chance, remember to call me." With a whisper, the black mist began to dissipate. At this point, Qin Chuan's God-chosen status also ended. For the rest of his exploration, he would have to rely on his own strength. But this was expected, so Qin Chuan didn't dwell on it too much. After all, external forces can be temporarily relied upon to dispel wolves and devour tigers, but true strength lies in self-improvement. Qin Chuan took out the crystal the death messenger had just given him. Divine Crystal Fragment, semi-artifact upon use, converts 3% of damage dealt into divine damage. 3%, that's quite impressive. However, this also shows that the enemies this time, whether the church idol, Toynbei, or the beast god shaman, didn't actually possess much divine power. When Qin Chuan collaborated with the Deathbringer to eliminate Stinger, he had only achieved 1% of his remaining power through divinity transformation, with 1/10 of his remaining power. This time, after slaying nearly 20 statues, as well as Toynbei and the beast cult shaman, he only managed to achieve 3% of his power through 1/10. It seems that Apocalypse's suppression of the gods is still very powerful, making it difficult for them to deploy too much power. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at Ji Xing and the others and said, "Let's complete our exploration here as soon as possible before new enemies appear." Qin Chuan knew that 1/3 of the Ice Lord's essence was sealed in the Arctic ice sheet, but that power was not his. So, he had little understanding of the structure of the catacombs beneath the throne and the dangers they faced. Song Ling volunteered, "President, I lead the way. The ice elemental spirit has provided guidance." Qin Chuan nodded. Led by Song Ling, the group headed straight for the ice. The expected wall didn't hit. The solid ice surface felt like a curtain of water, easily traversing it. Ji Xing suddenly thought, isn't this thing called Platform 9 3/4? Chapter 530. Qin Chuan objected. Strictly speaking, this is more like a sleight of hand. Yi Yingluo asked curiously, President, I heard from the Hand of the Dead and the Beast God cult that this place is a seal set by the Flame Demon King. Will we encounter a boss? Su Chongqing, with a look of confidence, patted his chest and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. With the President and me here, we're guaranteed to win. Di Jiaolingyu agreed. With the buffs from Su Chongqing and Yi Yingluo, the President's damage output will increase by at least 40% to 50%. It's just a boss, we can take it down. Jing said with some regret, I was thinking of helping Sister Songling with the quest this time, but I didn't expect to end up relying on the President's help. Qin Chuan smiled and said seriously, you did a great job this time. To be honest, I was initially skeptical about whether you could reach the Arctic ice field. There was some skepticism in the Heartland, but you successfully reached it, and without much outside help. That alone is something to be proud of. Hearing this, Jing couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling as she asked, President, is that true? Qin Chuan said firmly, in my professional opinion, you are the best in all of Tianqi. Ji Xing, who had always been so carefree, felt a little embarrassed by what he said. He said modestly, President, you're too kind. We still have a lot to learn. Qin Chuan nodded, took out a blueprint, and handed it over. This is something I just found. I was thinking of giving it to you later. Since you're so eager to learn as the President, I will do my best to help you. Ji Xing's expression froze, his lips trembling for a moment. Finally, he said weakly, President, thank you so much. Qin Chuan quickly waved his hands, indicating he wasn't taking credit for anything. Yi Yingluo laughed and said bluntly, Sister Ji, you met the President's natural enemy. He'd be eaten alive, and won't last more than 3 rounds. Ji Xing sighed to the sky, a look of someone who saw through the fickleness of the world. The city's tactics are complex, and I'm a little uncomfortable with them. Di Jiaolingyu chuckled beside him, President, you're so eloquent, you must be very popular with the girls. This question pricked everyone's ears. Song Ling, leading the way, slowed down. It was a rare opportunity to hear the President's gossip, I couldn't miss it. Qin Chuan rubbed his chin with his fingers, pondered for a moment, and said, what constitutes popularity? We need to look at this from a debate perspective. I have the following points to discuss. Stop! Jing quickly interrupted. President, I'm absolutely certain you're single. That's not necessarily true, Yi Yingluo said with a hint of resentment. President, you never tell the truth. Humph, men are truly deceitful. Su Chongqing, feeling like he was being targeted, protested, Brother Yi, I'm an honest man. I don't lie. Di Jiaolingyu patted Su Chongqing's shoulder and said seriously, children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Ji Xing agreed. Chongqing, you just turned 18. You're still young. These things are too early for you. Go play. Devastated, Su Chongqing squatted in a corner, drawing circles. In the end, Ji Xing and the others failed to get a hold of Qin Chuan's secrets. Qin Chuan fended off all the tricky questions from various angles. Jing angrily said, President, you're such a defensive warrior, why don't you play a defensive warrior? Qin Chuan thought to himself, I'm a professional defensive warrior by trade. Even though I play an assassin now, my defensive instincts are still there. Trying to trick him with a simple verbal trap is impossible. Di Jiaolingyu couldn't help but sigh. Talking to the President feels like talking to a seasoned business veteran. Even discussing projects isn't this tiring. Yi Yingluo said sourly, the President's sweet talk must have fooled a lot of women. Qin Chuan quickly proved his innocence, not at all. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in the hallway. The atmosphere was awkward. Su Chongqing hesitated for a moment, finally unable to hold back. President, I heard that scumbags thunder when they swear. Chapter 531. Qin Chuan's nose was crooked with anger. He angrily shouted, go play somewhere else. Su Chongqing muttered, you're guilty, President, you're guilty. Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo immediately cast a judgmental gaze at him. Di Jiaolingyu and Jing also glared at him, causing Qin Chuan to break out in a cold sweat. On second thought, he had nothing to feel guilty about, having walked upright. He straightened his back and looked toward the passage ahead. Song Ling, where do we go next? Song Ling checked the game information and said, according to the ice elemental spirit, there's a dangerous area ahead. Only if we can get through safely can we continue exploring. Qin Chuan nodded. Everyone, work hard and get this over with. Ji Xing muttered, President, you're trying to change the subject. Yi Yingluo stepped forward to speak for him. The most urgent thing is to help Song Ling complete the mission. As for the president's matter, we can discuss it later when we get back. Qin Chuan pondered this, and felt that there was something fishy about this statement. Is he giving him a suspended sentence? At this moment, Song Ling quickly said, there are enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of ice elementals, composed of solid ice, burst out from the passage in the distance. Their surface was marked with dark red lines, exuding a violent and savage aura. Qin Chuan glanced around. The insane ice elementals were all level 60. For him, it was nothing. He could easily dispatch them. But for Ji Xing and his group, dispatching these small monsters was no easy task. Normal, quests related to the Ice Lord were only accessible after players had completed at least 3 class advancements. However, due to the previous divine incident, Apocalypse's suppression of powerful beings was temporarily relaxed, allowing many ancient beings to seize the opportunity to deploy their forces, including the sealed Ice Lord. Furthermore, Qin Chuan's appearance had activated the Shadow Power, and the Ice Lord's original power within it immediately sensed this, perhaps realizing this was the perfect opportunity to escape. Through the Ice Elemental Spirit, they quickly issued a mission to Song Ling, who possessed a top-tier ice attribute talent. The changes in the Arctic ice field naturally could not be hidden from the gods, who also took action, ordering the church to deploy statues in an attempt to seize a share of the spoils. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan swung his flying knife, dispatching all the attacking ice elementals. He then quickly said, everyone be on guard. The road ahead may be difficult. More ice elementals surged in from the other end of the passage. At the same time, the surrounding ice wall began to shatter, revealing a hidden passageway, where ice elementals also appeared. The dark red lines on their bodies were clearly not natural. It was undoubtedly the work of Ragnaros, the Fire Lord. Ragnaros couldn't deploy fire elementals in the frigid zone, but he could easily use his own power to destroy the ice elementals' minds, forcing them to attack outsiders. The ice elementals, born from the Ice Lord's dissipated energy, have become accomplices of the Fire Lord. It's a sad thought. Even more saddening is that the Fire Lord likely sealed the Ice Lord here as part of a scheme to conceal the existence of shadow power. This also means that Qin Chuan's pursuit of shadow power here will be even more difficult. Interesting. Qin Chuan was excited, alternating between himself and his shadow, dispatching all the attacking ice elementals. Ji Xing said helplessly, it's like this again. When I knew the president was here, I knew I wouldn't have a chance to escape this time. Ying Luo also smiled bitterly, who says it's not true. I was ready to fight hard before coming here, but now that we're here, it's actually easy. Di Jiaolingyu summarized, this journey through the Arctic ice fields was the most difficult at the beginning, when we crossed the ice fields. It got easier as we went along. Su Changqing continuously buffed Qin Chuan, excitedly saying, the president and I are killing like crazy. This is the power of our bond. Chapter 532. Jing held his forehead with his hand, too exhausted to complain. I never thought Su Changqing, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, could be as childish as his older brother. Qin Chuan was clearing away the ice element while remaining on guard. When Toynbei and the beast god shaman entered earlier, they had been injured by flaming arrows. Divine attacks are beyond the capabilities of current players. A single hit will kill them instantly. The good news is that there are no special conditions here, and there will be no forced account deletion. This is actually easy to understand. During this period when Apocalypse has not yet fully located the blue planet and cannot descend, it would be difficult for Apocalypse to forcefully delete an account. The attack will come from overhead. The warning of the darkness of destiny appeared, and Qin Chuan immediately retreated. Boom, a flash of red light pierced the ground, the high temperature scorching the ice, sending white steam billowing. Ying Luo was startled and hurriedly asked, President, are you alright? Qin Chuan emerged from the steam and casually said, I'm fine. Qin Chuan looked at Su Changqing and instructed, give Song Ling a life source. With just one more person, we can make the transition seamless. Su Changqing immediately said, yes, President, rest assured. I will definitely not let Sister Song Ling die before me. Qin Chuan was speechless. You're truly a talented kid. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death for saying that? Song Ling, however, remained calm and smiled. With Su Changqing's words, I feel much more at ease. Su Changqing smiled innocently and said cheerfully, President, Sister Song Ling said I'm a good person. Qin Chuan covered his eyes with his hands. Di Jiaolingyu chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Su, little brother, listen to me. From now on, shut up and buff. Don't talk anymore, okay? I'm afraid your sister Song Ling will beat you to death later. Su Changqing asked, puzzled, why is that? Ji Xing said earnestly. Just listen to your sister D. Su Chongqing nodded naively. Sister Ji, there must be a reason for that. I'd be a ruthless buck machine from now on. Qin Chuan, watching the others chat, was also quite moved. At this moment, Su Chongqing was still a student who had just turned 18. He hadn't experienced the harshness of society, or the separations and deaths that followed the apocalypse, appearing remarkably innocent. The others were similarly cheerful and lively, a stark contrast to the bitter and resentful expressions of their previous lives. Guided by the darkness of destiny, Qin Chuan easily dodged several fatal attacks. The frenzied ice element in the passage also began to diminish. This meant that the danger in this section of the passage had been temporarily resolved. But that doesn't mean the entire operation is safe. Ragnaros's trap remains, quietly waiting for them to fall into it. Ji Xing asked, somewhat puzzled, President, the Ice Lord sealed here is probably on the same level as the Fire Lord. How was it defeated? Ying Luo was also somewhat curious. Do bosses attack each other? What are they trying to achieve? Qin Chuan casually said, Apocalypse has a very high degree of freedom, and bosses have different stances. Some are allies, and some are enemies. Often, when high-level bosses are unable to take action, they will issue quests to players. Su Chongqing pondered, according to what the president said, can a paladin like me receive the same quests as Sister Songling? Given my class, is it something like rescuing the Lord of Light or the God of Light? Qin Chuan nodded. Yes, but when and where to receive it is up to you to figure it out. Dejialing Yu added, Brother Su, you probably have to go to the church to receive your quest. But then again, there doesn't seem to be a church of the God of Light in any of the 12 main cities. Ying Luo, you're a Knight of Divine Light, so you're probably a similar type to Brother Su. Do you have any ideas? Ying Luo said uncertainly, my previous quests were assigned by my class mentor, and some were automatically issued. I'm afraid I can't offer much advice. Chapter 533. Ji Xing sighed and said, your profession attributes are very clear, and the direction of the missions can be predicted. But I, the mechanic, am a bit more difficult. I never received a mission as difficult as Songling's, and I haven't heard of any mechanical sects or mechanical gods in Apocalypse. Qin Chuan immediately encouraged Ji Xing, the mechanic profession is absolutely a good one. As long as you persevere in refining the blueprints, you will definitely gain new insights. Ji Xing was touched, but quickly realized his mistake, and looked like he was regretting his decision. With a sullen expression, he wiped his eyes, and said, accepting the destroyer blueprints from the president led me further down the illegal path. I don't know if it was a loss or a gain. Qin Chuan said firmly, it's definitely a gain. Just think about it, you're the only one in the server with a destroyer now. How impressive. Ying Luo assisted, Sister Ji, you're quite famous now. Everyone knows that the Summit Guild not only has the president, the strongest assassin, but also you, the strongest mechanic. Ji Xing's eyes lit up, and she looked like she needed more praise. Jing's comments made Ji Xing so happy that her tail was almost up in the air. She modestly admitted that she still had a lot to learn. Seeing Qin Chuan about to pull out another blueprint, Ji Xing quickly added, when I say study, I don't include blueprints for now. President, please have some conscience. I still have a pile of blueprints waiting to be worked on. Qin Chuan rubbed his nose, feeling that Ji Xing's labor shouldn't be exploited too much. He nodded and said, you're right. Ji Xing let out a long sigh and changed the subject. Sister Songling, where are you going next? The Ice Lord asked you to rescue him, so there must be a specific location. Songling glanced at the message and pointed to the fork in the road ahead on the left. A few hundred meters ahead, there's a passage guarded by a boss. Qin Chuan immediately rubbed his hands in anticipation. A boss? That's a true professional match. Looking at the boss formed of icy mist ahead, Qin Chuan charged forward with a single shadow-flying knife, ending the fight instantly. Ji Xing said helplessly, I haven't even seen the boss's attributes yet. Songling's first boss fight with Qin Chuan was truly eye-opening. A level 65, gold-tier boss, instantly destroyed like that? For her, soloing a boss of the same level wouldn't be difficult, but instantly killing it would be impossible. Seeing Songling's shocked expression, Ying Luo smiled and said, you get used to it. Jing grumbled, that said, every time I see the guild leader instantly defeat a boss, I feel a little uncomfortable. As he spoke, Qin Chuan had already returned from looting, gaining 260 attribute points, all of which he added to his agility. As for the gold-level equipment that had dropped, he dropped it all into the guild warehouse. However, at level 65, by the time the rest of the guild could equip it, there would likely be better options. For ordinary players, gold-level equipment is already beyond their reach, But for the members of a top-tier guild, it's a bit underwhelming. Forget epic or legendary gear, but at least dark gold gear is needed. After dealing with the boss, everyone headed straight for the passage behind it. Before entering the passage, Qin Chuan said, "Don't go in yet. I go explore the way." Just after taking 2 steps, the darkness of destiny sounded a warning. High energy ahead. Whoosh! A gushing flame swept in from the other end of the tunnel, completely blocking it in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan, naturally prepared, swapped places with Shadow and stood in a corner with Ji Xing and the others, waiting for the flames in the tunnel to die down. Under the scorching flames, the ice melted, forming a large amount of water vapor. This vapor quickly condensed at the low temperature, forming ice elemental guards that rushed forward with a glowing red light. A single blast of dark erosion rain instantly cleared the area. Qin Chuan swapped places with Shadow again, returned to the tunnel, and walked all the way to the other end. Once he was sure there was no danger, he allowed Ji Xing, Song Ling, and the others to follow. Chapter 534. When they reunited, Jing enviously said, "President, your displacement abilities are incredible. Even with teleport and flash, I can't match yours." After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan said, "This is a new passive ability gained by combining my main and secondary classes. If you activate a secondary class, you also gain new abilities. The focus of these abilities will vary depending on your secondary class." Ji Xing and the others were familiar with secondary classes. After all, many NPCs possess 2 classes. However, this was the first time they had seen a player activate a secondary class. And it was also the first time they knew that a primary and secondary class could interact, granting new skills. Well, what can I say? As expected of the guild leader, he's quietly come up with another new trick. Dijialing Yu pondered for a moment, then said in shock, "President, I remember that if you activate a secondary class, the experience gained from killing monsters is split evenly between both classes, effectively doubling the leveling difficulty." Excuse me, what's the current level of your secondary class? Players' primary classes are listed on the level leaderboard, with Night Wanderer at level 65 at the top, clearly visible, but secondary classes aren't on it. Qin Chuan casually said, "The secondary class is level 60. A pause fell. Ji Xing sighed, "I'm exhausted from training my single class, and yet the president's secondary class is level 62. I'm exhausted." Ying Luo and Jing were also quite shocked. Song Ling said softly, "You at least completed the second advancement. I'm only level 26 now. If you're feeling exhausted, I'm the one who should be." Now that the topic of secondary classes had come up, Ji Xing asked, "President, what kind of secondary class do you think would be best for a mechanic like me?" Ying Luo and the others also looked over, their expressions eager to learn. They wanted to know too. Although starting a secondary class would make leveling more difficult, gaining new skills was definitely a win-win. Most importantly, as their guild leader's performance showed, a secondary class is essential for becoming a top player. Qin Chuan said, "You can't just choose a secondary class. I don't know what secondary class you can get, Ji Xing, but I can give you some suggestions that may be useful in the future." After a moment's pause, Qin Chuan continued, "Your mechanic class relies on various mechanical creations for combat, and your own defenses are relatively weak. Your subsequent secondary classes can focus on strengthening your survival abilities." Qin Chuan then looked at Ying Luo and the others and added, "Actually, the same applies to you. DPS classes should prioritize survival, while defense classes should focus on increasing their damage output. Achieving both offense and defense is ideal." Ying Luo agreed, saying, "Indeed, my divine light. The Knight class has strong defense and some self-healing, but its lack of damage is its biggest drawback. To become a top-tier player like the Guild Master, this needs to be addressed." Dijialing Yu asked, "Guild Master, my class is a tank, and my damage output is decent. What should I choose as my secondary class?" Qin Chuan replied, "Damage, defense, support, and control. Generally, secondary classes supplement and strengthen these 4 areas. There are many options, but the most important thing is to find the one that suits your personality and fighting style. It's crucial to be able to play well, otherwise it might become a burden." The others pondered, gaining a deeper understanding of the secondary class choice. At this point, Su Changqing raised a crucial question. "So where can one find a secondary class?" This statement immediately caused Ji Xing and the others to look at each other in bewilderment. Yes, where could they find a secondary class? They immediately turned their gaze to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan spread his hands, "Defeat bosses frequently. There's a small chance of a subclass transfer certificate dropping. Complete the quests, and you unlock your subclass. After a pause, Qin Chuan added, the higher the level of the boss, the greater the chance of a transfer certificate dropping. If you defeat dozens of epic bosses, you definitely get one. Chapter 535. Jixing rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Guild leader, let's not even mention how few epic bosses there are. Even if we found one, it's still a question whether we could defeat it. Qin Chuan smiled and said, don't underestimate yourselves. You're low level now, so it's difficult to defeat them. Once you level up, epic bosses will be a piece of cake. The others pondered and realized that this was indeed the case. If they teamed up now, they could easily defeat dark gold bosses of the same level. Once their equipment and skills improved, taking down epic bosses shouldn't be difficult either. If they really can't defeat it, they can recruit others. If they can't defeat it alone, they can form a small group. If that doesn't work, they can form a group. Although their peak guild wasn't large, they could easily form a half group. With the addition of new members later, it wouldn't be hard to say whether they could at least form a group. As they spoke, they passed through the passage. From their physical sense, they were moving downward, and the increasingly dim light confirmed this. Including the pit they just jumped into, they should be 100 meters underground now. But they weren't even close to reaching the deepest point. Su Changqing couldn't help but wonder, this place can't be 1,000 meters deep, can it? Qin Chuan casually remarked, whether it's the Flame Demon King or the Ice Lord, their true forms are both beyond legendary. Perhaps this place is even deeper than 1,000 meters. Su Changqing smacked his lips in amazement, exclaiming, this is still a game. In real life, there's no chance to explore such a deep pit. Qin Chuan smiled noncommittally. There will be another chance later. After venturing several hundred meters deeper, dispatching numerous ice elementals blocking their path, and avoiding countless traps set by the Flame Demon King, the group arrived at a vast underground cavern. The cavern was enormous, dwarfing the few people standing inside. A rough estimate suggested a gymnasium could easily fit inside. Su Changqing quipped, it's such a large space. Could those ice elementals be playing football here? Qin Chuan pointed to the coffin at the center of the cavern, constructed from a massive layer of solid ice. Looks like we reached the tomb of the Frost Giants, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin in the distance erupted with a resounding crash. A massive slab of ice, over 10 meters long and wide, flew high into the air. A decayed figure rose from the coffin, its crimson eyes fixed on Qin Chuan and the others. The resurrection of the Frost Giant King, epic level 75. HP 110 000 000/110 000 000. Attack 250,000. Defense 200,000. Skills: Permafrost, Ice Chains, Ice Storm, Icy Blood, Solid Ice Shell, Cryogenics. Description: the ancient king of the Frost Giants, whose corpse, dormant beneath the ice, has been revived by an unknown force. Looking at the boss before him, Song Ling couldn't help but grumble, you assigned me this mission to rescue the Ice Lord. Are you overestimating me? Do I think I can defeat this thing? I'm afraid I can't even break through its defenses. Jixing reflected, I was careless. If the president hadn't been here this time, we wouldn't have been able to help Song Ling complete the mission. Ying Luo also reflected, I'm also responsible. I overestimated my abilities. Stop. Just as Jing was about to take the blame, Qin Chuan quickly called a halt. With a wave of his hand, a flurry of skills carried the boss away. The awakened Frost Giant King didn't even have time to get mad before he was sent back to sleep. Qin Chuan continued, this quest was clearly given too early. It's probably because I went exploring the Arctic ice fields that Song Ling received it early. Normally, you should wait until you're level 60 or 70 before coming here, so don't blame yourself or feel discouraged. On the other hand, if you all completed 3 class advancements, wouldn't this quest be too stressful? Dijialing Yu echoed, the president is right. Don't overthink it. Sister Song Ling, no matter where we go next, the most important thing is to complete the quest. Song Ling pointed to the ice beneath her feet and said, the ice elemental spirit told me that the final destination is right under our feet. Chapter 536. Su Changqing took off his weapon and slammed it against the ground a few times, his hand shaking. This ice is at least several meters thick. How are we going to get down? Jixing smiled, I just used the destroyer to blast it through. Qin Chuan nodded. Good idea, that's settled. I go see what's dropped. After all, it's an epic boss, so the rewards must be good. Jing said with some anticipation, it would be great if I could find a class change certificate. Qin Chuan stepped forward, took a quick look, a hint of surprise crossing his lips. Is it really that accurate? The loot dropped by an epic boss is extremely valuable. The 5 items I got, plus the 3 items Maya Kong found, plus the attribute points, it's a real steal. But what really surprised Qin Chuan was one of the items. Ice Guardian Class Transfer Certificate. Legendary item. Use this to unlock the Ice Guardian Class Transfer quest. Completing the quest grants you the secondary class, Ice Guardian, with a +5 bonus to all stats and an additional +5 bonus to Constitution. A real class transfer certificate. The key is that this item wasn't found by a sly hand, it was dropped by the boss itself. Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of the Ohuang Mirror, just asking for something is a bit outrageous. As for the Ice Guardian, Qin Chuan knew a little bit about it. It's a class that focuses on defense and control. It uses ice energy to enhance its equipment, gaining higher defense. Combined with the ice-based slowing and control effects, it can stick to enemies and fight. Showing the Ice Guardian Class Transfer Certificate to Ji Xing and the others, Qin Chuan said, "Who wants this?" He has a Trickster subclass, which he definitely won't need. There's no need to sell it. He's not short of money. It might as well be used to upgrade guild members. Ji Xing pondered for a moment and said, "I just been thinking about getting a fire-based subclass to further increase my damage output. I can later become a defensive robot, and with other class skills, my survival ability is still pretty good. I might as well continue to increase my damage." Qin Chuan nodded. His suggestions were just for reference. He wouldn't interfere too much with how others developed. Ying Luo took over the conversation. "I have similar ideas to Sister Ji. I'm also looking to increase my damage output. Besides, my current class attributes aren't very compatible with the Ice Guardian." Su Chongqing, on the other hand, was determined to be a professional nani, giving his guild leader stats, and then killing people. Also, like Ying Luo, he wanted a subclass with more holy attributes. 3 people in a row declined. Qin Chuan muttered, "This thing should be very popular. Why does it feel like it's gone?" Jing said, "President, let's be frank. As top members, we need a subclass, but we won't just pick it randomly. We must find the one that suits us best, so that we can help you in the future." Qin Chuan said with some approval. "Jing, you have this insight. I'm very pleased." Jing smiled and said, "Any rewards?" Qin Chuan waved his hand confidently. "Whatever subclass you want, I find one for you later." "Thank you, President." Jing beamed, tilting his head in thought for a moment. "I'm thinking of an explorer subclass. Paired with my teleport skill, it would be fun." Qin Chuan pondered and found this idea to be quite good. As a space mage, Jing could teleport and warp. With the explorer subclass, he could go anywhere he wanted. Furthermore, many ruins in Apocalypse are buried deep underground, making exploration easier with the explorer class. With luck, you can obtain powerful equipment and skills, such as various lost artifacts. Qin Chuan immediately said, "That's a great idea. I keep an eye on it later." Then he looked at Di Jiaolingyu and Song Ling. "Now it's up to you two. What do you say? If you two don't want it, then ask the rest of the guild." Chapter 537. Song Ling said, "Ice Guardian does match my main class's attributes, but its positioning is a bit awkward. If I were an Ice Melee class, adding Ice Guardian would supplement my defense and control capabilities, but since I'm a ranged magic class, it's a bit inconsistent. Melee and ranged combat strategies differ, and forcing them together will only backfire." Song Ling's choice was quite wise. Qin Chuan looked at Di Jiaolingyu. Di Jiaolingyu said calmly, "President, give me this class transfer certificate." "Okay." Qin Chuan nodded and handed it to Di Jiaolingyu without further questioning. Di Jiaolingyu took the class transfer certificate and put it away, then volunteered, "Sister Jing and Sister Songling, once I complete my secondary class quests, I'd be able to better protect you. Both my primary and secondary classes are defensive, so I'd be absolutely impervious." After a pause, Di Jiaolingyu added, "Of course, I'm still a bit behind the guild master. He's the one who truly knows how to defend." Qin Chuan protested, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly know how to defend?" Seeing the old topic was about to resurface, Qin Chuan quickly changed the subject, saying, "This epic boss isn't the final destination." Song Ling just said, "We have to continue. So, Ji Xing, summon the destroyer, and let's finish this quickly." Qin Chuan glanced at the remaining spoils. They were all equipment and materials, which he would deal with later. His main task now was to find where the Ice Lord was sealed. Ji Xing muttered quietly, "You said you couldn't defend yourself." With a wave of his hand, the destroyer's massive form materialized. Ji Xing climbed into the cockpit and controlled the destroyer, sending the others to the shoulder platform. Once everyone was firmly planted, he immediately lowered the gun barrel. Boom! A violent explosion shattered the thick ice beneath his feet. Amidst exclamations, the destroyer plummeted downward. After falling for several hundred meters, a new surface of ice appeared below. Ji Xing immediately activated the destroyer's leg thrusters to slow down, finally landing safely. After landing, Yingluo praised, Sister Ji's piloting skills have improved significantly. We didn't crash this time. Jing, with a lingering fear, said, I was ready to dodge to avoid damage. Su Chongqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and patted his chest, saying, this is much more exciting than jumping off a bungee jump. Ji Xing opened the cockpit canopy and said unhappily, Hey, what do you mean? Am I a terrible pilot? Di Jialing changed the subject, saying, Sister Ji, let's not talk about this for now. Sister Songling, where are you going next? Songling pointed ahead, no need to go. The boss is here. Following Songling's finger, a flame sealed in ice was breaking free, its outer shell rapidly melting. Agitated flame, legendary. Level, 70. Health, 10, 000, 000/10, 000, 000. Attack, 3 million. Defense, 100,000. Skill, Super Self-Destruct. Description, Ragnaros' ultimate trap, possessing terrifying destructive power. This thing is more of a bomb than a boss. Its stats are quite lopsided. Judging by its health and defense alone, it barely qualifies as legendary, barely epic. But with an attack power of 3 million, combined with its sole skill, Super Self-Destruct, the damage it inflicts is unimaginable. Qin Chuan thought to himself, no wonder he hadn't been intercepted along the way. Presumably, Ragnaros knew that if the previous traps, even with the epic Frost Giant King, couldn't stop the invaders, there was no point in setting more traps. He might as well just unleash a massive bomb and destroy everything. The current situation was clear. Once the flame sealed within the ice melts the outer shell, it will explode. Judging from the progress, there are at most 20 seconds left. 20 seconds is not enough for the player to gain the Ice Lord's sealed power. The player has only two choices. Chapter 538. Either give it a try and be blown to the sky, or give up and miss out on the power of the Ice Lord. While that super bomb is undoubtedly powerful, it's clearly not enough to annihilate the Ice Lord's fundamental power. It will likely collapse the ice layer, burying everything. As for the Ice Lord's power, it will escape and regain its freedom. In any case, it has no chance of reaching the players. Ji Xing said with a hint of indignation, is this boss too much to handle? Yingluo quickly said, let's not dwell on that for now. The most urgent thing is to find a way to get this thing out of here, otherwise Songling's mission won't be completed. Jing offered a solution. I open a portal and see if I can get it away. Qin Chuan shook his head. Your strength isn't enough to move this thing. I guess I'm the only one who can. His base strength alone now stands at 77-71. If you include the 4,800 from his equipment, his total strength is close to 13,000. Moving a legendary boss shouldn't be a problem. Qin Chuan asked Jing, can you locate the location 5 kilometers south of the top cave entrance and set the teleport point there? Yes, Jing replied quickly. Without asking why, he began chanting the spell to open the portal. Qin Chuan walked towards the raging flames. He could clearly feel the flames growing more violent as he approached, and the ice shell melting faster. If the initial remaining time was 20 seconds, then after Qin Chuan approached, the remaining time was at most 15 seconds. Thankfully, this was enough time for Jing to open the portal. Qin Chuan embraced the ice shell with both hands, unleashing nearly 13,000 strength points. With an unstoppable momentum, he lifted the ice block. Su Chongqing was stunned, muttering, isn't the guild master an assassin? He should be focusing on agility, so why is his strength so terrifying? Yingluo estimated, a look of shock on her face. The guild master's strength is over 5,000. Is that outrageous? Ji Xing commented, the guild master is at a high level, has excellent equipment, and has significant attribute bonuses. Breaking 5,000 strength shouldn't be a problem for him. As they spoke, Qin Chuan, carrying the ice block, sped through the portal at lightning speed. Ji Xing changed the subject. I feel the president's power might be more than 5,000. That's an ice block containing a legendary boss, and it must be incredibly heavy. And yet, the president can still carry it and run. It's incredible. Soon, Qin Chuan returned from the portal and said quickly, activate defensive skills. The explosion shockwave should reach here. Song Ling raised his hand. and a white mist-filled ice barrier enveloped everyone. Dijiaolingyu also raised a mana shield. Jing deployed a large number of deflecting mirrors around them. Jixing also deployed several defensive robots, forming a circle outside. Su Chongqing activated his group health-boosting skills, ready to strike at any moment. Yingluo's armor shone with a faint golden light, and he held his shield in front of him, his defense soaring. Qin Chuan remained calm, completely unfazed by his shadow's stealth. Boom! A dull explosion echoed through the ice above. Even from a great distance, the tremendous roar swept over, followed by a powerful earthquake wave. Ice blocks overhead fell, scattering large fragments onto the ice surface and hitting the surrounding ice walls like bullets. Song Ling's barrier was shattered in an instant. She immediately replaced it. The others also used various methods to strengthen their defenses. This power will surely belong to our Gongyao Association. Hundreds of players trudged across the ice. They were the players Qin Chuan had previously sent to the resurrection point. After protesting, they regrouped and prepared to continue their mission. However, before they reached the throne area, a figure flashed before them, followed by a block of ice encased in flames. Chapter 539. What the hell is this? That guy just now looked like the Night Wanderer. How did he get here? Oh my god, this is a legendary boss. We're dead. Bang! Don't you realize this is a self-destructing boss? Use your brain. How could the Night Wanderer leave the boss alone and bring it here? He clearly has evil intentions. Quick, retreat. This thing has 3 million attack points. We have to use our heads to block it. Too late. Boom! A mushroom cloud appeared over the ice sheet, flattening an area over 10 miles in radius. Even the Ice Blade Zone, a death zone, was wiped out. A rare sense of peace and warmth descended upon the entire Arctic ice sheet. As for the players of the Glorious Society, they were naturally utterly annihilated. But they were also remarkable. They remained silent in the face of such an explosion, seemingly maintaining their composure. Also carried away by the explosion were the retransmitted church troops and the Beastmen soldiers led by the Beast God cult. After their initial defeat, these forces didn't retreat, but instead regrouped and prepared for a second battle. Just as they were about to reach their destination, a mushroom cloud rose. And then nothing happened. Underground, Ji Xing and the others weathered the collapse caused by the blast shockwave. Looking at the devastated underground pit, they felt a sense of relief at having survived. Qin Chuan emerged from the void, surveyed the surroundings, and spoke slowly. The Fire Demon King's arrangements should conclude here. Next, we face the Ice Lord. Although he's sealed here, he certainly won't sit idly by. Be prepared, we might have to fight another battle. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold, deep voice echoed from the underground cavern. Mortal, I'm surprised you made it this far. Ragnaros's fire power is gone, and I will be free again. In return, I will make you part of the ice. Enjoy this reward, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jixing said angrily, this Ice Lord is truly ungrateful. We came here out of kindness to rescue him, and yet he repays us with hatred. Qin Chuan remained calm, saying casually, you get used to it. These big bosses all have their own personalities. They're not so easy to deal with. After a pause, Qin Chuan's mouth curled. He smiled and said, a dead boss is a good boss. Jixing agreed, impatiently saying, Chairman, let's go kill the Ice Lord. It's already said that, so why save it? Song Ling echoed, everyone has come with me all this way, but I didn't expect this outcome. I agree that we should kill the Ice Lord. Dijiaolingyu commented, if you ask me, it would be better to let Sister Song Ling be the Ice Lord. It sounds so much more powerful and majestic. Ji Xing and the others strongly condemned the Ice Lord's treacherous behavior. Qin Chuan was not surprised. Although the Ice Lord was defeated by the Fire Demon King, his true form was one of the rulers of the elemental realm, commanding countless ice elemental creatures. How could he give up resistance and surrender his power just because he was sealed? Whether it was a player or an apocalypse NPC, gaining the power of the Ice Lord required careful consideration. Qin Chuan surveyed his surroundings and pointed to the distant ice wall, saying, there's a passage there. Song Ling, surprised, said, Guild Leader, the ice elemental spirit didn't give me any clues. Actually, ever since the explosion, I felt something different about the ice elements here. Qin Chuan casually remarked, the Ice Lord can command the ice elements. At your current level, you're definitely no match for him. And how could the ice elemental spirit guide you to the weakened Ice Lord? But it's okay, I can find him. Jixing immediately said, as expected of you, Guild Leader. By the way, how did you find it? I noticed all the ice walls around here look the same. Ying Luo was also somewhat curious. Guild leader, aren't you an assassin? How come you even dabble in ice elements? Chapter 540. Jing wasn't too surprised. After sensing for a moment, he said, behind the ice wall the president pointed to, there seems to be another dimension. I'm a spatial mage, and I can sense a little bit, but it's very faint and easily missed. Besides Jixing and the others, who expressed surprise, even the Ice Lord's voice was a bit strange. Mortals, you don't know what to do even when death is imminent. The great Ice Lord fears no enemy. Su Changqing laughed heartily. President, this Ice Lord is afraid, it's afraid. It seems the direction you mentioned is indeed its hiding place. With that, he rubbed his hands, ready to buff Qin Chuan and slaughter him. Dijialing Yu agreed. Indeed, the more bravado, the closer we are to the truth. It seems that behind that ice wall is the Ice Lord's hiding place. But then again, how should Sister Sungling's mission be calculated? The mission to rescue the Ice Lord seems more like a false trap. Songling was also somewhat undecided, and couldn't help but look at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and said, if the mission objective is worth more than the reward, then why bother completing it? Why not just take the bigger reward? Dijialing Yu was right earlier. It's time for someone else to take on the role of Ice Lord. Songling was stunned, pointing a white finger at herself, surprised. Ah? Me? Qin Chuan nodded. Among us, including the rest of the guild, only you have a talent related to ice. Who else could it be but you? Songling waved her hand and declined. Well, we still have you, guild master. Qin Chuan looked at the ice beneath his feet and smiled. Before I came here, I actually wanted to kill the Ice Lord and take his power, but biting off more than you can chew isn't always a good thing. Besides, compared to my own class attributes, the ice attribute is too obvious, making it easy for them to snatch it away. Songling seemed to understand, but not quite. The president's words were profound, but it was always right to listen to him. Thinking of this, Songling immediately said, all will be as the president directs. The conversation between the several people clearly angered the Ice Lord, who was secretly listening in, and his tone was filled with anger. A mere mortal, you dare covet my power? You're courting death. Ice, obey my command. Kill the invaders. With the Ice Lord's call, the surrounding ice blocks spontaneously shifted and joined together, quickly transforming into a swarm of ice elemental creatures, swarming from all directions. Just as Qin Chuan was about to attack, Su Changqing quickly said, President, let me add a buff first, so I can feel more involved. He added several buffs in quick succession, boosting Qin Chuan's stats even further. He casually threw out his shadowy flying knife, and with the spreading poisonous blood plague, he easily slew all the enemies on his left. He then unleashed a rain of dark erosion on the other side, killing one enemy with each arrow. But more ice elementals were forming. Under the influence of the Ice Lord, they showed no fear at all, and only wanted to destroy Qin Chuan and his group. Qin Chuan made a decisive move. This entanglement is not a solution. Jixing attack. Jixing immediately threw several grenades, blasting a man-high hole in the ice wall Qin Chuan had marked. The group filed in. Jixing deployed a 2,887 self-destruct robot behind him. The violent explosion cleared the surrounding ice elementals, and collapsed the hole in the process. However, this didn't hold them back for long, as the collapsing ice, under the influence of the Ice Lord, began to shift and deform. As they passed the ice wall, they immediately noticed something was amiss. The chill in the air was no longer white, but was now tinged with a hint of black. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. This is the escaping power of shadow. It seems that with the Ice Lord's resurgence, the shadow power deep beneath the earth has begun to activate. The Ice Lord's voice rang out again. Mortal, since you insist on seeking death, I will not be polite. Chapter 541. In front of Qin Chuan and the others, two dark blue ice giants slowly stepped out, each step leaving deep footprints on the ice. Critically, these two ice giants were both legendary, and they weren't just filler with the self-detonating flames from before. These two ice giants were bona fide legendaries, reaching level 80, with health exceeding 500 million, attack and defense stats exceeding 1 million each, and a skill list exceeding a dozen. Their combat power was off the charts. Qin Chuan laughed at that moment. Two legendary bosses? For such a generous gift, he didn't know how to thank the Ice Lord. The Ice Lord's voice was filled with pride. A mortal, to die on my meticulously crafted ice. The Ice Lord couldn't finish his words. Because just now, before the two ice giants could even move, they were enveloped by Shadow Prisoner, and then several skills flew over, brutally assaulting them. By the time the Shadow Prison ended, its health had reached rock bottom, its life, like a candle in the wind, poised to die at any moment. But it hadn't extinguished yet. Before the Ice Lord could breathe a sigh of relief, a shadowy figure leaped from the corner and unleashed another flurry of skills, blasting the two ice giants to pieces. The Ice Lord was stunned. This was a legendary. Even in the elemental realm, legendary elemental creatures weren't something you could just wish for. And just like that, what a joke, as the Ice Lord was stunned, a chill surged through his heart, chilling him to the bone. He sensed the presence of shadow power. This stranger before him actually possessed shadow power? This time, he was probably truly finished. How do you possess shadow power? The Ice Lord's voice drifted, tinged with uncontrollable horror. Sealed here, it was initially despairing, but then it discovered an extremely ancient and powerful force beneath the earth. Taking advantage of its irregular awakenings, the Ice Lord began to study this power, discovering it was the long-lost power of shadow. The Ice Lord immediately realized its opportunity had arrived. If it could master the shadow power here, then even if its own source power was split into three, it could rise again, even more powerful than before. That was shadow power, one of the cornerstones of the world, a level higher than its original ice power. However, the division of the Ice Lord's source power into three was an absolute blow. Coupled with the Fire Demon King seal, it was dormant most of the time, and only the brief moments of awakening allowed it to conduct research, resulting in slow progress. Even so, the Ice Lord still reaped rich rewards, feeling that a bright future was beckoning. Before he could fully understand the situation, the Ice Lord noticed that Apocalypse's restrictions had weakened. Sensing an impending crisis, he quickly seized the opportunity to issue several missions, calling on strangers to rescue him. Originally, he just wanted to be on guard, but he hadn't expected anyone to actually reach its sealed location. That was fine. Just treat it as a pre-dinner treat before awakening. But then, unexpectedly, he discovered someone wielding the power of shadow hidden within. This wasn't fun anymore. Are those gods of light just sitting around doing nothing? Just watching the power of shadow revive. What a bunch of useless people. When I dealt with them years ago, I felt they were useless. I never expected them to be. But the priority now wasn't to complain about the gods of light, but to find a way to overcome the current crisis. Originally, the Ice Lord was confident. After all, the strangers weren't very powerful, and the two ice giants were sure to handle them. But someone possessing the power of shadow within was a different matter. The enemy's true purpose was likely to exploit the shadow power deep beneath the earth. It was merely a side effect. Since they dared to come here, their strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Compared to the Ice Lord's panic, Qin Xuan had fewer thoughts. Chapter 542. The experience points gained from the two legendary ice giants were incredibly generous, allowing him to level up his primary and secondary classes 3 times in a row, reaching levels 68 and 63 respectively. Ji Xing and the others were even more impressive, ascending instantly to levels 40 and above, further solidifying their position on the level leaderboards. Song Ling was only level 30, but as long as she completed the advancement quests and unlocked the level cap, she could easily level up a few more levels. Such a change naturally caught the attention of many players, and the other members of the Peak Guild were also greatly surprised. Xiao, what happened? Why did my adoptive father level up 3 times in a row, and even my sister leveled up 5? It's over. The gap between my sister and me is widening, and our family's status is in jeopardy. Ali was very happy. If I'm not mistaken, the guild leader probably defeated another high-level boss. With so many level increases, it must have been a very powerful boss. Yinmi, right now, all the players over level 40 on the leaderboard are in our guild. Awesome, plus. Otis, the level gap between the guild leader and me is widening again. Our PK is just around the corner. Indefinitely. Tianxing, I remember Sister Ji and brother you were helping Sister Song Ling complete a quest. Did they run into the guild master? I'm not the water god, ha, I completed my quest. Those new gold level skills are pretty impressive. Damn, guild master, you're on a roll again. Debate. Suddenly, I'm feeling a bit underwhelmed by the Moonkin form I just learned. Senior brother Yulanai, Song Ling, who joined the guild at the same time as me, is already a level 30 boss, and there's a good chance he'll level up even more after advancing. I'm so jealous. Kaiweki, luckily, I heard the guild leader switched to a protection paladin. Leveling is all about gathering a group and attacking. Leveling speed is pretty fast, so I don't think I hold everyone back. Snow Swordsman, no, I just logged off for some MMC. How come the gap widened again? Are we even going to let anyone live? Ji Xing, Ying Luo, we're also benefiting from the guild leader's help, Otherwise we would have been sent to the respawn point long ago. You don't know, but this mission actually encountered chosen 1-level enemies again. Jing, although the enemies are strong, the guild leader is even stronger. He managed to hold off enemies from all different factions. Xiao, you're worthy of being called my godfather. Yinmi, godfather, you're awesome. After a brief chat, Ji Xing and the others turned their attention back to awaiting further instructions from their guild leader. Qin Chuan told everyone to hold off for now, while he went forward to collect the loot from the 2 legendary bosses. The 2 bosses had dropped 7 items combined, plus the 6 that Miaosho had picked up. The bulk of the items were equipment, totaling 8, bringing Qin Chuan's legendary equipment collection to a new high. The other 5 items were items and skill books. After dividing the 1,120 attribute points he had collected equally among the 4 dimensions, Qin Chuan quickly said, "We deal with the things later. Let's go find the Ice Lord first." With the help of the void-splitting eye, Qin Chuan quickly found the passage behind the ice wall. With a single finger, Ji Xing followed up with a grenade attack, easily blasting the path clear. The group continued forward. New ice elements arrived, but aside from contributing experience points, they offered no harm to Qin Chuan and his group. Qin Chuan looked around, eagerly hoping to see a new legendary boss. Ji Xing and the others were also eagerly anticipating the arrival of the boss. But after waiting for a long time with no sign of the boss, Qin Chuan couldn't help but shout, "Ice Lord, where are your legendary minions?" The Ice Lord was furious. "I never met such an arrogant person. If my original power hadn't been damaged and sealed for countless years, how could I have let you jump so far?" The Ice Lord thought bitterly. But he didn't lose the battle, so he replied in a relaxed tone, "Mortal, how could you know that letting you continue forward was not my plan?" Qin Chuan smiled and said, "In the face of absolute power, strategies are useless. If you truly possess that strength, why waste time arguing with us? You would have cleared the field long ago. Your failure to do so only reveals your weakness." Chapter 543. Qin Chuan's greatest reliance on this judgment was actually his trust in the power of shadow. The Ice Lord was sealed within the power of shadow, so it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. The black aura in the cold air was, on the one hand, an attempt by the Ice Lord to claim the power of shadow for himself. The greater possibility was that it had already been eroded by the power of shadow, unable to escape. There was another point. Qin Chuan remembered that in his previous life, when players undertook quests related to the Ice Lord, no major incidents occurred. Compared to the Orc invasion, which was in full swing at the time, the Ice Lord caused no commotion and was quietly dealt with. The deeper they went underground, the lower the temperature became. If Ji Xing and the others hadn't prepared anti-cold potions in advance, the low temperatures alone would have killed their characters. Add to that the various ice elements summoned by the Ice Lord along the way, and an ordinary team would have been unable to reach the deepest point. But with Qin Chuan, things were different. As many ice elementals as there were, they would all be killed. Qin Chuan even felt that their numbers were too few, and their quality too low. If only a few more legendary ones had arrived, he would have truly prospered. But unfortunately, the Ice Lord had been sealed for too long, and with only a third of its original power left here, creating 2 legendary ice giants was already the limit. In fact, after defeating the 2 ice giants, Qin Chuan and his team encountered little resistance. The only time-consuming part was finding the single path through the countless ice walls. This, again, was Qin Chuan's forte. His void-splitting eyes could easily see through the ice walls and locate the passage beyond. It could be said that Qin Chuan completely defeated all of the Ice Lord's arrangements, rendering them useless. The Ice Lord's tone, initially defiant, gradually shrunk. In the crowd, Su Chongqing shouted, "Ice Lord, are you still here? Speak up. Why aren't you talking? Are you naturally quiet?" Ji Xing, standing nearby, chimed in, "Chongqing, how can you say that? The Ice Lord is so influential. How can you be so nagging like a gossipmonger?" Su Chongqing, with a humble and accepting expression, said sincerely, "Sister Ji is right. I was inconsiderate." The two echoed each other, and the temperature around them plummeted. It was clear that the Ice Lord was furious. Qin Chuan said helplessly, "Can you two give the Ice Lord some face?" But as he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. The group chatted and laughed as they passed through several more ice walls. The further they went, the stronger the ice wall became, requiring more than a dozen grenades to collapse. Ji Xing had to manually assemble 10 boxes of grenades to replenish their stockpile. Su Chongqing's eyes widened in shock. "Sister Ji, how many materials did you bring? You actually assemble so many grenades in one go." Ji Xing glanced at Qin Chuan with resentment, and Qin Chuan decisively looked away. Hey, the color of this ice is really nice. Jixing said softly. I have a skill that allows me to fold space. The materials stored inside are enough to make 10,000 grenades. Su Chongqing's mouth was wide open enough to fit an ostrich egg. He counted on his fingers for a long time, but finally gave up. At any rate, there were plenty of materials. Dijialing Yu asked in surprise, Sister Ji, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Jixing waved his hand modestly. It's not that I'm wealthy, but it was the guild master who helped me unlock the special mode in the rich mine, where I can collect entrance fees. Now that my player levels have gradually increased, there are many teams visiting the rich mine. The entrance materials alone could be used to make hundreds of grenades every day. Jing suddenly realized, if you hadn't told me, Sister Ji, I would have almost forgotten. I was there during the rich mine exploration. It was the first time I witnessed the guild master's terrifying damage output. Recalling this, Jing's tone shifted slightly. Back then, the guild master instantly destroyed a gold-level boss with 1,000,000 HP. We were all astounded. And now, not long after, the guild master can actually defeat a legendary-level boss with hundreds of millions HP. Chapter 544. Ying Luo also sighed. Their guild leader's rapid progress put a lot of pressure on them. Although they were already considered top-tier compared to other players, every time they saw the leader, they felt the gap between them hadn't narrowed, but had widened. This didn't make sense. The good news was that they weren't completely without improvement. Back when they were farming the rich mine, they could defeat gold-level bosses. Now, they could easily farm dark gold bosses. With more leveled equipment and skills, they could even farm epic bosses. They could see their own progress. They believed that one day, even if they couldn't completely catch up with the leader, they would at least be able to see his progress and not be too far behind. After Jixing restocked his grenades, the rest of the journey was a quiet one. The rumbling sound of explosions echoed through the corridor, unstoppable. At first, Qin Chuan and the others communicated by shouting, but later realized it was too inefficient, even worse than just typing. One can only imagine how frequently Jixing threw grenades. The deafening explosions made even the Ice Lord's threats seem weak. Also, Qin Chuan, whether it was an illusion or not, felt that Jixing mistook the ice wall for him, using grenades to vent his frustration. But he didn't do anything, except give Jixing 2 new blueprints. Shaking his head slightly to dispel his doubts, Qin Chuan waved his hand for everyone to stop. Jixing said with a lingering feeling, President, why stop? I haven't finished blowing things up yet. Before Qin Chuan could reply, Su Chongqing pleaded, that's enough, Sister Ji. If you keep going, my ears are going to go. Ying Luo nodded in agreement, saying earnestly, let's hear what the President has to say first. Jixing smacked his lips regretfully, then, holding the grenade, said, President, what do you say? Qin Chuan doubted that if he couldn't come up with a clear answer, Jixing's grenade would be headed his way. However, Qin Chuan wasn't calling a halt out of idleness. They had already reached their destination. This was a vast underground space, far larger and taller than any they had ever encountered. Sharp ice spikes were everywhere. In the distance, at the very center of the underground space, a platform composed of huge stones stood quietly. Above the platform, a mass of cold air was bound by metal chains. The sight of visible chains restraining invisible cold air was an eerie scene. And the message that emerged from the cold air left everyone even more puzzled. Unknown icy air mass? ? Su Chongqing asked curiously, President, is this the Lord of Ice? Why is it just a ball of air? Dijialing Yu chimed in, I thought it would be a giant ice elemental. That can't be the Lord of Ice, Jixing observed the platform thoughtfully. The platforms in the game are generally built to facilitate sacrificial rituals. The placement of that ball of cold air looks very much like an offering. It's most likely not the Lord of Ice. Jixing looked at the platform beneath the cold air and speculated, I suspect the Lord of Ice is sealed within. If someone rashly removes that ball of cold air, it might actually free the Lord of Ice. What do you think, President? Qin Chuan's gaze penetrated the thick stone, and took in the scene within the platform. Inside the platform lay a vast space, its ground engraved with intricate patterns of a magic circle. And within the magic circle, a half-torso, composed of ice, was strikingly visible. It consisted of a chest cavity and arms, while the head and lower limbs were nowhere to be found. That was the Ice Lord. As far as Qin Chuan knew, after the Ice Lord was defeated by the Fire Demon King, his source power was divided into 3 parts and sealed in different areas. One of these parts was located in the Arctic ice fields. After enduring countless hardships, they successfully reached their final destination. Qin Chuan also saw the sealed Ice Lord. To be precise, 1/3 of the Ice Lord. Hearing Ji Xing's question, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "You guessed correctly. The Ice Lord is inside the platform." Chapter 545. Ji Xing became excited, his face gleaming with excitement. "Then let's quickly blow up this platform, drag the Ice Lord out and kill him." Qin Chuan was furious. "You're addicted to bombing." Thankfully, Di Jiaoling intervened, taking Ji Xing's hand and saying earnestly, "Sister Ji, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Let's see what happens first. Who knows how powerful the Ice Lord is? He can summon a legendary boss, so he's definitely formidable." Ying Luo also advised, "Sister Ji, I think what Di Jiaoling said makes sense. Let's see what happens first." Ji Xing had no choice but to give up. Qin Chuan continued to observe the surroundings and shouted, "Ice Lord, we're here. If you don't take action now, it will be too late." The Ice Lord's voice drifted from the platform, carrying a chilling chill. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for so long." The tone was calm. Ying Luo said warily, "President, something seems amiss. I have a feeling the Ice Lord led us here on purpose." Ji Xing waved his hand and summoned the destroyer, ready to unleash full force. On the way here, the Ice Lord had occasionally roared with impotent fury, but now, its tone had calmed down. A chilling calmness. Su Chongqing raised his hand to revive Song Ling, but Song Ling stopped him. "Leave it to the president, he needs it more." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "No need. Actually, none of us need a revive." Ying Luo quickly asked, "President, do you see anything?" Qin Chuan certainly did. In his view, the Ice Lord on the platform was covered in black chains, not only immobilizing its remains, but also locking its very power in place. That's the power of shadow. The Ice Lord attempted to tame the power of shadow, but was met with backlash. Qin Chuan speculated that within hundreds, or even thousands of years, the Ice Lord's final consciousness would be completely obliterated. But they couldn't wait that long. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan said, "Song Ling, follow me to the platform. The others wait outside. Jing, be prepared. If Song Ling emerges, you can simply use the portal and leave." "President, I take care of the escape," Jing replied confidently. Ying Luo, sensing something, asked anxiously, "President, won't you be coming with us?" Ji Xing also cast a concerned glance. Qin Chuan looked down and said slowly, "I came to the Arctic ice field not for the Ice Lord, but for something else. We simply happened to meet because we were at the same coordinates." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder they run into the president in such a remote place. It must have been pure coincidence. Qin Chuan continued, "Okay, remember what I said, Song Ling, let's go." Qin Chuan and Song Ling sprinted toward the platform, while Ji Xing and the others waited. Thankfully, there were no ice elements here, so the chances of them being attacked were low. As Qin Chuan approached the platform, the Shadow Dragons in their special mount spaces sent messages. "Lord Shadow, I can feel a stronger call." Qin Chuan responded, "Once I dealt with the Lord of Ice, I can officially explore the shadow power here. By the way, how's your advancement progress?" The Shadow Dragon quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Lord Shadow. I can feel my advancement accelerating. The aura here is perfectly suited to me. Okay, let me know if there's any news." Qin Chuan severed the connection, and shattered the stone door before him with a single punch. A bone-chilling chill erupted from behind the door, and the Ice Lord's voice rang with ecstasy. "Freedom. I soon be free." Qin Chuan smiled. "You're really overthinking it. Entering the platform was certainly the Ice Lord's home turf. But don't forget, this place, with its shadowy aura, is also his home turf. Let's go!" Qin Chuan called out, charging forward. Song Ling followed closely behind. Entering the platform, the light inside was not dim, and the suspended ice cubes emitted a faint blue glow, illuminating the path ahead. Perhaps because the Ice Lord was confident he could control the situation, or perhaps for some other reason, Qin Chuan and Song Ling encountered no resistance once inside the platform, and they made their way unimpeded to the remains. A face composed of icy mist emerged from the remains of the body, its gaze gleaming with greed as it gazed at Song Ling. "Such a pure icy spirit body will surely become my new vessel." Then, looking at Qin Chuan, his tone tinged with ecstasy. "Successor of the shadow power, your power is mine." As he spoke, the icy mist face split in two, flying towards Qin Chuan and Song Ling. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Special event triggered. Please resist the Ice Lord's erosion. Failure will result in the forced deletion of your character. Special event triggered. Please resist the Ice Lord's erosion. Failure will result in the forced deletion of your character. Special event triggered. Please resist the Ice Lord's erosion. Failure will result in the forced deletion of your character. Song Ling looked at Qin Chuan and quickly said, President, I received the notification. What about you? Qin Chuan nodded. Me too. The Ice Lord was slightly dissatisfied. You dare to be distracted when death is imminent. A smile played on Qin Chuan's lips. He offered no resistance at all, allowing the icy mist to surge into his body. Song Ling, standing beside him, seemed to have given up resistance as well, standing there blankly. The Ice Lord sensed something was wrong. This was too easy. But the arrow had been drawn, and had to be shot. Having come this far, how could he retreat? The moment the icy mist enveloped Qin Chuan and Song Ling, another Qin Chuan appeared from the side, and beside him, another Song Ling stepped out. At the same time, the faces of Qin Chuan and Song Ling, previously enveloped by the icy mist, twisted and distorted, transforming into two shadows. The Ice Lord's voice was filled with fear. Is this fake? Impossible. When did you do this? Qin Chuan looked at the icy mist, which struggled in vain to escape the shadow, and casually said, when we entered the platform. After a pause, Qin Chuan smiled and said, honestly, if you had sent 2 of your men to stop us, delaying us for just a few seconds, my shadow curtain would have been ineffective. The Ice Lord roared at the top of his lungs. How could a mere mortal like you do this right under my nose? Qin Chuan glanced up at the Ice Lord's remains. I can't do this on my own, but you're being eroded by the power of the shadows. It's not difficult to cause your mind to go blank for a moment. Chapter 546. Even before entering the platform, Qin Chuan had a feeling. The shadow power here was extremely active, making him feel like he was home. Such a significant home field advantage was worth a rush. Most importantly, Qin Chuan saw a familiar figure. The mysterious cloaked figure he had encountered previously in the ruins. That figure had been floating above the remains of the Ice Lord, as quiet as a puff of air. If it weren't for the occasional movement of his cloak, Qin Chuan would have thought he was dead. The Ice Lord on the ground, however, was unaware of the mysterious figure's presence. Qin Chuan could only see him with the help of his void-splitting eyes. It was the mysterious figure's appearance that gave Qin Chuan the confidence to enter the platform. It wasn't absolute confidence, after all, it was still unclear what side this figure held. But at least, so far, the mysterious figure and he were on the same side. And as the old saying goes, since you come here, you can't return empty-handed. You have to go in and see the Ice Lord's true face. Thus, Qin Chuan led Song Ling straight to the platform. The subsequent developments were much as he had predicted. As Qin Chuan activated his deceptive clone to create an illusion of himself and Song Ling and activated the shadow veil, the mysterious figure struck. Black chains silently suppressed the Ice Lord, disrupting his perception. Not only that, the shadow power here also flowed into the shadow veil, further enhancing its concealment. Additionally, the Ice Lord was eager to escape and didn't think carefully, resulting in the current situation where he was trapped between 2 shadows. The mysterious figure emerged from the void, and the Ice Lord was shocked. Who are you? It was obvious that it hadn't discovered any trace of the mysterious man. Qin Chuan chuckled beside him. Ice Lord, you've been trapped here for so many years, and you haven't even figured out the situation around your main body. If you don't die, who will? The Ice Lord's heart sank, and he was speechless. It felt like a pawn from the beginning, following a script set by someone else. Now that he thought about it, whether it was his defeat by the Fire Demon King or his discovery of the power of shadow, while trapped here, these 2 seemingly unrelated events were likely inextricably linked. The Ice Lord even felt that the Fire Demon King had been unwittingly deceived, believing he could rule the elemental realm, but in the end, it was likely all in vain. Thinking of this, the Ice Lord's tone tinged with madness. I am the Ice Lord, the supreme ruler who commands the ice element. I will not let you get your wish. The 2 clouds of ice mist began to tremble violently, threatening to explode at any moment. It was clear that the Ice Lord would rather self-destruct than have his original power taken away. This was his pride. But the mysterious man had waited so long. How could he let the Ice Lord have his way? Black chains flew out from beneath his cloak, instantly silencing the vibrations of the icy mist. The Ice Lord only had time to let out a final scream before he fell silent. The remains of his body, bound within the formation, were also eroded and engulfed by the black mist, quickly transforming into a ball of cold air shimmering with golden light. The mysterious man looked at Song Ling, his tone tinged with surprise. An icy spirit body, that's rare. No wonder you brought her here. It seems you've been eyeing the Ice Lord for a long time. Qin Chuan smiled modestly. It's just a coincidence. The mysterious man saw through Qin Chuan's arrogance, but he didn't say much, nor did he echo Qin Chuan's lead. He simply said, "I've been watching the Ice Lord for a long time, even from the moment it came into contact with shadow power and began to absorb it." Qin Chuan complimented him. "Impressive, impressive." While he spoke of impressiveness, his eyes were fixed on the ball of golden cold energy. This was the Ice Lord's essence. Although only 1/3, it was still considerable. Chapter 547. The mysterious man directly exposed Qin Chuan's intention. You want the person next to you to absorb the Ice Lord's original power. It's a good idea, but you overlooked one point. With her current strength, directly absorbing it would be tantamount to suicide. Her consciousness would be instantly obliterated, and the Ice Lord would be reborn in this body. Qin Chuan looked at the mysterious man. "You're still here. I only came in because I saw you were here, otherwise I would have left." The mysterious man was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Did the death messenger ever say you were shameless?" Qin Chuan immediately refuted, "That's not true. The Deathbringer and I are close friends, and we're having a wonderful time working together." The mysterious man mercilessly punctured Qin Chuan's empty talk. "You call a 90-10 split a happy cooperation? Don't do that again. If anyone gets to know, how can we survive? Even if the shadow force ever declines, it won't be this far." Qin Chuan had been waiting for this very sentence, and quickly said, "It can't be helped. My skills aren't up to par. How about you give me some goodies to help me improve? Next time I meet the Deathbringer, I try to have a 70-30 split." Although he couldn't see the mysterious man's face, Qin Chuan could guess that his expression must be quite interesting. However, from the previous conversation, Qin Chuan also gained a lot of useful information. For example, this guy is most likely a member of the Shadow faction. Whether he's an apostle, a chosen one, or something higher up is unclear. But judging by how easily he could seal the Ice Lord, he's at least a chosen one, and a fully formed one, not the half-baked one Qin Chuan had encountered before. This is very strange. Given the nature of Apocalypse, restrictions on the gods are currently extremely strict. Even the gods themselves must follow the rules, and issue an oracle directing the church to take action. How could a fully formed chosen one suddenly appear, and a chosen one belonging to the shadow? This question will probably only be answered later, so Qin Chuan's questioning is pointless. But just to give it a try, Qin Chuan still asked, "Who are you, and what is your connection to the power of shadow?" The mysterious man said calmly, "You asked too many questions." The cloak fluttered, and 2 clouds of black ice mist floated side by side with the golden ice mist. Strictly speaking, these are the original powers of the Lord of Ice. After being sealed here, it split into 3 parts in agony and madness. Hearing this, Qin Chuan couldn't hold back. No, the Lord of Ice was obsessed with the number 3. Being split into 3 by the Fire Demon King was bad enough, but he actually split himself into 3. What a ruthless person. Without a movement from the mysterious man, 3 balls of ice mist began to solidify, quickly transforming into 3 crystals. 2 of them bore black lines, originating from the ice mist sealed by shadow power. The other, shimmering with golden light, was transformed from the remains of the Ice Lord. Before the mysterious man could make his arrangements, Qin Chuan spoke first. "Look, there are 3 crystals, and there are exactly 3 of us here. 1 for each of us, and everyone will be happy. What do you think?" He then said righteously, "This kind of important matter deserves a show of hands." As he raised his own hand, he also raised Song Ling's hand and declared, 2-1, it's settled. The mysterious man paused for a moment, finally uttering an angrily voice. "Damn it." The mysterious man didn't bother to argue with Qin Chuan, nor did he even bargain. He simply took the blackline crystal and passed the other 2 to Qin Chuan and Song Ling. The crystal in front of Qin Chuan had the same black lines as the mysterious man's. Song Ling's crystal, on the other hand, had golden lines. In reality, the 3 crystals contained the same power. The difference was that the 2 blackline crystals contained a certain amount of shadow power, which was obviously not suitable for Song Ling to absorb. Chapter 548. Qin Chuan held the crystal in his hand. Shadow-corroded ice origin fragment, lower-level artifact after use. It grants 10% divine damage conversion and 10% divine damage reduction. Powerful. Previously, Qin Chuan absorbed 2 divine crystals, and with the added bonus of the new Apostle Seal, he only converted 5% divine damage and reduced divine damage by 1%. Now, a single origin fragment increased both stats by 10%. A huge improvement. However, considering this item's rank as an artifact, even a lower-level artifact, it's still significantly stronger than a semi-artifact, so such an improvement is acceptable. Song Ling had never seen such an item before. Wow, she hadn't even used epic-level equipment yet. At most, she had seen legendary equipment dropped by the guild master. And now, a lower-level artifact-level ice origin fragment. This was simply too valuable. Song Ling said awkwardly, "President, this is too precious. I can't accept it." He then gave the item's attributes to Qin Chuan. Compared to Qin Chuan's fragment, Song Ling's fragment was uncorrupted by the shadow. Not only that, while gaining divine damage and defense, it also triggered an additional quest. If nothing unexpected happens, it should allow Song Ling to gain even greater control over the ice element. Following this, Song Ling could find the Ice Lord's other two source powers and, combined with other means, possess a chance to claim the Ice Lord's throne. Although this process would take a long time, perhaps even requiring the official arrival of the apocalypse or even the divine descent, the long effort would bring rich rewards and provide a powerful aid in the battle against the gods. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, "Anyone who sees this will receive a share, and I also need you to complete this quest chain." After a pause, Qin Chuan added, "This quest chain will be very long, perhaps even over a year. Once you obtain this fragment, you must focus on your work and complete the quest first, then worry about anything else." As he spoke, the ground began to shake. This space existed to seal the Ice Lord. Now that the Ice Lord is dead, there's no point in it existing here. Qin Chuan quickly said, "Take the items and go find Jing." "That's an order." Song Ling instinctively responded, "Yes," to his undeniable tone. When he regained consciousness, he saw his guild leader approaching the mysterious man. After 2 steps, he turned and waved, "Let's go. I think it'd take me a while to get back. Let Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo help look after the guild." Song Ling wasn't one for pretentiousness, so he nodded and said, "Guild leader, keep going." With that, he turned and sprinted outside. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, looked at the mysterious man, and said with a smile, "What kind of trial awaits me here?" The mysterious man waved his hand, knocking away the boulder that was falling from overhead. He said nothing, simply floating ahead, leading the way. Less than 2 meters away, a black door appeared out of thin air. The door opened, and the frame was shrouded in darkness. Any light that entered it instantly vanished, leaving no trace of what was inside, nor any sound behind. The mysterious man stopped moving, and turned to look at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, understanding enough, took 2 steps toward the door. At the same time, he grumbled, "You're much more polite this time. Last time, you just dug a pit for us to fall into." Before he could finish his words, several black chains flew out of the door, tightly binding Qin Chuan. Then, the chains rapidly contracted, pulling Qin Chuan back inside. "I'm fucking you." Qin Chuan realized he'd been too happy. This guy's mischievous taste was as consistent as ever. Even if there's no trap, they have to find some tricks. After Qin Chuan was dragged into the black gate by the chains, the mysterious man followed him in. Then the gate slammed shut, and the entire door vanished into thin air. Boom! A huge rock fell, burying everything. Outside the platform, Song Ling ran back to Ji Xing and the others, and Jing immediately began chanting a spell to create a portal. Chapter 549. Ji Xing looked toward the platform, his eyes tinged with worry, and asked, "Where's the president?" Song Ling replied, "The president told us to leave first." Before Ji Xing could say anything, Jing opened a portal and said, "The president had previously instructed me to prepare the portal, which means he's well prepared. We're just a burden here. Let's go back to Belly City, and wait for the president's return." Ying Luo also said, "I trust the president. He be fine." Seeing the platform crumble, and the ice above crack, Ji Xing knew he couldn't delay any longer. He said solemnly, "I trust the president too. Let's go back to Belly City." Everyone stepped into the portal and disappeared. Boom. Deep in the Arctic ice field, a roar swept across, and a huge crater appeared in the center. In the blink of an eye, the terrain of the Arctic ice field was completely transformed. The Beast God cult and the third group of the church's troops, on their way, were caught off guard and swallowed by a rift that appeared beneath them. Players hoping to take advantage of the situation were all sent to the respawn point. At the respawn point, hundreds of players from the Gongao Guild gnashed their teeth. This time, they had truly suffered a heavy loss. First, they were sent to the respawn point amidst the chaotic battle. Just as they were halfway through their respawn, they were completely wiped out by a bomb sent by the Night Wanderer, forcing them to leave the respawn point for the second time. After finally regrouping and setting out for the third time, guess what happened? Hey, halfway through, the ground cracked, Critically, the Gongyao Guild players discovered that all their assigned quests had been invalidated. The church had given up. Ah! My Sky Knight! Gongyao Guild Vice President Sasaburo roared to the heavens. This operation cost at least 5 million, and in the end, they gained nothing. It was a complete loss. Sasaburo shuddered at the thought of the blame he would receive for the failed operation. No, he had to find a way to salvage it. But where to begin? He had no idea. Just then, a player emerged from the snowstorm nearby and shouted from a distance, "Vice President Sasaburo, I have a business deal to discuss with you." Sasaburo's expression was filled with surprise. "Vice President Quangxue, why are you here?" Raksha Quangxue's face flushed. Why was he here? He must have been sent here by the Night Wanderer. Sasaburo realized his slip of the tongue. Having already appeared at the resurrection point, what good could come of it? He quickly changed the subject, saying, "I wonder what business Vice President Luosha has for me." Luosha Quangxue's lips curled with a smile, and he beckoned. "The top players have returned to Bailey City, but the Night Wanderer isn't here." "Do you know what that means?" Sasaburo asked blankly. "What does it mean?" This look made Luosha Quangxue wonder if he had chosen the wrong partner. If even the vice president showed such a hopeless attitude, the Gongyao Association probably had no future. But now that he had said it, Luosha Quangxue could only patiently say, "It means the Night Wanderer hasn't returned." Sasaburo's eye twitched. "Isn't that nonsense?" Raksha Quangxue didn't bother playing games and quickly said, "The top-tier personnel have returned, and our mission has failed, which means the treasure here has been taken by the Night Wanderer. That's why the top-tier personnel are returning to Bailey City." Sasaburo sighed, with a hint of frustration. "That's why we're heading back too. We didn't get anything out of this operation. What a disgrace." Raksha Quangxue, however, had a different opinion. "That's the problem. If this place is truly worthless, why would the Night Wanderer stay here? Given the Night Wanderer's stubborn nature, there must be some benefit." Sasaburo was tempted. "Your Excellency, are you suggesting we join forces to do something big? To ruin the Night Wanderer's plans, or even steal his treasure?" Raksha Quangxue shook his head. "That would be tantamount to courting death." Sasaburo was furious. "This isn't it, that isn't it. What exactly is this?" Chapter 550. Raksha Quangxue pulled out a parchment scroll and spoke in a low voice. "I found a guild challenge contract on the road. It allows you to challenge any guild. The losing guild will have its guild disbanded. If you can lead Gongyao Guild to defeat Peak, what an honor it would be. The entire apocalypse will know Gongyao Guild, and you, Master Sasaburo." As Raksha Quangxue spoke, he displayed the attributes of the item in his hand. Guild Challenge Contract. One-time special item, only guild leaders can use it. Once used, you can force a challenge to any guild. The losing guild will be forcibly disbanded, and the guild name will become unavailable forever. The winning guild will receive a bonus of 1 level, and 50 bonus to all attributes. Please note that if the challenge fails, the initiating guild leader will be forcibly deleted. Guilds that change their leader within 3 days will be unable to initiate or be challenged. Sasaburo looked surprised. "Mr. Quangxue, where did you get this thing? I never heard of it before." Raksha Quangxue thought to himself, "Didn't I tell you I found it on the roadside? Why don't you believe me?" Putting himself in his shoes, he wouldn't have believed anyone could find such a thing on the roadside. But the fact was, Raksha Quangxue had indeed found it on the roadside. When the mushroom cloud appeared earlier, Raksha Quangxue used his ice-cold bloodline ability to transform himself into solid ice, blocking the shockwave and avoiding instant death. However, he was blown hundreds of meters away, landing in a glacial crevasse. And at the bottom of the crevasse, there lay this very item. Raksha Quangxue's first instinct upon receiving this item was to deal with the Night Wanderer. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that even if the entire Rakshasa Palace mobilized, they would likely be beaten to a pulp. Fortunately, things took a turn for the better. Night Wanderer hadn't returned to Bailey City, he was still in the Arctic ice fields, and unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Without Night Wanderer, Peak is like the 3D world without Tifa. It's soulless. If we don't act now, when will we? Excited, Raksha Quangxue immediately notified Raksha Yadaizan, wanting to start a guild war. However, Raksha Yadaizan was busy on a quest, and wouldn't be back for a while. His words contained veiled advice, telling Raksha Quangxue to hold off on opposing Peak for now, and wait until he returned. Raksha Quangxue, somewhat disappointed, felt his guild leader had grown timid, so he set his sights on the Gongyao Guild. "What? You're saying he has some ties to Night Wanderer, and that this is unethical? You're kidding." He, Raksha Crazy Blood, is ruthless and unyielding. He wouldn't go along with Night Wanderer. The real reason was that Raksha Crazy Blood had failed his mission, and was punished by the so-called Lord of the Ice Hell. His entire equipment was shattered, leaving him penniless, and he was fuming and wanted to vent his anger. Sasaburo was tempted. If they could truly defeat the Peak Guild, their Gongyao Guild would be a huge success, even surpassing established guilds like Raksha Palace and Dragon Dynasty, becoming the strongest guild in Apocalypse. Crucially, without Night Wanderer, the success rate was very high. While the other members of Peak were high level, occupying the top 10 of the level rankings, they were few in number. There were fewer than 20 of them in total, and a small half had only recently joined and hadn't even reached their level yet. Only about 10 of them were truly capable fighters. And their Gongyao Guild already had over 400 members, and could reach 500 at any time. 500 to a dozen, the advantage is theirs. Sasaburo quickly contacted the guild leader, Yamashita Gunshin. Upon explaining the situation, he immediately gave the go-ahead. Go! The budget was 20 million. We had to buy this challenge contract. Yamashita Gunshin wasn't worried about failure. Without Night Wanderer, what could the dozen or so members of Peak do? With the 500 members of the Gongyao Guild, a single spit from each could drown Peak. With the confirmation, Sasaburo confidently declared, Vice President Kwangshu, we want this. Name your price. Chapter 551. Raksha Kwangshu replied without hesitation, 20 million. Sasaburo was curious as to how Raksha Kwangshu had come up with such a precise quote, one that perfectly hit the budget limit. He and the guild leader were the only two people who knew the budget. He couldn't possibly tell. Could it have been President Yamashita? Sasaburo was puzzled, but without further ado, he readily agreed. After the transfer was complete, he secured the challenge contract and, using a teleportation item, led the guild members away. They had to return to prepare for the guild war. This battle had to be a spectacular one, showcasing the strength of their Gongyao Guild. In fact, Sasaburo had planned to build momentum on the forums first, letting everyone know that their Gongyao Guild was going to challenge the Peak. But considering that this might alert the enemy, if Night Wanderer returned prematurely, they could end up losing more than they gained. Therefore, after returning, Sasaburo conferred with the guild leader, Yamashita Gunshin, for a moment. They decided to quickly add reserve members to the guild until the maximum number of members was reached, and then immediately declare war, giving Peak and Nightwalker no time to react. Soon, a notice that shocked all players floated in the sky. Guild Gloria Society has used a challenge contract to challenge Peak. The guild war officially begins in 10 minutes. The loser will be forcibly disbanded. Guild Gloria Society has used a challenge contract to challenge Peak. The guild war officially begins in 10 minutes. The loser will be forcibly disbanded. Guild Gloria Society has used a challenge contract to challenge Peak. The guild war officially begins in 10 minutes. The loser will be forcibly disbanded. Guild Gloria Society has used a challenge contract to challenge Peak. The guild war officially begins in 10 minutes. The loser will be forcibly disbanded. 3 consecutive announcements caught the players off guard. Once they heard the full content of the announcement, they were all in an uproar. Holy crap! Someone's actually challenging the Peak Guild. What the heck is this Gongyao Guild? And where did they get this challenge contract? I never heard of it. For a moment, discussions about Gongyao Guild and the Guild War dominated the forums, with every player eagerly anticipating the outcome. In the Peak Guild, everyone had already gathered in Bailey City to discuss countermeasures. Shameless. Zhao's face was filled with anger as she slammed her fist on the table. Taking advantage of the president's absence, they're actually launching a guild war. This Gongyao Guild has absolutely no shame. Ji Xing was also filled with righteous indignation, saying viciously, if I had known Gongyao Guild was this kind of scum, I should have cornered them at the respawn point back in the Arctic ice fields. Ali was very happy, thinking for a moment, and then said, the most urgent task now is to prepare for the upcoming battle. With the president gone, we must maintain our peak position. We can't let the president's hard work go to waste. Dijialing Yu agreed, yes, this guild war may have come unexpectedly, but we have a level advantage. Those of us who have completed the second advancement will lead the charge. As long as we can hold off the first wave, the rest will be much easier. The other members also expressed their opinions. Someone suggested finding allies and joining forces to fight. Some also suggested opening up guild applications to add more players. Peak had a full 1,000 members, while Gongyao only had 500. If they could reach their full capacity, they would have a significant advantage. But this proposal was rejected. For Peak, recruiting members would be easy, but the guild leader had never done so, and was very cautious about adding members. Now that the guild leader was gone, they couldn't just arbitrarily add members. If someone with shady intentions joined, it would damage the guild's reputation. In the crowd, Yi Yingluo remained silent. The swordsman in the snow asked curiously, "Brother Yi, why are you silent? Are you worried about something?" Yi Yingluo's expression was a bit strange, and he said slowly, "If I told you that the guild leader had already considered this situation, would you believe it?" Everyone was shocked by this statement. Ji Xing even wondered why she didn't know about this. Chapter 552. The President is Partial. Protest. Yi Yingluo quickly said, "It's not that the President is partial, but I just found out. When we returned, the President sent me a message saying that if there was an emergency, I should go to the black market to find the assassin mentor Edith. He had placed something there." Ji Xing suddenly realized the underground space was about to collapse, and the situation was urgent. I guess the President only had time to give a briefing. Since the President said so, let's go to the black market and see what he has. Xiao said with some concern, "Edith is out of order. He's known for being difficult to get along with. Can we get the things the guild master left behind by going this way?" Su Chongqing wondered, could it be that an NPC would keep secrets? Xiao nodded. Others might not, but Edith is hard to say. You know why I went to other main cities for advanced quests? It's because I can't handle this assassin trainer. I guess only the guild master can. Yinmi agreed. Indeed, I also changed places for advanced quests. Edith feels too dangerous to me. Xiao and Yinmi's words left everyone perplexed. Yi Yingluo said firmly, "Since the President has said so, we have to go no matter what. Leave it to me, and you guys continue preparing. We only have 8 minutes left, so hurry up." Ji Xing said, "I use this time to collect more grenades and bombs. When the fight starts, don't be reluctant to use them, just go for it." AoE was very confident, saying, "All my skills are on cooldown. As long as the enemy group is grouped together, I'm confident I can send them to the respawn point with one move." Jing was also full of fighting spirit. "I want to see what this Gongyao Association is relying on. They dare to challenge our peak. They are really tired of living." At this moment, Song Ling said, "Everyone, I have a humble request." Di Jiaoling Yu waved her hand generously, and said with a smile, "Sister Song Ling, you're being a bit too formal. Tell me how I can help you." Song Ling said, "The guild leader gave me a very powerful item a while ago, and I learned a large spell, but it requires a lot of ice attribute materials. At current prices, it's around 1 million. Di Jiaoling Yu casually said, "It's a small matter." Sister Song Ling, does this skill have a long cooldown? If not, let's just get 10 sets of materials. I guarantee Gongyao Guild will be in big trouble. Song Ling shook her head with some regret. The cooldown is very long, 90 minutes. I guess we can only use it once in this guild war. Is that so? Di Jiaoling Yu also felt deeply regretful. Just once. With that, she dragged Song Ling to buy the materials. The others also took action. Although this guild war came unexpectedly, it didn't cause any panic among the top members. Gongyao Guild? He's just a clown, he never come back. Yi Yingluo left Bailey City and headed straight for the Black Market Tavern. However, a crucial problem loomed. He didn't know how to meet Edith. Yi Yingluo wasn't an assassin, hadn't done many black market missions before, and had absolutely no experience with Edith. Standing in the tavern lobby, watching the NPCs drinking and chatting away, a bold idea came to Yi Yingluo's mind. "Edith, I'm here on behalf of the Night Wanderer. Our president left something with you, let me pick it up." The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly froze, and the drunken NPCs all gasped in surprise, their drunkenness mostly gone. Wow, actually addressing Edith by name in Edith's territory. This stranger was truly bold, it seemed Edith had never beaten him before. To the patron's surprise, Edith didn't resort to violence. Instead, he sent a servant downstairs to take the stranger upstairs. This left the patrons, who had been hoping for a lively moment, somewhat disappointed. On the second floor of the tavern, Edith looked at Yazakura Luo and said in a disgruntled tone, "Give me a good reason, or I be rude." Chapter 553. Yi Yingluo said quickly, "Our president left something with you, and told me to come and get it." Edith's gaze was penetrating. "How can I be sure of your identity? What if you're an imposter? You foreigners are incredibly cunning." Yi Yingluo said gravely, "A dragon egg. Our president left a dragon egg here." Edith looked at Yi Yingluo, expressionless, his thoughts unclear. As time passed, Yi Yingluo grew anxious. If the situation dragged on any longer, the guild war would begin. Anxiously, Yi Yingluo shouted, "If you don't give me the dragon egg today, our guild will be disbanded, and it will be your fault. Do you deserve our president's trust? Edith's eyes flickered, and he said, it seems things are indeed tricky. Since you mentioned the dragon egg, it means he's indeed told you the truth. In that case, follow me, the dragon egg is about to hatch. Yi Luo breathed a sigh of relief. If he could have a giant dragon to help him fight, this guild war would be even more certain. But then again, how much combat power could a newly hatched giant dragon have? As the challenged party, the peak can choose the guild war venue. A 5-kilometer long and wide area will be selected on the existing map, creating a mirrored space where the two teams will clash. In the absence of a guild base, guild wars are decided by a points system. The player's level is divided by 10, and the result is rounded to the nearest digit to determine their score. The team that reaches 10,000 points first, or has the highest score after 1 hour, wins. During the guild war, both teams will respawn at different respawn points to prevent one team from being killed endlessly. Of course, if they were truly crushed and their spawn point was captured, they would be forced to disband. Since Qin Chuan was absent from this guild war, the decision to select the venue fell to Vice Presidents Ji Xing and Yi Luo. After unanimous deliberation, it was decided to hold the guild war in southern Bailey City, encompassing parts of the black market. This was considered the pinnacle base. Because of their guild leader, the others were largely based in Bailey City, and they knew the terrain like the back of their hand. Bailey City's streets were complex, and without a flying mount, quickly reaching other areas was impossible without running. Dijialing Yu possessed a flying magic carpet, allowing her to use turret mages like Jing and Wei to seize opportunities for attack. A sudden and ruthless attack would surely leave the Gongyao Guild in despair. And the assassin classes of Xiao and Yinmi could circle the black market and disperse the Gongyao Guild players. As for Ji Xing, the destroyer standing outside the city would make her a prime target. But she wasn't going out to die. Instead, she wanted to leverage the destroyer's high stats and the glorious alliance to fight head-on and distract the pressure from the others. In Ji Xing's heart, even if the destroyer was destroyed, she had to win this guild war. The destroyer could be rebuilt, but there was only one peak. Elsewhere, Yi Sakura Luo, led by Edith, passed through the tavern's underground passage and unexpectedly arrived at a nearby shop. Judging from the bottles and jars scattered along the wall, this place was once an antique shop. Edith's eyes shone with emotion. Swan had left without hesitation. Although she didn't know where he was going, she vaguely guessed that he probably wouldn't be returning, otherwise why would he have asked her to hand over the deed? Gathering her thoughts, Edith said, that guy, your guild leader, asked me to collect materials to hatch dragon eggs. I thought he was going to give the baby dragon to me, but I didn't expect he was leaving it for you. Edith looked Yi Sakura Luo up and down, a little puzzled. Don't you strangers have any restrictions on gender? Chapter 554. Yi Sakura Luo nearly choked on her saliva, repeatedly saying, the president and I aren't that kind of relationship. Edith shrugged nonchalantly, I see. Actually, it's no big deal. Those nobles are more adventurous. Yi Sakura Luo decisively changed the subject. Where's that dragon egg you were talking about? Come with me. It's on the second floor. Edith ascended the stairs. In the second floor room, Yi Sakura Luo saw the dragon egg. A scorching aura rose, easily raising the temperature to over 50 degrees Celsius. And that was even with the room equipped with some cooling devices. If it had been left like that, the dragon egg would have burned the house down. Next to the dragon egg, there was a scroll-like item. Edith explained, this is the dragon contract. You must have it to tame a dragon. Unless you also have dragon blood, the baby dragon will attack at birth. Yi Sakura Luo asked curiously, shouldn't it normally be the first creature you see as your mother? Edith rolled his eyes in annoyance. Do you think dragons are fools? Dragons have inherited memories through their bloodline. Even baby dragons are much smarter than adults. They can tell if someone outside is their true mother or an enemy with malicious intent. Oh, okay. Yi Sakura Luo felt a little embarrassed. He really didn't know. Edith pointed to the materials next to the dragon egg and sighed. These hatching materials alone are worth 50,000 gold coins, not to mention the value of the dragon egg itself, and this dragon contract. Both are priceless treasures. I can't believe that guy was so generous to give it to you. Humph, how annoying. Yi Luo was shocked. With the influx of players, Apocalypse's game output increased, and the exchange rate between in-game currency and real-world currency was roughly 1:2, meaning 1 copper coin equal 2 Yenhua coins, and 1 gold coin equal 10,000 copper coins. These 50,000 gold coins worth of materials were worth nearly 1 billion, and there were even more valuable items, like dragon eggs and dragon contracts. Yi Luo hesitated. Could he really accept such valuable items? Although the guild leader had said he would come to Edith in an emergency, and this guild war seemed like an emergency, Yingluo couldn't help but wonder if he could live up to the guild leader's expectations. What if he took the dragon egg and still lost the guild war? After all, it was a newly hatched dragon, and its combat power was likely limited. The biggest reliance in this guild war was Ji Xing's destroyer. If the destroyer couldn't hold up, what good would a baby dragon do? Edith watched quietly from the side as Yingluo's expression shifted. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, Edith finally spoke up. Don't overthink it. From what I know about the guy, the fact that he asked you to come here means he never intended to keep the dragon egg. So what's your profession? Yingluo instinctively replied, Divine Light Knight. This time, it was Edith's turn to be surprised. This profession is rare, even within the church. After a moment's thought, Edith said, I understand. That guy asked you to retrieve the dragon egg because he wanted you to activate your secondary class, the Dragon Knight. By synchronizing the light and fire attributes, you could attempt to mutate and advance the flame dragon, surpassing your bloodline limit and perhaps even reaching legendary rank or higher. Yingluo looked shocked. That's even possible? Edith casually said, that's just my guess. Okay, there's no time for further small talk. The dragon egg can hatch at any moment. If you made your decision, take the contract scroll. If not, let's go. Yingluo was silent for a moment, then slowly said, when the president invited me to join Peak, I was delighted. Later, he asked me to be vice president. Honestly, I always felt I wasn't up to the task. I hope to follow in his footsteps, but I can only see the gap widening. This may be my last chance to catch up. Chapter 555. Yingluo's eyes grew firm. He couldn't let the guild master down. Yingluo made up his mind, accepted the dragon egg, and picked up the Dragon Clan contract. Even then, as the countdown neared 0, the Gongyao Guild, urgently replenished to 500 members, gathered in Bailey City, awaiting the start of the battle. The Peak members also completed their pre-battle supplies. Meanwhile, Bailey City was already swarming with observing players. Guilds like Longting Dynasty, all on good terms with Peak, descended upon the scene. If Gongyao Guild hadn't been hiding in the city, they would have surrounded and slaughtered these guys first, stripping them of all their equipment. What kind of bastards dared to challenge Peak, and they even took advantage of Night Wanderer's absence to launch a surprise attack. Paw. What garbage. Longting Tianxia even bluntly stated that he had already compiled a list of Gongyao Guild players, and after this guild war was over, he would kill them every time he saw them. Dijiaolingyu also unleashed her wealth. Anyone who could defeat a member of the Gongyao Guild in the wild, regardless of whether they had quit the guild or not, could claim their prize. Dijiaolingyu was a renowned wealthy throughout the server, and her two mounts, the skeleton warhorse and the flying magic carpet, had left a lasting impression on many players. Dijiaolingyu's announcement immediately had many individual players eager to try their luck. In particular, many who preferred outdoor PKs over leveling were determined to make a killing. Gongyao Guild, huh? We wipe you out until your accounts are deleted. There were those who supported Night Wanderer and Peak, but there were also those who opposed them. Rakshasa Hall was leading the charge. Rakshasa Yadaizan was on a quest and unable to return, but upon hearing about this, he immediately transferred 1 million yuan to Rakshasa Quangxue. Quangxue, well done. That borrowed knife trick is brilliant. Luosha Yadaizan highly praised Luosha Quangxue's actions. Luosha Quangxue humbly attributed this to the guild leader's excellent leadership. He also subtly inquired about the guild leader's mission, asking why he hadn't come back to see such a big event. Luosha Yadaizan said helplessly, oh forget it. I wanted to take advantage of Night Wanderer's absence to complete a mission, but I ended up trapped here. Don't worry, I'd be able to complete it in a few hours at most. It's a shame, I can't watch the Peak disband live. Quangxue, remember to record it. I want to watch it several times later. No problem, President. Luosha Quangxue readily agreed, then said cautiously, President, although Night Wanderer is away this time, I have a feeling that Ganjiaoui won't win. Luosha Yadaizan said angrily, how dare you boost others' ambitions while destroying your own prestige? Without Night Wanderer at Peak, those remaining little guys and girls are nothing to fear. Luosha Quangxue glanced at the level leaderboard. Those ranked 2nd to 6th, Yingluo and Ji Xing, were all above level 40. No, Guild Master, you call them kittens and puppies? But Luosha Quangxue wisely didn't argue, instead tempting him. Guild Master, when you return, we figure out a way to create a challenge contract and then go to war with Peak. Luosha Yadaizan on the other end didn't respond for a long time. A full 10 minutes passed before a message arrived. We discuss it later. The countdown is over. The guild war between Gongyao and Peak officially begins. A notification swirled in the sky, and pillars of light enveloped the members of both guilds, sending everyone a teleportation notification. On the Gongyao side, 500 pillars of light looked mighty and imposing. On Peak, there were only a dozen or so scattered pillars. Many guild masters sighed and lamented. Without the challenge contract, Night Wanderer's elite troop strategy would have been fine. More people wouldn't necessarily be enough, but now with the challenge contract, numbers become crucial. Even a skilled fighter wouldn't matter. Not everyone can fight 100 like Night Wanderer. Chapter 556. The guild leader next to him echoed, "That's true. If Night Wanderer were here, he could single-handedly wipe out the entire Gongyao guild. But he's not here, and with these remaining people, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on to Peak. From today on, Peak will probably cease to exist. Peak is gone, and it doesn't matter. Night Wanderer is still here, and he can always start a new guild. His reputation is there." That's not true. If Peak were disbanded, it would be a huge blow to Night Wanderer's reputation. It would mean that Night Wanderer has weaknesses, and can be defeated. He's no longer the unbeatable mountain. Look, the Peak members are teleporting. Hey, why is there one missing? Did someone desert the battlefield? It seems Night Wanderer can also be misjudgmental. Ji Xing, Xiao, Dijialing Yuqing. Turns out Ying Luo is missing. He's not one of the oldest members of Peak anymore. Yeah, and the vice president too. The vice president has betrayed us? I told you that Night Wanderer is a traitor to all gods and men, and that those who commit injustice will ultimately perish. Brother, is it appropriate for you to say that next to Longting Tianxia? Longting Tianxia is a diehard fan of Night Wanderer. Kid, I got your ID memorized. If you can, stay out of town, or we in Longting Dynasty will kill you every time we see you. Brother, I was wrong. Ying Luo hasn't arrived yet? Didn't he go get the things the president left with Edith? Has something gone wrong? Forget about Ying Luo for now. Even if it's just us, we must defend the Peak created by the president. According to the previous plan, Xiao Yinmi and Deba will go to the black market. You all have stealth abilities, so you can operate there. Dijialing Yu, take Jing Aoi, Shuaishan, Songling, and Su Changqing and use the flying magic carpet to maneuver quickly and find an opportunity to break up the main force of the Gongyao society. No problem, Sister Ji. Shuizhong, Yu, Tianxing, and senior brother NN are fast. Move freely around the city and look for opportunities to strike. I ensure the mission is accomplished. The rest of you follow me. We fight a positional battle outside the city with the destroyers. Ji Xing quickly completed the arrangements, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Everyone, it's time to fulfill the president's expectations. Move." With a command, the Peak members dispersed and headed for their respective target areas. This split up of the forces caused Yamashita Gunshin, the leader of the Gongyao Guild, to burst into laughter. He gloated, "I'm laughing at the incompetence of Yazakura Luo Xiaoji and Jixing. They're already outnumbered, yet they're acting separately. Doesn't this give us the opportunity to defeat them one by one? It seems the two vice-chairmen chosen by Night Wanderer are truly incompetent." Sasaburo chuckled beside him. Without Night Wanderer, the Peak is nothing to fear. President, give the order to charge. The brothers can't wait. Yamashita Gunshin turned around and saw all 500 players of the Gongyao Guild, their faces flushed and eager to fight. The honor of dethroning the recognized #1 Guild of Apocalypse was a thrill that made their hearts beat faster. Yamashita Gunshin, full of energy, waved his hand and said, "Charge." After discovering that the Peak members had split into 3 groups, Yamashita Gunshin immediately split into 2 teams, one to search for the Snow Squad in the city, and the other to ambush the Akatsuki members at the black market. The remaining 400-plus guild members all rushed straight out of the city. They had to defeat the most formidable destroyer first. The destroyer had the stats of a dark gold tier boss. If it were allowed to attack freely, even the largest number of players in the glorious guild would be useless. Ordinary players wouldn't be able to withstand a single blast from the destroyer. On the other hand, without the destroyer, Ji Xing and the others would lose their strongest support. They could then simply use their numbers to crush them. In the destroyer's cockpit, Ji Xing watched the hundreds of players attacking from different directions, her expression grim. It wasn't that she was afraid, but with the survival of the Peak at stake, she had to be extremely cautious and not reveal even the slightest flaw. If they lost the guild war, and the guild leader returned from his quest to find his house robbed, how could she possibly live up to his expectations and training? Chapter 557. Recovering from his thoughts, Ji Xing controlled the destroyer and began to attack. Boom! A fierce bombardment cracked the earth, and the sprinting Gongyao Guild branch was instantly reduced to ash. The numbers on the scoreboard in the sky jumped rapidly. Gongyao Guild 0. Peak 67. It was obvious that the average level of the branch just now was in the teens, with only a few players reaching level 20. And this time, the attack was just one of the destroyer's cannons. Ji Xing was a little stunned. That's it? Is the Gongyao Guild too arrogant, or are they too weak to handle the peak? Thinking of the various tactical plans before the battle, Ji Xing felt her cheeks burning. She seemed to have underestimated her own strength. But there was nothing she could do. She had always followed the guild leader, and was used to seeing all sorts of famous boss kills in 1 second. Suddenly, she was asked to fight ordinary players, and she was completely unprepared. Sister Ji, you're awesome. As expected of a destroyer, you're truly powerful. Outside the cockpit, Kaiweki and the others, perched on the destroyer's shoulders, were full of praise. Wow, a single shot wiped out an entire group. That's too easy. Ji Xing wasn't overly optimistic, feeling that the Gongyao Society, if they dared to take action, must have something to rely on. He quickly said, I control the destroyer's output rhythm to ensure it can handle any emergencies. Cleaning up any escaping players at the bottom is up to you. Kaiweki laughed heartily, waving the explosive grenade in his hand, and excitedly said, Sister Ji, send some Gongyao Society members over here. We can't wait to start bombing. Ji Xing operated from the cockpit, and the destroyer's cannons fired in turns, sending dozens of players skyward each time. From beginning to end, Ji Xing only activated 2 of its guns. The destroyer, on the other hand, possessed 4 main guns and several secondary cannons. The Gongyao Guild, braving the sporadic attacks, quickly approached the destroyer's legs, wielding their weapons and slashing at them. Before they could strike twice, a pile of black objects descended from overhead. A rumbling explosion echoed, flames shot skyward, and the scoreboard began to tick again. From the outset, the destroyer had already dominated the match. The players observing from the outside were stunned. No, Gongyao Guild, you guys put on such a grand display, only to be crushed right from the start? The Gongyao Guild's president, Yamashita Gunslinger, watched the destroyer's rampage from afar, but his expression showed no sign of panic, rather a confident confidence. Yamashita Gunslinger muttered, the destroyer's stats haven't improved much. While this mechanical creation has a high starting point, its subsequent development is limited. Vice President Sasaburo nodded in agreement, that's true. Since the destroyer's stats haven't changed much, our preparations will come in handy. I can't wait to see what tricks the peak members will come up with after the destroyer is restricted. Yamashita Gunslinger looked at the players nearby and instructed, go prepare. Make sure to contain the destroyer. Several players, who looked like mechanics, responded in unison, hi. The confidence of this glorious association came from a dark gold level blueprint they had discovered, which allowed them to construct a large mecha, the Guardian. Unlike the destroyer, this mecha was more defensively oriented. It was perfect for this guild war. As long as they could contain the destroyer, the peak members alone wouldn't be a threat. Just as he was thinking this, Yamashita Gunslinger received a call for help from a member. President, over half of the detachment in the city has been destroyed. Requesting additional personnel. The same goes for the black market. The 3 guys here are too cunning. We can't find them. And with the vast space here, our scattered teams are being picked off one by one. This is the mobile team. We're being intercepted by dejaling you. They're using flying mounts, making them incredibly difficult to defend against. President, the Guardians are ready. Activate them? Amidst all the bad news, the news of the Guardians was the only thing that brought some comfort to the gun god at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 558. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the peak strength. This was especially true for the veteran members in their 30s and 40s. Their equipment advantage more than made up for their numerical disadvantage, and every strike was an instant kill. Yamashita Gunslinger was a little worried, but he quickly ordered, Guardians, activate. First, pin down the destroyer. According to the previous plan, the main force will surround and kill the destroyer. Move. With Yamashita Gunslinger's command, a mecha the same height as the destroyer appeared, shielded by a shield thicker than a city wall. Is this what the Gongyao Society relies on? Ji Xing muttered to himself. The destroyer opened fire, firing all 4 main guns in unison. The Guardian slammed his shield into the ground, his legs digging into the ground. With a teeth-rattling sound, he finally withstood the attack. This undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Gongyao Society. They accelerated forward, rushing to the destroyer's feet and attacking frantically. As long as they destroyed this mech, they would surely win, While controlling the destroyer to engage the enemy mech, Ji Xing instructed Kaiweki and the others to accelerate their attack on the Gongyao Guild players beneath them. As the saying goes, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. If these players were allowed to attack, and the destroyer's leg armor was damaged, slowing its movement, it would become a sitting duck. The Guardian's attack power might not seem high, but that's relative. Getting in close range would be very troublesome. The destroyer, entrusted to her by the guild leader, would absolutely not fail in such a place. Kaiweki and the others threw their explosives until they were practically leaving after images, but the Gongyao Guild players were simply too numerous. Furthermore, due to the destroyer's large size, the Gongyao Guild players could use it to hide, further increasing the difficulty of killing it. However, before the Gongyao Guild could bask in triumph for long, Jiaolingyu, accompanied by Jing and several others, flew in from afar. Their initial attack unleashed a barrage of skills, sending nearly 100 Gongyao Guild members directly to the respawn point. At this point, the score had reached 0 to 457. Since the start of the battle, nearly half of the Gongyao Guild's players had been sent to the respawn point, while Peak had remained unscathed. This result was unacceptable, not only to the Gongyao Guild but also to the onlookers. No, how could Peak still be so powerful without Night Wanderer? The guild war was held in a separate arena, and outside observers could freely switch perspectives, even seeing Akatsuki and Enmi in stealth. But they couldn't relay this information to the Gongyao Guild. Even if the Gongyao Guild knew where Akatsuki and the others were, surrounding them would only result in their deaths. There were only 3 Peak members in the black market: Akatsuki, Enmi, and Dabeta. Xiao and Yinmi were both over level 30, having completed their second-class advancement. Debate, having gained a significant level boost during the previous demon event, had reached level 27. While this might not be a big deal for a Peak player, it was a huge advantage against the Gongyao Guild, which was only in its teens and 20s. Debate also had a shadow leopard form that allowed stealth, and a rat form to navigate small passages, giving him maximum agility. The 3 fought independently, while simultaneously sharing enemy coordinates, and they effectively routed an entire Gongyao Guild group. Every few steps a squad was wiped out, and by the time the others arrived, the Peak players had already fled. This back and forth was unbearable. And if the Gongyao Guild advanced in a group, Xiao and his team would quickly retreat, waiting for an opportunity. During this period, some Gongyao Guild assassins attempted stealth duels, but were invariably sent to the respawn point. Unable to defeat them, unable to find them, the Gongyao players who came to the black market were complaining bitterly. Before arriving, they were quite happy, thinking they wouldn't have to face the destroyer's terrifying fire. But now it seems their joy was premature. These 3 guys here are each more cunning than the other, truly mastering the artillery of manipulation. Chapter 559. Equally suffering were the players of the Gongyao Guild in the city. There was also a group active here, searching for the swordsman in the snow. The Gongyao Guild scoured the streets, but no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find him. Instead, they would occasionally receive news that the entire team had been sent to the respawn point. Oh my god, that guy jumped out of the box. Watch out for that straw mat in the corner, there might be someone hiding underneath. Aren't these houses inaccessible? How could someone at the peak of their powers get out? Such obvious cheating, and the Apocalypse authorities won't do anything about it. There seems to be a mechanic across the street. I just got sent away by a self-destructing robot. Call for backup. Inside a house, Tianqing said admiringly, Brother Xuezhong, how did you get in here? Although this guild battleground uses a portion of the Bailey City Street area, it's just a model. The swordsman in the snow smiled. My profession is a bit special. I can conduct 4 searches, you know? Senior brother, The swordsman in the snow's face straightened, and he said righteously, don't get the wrong idea. I know nothing about undercover investigators. Tianqing listened for a moment and said, once the players outside have left, I send out 2 more self-destruct robots. I guarantee the Gongyao Guild's heartbeat will accelerate. Whether the Gongyao Guild's heartbeat will accelerate is uncertain, but their leader, the gunslinger at the bottom of the mountain, was already throbbing with veins on his forehead. The Guardians completed their tactical plan and contained the destroyer, but the situation did not improve. That Jiaolingyu with the flying magic carpet was so damn annoying. Every time they tried to organize a siege on the destroyer, they'd be bombarded with spells, killing most of them instantly. Then, when they reached the destroyer, they'd be bombarded with grenades and bombs, sending everyone to their respawn point. What the hell? As the score reached 0 to 1523, Yamashita Gunslinger grew increasingly impatient. He felt his role was about to be lost. Just then, Vice President Sasaburo brought good news. President, the destroyer's main gun's attack frequency has decreased. Its energy reserves are running low. And the density of the grenades and explosives thrown by the peaks is also decreasing. If we hold on a little longer, they'd be completely depleted. Yamashita gunslinger's spirits lifted, urging, increase the offensive. We must eliminate the peaks today. Inside the destroyer's cockpit, Ji Xing sent a signal. Attack! A flying magic carpet swooped down from the clouds above the destroyer. Atop the carpet, Song Ling's hands condensed a lingering chill. He looked at the Gongyao players, who were gathering around the destroyer like ants, and shouted coldly. Endless freeze. The chill descended, instantly spreading to a radius of 100 meters. The earth in the area was covered in frost, and the charging Gongyao players instantly turned into icicles, frozen in place. Their health points instantly dropped to 0, and they all headed for their respawn points, showing weakness to the enemy, luring them into an attack. A simple tactic negated the Gongya's offensive. And before the endless freeze wore off, the chill spread to the Guardian, transforming its heavy, wall-like shield into an ice shield, sluggish its movements. Ji Xing seized the opportunity, and unleashed a barrage of fire from his destroyer, sending parts flying all over the Guardian, and sending shrill alarms blaring from the cockpit. With the bulk of the Gongyao forces sent to the respawn point, the score stood at 0 to 2271. But Ji Xing was a little worried. The destroyer's energy had already been depleted by a third, yet the score hadn't widened significantly. Once the energy ran out, Gongya's Guardian would be there, and the situation would reverse. Aoi was very happy, and quickly sent a message. I used my ultimate skill to see if I can take out the enemy mech. Chapter 560. Ji Xing said, don't try. I'm afraid it won't work. The enemy mech is focused on defense. If we waste too many skills on it, the rest of the battle will be difficult. Dijiaolingyu, take your ultimate skill to the enemy respawn point, and kill them again to gain a better lead. Dijiaolingyu flew off with the flying magic carpet, sighing, buying this flying magic carpet from the guild president was truly the wisest decision. Jing also said, indeed, without a flying mount, we'd probably be surrounded and killed by the Gongyao guild if we relied on our own mobility. As they spoke, they arrived at the Gongyao guild's respawn point. Ultimate skill unleashed a powerful attack, wiping out the health bars of hundreds of players. However, the Gongyao guild's counterattack soon arrived, forcing Dijiaolingyu and the others to temporarily retreat. Their group was a standard turret mage, with extremely high damage output but questionable defense. Although Su Chongqing was there, they could add health and resurrect, but it was still a hassle. According to observation, the Gongyao guild had already stationed a group of players at the peak's respawn point. If anyone was sent there, getting back out would be difficult. The battle continued, but the situation had gradually become more stalemate, rather than the one-sided one at the beginning. The onlookers sighed. It seemed that Peak was doomed. They couldn't survive without the Night Wanderer, the core figure. Just as everyone was discussing this, a teleportation light illuminated. Someone had joined the guild war. Is there anyone still not joining the guild war at this hour? Could it be that the Night Wanderer has returned? After seeing the teleportation light, the onlookers began to discuss. Longting Tianxiao laughed heartily, saying, the Night Wanderer has returned. The Gongyao guild is doomed. Many guild leaders echoed this sentiment. That's right, I knew the Night Wanderer wouldn't sit idly by. He must be waiting for his chance. As expected of the Night Wanderer, he's so cunning. The Gongyao guild is truly unlucky not to have won the guild war before the Night Wanderer returned. People are greedy and want more. Even the Luosha Palace, who have always opposed the Night Wanderer, didn't dare to start a guild war so easily. How could the Gongyao guild get such confidence? That person doesn't seem to be the Night Wanderer, but Yi Sakura Luo, who didn't return earlier. What? It's not the Night Wanderer? That's it. The peak will probably be removed from the list. The mood shifted seamlessly from initial anticipation for the Night Wanderer's devastating victory to subsequent disappointment. But Longting Tianxiao had a different view. He gazed at Yingluo's back, his eyes complex but his tone firm. I believe Yingluo will give us a surprise. After all, he's the vice president chosen by Night Wanderer. The other guild leaders pondered, and it seemed to make sense. Everyone had witnessed Ji Xing's prowess as one of the two top-tier vice presidents. That destroyer was a formidable force, and if Gongyao guild hadn't pulled out a powerful weapon, they would have been finished. Now, the other vice president, Yingluo, had arrived 10 minutes after the battle had begun. It was impossible to say he had no hidden tricks up his sleeve. How far could he, alone, go? This was a question the Gongyao guild also wanted to know. When they caught sight of Yingluo's figure, they all gasped. Dragon. A giant crimson dragon, Yasakura Luo actually teleported here riding a giant dragon. They even created a dragon rider? Isn't that too much? No, with Yasakura Luo's abilities, he shouldn't be able to obtain a dragon egg. How did he become a dragon rider? Need I ask? It must have been given to him by Night Wanderer. I told you he's gay, otherwise why would he turn a blind eye to this cute girl's enthusiasm? Ahem, Kirby, you're blocking my view. So what if it's a dragon rider? That dragon is only 4 or 5 meters long, not even half the size of Night Wanderer's black dragon. What purpose can it serve? I think it's more symbolic. Chapter 561. That makes sense. I wanted to chop Ying Luo down with my sword and become the Night Wanderer's mount. Brothers, follow me in charge. Something's wrong with you, brother. In the Peak Guild, Ji Xing and the others were speechless with shock. When Ying Luo had previously said she was going to retrieve something the guild leader had left behind, they hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was just equipment or skills. Who would have thought, after all this time, it would turn out to be a giant dragon? Di Jialingyu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but mutter, such a majestic mount, I must get one too. Aoe Xian Shuang, who was also on the magic carpet, coughed and said, well, Sister Di, giant dragons aren't cheap. Even if the president offered you a friendly price, it probably wouldn't cost tens of millions. Di Jialinyu agreed, and after a moment's thought, she said, I tell the president to keep any more dragons for me. I transfer some shares to him, and that should be enough. Aoe Xian Shuang was speechless. You're just like me. Jing asked curiously, but wouldn't transferring shares require a shareholders meeting? Di Jialinyu casually said, it's okay. I own a lot of companies. Now it was Jing's turn to be speechless. As they chatted and laughed, Su Chongqing pointed in the distance and said, Brother Yi is here. Huh? A crimson figure appeared before them like lightning. Ying Luo sat upright on the dragon's back, a look of shame on his face. Everyone, I'm late. Su Chongqing excitedly asked, Brother Yi, your mount is so handsome. Aoi asked the key question with a smile. Is this just a mount, or can it participate in battle? Ying Luo replied, I now have the Dragon Knight class, and can command this fire dragon into battle. Di Jialinyu was practically drooling with envy. Her two mounts, the skeleton warhorse and the flying magic carpet, could only be ridden, not used for combat. The skeleton warhorse could, but she wasn't a knight. Jing asked curiously, what are the attributes of this fire dragon? Sakura Luo's expression was a bit odd at this, but she didn't say much, simply posting the fire dragon's attributes to the team chat. Fire Dragon Ignir, Epic. Level 1. HP 30 000 000 /30 000 000. Attack 150,000. Defense 100,000. Skills: Blazing Field, Flame Dragon Breath, Fire Immunity, Dragon Might, King's Bloodline, Rain of Fire, Crimson Storm. Description: Descendant of the Fire Dragon Heloise, possessing the bloodline of the Fire Dragon King. Di Jialinyu and the others all looked as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell is this? Its level 1 stats are even more exaggerated than a level 60 Dark Gold boss. Is this the Dragon Tribe? Too powerful. Su Chongqing muttered to himself, his eyes filled with endless longing. Wei was also shaken. He calculated his own damage output and said dejectedly, I can't even defeat a level 1 fire dragon. Jing suddenly said, how did the guild leader defeat the fire dragon Heloise back then? It's truly incomprehensible. Shueishan excitedly raised his voice. Now that Brother Yi has returned with such force, the glorious alliance is doomed. Ying Luo nodded. Luckily, I'm back not too late, otherwise how would I have faced the guild leader? Everyone, I'd be back soon. We chat after this guild war is over. Following a few strange phrases, the fire dragon Ignir roared and flew forward at a rapid speed, soon reaching the skies above the Glorious Alliance players. Looking at the giant dragon before them, the Glorious Alliance players, shocked, launched a counterattack. The guild master said a dragon this small must have just hatched, so its strength was limited. But the next second, these players knew they were gravely mistaken. With a single breath of dragon's breath, even players several meters away burst into flames, their health bars instantly emptied, and they were sent to the resurrection point. Before they could regroup at the resurrection point, Ying Luo, riding a fire dragon, soared overhead, raining down a torrential downpour of fire, instantly annihilating the newly revived players. One man, one dragon, blocking the resurrection point, Ji Xing, who was locked in a fight with the Guardian, also received the news and, excited, quickly said, Ying Luo, kill them a few more times, Then come over here. Let's work together to take down this guardian. This time, we're going to make the Gongyao Guild suffer. Chapter 562. Yamashita Gunsling wanted to escape. When he learned that Yezakura Net had teleported in and was blocking their respawn point on a dragon, Yamashita Gunsling knew they had already lost this guild war. But Yamashita Gunsling couldn't understand why. They had been gradually closing the gap, even hoping to wear down the destroyer and begin the process of officially encircling and killing the top members. But plans couldn't keep up with the changes, and Yezakura Net's sudden teleport disrupted their plans. The key point was that they teleported, but they actually teleported back with a dragon. How could this be justified? Yamashita Gunsling wanted to ask, where's the justice? Sazaburo, standing beside him, also had a grim expression. According to their original plan, after the main force surrounded and killed Jishing's destroyer, they would use the guardians to block the top members at the respawn point and kill them, thus eventually overtaking the score and winning. But now, everything was over. That dragon from Yezakura Lu is even more formidable than the destroyer, and this thing must have been left behind by the Night Wanderer. Could it be that this guild war was also anticipated by the Night Wanderer? What a terrifying man. No wonder even the renowned Rakshasa Hall chose to swallow their anger, and not dare to confront Peak directly. They originally thought their leader, Raksha Yudayasan, had been mortified by the death of his leader, Raksha Yudayasan. Now it seems that Raksha Yudayasan was quite wise. It's Raksha Kwangshu. Sasaburo suddenly shouted, this is all Raksha Kwangshu's scheme. He deliberately sold us the challenge contract and instigated a guild war, all to test Peak's strength. I'm afraid Raksha Yudayasan is behind this. Damn it, Raksha Yudayasan actually helped the Night Wanderer plot against us. The gun god at the foot of the mountain was also furious. He said coldly, although we don't know who the Night Wanderer is, Lusha Yudayasan's identity is certain. When the guild war is over, Lusha Hall must pay the price. The two men fiercely denounced Lusha Yudayasan, trying to vent their inner fear. Raksha Yudayasan, far away in an unknown area doing a quest, sneezed, his expression slightly puzzled. Who was targeting him? After much thought, the candidates were limited. Either the Night Wanderer or Longting Tianxia. Lusha Yudayasan thought sinisterly. You two have been opposing me. When I finish this quest, I will make you regret it. The appearance of Yezakura Lu was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Gongyao Association. A single breath of the flame dragon could kill dozens of players. Came back and forth to the respawn point, and the score steadily climbed. Soon, the score reached 0 to 5177. The situation shifted so quickly that even the onlookers were somewhat confused. No, although we didn't think your Gonji we could defeat the Peak, this is too weak, a pure one-sided defeat. Some players realized that after Ying Luo obtained the dragon, he would likely become a top player second only to Night Wanderer. Even if Night Wanderer was gone, anyone who wanted to challenge the Peak would have to consider whether they had the strength. But then again, what were the attributes of that dragon, and why was it so powerful? And it looked like it had only been hatched a short time ago. If it were to grow to full size, I'm afraid even the destroyer wouldn't be a match for it. One player said sarcastically, Ying Luo is so lucky. He's probably the only night player at the Peak, and he just happened to run into them. Another player, with a hint of longing, said, I heard the dragons are huge. No, brother, you. As the players were discussing this, Ying Luo flew away from the Gongyao Guild's respawn point and headed to reunite with Ji Xing. Guardian, huh? If we don't destroy you today, we won't be Peak. Seeing Ying Luo approaching on a flame dragon, the players in the Guardian's cockpit panicked. One destroyer was already a burden for them, and adding a dragon to the mix was a huge pressure. Chapter 563. But at this point, there was no turning back. Either they killed the destroyer and the flame dragon, or they were killed. There was no third option. Boom! The battle erupted instantly. The flame dragon unleashed a breath of dragon's breath, over 10 meters long, slamming into the Guardian's shield, instantly turning it a brilliant crimson. The destroyer, however, seized the opportunity to circle around to the rear and unleashed full force, blasting the Guardian's armor with cracks. The Guardian was undoubtedly known for its defense, but facing the siege of an epic-level flame dragon and a dark gold-level destroyer, even a dark gold-level Guardian could not withstand it. The shield was the first to collapse. The flame dragon, expending immense energy, destroyed the shield with its dragon's breath, then continued to attack, melting the Guardian's arm. Boom! The Guardian's mountain-like body collapsed helplessly. After holding on for 5 minutes, it finally gave up and collapsed cleanly, sending the driver inside to the respawn point along with it. Ji Xing and Ying Luo quickly reached an agreement. Ji Xing would pilot the destroyer to block the respawn point, while Yi Luo would exploit the Flame Dragon's speed advantage to roam around and send the Gongyao Guild players outside to the respawn point, further accelerating their score accumulation. At this stage of the battle, the outcome was practically certain. Neither the Destroyer nor the Flame Dragon was a force the Gongyao Guild could handle. Even taking a step back, without the Guardians, Jiaolingyu's Magic Carpet squad alone would have given the Gongyao Guild a hard time. As the Guardians fell, many spectators averted their gazes. The rest was a one-sided battle. What good was that? It would be better to analyze how to deal with the Peak players later. This battle proved that Peak wasn't solely supported by Night Wanderer. Even without him, the remaining members were strong enough. Unable to restrain the Destroyer and the Flame Dragon, launching a guild challenge was a suicidal act. Thanks to Gongyao Guild for helping them avoid the pitfall. The members of Luosha Hall wiped a cold sweat. Luckily, the guild leader wasn't here, otherwise they would have been the ones facing Peak. Guild war over. Peak wins. All members gain a level increase of 1, and all attributes increase by 50. Gongyao Guild lost the challenge, and will be forcibly disbanded. Guild leader Yamashita Gunshin will have his character deleted. Let's congratulate Peak on winning this guild war. A series of notifications floated in the sky, officially concluding the first guild war of Apocalypse. But its impact was only just beginning. Ding! The Peak guild you created has won the guild war. Level increase of 1, and all attributes increase by 50. The notification in his ear startled Qin Chuan. What's going on? I'm completely lost in this pitch-black darkness, and the guild war outside is already over, but then again, this place is completely dark, no light can penetrate. Don't let him throw me into a black hole. As Qin Chuan pondered, a mysterious voice rang in his ears. Feel with your heart and find a way out, otherwise you be trapped here forever. Hearing the mysterious voice, Qin Chuan said with a smile, Brother, what exactly are you? Tell me. I'm the heir of the power of shadow, after all. We're on the same side, so there's no need to hide it. No response. The mysterious person skipped the subject and repeated his previous words. Feel with your heart and find a way out, otherwise you be trapped here forever. Qin Chuan suddenly realized, so you're a repeater transformed into a spirit. I'm not. A voice with a hint of annoyance rang out. The mysterious man thought he had a good attitude, but he overestimated himself and underestimated the man's nerves. Even in this situation, he still had the energy to joke. Shouldn't he first consider finding a way out of the darkness? The mysterious man felt the need to remind this unsuspecting inheritor of the power of shadow, saying calmly, the trial has already begun, and I can't intervene. If you can't find a way out, you truly be trapped here forever. I'm not kidding. Chapter 564. Qin Chuan smiled. I know you're not joking. I'm just a bit clueless right now, so I want to liven things up. By the way, could you please turn on the lights? It's a bit dark, and I'm afraid. What the hell are you afraid of? The mysterious man couldn't contain himself, and he swore and fell silent. He decided not to engage in conversation with this guy for now, or he explode in anger. If you don't want to turn them on, then don't. Why are you holding such a grudge? I'm not going to call you petty, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Noticing the mysterious man didn't get angry, he knew he made up his mind not to talk, so he gave up. But then again, this trial was truly confusing, with no clues at all. Before, at least I could see the surroundings and guess what the trial was about. This time, it was pure darkness. The key was that this kind of darkness was impenetrable even to the eyes of the void. Or perhaps the space he was in was incredibly vast, beyond his field of vision. Either this darkness has an extraordinary origin, even more advanced than the void-breaking eye. The latter is more likely. After all, the shadow power hidden here has even included the Ice Lord as a cover-up. Compared to previous trials, Qin Chuan suspected that this time, he would truly encounter the power of shadow. A thought struck Qin Chuan. Compared to previous trials, the biggest difference this time wasn't his equipment, level, or skills, but his divinity. Through several battles, he had already begun the initial stages of his divinity transformation. Although he had only just begun, and hadn't even reached the long stage of divine ascension, it was still a new starting point. The trials that followed from this foundation would likely be of a different level of difficulty. Recovering his focus, Qin Chuan recalled the mysterious man's words. Feel with your heart. This meant that vision and hearing were either ineffective or affected here. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding darkness, trying to detect the flow of energy. In the darkness, his primary class, Shadow Assassin, became more active. Even with his eyes closed, he remained fully aware of everything around him. Gradually, a three-dimensional image emerged in Qin Chuan's mind, revealing the surrounding scene. The sight nearly made Qin Chuan leap. Surprisingly, dozens of figures stood around him. These figures were over 10 meters tall, their outlines blurry, but they vaguely resembled the damaged statues Qin Chuan had seen in the Dark Moon Mountain's trial ruins. All of them maintained a downward gaze, their gaze fixed squarely on the direction Qin Chuan was standing. Most people would be heartbroken upon seeing this scene. But Qin Chuan was different. He remained unfazed. Are these all shadow-type gods? Qin Chuan pondered. These figures simply stood there, like inanimate objects, devoid of any life force, no deities slumbering within. With a thought, Qin Chuan attempted to move towards the nearest figure. But no matter how hard he tried, the distance between them remained unchanged. Looking close, yet unreachable. Qin Chuan paused, lost in thought. He felt like he was moving, but perhaps his perception had been affected, and he was actually stuck in the same place. In layman's terms, it was like being trapped in a maze. If that's the case, then there's no point in continuing. Finding the source of the influence is the top priority, Qin Chuan thought. But there's one thing to keep in mind, time. The recent Guild War victory, in Qin Chuan's perception, took only a split second. According to his understanding, launching a Guild War would take at least half an hour, including preparation and combat. The flow of time here is likely different from the outside world, just like the original Fireball ruins. We have to get this done quickly. Don't wait until I finish the trial. 10 days, or half a month has already passed in the outside world. That would be troublesome. Calming his mind, Qin Chuan began to further perceive the surrounding space, focusing on the shadows of the statues. Chapter 565. As his thoughts drifted past, a message surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind. The essence of dark hunting lies in striking fear into the enemy. With the message, the black figure also vanished, as if its very purpose was to leave a message. Qin Chuan scanned his surroundings. There were over 30 such figures. Each word from each would surely benefit him immensely. As long as the light remains, the shadows will never dissipate. As the last divine statue dissipated, Qin Chuan's surroundings returned to a state of emptiness. His perception had also increased to an extremely powerful level. He tilted his head slightly and spoke to the air. Here they come. The mysterious man's voice was tinged with surprise. You can actually sense me. Qin Chuan smiled and didn't respond, displaying the demeanor of a master. With a sudden thought, Qin Chuan focused his perception and headed towards the mysterious man. He wanted to see what this guy's true face was. The first thing he sensed was the cloak, which certainly matched the mysterious figure's initial appearance. He thrust his mental force forward, easily breaking through the cloak. Then Qin Chuan was stunned. A girl, from the outline, it was undoubtedly female, a little over 1.7 meters tall, with a truly impressive figure. No, brother, no, that should be called sister now. Qin Chuan recalled. From the mysterious figure's appearance until now, his tone of voice and demeanor had always been quite rigid, a steely straight man to say the least. And now you're telling me there's a queen-like woman beneath that cloak. This is unbelievable. As if sensing Qin Chuan's detection, the mysterious figure's tone showed its first significant fluctuation. What are you looking at? Qin Chuan silently withdrew his perception, chuckled dryly, and said, Well, excuse me. Humph. The mysterious figure snorted. But after learning the mysterious figure's true gender, Qin Chuan felt that this statement sounded more like a coquettish plea than a scolding. Shaking his head to put his distracting thoughts aside, Qin Chuan asked, What is the content of the next trial? The mysterious figure retorted, You haven't found the way out yet, so how can you talk about the next stage? Qin Chuan pondered, realizing that this was the truth. He released his perception and spread it in all directions. The mysterious figure immediately retreated dozens of meters, like a frightened rabbit, looking in his direction warily. Qin Chuan said helplessly, That was just an accident. But the mysterious figure clearly didn't believe him. Qin Chuan didn't explain further, but continued to sense the surrounding space, searching for the so-called exit. As he searched, Qin Chuan kept recalling the messages left by the statues. A message surfaced in his mind. Look at your feet more carefully. With this in mind, Qin Chuan focused his attention on the space beneath him and quickly discovered a clue. It felt like he was standing on a glass dome, with vast expanse below. With a powerful stomp of his foot, a crisp, shattering sound echoed, and Qin Chuan free-fall downward. At the same time, light reappeared, causing him a slight discomfort. But thanks to his keen perception, Qin Chuan quickly realized that the area he was descending into was a trap studded with countless sharp blades. Such a big surprise didn't seem necessary. Qin Chuan controlled his shadow to a safe area, then switched positions and landed firmly on the ground. After landing, He wasn't attacked, which was good news. Qin Chuan now had time to observe his surroundings. Overall, this was the interior of a ruined temple, and the spot he had just stood on was indeed the dome. The mysterious figure leisurely flew down and introduced, this was once the temple of the Lady of Night, where believers prayed. Qin Chuan recalled that among the gods, who had descended in his previous life, the Lady of Night didn't exist. Qin Chuan calmly asked, what happened next? The mysterious man's voice was tinged with sadness. What happened next? The Lady of Night fell asleep, and her voice is no longer heard. Qin Chuan then addressed a long-held question. Since the shadow gods are no longer active, why are you okay? Logically, after a god falls asleep, the chosen one, without any means of replenishing their divine power, quickly becomes weakened, ultimately forced to sleep to protect themselves. Chapter 566. The mysterious man countered, why do you believe I'm the chosen one? To be honest, this question left Qin Chuan somewhat stumped. If he wasn't the chosen one, he couldn't be a god, could he? But the power of Apocalypse was so overwhelming that the gods were helpless to respond, and could only watch from the backstage. How could a shadow god possibly be active? If you were truly so powerful, why were you defeated so badly that the power of shadow disappeared for so many years? As if sensing Qin Chuan's thoughts, the mysterious man said briefly, this is part of the plan. Okay. Qin Chuan stopped asking questions, and turned to observe the temple, which had been silent for so many years. At the same time, he mentally grumbled, who would set traps in their own temple, with so many sharp blades pointing upwards. Aren't they afraid of dirtying the floor? Despite his grumbling, Qin Chuan realized that aside from the small area where he had just landed, the rest of the area was perfectly normal. Qin Chuan had reason to believe the trap was set by the mysterious man, and he couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at him. Isn't it just a glimpse under your cloak? Why be so petty? The mysterious man pretended not to notice Qin Chuan's gaze, his expression awestruck. Qin Chuan was amused. He glanced around, his attention drawn to a painting on the wall. In the painting, a slender lady sat on a throne, flanked by veiled maids, and beneath them lay devout believers prostrated on the ground. This painting likely depicted the arrival of the Lady of Night. This was completely different from Qin Chuan's impression of the gods. In his memory, the gods never came into close contact with mortals. Of course, combat doesn't count. Qin Chuan was a little surprised. Could it be that shadow gods valued sharing joy with the people, and were willing to mingle with their followers? If so, that would be quite rare. He continued to examine the murals. In addition to the daily gatherings for the Lady of Night, there were also scenes of battle. Assuming the figure on the throne is the Lady of Night, then this woman is likely a combat expert, having defeated many enemies. Deities from other worlds, demons of the abyss, and even all sorts of otherworldly creatures. Qin Chuan couldn't help but grumble, so good at fighting? The mysterious figure chuckled and said, if you underestimate the Lady of Night because of her appearance, you will pay a bloody price. Judging from the mysterious figure's tone, she knew the Lady of Night. A thought crossed Qin Chuan's mind. How old is this guy? The power of shadows had been dormant for over 10,000 years. Even if the Lady of Night had been dormant for 10,000 years, the fact that this mysterious person had survived to this day was truly astonishing. Qin Chuan speculated that the mysterious person might have recently awakened, otherwise, it would be hard to explain how she had been able to remain active for so long. And how could she have avoided the enemy's pursuit? Thinking carefully, Qin Chuan quickly reviewed all the murals, his overall impression being a single one. This Lady of Night is truly powerful. But for such a powerful being to completely vanish, whether it still exists is a question, a profound sigh. Let's check the bookshelf. The mysterious person interrupted Qin Chuan's thoughts, pointing to a distant bookshelf. Qin Chuan's mind moved, and he approached the bookshelf, where he saw a long sealed black crystal. Night Crystal, saint-level item exclusive to Shadow Curtain, it upgrades a legendary Shadow Curtain to the sacred realm. Isn't this tailor-made for him? Qin Chuan accepted it with satisfaction, and used it directly. Ding! Shadow Curtain upgrades. Legend upgrades to Sanctuary. Shadow Curtain, Sanctuary, uses shadow power to create a curtain that lasts 40 seconds, hiding the traces of party members and raid members within 200 meters. Consumes 1000 mana, cooldown time is 3 minutes. Features: stealth speed increased by 30%. Epic feature: curtain duration increased by 5 seconds. Legendary feature: curtain cannot be dispelled. Chapter 567. Sanctuary. Activating Shadow Curtain will shroud the surrounding area in darkness. Qin Chuan exclaimed, wow! With this skill activated, day turns to night instantly. This home advantage is huge. Qin Chuan was a little surprised that the first sanctuary skill would be Shadow Curtain. This trial wasn't over yet, but Qin Chuan had already gained a lot. Whether it was the increased perception or the acquisition of sanctuary skills, both would be of great benefit in future battles. Qin Chuan looked at the mysterious man with anticipation. Anything else? There's never too much good stuff like this. If the mysterious man dared to give it, he'd take it. But Qin Chuan waited for a long time, and the mysterious man didn't offer any more instructions. Instead, he flew over to a candlestick and asked, "The trial here is about to begin. Get ready." The mysterious man was a straightforward person. As soon as he asked the question, before Qin Chuan could respond, he had already turned the candlestick. As the candlestick swirled, the sound of mechanical mechanisms resounded beneath the temple, metal gears whirring and grinding, eventually mellowing into a resounding roar. Boom! With the drumbeats, the temple floor cracked. Qin Chuan wanted to offer a friendly greeting, but remembering the mysterious figure was a woman, he swallowed his words and shouted as he fell. "Thank you." The mysterious figure, floating in midair, waved politely. "You're welcome." The fall was not short. Qin Chuan estimated he had fallen over 200 meters. Thankfully, as he neared the bottom, an invisible force of buoyancy arose, allowing him to land safely. Unlike above, the light here was dim, and it was steadily decreasing with each passing moment. Taking advantage of the last remaining light, Qin Chuan found himself on a street. The building's exterior style leaned towards the Middle Ages, giving it a somewhat outdated feel compared to the current mainstream style of the apocalypse. Judging from the time, it was between 5 and 6 in the afternoon in this space, but strangely, the street was deserted. What was the content of this trial? This was Qin Chuan's most urgent task. Ding, ding, ding. A dull bell sound drifted overhead, and he could faintly hear footsteps gathering in the distance, seemingly heading in a certain direction. Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and he headed towards the bell's direction. Turning the corner, he saw many translucent figures, all with expressions of fear and trepidation, walking quickly while constantly scanning their surroundings. Especially in dark corners, their gazes would instantly shift, as if something were about to escape. These figures had no physical form. Some passed directly through Qin Chuan's body, running on their own, occasionally uttering whispers. Qin Chuan listened for a moment, and the basic message was a prayer for divine protection and a rejection of evil. As the figures moved forward, Qin Chuan arrived at a wide square. In the center of the square stood a stone platform, surrounded by a variety of figures, men, women, young and old. The edges of the platform were lit with torches, illuminating the square as bright as day. In the center of the platform was a huge pile of firewood, within which stood a rack with a woman hanging from it. Qin Chuan began to understand. This must have occurred during the witch hunts. Was the trial about him being a spectator, or was it about actively participating? However, Qin Chuan couldn't reach the figures around him. As he approached the stone platform, no one was aware of his presence. How could he participate in this? He could only observe. As the crowd gathered, the onlookers became restless, raising their arms and shouting, but Qin Chuan could hear nothing. Judging from their expressions, they were probably shouting something like "burn her to death." Soon, a group of church members approached from a distance, led by a middle-aged man who looked like a missionary. He approached the woman on the shelf, opened a tome in his hand, and muttered something feverishly. Chapter 568. The woman on the shelf raised her head with difficulty, spat, and a disdainful smile played at the corners of her mouth. This was clearly an act of self-inflicted pain. The missionary took the spiked whip from the knight next to her, and lashed her out fiercely. The woman's mouth opened slightly, as if she were saying something, but Qin Chuan could not hear it. After a moment, the missionary, perhaps tired of lashing, handed the whip to the knight, and resumed his chanting with the tome. As the missionary whispered, the tome in his hand emanated a soft glow, and the people below became restless, eager to reach this light, even causing a stampede. But no one paid any attention. Huh? The sound of rising flames reached Qin Chuan's ears. He saw the missionary take a torch, turn around, and shout something to the crowd becoming even more enthusiastic. Qin Chuan guessed that the next step would be to burn it. But considering the flames he had just heard, Qin Chuan suspected that the torch was an interactive item. With a sudden thought, the shadowy flying knife slashed the torch. The moment the torch fell to the ground, horror crossed the missionary's face, and the people below grew increasingly uneasy, watching their surroundings warily. The woman on the shelf also sensed something, and looked up at Qin Chuan's location. Her lips moved slightly, and a faint voice drifted over. "Distant traveler, is it dark yet?" Qin Chuan looked up at the sky. It still had a little time left before dark. But this didn't faze him. The shadow curtain opened, the sanctuary effect activated, and the entire city instantly plunged into darkness. The last of the dim light vanished, even the torches on the stone platform, their light swallowed by the darkness. Qin Chuan watched as black markings appeared on the woman's skin, extending further and further like dark ribbons dancing in the air. The frame restraining the woman silently vanished, and the finger-thick chains were easily severed. Then, it was a one-sided crushing blow. Where the black ribbon passed, everything was sliced open. When the veil of shadows faded and dim light returned to the area, the only person standing was the woman. "Thank you, traveler from afar." The woman saluted, her expression impassive, completely belying the fact that she had just slaughtered at least 1,000 humans. Qin Chuan asked tentatively, "What's your name?" "Alessa." "Okay, Alessa, where is this place? And why are you hanging on the rack?" "This is Bailey City. As for why I'm hanging on the rack, it's because the church here has gone mad. They're crazy." "Wait." Qin Chuan interrupted Alessa, his expression a bit subtle. "You mean, this is Bailey City?" Alessa was a little confused, but didn't think much about it. She nodded and said, "Yes, this is Bailey City." "City? Have you heard of this city?" Qin Chuan said noncommittally, "I think so." "By the way, you said the church here is mad. How exactly is that manifested?" At this point, pain and hatred flashed in Alessa's eyes, and her tone grew stern. "Around last year, the church began indiscriminately arresting those they deemed heretics, burning them all, regardless of gender or age. This was indeed madness, but the church had always struck hard at heretics, using brutal methods." Qin Chuan wasn't convinced by this conclusion. He needed more concrete evidence. Besides, compared to the so-called mad church, Qin Chuan felt Alessa was the more likely suspect. Instantly killing thousands of humans in the square, including many high-ranking knights, was not something an ordinary person could do. If Alessa were truly that powerful, how could she have ended up being roasted on a rack? The key to the problem lay in the darkness. Alessa suddenly erupted after nightfall. Could she be the Lady of Night? Qin Chuan found things increasingly intriguing. The coordinates he obtained from the Deathbringer were related to the power of shadow, yet here he was, instead, undergoing the so-called Lady of Night's trial. Chapter 569. The scene just now felt more like a memory, a video playing automatically. Yet, Qin Chuan was able to intervene and converse with Alessa unimpeded. Was it a dream, or reality? I can't tell, I really can't. The only certainty is that the key to the mystery lies in Alessa. Is she the Lady of Night? If she is, then Alessa clearly hasn't reached the level of a god at this stage. How did she become the Lady of Night? If not, what is her relationship with the Lady of Night? Qin Chuan didn't think the Lady of Night would leave behind the story of an unrelated person in her temple. She must be trying to tell this newcomer some information. Something that's not convenient to reveal directly. While pondering, Alessa said, "Dear traveler, I don't know your name yet." Qin Chuan thought for a moment, and casually said, "Call me Shadow." "Shadow?" Alessa's expression showed some hesitation, but she finally spoke. "If you don't want to cause trouble, don't mention words like shadow, darkness, or shadow on church grounds, especially in Bailey City." Qin Chuan pressed, "You said the church here is crazy. Are the so-called heretics those associated with shadow?" Alessa nodded. "That's understandable. It said that the archbishop received an oracle and, in order to nip the threat in the bud, arrested many people and burned them all to death." Qin Chuan asked curiously, "Why burn them to death, instead of beheading or some other form of execution?" Alessa's expression was a little awkward, and she changed the subject. "This isn't a place to stay for long. Let's leave the city first." Qin Chuan didn't refuse. Alessa was clearly the leader of this so-called trial, and he was more of a bystander. Following Alessa to a street corner, they descended through the sewer entrance, passing through a maze of underground passages, and quickly left the city. Once outside, Qin Chuan found the terrain familiar. It indeed resembled the Bailey City he remembered. The biggest difference was that there was no crack running through the earth, and naturally no black market. Compared to the time in the game, this time here is at least 5,000 years older. Qin Chuan pondered. According to the in-game information, the crack outside Bailey City has existed for at least 5,000 years. The exact time is unclear. Even the church, with its most comprehensive records, can only find fragments. Qin Chuan felt that the time point might be even earlier. The shadow power had been dormant for more than 5,000 years. Even the shadow dragon's bloodline memory was blurred, meaning it must have been at least 10,000 years. Bailey City 10,000 years ago was quite interesting. Led by Alessa, Qin Chuan continued toward the wilderness outside the city, eventually stopping in a valley. Qin Chuan's ears twitched slightly. He could hear faint footsteps nearby. Soon, several small figures appeared. They were all human children, ranging in age from 4 or 5 to 13 or 14. Judging by their tattered clothing, they were most likely orphans. But that wasn't the point. The point was that these children had fine black lines on their skin. They were similar to the black markings that had appeared on Alessa's body earlier, though less pronounced. Sensing Qin Chuan's gaze, the children timidly hid their arms behind their backs. Alessa said quietly, "This is the Black Death. Once black marks appear on a person's body, they will be continuously eroded, eventually transforming into a mindless monster that attacks the living in the darkness." Qin Chuan tentatively flipped the ring over and found it was still usable. He decisively took out some food and held it in his hand, saying apologetically, "I don't understand the situation. These are my gifts." Alessa didn't refuse. She could go without food and starve, but not these children. As for whether it was poisonous or not. Chapter 570. Alessa felt there was no need to worry. This traveler who called himself Shadow gave her a feeling of being unpredictable. His strength was terrifying. If a fight broke out, she wouldn't last more than 3 seconds. If he had malicious intent, no amount of defense would be enough. It would be better to be open and honest. The children, after receiving their share of food, didn't rush to eat. Instead, they came to Qin Chuan and said in unison, "Thank you, Uncle." Qin Chuan's mouth twitched, and he said unhappily, "Call me Uncle Jimao." The children looked at each other, but finally said in unison, "Hello, Uncle Jimao." Qin Chuan looked at Alessa. Alessa, feeling a little embarrassed, looked at the oldest boy and said, "Leon, take the others and eat first. I have something to tell this uncle." The children, with joyful expressions on their faces, walked to a corner and gathered together to share the rare food. Alessa looked at the children, her eyes filled with tenderness and heartache. Qin Chuan calmly asked, "The Black Death. Will this disease eventually turn into a monster?" Alessa lifted her sleeve and presented her arm to Qin Chuan. Black markings had almost completely covered her forearm, and her fingers were somewhat twisted and deformed. A layer of black hair covered the rough skin. Qin Chuan then asked, "When did the Black Death begin?" Alessa tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then said dejectedly, "I can't remember. I think it was about 100 or 200 years ago." Qin Chuan was a little surprised. That's too long. Without a cure having been found for so long, it seems the Black Death is indeed a very difficult disease to cure. No, strictly speaking, it couldn't be called an illness. Because Qin Chuan sensed an extremely uncomfortable aura on Alessa's arm, an indescribable feeling that every cell in his body resisted. This wasn't the power of shadows, and it definitely wasn't the power wielded by the Lady of Night. Things were getting even stranger. In the Lady of Night's trial, a power appeared that Qin Chuan had never encountered before. Qin Chuan was certain that even during his previous life as a god, he had never encountered such a power. Not even the ancient gods had ever made him feel so uncomfortable. Seeing Qin Chuan lost in thought, Alessa pulled down her sleeves with a gloomy expression and said with a dejected look, "It's ugly, isn't it?" "Indeed," Qin Chuan replied casually. Alessa almost gasped. "No, how could you be like this? Do you have any compassion at all?" Despite her complaints, Alessa felt a certain joy. Because the man before her didn't offer any so-called sympathy to comfort her. Alessa didn't need sympathy. Alessa's depression lasted less than 2 seconds, and she quickly regained her composure. Qin Chuan changed the subject. "You said the Black Death eventually transforms into a monster. Has anyone seen one or killed one?" Alessa nodded. "Yes, it's a creature difficult to describe. Even if it was once human, it becomes twisted and monstrous. There are many ways to kill such a monster, but there's only one way to completely destroy it: fire." Qin Chuan pondered. No wonder the church burns people. It seems they're trying to prevent it before it happens. If I'm not mistaken, once infected with the Black Death, even if the infected person dies, the plague won't stop. It will definitely transform them into a monster and resume its activities, right? Alessa looked a little surprised. From Shadow's reaction, it seemed he hadn't known about the Black Death before, yet he was able to deduce its characteristics in such a short time. This insight impressed Alessa. Alessa couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Shadow, who are you?" Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Just a casual visitor." Alessa seemed confused, but wisely didn't ask any further questions. She looked up at the sky, her expression slightly nervous, and subconsciously lowered her voice. "Mr. Shadow, we can't light a fire at night. It's easy to be attacked. Please forgive me." Chapter 571. Qin Chuan waved his hand to indicate he was alright. His perception was now terrifyingly sharp, and he could detect no movement around him. Qin Chuan looked toward the valley's mouth and said slowly, "Here they come." A terrifying roar echoed from the front, and bizarre black creatures, on all fours, scurried toward him. Qin Chuan once again smelled that nauseating scent from them. The Black Death. These were the monsters transformed by the infected. Alessa, with a determined expression, shouted to Leon and the other children nearby, "Leon, hide! Don't come out until I speak." Leon and the other children quickly ran deeper into the valley. Judging from their skillful movements, this wasn't their first experience. As the children retreated, Alessa breathed a sigh of relief, her expression a bit complicated. She muttered to herself, "This way, I can be safe." As she whispered, the black markings on Alessa's body began to animate. Qin Chuan observed from the side. It seems Alessa has not only adapted to the Black Death, but is also attempting to transform it into combat power. However, judging by the changes in her arm, the more she uses this power, the faster it erodes and infects her. But if she doesn't use it, she'd be slain by the black monsters, and the children she wants to protect will naturally not survive. This is an unsolvable dilemma. Qin Chuan said, "Alessa, let me test the strength of these monsters." Alessa was about to say she shouldn't be complacent, but the words were on her lips when Mr. Shadow threw a throwing knife. The black monster, locked onto it, dodged in an unnatural manner, its spine bending to an incredible angle, but it still couldn't escape the attack and instantly fell to the ground, motionless. Then, the flying knife ricocheted off the nearby monsters, and with the dark green poisonous blood, he easily cleared the area. After dealing with these monsters, Qin Chuan sensed that there were no more. He immediately looked at Alessa and asked, "What did you want to say?" Alessa opened her mouth slightly, and after a long pause, she said, "Nothing." What else could she say? A moment later, Alessa suddenly remembered something and said urgently, "Quick, burn these monsters, otherwise they will soon resurrect." Qin Chuan stepped forward, kicked the corpses on the ground, and casually said, "Don't worry, they won't resurrect." Just now, as Qin Chuan killed these black monsters, he felt an inexplicable force surge into their bodies, extinguishing all aura. This was the power of shadow at work. This surprised Qin Chuan. Is the power of shadow the natural enemy of these black monsters? That's not entirely accurate. Strictly speaking, the power of shadow won this battle, thus annihilating these monsters. As she pondered, Alessa approached, her expression growing increasingly surprised. She glanced at the corpse on the ground, then at Qin Chuan, her face hesitant to speak. Qin Chuan smiled, "Just tell me what you have to say." Alessa took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said sincerely, "Mr. Shadow, please accept me as your disciple." Qin Chuan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Although I would like to teach you how to kill these monsters, unfortunately, I can't." Alessa looked up, her expression filled with frustration and loss, muttering to herself, "I know. It must be that I'm not good enough to be your disciple." Qin Chuan explained, "It's not that I'm trying to hide my abilities or anything else. It's simply that I don't know how to help you master this power." Inwardly, Qin Chuan muttered, "When it comes to studying the power of shadow, you probably know more than I do." Qin Chuan's first contact with the power of shadow occurred after his rebirth. In such a short time, he hadn't even figured out its origins, let alone mastered it. Qin Chuan is now just using or borrowing the power of shadow, rather than dominating and ruling it. Chapter 572. But there was no need to tell Alessa these things. But then again, Qin Chuan really wanted to try to teach Alessa the power of shadow. If successful, what would the consequences be? Could it change the final outcome of this video? Alessa saw that Qin Chuan's expression didn't seem fake, and she knew Mr. Shadow's words were true, and her disappointment subsided a little. Noticing that the nauseating odor no longer permeated the air, Alessa suppressed the power of the Black Death and expertly dug a pit, burying the black monster's corpse. Afterwards, Alessa called Leon and the others out, comforted them, and let the children go to bed. After everything was settled, Alessa walked over to Qin Chuan and volunteered, "Mr. Shadow, you should go and rest. I keep watch tonight." Qin Chuan pondered a question. How fast does time flow here? Don't just finish the trial with such difficulty, only to find yourself at the God's Descent stage when you go out. That would be a real bummer. But on second thought, once the apocalypse fully descends on Blue Planet, the game pods and login helmets will be rendered useless, and the distinction between game and reality will cease to exist. Even if he were trapped in the trial at that point, he would likely be forcibly kicked out. The most likely scenario is that, like the Fireball trial, time will flow incredibly quickly inside, and by the time he completes it, not much time will have passed in the outside world. At least, He's already found the key NPC to completing the trial, so he might as well wait and see what Lady Night has to tell him. The night wasn't peaceful. Less than half an hour after defeating the first wave of black monsters, the second wave appeared. More in number, more powerful. But in front of Qin Chuan, it made no difference. It was just a matter of one's skill. And the power of shadow also exerted itself steadily, completely annihilating the black monster's vitality, eliminating the possibility of their resurrection at the root. Then came the third and fourth waves. No one knew how many black monsters there were in the night, or where they came from. The only thing that was certain was to just fight. No need to overthink, he was just a spectator participating in the trial. It had to be said that fighting without any psychological burden was much easier. This also made Alessa even more determined to become Mr. Shadow's disciple. If she could learn that ability, she would be able to better protect everyone. This was the only thing she could do before she completely transformed into a monster. When the light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the black monster's attack finally came to an end. They howled in the darkness, but were forced to retreat. But Qin Chuan knew these creatures would not give up. They would appear again when darkness fell. Qin Chuan called the current situation Night Tower Defense. Protecting Alessa. Alessa approached with a somewhat weary expression and said apologetically, "Mr. Shadow, I'm truly sorry to trouble you." Qin Chuan waved his hand nonchalantly. This wasn't a big deal. The day passed slowly, mainly because there wasn't much to do. Alessa needed to catch up on sleep to better prepare for the night's attack. Qin Chuan had wanted to visit Belly City, but for safety's sake, he held off. Alessa was the key to this trial. He better keep an eye on her first. But Belly City's reaction was predictable. Yesterday, the church attempted to burn Alessa, but not only did it fail, they also lost many men and women, and even killed many onlookers. Whether for justice or for the sake of reputation, the church would not give up. They would definitely search for Alessa, gather their forces, and burn her to death on the pyre. As for why they didn't come last night, it was simple. There are monsters in the darkness. No matter how desperate the church is, they won't travel in the dark. Just because Qin Chuan kills black monsters as easily as drinking water doesn't mean others can do the same. Chapter 573. Judging from Alessa's reaction, she would need to draw upon the power of the black markings to fight it. Time passed slowly, and as dusk fell again, Alessa awoke from her sleep, looking slightly weary. Qin Chuan noticed that her aura had grown slightly stronger. Clearly, the Black Death had worsened. Alessa also noticed this. After helping Leon and the others distribute the food, she came to Qin Chuan's side and said in a low voice, "Mr. Shadow, if I lose control, please help me break free. I don't want to hurt these children." Qin Chuan nodded. No problem. He wasn't about to offer empty, meaningless words like "you'd definitely be fine." The Black Death had lingered for a century or two without being resolved, clearly not something a casual observer like him could handle. Qin Chuan's decisiveness encouraged Alessa, and her fear of death faded. The two stood side by side, gazing at the valley's mouth, waiting for nightfall. Ouch! The black monsters appeared precisely on time, charging forward impatiently, ready to slaughter. And then, they were counterattacked by Qin Chuan. He and Alessa had a clear division of labor. He was in charge of the killing, Alessa of the burials. His arrangements for the black monsters were crystal clear. "Their numbers have increased," Qin Chuan said calmly. Alessa, who was busy digging a hole, shuddered, a look of pain crossing her face. These black monsters were once living humans. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Qin Chuan's voice was calm, but it cleared Alessa's confusion. She repeated it twice in a low voice, her eyes growing more determined. "The dead are gone, and she will fight for the living. Dig a pit, bury the monster, dig another pit, bury the monster again." Alessa repeated this action, unaware of the black mist drifting out of the monster and immersing her body. Qin Chuan did see it, or rather feel it. The power of shadow chose Alessa? Qin Chuan wasn't surprised, for this was expected. Whether or not Alessa was the Lady of Night, she was at least related. As a shadow deity, she was definitely compatible with the power of shadow. A question arose in Qin Chuan's mind. If the power of shadow truly had helped Alessa overcome her own blight, then what role did it play? Could there really have been a traveler who wielded the power of shadow in the distant past who had fought alongside Alessa? Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked toward the valley's mouth. An exceptionally powerful black monster was approaching, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Alessa, nervous, stared intently ahead, but the pitch-black darkness obscured her vision, making it impossible to see far. Qin Chuan pointed to the left, 150 meters. Alessa's eyes widened with disappointment. Still finding nothing, she dejectedly exclaimed, Mr. Shadow, I'm so useless. Qin Chuan said, everyone has their own purpose for existence. Perhaps you just haven't found it yet. Really? Alessa was a little unsure. She always felt she would be devoured by the Black Death before she found her purpose. But seeing Qin Chuan's determined eyes, she regained some fighting spirit. Since Mr. Shadow said so, it must be true. As he spoke, the black monster in the distance revealed its true face. It was an extremely twisted creature, somewhat resembling a bull. Its back was covered with twisted human faces, its hollow eyes gazing at the sky, its mouth emitting meaningless low moans. Alessa groaned in pain, clutching her arm and gritting her teeth. She felt the Black Death rapidly eroding her will, leaving her with a sense of utter destruction. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and a shadow moved behind Alessa, spreading over her body, isolating her from the outside world, and the changes within him subsided. Ah! The black bull roared angrily, clearly furious at Qin Chuan's actions that had ruined its plans. The human faces on its back turned and stared at Qin Chuan. Invisible attacks continuously invaded his mind, attempting to transform him into one of their own kind. Qin Chuan showed no reaction, even feeling the urge to comment. It's a bit like the spiritual contamination of an ancient god, but even more twisted. It's a bit more twisted than a demon, and a bit more destructive than a devil. It's not a force of death, but more like a curse, a pure malice towards living things. Where did this thing come from? Why haven't I encountered it before? It seems unlikely that it's been completely eradicated, but if it wasn't, where are these black monsters now? The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the more questions he had. Chapter 574. The bull-shaped monster with numerous human faces was clearly extremely displeased with Qin Chuan's distraction. I'm here causing mental pollution, and you're daydreaming over there? Can't you have a little basic respect? Qin Chuan sensed the bull monster's gaze was filled with resentment, and casually sent it back home with a flying knife. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but if you stare at someone so ugly, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. As the bull monster fell, the unpleasant odor around them lessened considerably. The sheer size of the monster's corpse gave Alessa a dilemma. What a huge pit this would have to dig. Qin Chuan saw Alessa's dilemma and suggested, if it really doesn't work, just burn it. It'd save us the trouble. Alessa shook her head and refused. No, the flames will attract more monsters. Qin Chuan, with a confident expression and a calm tone, said, don't worry. We kill as many monsters as they come. Then he added, instead of waiting here for the monsters to arrive, why not gather them all together and take them down all at once? We're all busy, so let's finish this quickly. Alessa pondered for a moment, and thought the suggestion was a good one. This Mr. Shadow was the most formidable person she had ever met. If he said it was okay, it must be okay. With this in mind, Alessa quickly returned to the valley cabin and doused the bull monster with kerosene. Flames rose, illuminating the valley and dispersing the surrounding darkness. As the flames rose, the distant screams of monsters could no longer be stopped, rising and falling continuously. Judging from the number and direction of the sounds, there were at least hundreds of monsters outside. Alessa's face was solemn, her mouth dry, and she spoke with difficulty. Mr. Shadow, have we gone too far? As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen black monsters burst out of the darkness ahead. Qin Chuan casually wielded a shadow flying knife, wiping them all out. He casually remarked, I think we're being too low-key. If we could just call out the leader of the black monsters, that would be more than enough. The key to cracking this trial definitely can't be achieved by simply killing a few monsters. This is only the minor monster phase. The final boss battle hasn't even begun yet. If it were a normal game, it wouldn't matter, we could just slowly progress through the story. But Apocalypse is different. Prolonging it too long could easily lead to problems. Furthermore, the Church has learned of the clues to the shadow power in the Arctic ice field. Their current lack of action doesn't mean they stopped. On the contrary, based on Qin Chuan's understanding of the Church, they're definitely preparing something big. Optimistically, after completing the trial and returning to the Arctic ice field, Qin Chuan will face an attack from the Church. Less optimistically, there's a high probability that he'd be attacked during the trial. The latter scenario would be very troublesome. It might even affect the acquisition of shadow power. In the worst-case scenario, the shadow power might even be silenced again. Although there's no direct evidence, Qin Chuan believes the shadow power is a powerful means of combating the gods. This also involves these black monsters. It's safe to speculate that perhaps the gods aren't the ultimate enemy, but rather the power behind these black monsters. But whatever the possibility, the most important thing is to obtain the complete inheritance of the shadow power. While Qin Chuan was pondering, a large number of black monsters appeared ahead again, appearing from multiple directions simultaneously. The shadow flying knife and dark rain were sufficient to counter them. In the following moments, the black monsters fully demonstrated their unwavering perseverance. Even if all the attacking monsters perished mid-stride, the remaining monsters showed no fear, and even ran even faster. Such insane behavior made Qin Chuan question the monster's sanity. Based on the answers he received from Alessa earlier, this thing called the Black Death did indeed continuously rob the infected of their spirit, driving them to utter madness. Chapter 575. Nearly 1,000 black monsters had been killed, but their numbers hadn't decreased much. Qin Chuan also admired the residents of Bailey City. With so many monsters outside the city, there were still people alive inside. However, Bailey City had a church, and that sacred power was likely the nemesis of these black monsters. Outside the city belonged to monsters, and inside belonged to humans? Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. This part of history didn't appear in any records. Excluding the possibility that it was too long ago and the information couldn't be properly preserved, the more likely possibility was that this history had been buried. Interesting. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. The message Lady of Night wanted to convey seemed to involve a hidden past unknown to the public. As the sky grew brighter, the monster's attack receded like a tide. Qin Chuan tried to track the monsters using shadows, but he lost them. Miraculously, the monsters merged silently into the darkness. It wasn't so much hiding as teleporting to another place, or perhaps stepping into a plane of existence. Retracting the shadow, Qin Chuan was about to speak when he saw Alessa's face etched with pain, clutching her arm and gritting her teeth. Qin Chuan asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is it the Black Death?" Alessa was unable to answer, and could only nod with difficulty. Qin Chuan immediately heightened his perception, focusing on Alessa's arm. When Alessa had absorbed some of the shadow power, Qin Chuan had thought it could suppress the Black Death, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. But after another perception, Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Alessa's pain stemmed from the conflict between the shadow power and the Black Death. These two forces clashed around Alessa's arm, each seeking to completely expel the other. From the perspective of the confrontation, the shadow power had the upper hand. But Alessa possessed too little shadow power, and the Black Death would inevitably triumph. With a sudden thought, Qin Chuan walked over to Alessa, placed his hand on her shoulder, and attempted to transfer his own shadow power. He was unsure whether it would work. After a moment's wait, a surge of power surged from Qin Chuan's palm, merging with Alessa's shadow power. He regrouped and struck back, determined to utterly eliminate the Black Death. This undoubtedly intensified Alessa's agony. Qin Chuan wanted to withdraw his grip, but Alessa's gaze remained firm. She could feel her arm gradually recovering from its numb state. The excruciating pain was proof of this. You see, before this, Alessa couldn't feel the arm at all. It was like a piece of incorporeal matter, a mere accidental attachment to her body. But now, she could feel the warmth and pain in her arm. This indicated that the Black Death was being suppressed. The opportunity for recovery was right before her eyes, and Alessa couldn't let it go. Even if she died, she wanted to die with dignity, not as a mindless, irrational monster in an unknown corner. After more than 10 minutes of stalemate, the shadow power and the Black Death realized they couldn't completely expel each other, and immediately called it a day, retreating. The Black Death clung to her arm, while the shadow power condensed into a black totem at Alessa's collarbone. Alessa was now drenched in cold sweat, as if she had been pulled out of the water, breathing heavily. She was in a state of frail health, but her eyes were bright. "My arm has regained a little feeling." Alessa's voice trembled uncontrollably. It was surprise, the joy of seeing hope amidst despair, a longing for life. Qin Chuan lifted Alessa's arm and examined it carefully, nodding and saying, "Well, the Black Death has shrunk by about a millimeter. This is a good sign. Perhaps you have a chance to completely cure the Black Death." Chapter 576. Alessa repeatedly said, "Mr. Shadow, I really don't know how to thank you." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "No need to thank me, you deserve it." This time, the shadow power had chosen Alessa. Qin Chuan was simply there to make a cameo appearance. He understood clearly that his participation in this trial was more of a formality, a way to see what the Lady of Night was trying to convey. If he were to truly help Alessa cure the Black Death, Qin Chuan could clearly say he couldn't. He wasn't a doctor. Alessa, however, felt that Mr. Shadow was being modest, and her admiration for him grew even stronger. Gurgle. Alessa's stomach growled, causing her cheeks to flush. Will Mr. Shadow think she was a glutton? Qin Chuan casually said, "You expended too much energy just now. Eat something and rest. By the way, you plan to stay in the valley and not return to Belly City?" Alessa's expression darkened. "Belly City now has no room for me." Speaking of this topic, Alessa simply continued, saying, "Seriously, Mr. Shadow, I killed so many people in Belly City before, including missionaries and Templars. The church will definitely not let this go. There are monsters at night, so they won't leave the city, but they're not affected during the day. Perhaps they find us here soon." Alessa pleaded, "Mr. Shadow, if the church attacks, I cover them. Please take Leon and the others away." "Please, Mr. Shadow." Qin Chuan shook his head. "I refuse." Alessa's expression darkened rapidly. But she also knew that her request was a bit unreasonable. After all, Mr. Shadow had no connection to them, and he had already done enough. But this time, Alessa had misunderstood Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan added, "If the church really arrives, I cover their retreat, and you take Leon and the others. Don't refuse. I don't know how to take care of children, but you're more familiar with that." Alessa was about to say something, but Qin Chuan decisively said, "If you don't agree, then I just leave." Seeing this, Alessa had no choice but to agree. The church arrived faster than expected. In the afternoon, while Alessa was still sleeping to replenish her energy, Qin Chuan noticed a number of soldiers approaching. Sending Shadow to investigate, and confirming that it was the church troops, Qin Chuan immediately woke Alessa and asked her to take the children and leave first. Qin Chuan had an idea. He planned to fake his own death and observe the situation from the shadows. Staying with Alessa wouldn't be conducive to her growth. Since she'd been chosen by the power of Shadow, she must have unique talents. However, to fully unleash her potential, she needed to participate in more battles. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at Alessa and said, "Alessa, according to the plan, you take Leon and the others and leave first. I cover your retreat." Alessa nodded. "Mr. Shadow, thank you for your help. We wait for you outside the valley." Qin Chuan said, "Don't wait for me. I catch up with you. We don't know if there are more church troops out there. If you choose to wait for me, and we're surrounded, wouldn't it be even more troublesome?" While this was the truth, letting Alessa leave was a thorn in his side. Qin Chuan immediately said, "You only be a burden to me if you stay here. If you really want to help me, then stay alive." He gave Alessa a shove and said, "Stop dawdling, let's go." Alessa gave Qin Chuan a deep look, wanting to memorize his features. "Mr. Shadow, I look forward to seeing you next time." Qin Chuan smiled. There will be a chance. Watching Alessa and the children leave, Qin Chuan stood there waiting, allowing the church soldiers to completely surround him. The leader was a priest in his prime, his robes barely concealing his sturdy frame. He glared at Qin Chuan fiercely and shouted, "Alessa, where is that damned heretic? And where are those infected children?" Qin Chuan retorted, "What are you going to do with them?" The priest's expression was fanatical. The heretics must be purged. The answer was obvious. The stake would be the end for Alessa and Leon. Qin Chuan sighed. Always resorting to violence, the church of thousands of years ago, and the church of later generations were truly cut from the same cloth. It could be considered a legacy. Without further ado, the two sides engaged in battle. The result, naturally, was a resounding victory for Qin Chuan, who easily delivered his soldiers to the presence of their gods. After defeating the enemy, Qin Chuan didn't rush to find Alessa. After all, he had already hidden his shadow within Alessa's, ready to switch back at any moment. Now, it was time to see what Belly City looked like thousands of years ago. Alessa, Leon, and the others hid in the bushes, anxiously gazing toward the valley. Although Mr. Shadow was formidable, Alessa couldn't help but worry. Mr. Shadow will definitely come, Alessa prayed in her heart. She longed to return to the valley, but with Leon and the others here, Alessa couldn't abandon them. Lion said, "Sister Alessa, go find Mr. Shadow. We find a place to hide." Alessa averted her gaze and shook her head. "No, I promise Mr. Shadow I take you away." 5 minutes, 5 more. The 5 minutes passed quickly. Alessa hesitated. Wait 5 more minutes. Leon and the others didn't refuse. Another 5 minutes passed. Alessa grew increasingly anxious. Could Mr. Shadow be in trouble? She wanted to fly back to the valley immediately, but she couldn't. Ouch! Night fell, and the monster's howl drifted in the distance. Alessa finally made up her mind, and said decisively, "Leon, let's go. Mr. Shadow must have other things to do. Let's wait for him at the next safe spot. He'd definitely come back." Chapter 577. After confirming that Alessa had taken the children to a safe place, Qin Chuan, maintaining his shadowy presence, turned towards Belly City, preparing to see what the situation was like in this 10,000-year-old city. Combining what he had seen over the past 2 days, Qin Chuan felt the situation was not optimistic. A monster like that, derived from the Black Death, was no ordinary human being could possibly fight against. Furthermore, the Black Death was highly contagious. Even with the church's presence and the protection of its thick walls, Belly City could only manage to protect itself. As he pondered, the walls of Belly City reappeared in his view. Unlike 10,000 years later, Belly City was now 2 times smaller, its walls considerably smaller. The soldiers on guard atop the walls looked less energetic, more like farmers experiencing a temporary symptom than soldiers. Is Belly City's defense this poor? Qin Chuan frowned. Where had the church's armed forces gone? Qin Chuan suddenly remembered that he had just wiped out a wave of church troops. Could that be the entire strength of the church? If so, that would be truly absurd. Just as Qin Chuan was pondering this, he heard the militia patrolling the city walls muttering curses. Those greedy nobles actually pulled their guards to guard their estates outside the city. Even at this hour, they're still thinking about their wealth. That's right. The estates outside the city aren't protected by high walls, nor do they have the bishop's blessing. Those monsters will easily break in, and none of them will be able to return. Those officers aren't good people either. Their duty is to protect Belly City, but they're willing to act like lackeys for the nobles, taking the money and sending the soldiers out. They don't even consider that if Belly City falls, all the money will be of no use. What's the point of saying all this? Let's just pray we don't encounter any monsters. As long as we complete our 3-day night watch, we won't be called up for the next month. God of Light, please protect your people. God of Light. Several militiamen grumbled as they headed down the next section of the city wall. Qin Chuan watched their backs, a sudden realization dawning on him. No wonder Belly City's defenses were so weak. It turned out the soldiers had been transferred. Should he praise the nobles for their courage in protecting their property, or scold them for being so clueless even when facing certain death? These militiamen knew that defending Belly City meant a future, but these nobles didn't understand and continued to collude with the officers to send soldiers. Something's wrong. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered. If the nobles were just too full of themselves to think, that would be fine, but why didn't the city's bishop stop them? The church didn't have any estates outside the city, they couldn't just let the soldiers leave. Of course, this wasn't to say the church was selfless, but rather that they had an easier way of making money. Those fanatical believers would voluntarily donate, and with the added tithes, money would flow in like a stream, eliminating the need for the toil of farming. Qin Chuan sensed something was amiss. It seemed as if the nobles, and even the church here didn't care whether Belly City would be conquered. One could even say they seemed to anticipate its fall. A thought crossed Qin Chuan's mind. Could the bishop of Belly City also be infected with the Black Death? That was a possibility, but other factors couldn't be ruled out. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan sneaked all the way to the base of the city wall, and with a single leap, he leaped onto the several-meter-high wall. After a few more leaps and bounds, he was already inside Belly City. With nearly 40,000 points of agility, coupled with three-dimensional attributes all exceeding 10,000, he could easily scale not only this several-meter-high wall, but even a dozen meters higher. Let's check on the church first. Qin Chuan made his decision. He had just carefully sensed something and discovered that there was a disgusting smell in the city center. Chapter 578. Very subtle. It was undoubtedly the Black Death. And the city center was where the church was located. The layout of Belly City 10,000 years ago was somewhat different from that of 10,000 years later. The center was no longer an empty teleportation plaza, but now housed a slightly older church. While it was clear that the church members had done their best to maintain the church's respectability, the signs of aging were still unavoidable. Of course, the main reason was poverty. Look, the missionaries' robes were frayed, something unimaginable elsewhere. At this moment, a large number of people gathered in the square outside the church, all bowing their heads and closing their eyes in prayer, muttering various prayers, hoping for the god's protection. Qin Chuan looked up at the sky. What are you praying for here in the middle of the night? Don't you believe in the God of Light? If you didn't know better, you think you believed in the Lady of Night. Just as Qin Chuan was muttering inwardly, the church doors opened, and the richly dressed bishop, flanked by priests, emerged before the crowd. The crowd was agitated, but not too noisy. They simply looked at the bishop with eager eyes, hoping he could guide the lost believers present. The bishop was accustomed to such scenes, and with just a few words, he could get the crowd cheering. Qin Chuan, however, stared at the bishop, debating whether to kill him. He could sense the bishop's intense, utterly corrupt aura. The bishop's level of infection with the Black Death far surpassed Alessa's. Honestly, Qin Chuan was amazed at how the bishop maintained his current composure. With this level of infection, shouldn't he have long since transformed into a mad monster? One can only say that he's worthy of being a bishop. He's quite capable. Confirming the bishop's flaws, Qin Chuan looked at the priests and Templars nearby, his astonishment growing. My goodness, this isn't a church, it's a demonic den. Whether priests or Templars, they all exuded an aura that repelled Qin Chuan. These people, without exception, were all infected with the Black Death. Qin Chuan suddenly had an idea. Perhaps the church's desire to burn Alessa and the others infected with the Black Death wasn't just to prevent its spread, but also to conceal their own situation. After all, as fellow infected, they might have some sense of connection. If someone shouted that the bishop was infected, that wouldn't be fun. Perhaps the vast majority of believers wouldn't believe it, but even the slightest suspicion would lead to unpredictable consequences, something the bishop and his companions clearly couldn't accept. But Qin Chuan was still a little curious. The gods of this era shouldn't have been silent yet. If their bishops were infected with the Black Death, they should have been able to sense it. Even if they didn't want to summon divine power to heal him, they could have sent down an oracle to banish him. Why would they allow him to continue serving as bishop? Qin Chuan felt he had discovered a blind spot. There was only one answer. The gods hadn't noticed their bishop was infected with the Black Death. It was an incredible answer, but after eliminating other possibilities, the remaining answer was the truth. The bishop was infected with the Black Death, yet the gods remained unaware. This intensified Qin Chuan's interest in the Black Death. It also posed a new puzzle. If the Black Death could be hidden from even the gods, then why did it vanish? In the space-time 10,000 years later, the Black Death did not exist. Even Qin Chuan, who had spent 10 years in Apocalypse in his previous life, had never heard of a similar threat. No, it's not that the Black Death has disappeared, but rather that it has changed its name and form. Qin Chuan made a bold guess. The Black Death could hide from the gods. No matter how it originated, it clearly would not be easily eradicated. Perhaps the gods will notice this later and start to clean up the Black Death, but it is unlikely to be completely eradicated. Chapter 579. According to Alessa, the Black Death had been around for hundreds of years, and during that time, bishops must have reported the situation to the gods in the hope of receiving help, but nothing had happened. The Black Death continued to rage. Qin Chuan longed to ask what the gods were doing. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Qin Chuan could sense an evil aura approaching the city of Belly. It was those black monsters. And there were quite a few of them. He could faintly smell the scent of blood on the wind. The militia patrolling the city walls had already been slain. The black monsters were scaling the walls, their sharp claws easily piercing the masonry. With a single effort, they leaped onto the walls and then, under cover of darkness, invaded Belly. The stench of blood grew stronger. The people in the square didn't smell it though, they didn't have Qin Chuan's high stats. But if the people couldn't detect it, the bishop certainly could. Qin Chuan keenly noticed that the bishop, who had been somewhat absent-minded, suddenly perked up. He even took the initiative to walk into the crowd and engage in friendly conversation with the believers. This gesture made the believers' bodies tremble with excitement. Ah, what a kind bishop. But Qin Chuan noticed that every time the bishop gently touched a believer's shoulder or head, a subtle energy flowed into their body, and he knew that the bishop had ulterior motives. He was spreading the Black Death. This discovery surprised Qin Chuan. Is the bishop ready to stop pretending? However, considering that the black monster had already entered the city, and the bishop not only did not warn the residents, but instead gathered them together, this was most likely part of the other party's plan. Simply put, it's a complete annihilation. But what's the bishop trying to achieve by doing this? The gods can be deceived temporarily, but not forever. Once the gods discover their bishop has defected, they will immediately bring down divine punishment, annihilating everything from flesh and blood to soul. The Black Death is a formidable threat, but it's likely no match for the gods. Furthermore, the bishop's active spread of the Black Death struck Qin Chuan as somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, a sudden realization struck him. This is very similar to spreading faith. Could the Black Death also be attributed to a god? It's highly likely. Only the power of a god could unleash such a force. But Qin Chuan had no idea of a god with such an evil aura. More mysteries lay ahead. But these questions will be considered later. For now, the only thing left to do is to see what tricks the bishop has in store. The invading black monster had been discovered, and its screams and wails echoed in every corner, naturally heard by the believers in the square. Their expressions grew panicky, and many even cursed the greedy nobles loudly. If they hadn't withdrawn their soldiers, how could the monster have entered the city? But it was too late to say that now. Everyone could only look to the bishop for help. This Lord Bishop would surely have a solution. The bishop's shoulders trembled under the gaze, and he covered his face with his hands. A laugh grew louder and louder, eventually transforming into a frenzied laugh. The bishop lowered his hands, his once kind face contorted, black lines spreading across it, like a man-eating monster, a terrifying sight. The foolish gods have abandoned us. The bishop's words were so powerful that they stunned the believers. They even forgot about the monster's entry into the city, and ignored the Black Death curse that afflicted the bishop. A single thought filled their minds. They were abandoned. But the believers present were devout, and quickly reacted, letting out angry cries. Even the bishop couldn't insult their faith. The bishop's eyes flashed with madness, his mouth wide open to an inordinate degree, roaring. The believers on the scene clutched their heads, and howled in agony, black lines beginning to spread across their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the believers were transformed into black monsters. Kill! Kill everyone in the city! The bishop shouted, and the monsters immediately scattered, spreading death to every corner. The situation changed so quickly that even Qin Chuan was a little stunned. No, man, you change your mind faster than turning the pages of a book. And who gave you the confidence to rebuke the gods? Just as Qin Chuan had expected. At the same moment as the bishop's complete betrayal, a dull sound echoed from within the church. Boom! The church wall shattered, bricks and stones flew, and any black monster that passed by was instantly blasted to pieces. A shimmering golden statue strode from the church, a majestic voice emanating from its head. Blasphemer, you shall die. With this, the statue accelerated forward, poised to slay the bishop. The previously infected priests and Templars immediately charged forward, engaging the statue in a monstrous struggle. However, their strength was as feeble as that of a 3-year-old child before the statue imbued with divine power. Even their full-throttle attack could only leave a white mark on the statue. To be able to chip away at a layer of the stone shell was considered exceptionally brave. The battle was completely one-sided. Dozens of monsters charged forward, leaving only a trail of corpses on the ground, with no effect. But the half-monster bishop remained calm. More monsters had already arrived. Without further ado, the two sides engaged in another clash. Qin Chuan secretly observed from a distance, his mind preoccupied with another matter. How could he obtain the divine power within this statue? Or rather, whether he could even obtain it. His role was more like a spectator, having been brought to this era by the Lady of Night. While he could attack, not all targets were immune. Wait until most of the monsters are dead and try again. Qin Chuan made a decision. Since he had come this far, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. He hesitated to act. Because Qin Chuan sensed that this incident wasn't over yet. The most fundamental reason was that the bishop couldn't have been unaware of the animated statues in the church, yet he still chose to betray them. This meant he must have a backup plan. Based on this deduction, Qin Chuan decided to wait and see. On the field, the divine statue wreaked havoc, each punch blasting away several black monsters. Its power was so immense that each time it reduced the monsters to a pool of blood. However, Qin Chuan saw a clue. As these monsters died, they triggered a certain mechanism, shattering their bodies even further and splattering even more black blood. The black blood that fell on the statue, a few drops wouldn't have had any noticeable effect, but the sheer volume of it dimmed the statue's glow. Chapter 580. The divine statues were incredibly powerful. They attacked the black monsters like a thief, a single blow barely leaving a complete corpse. Even a single stomp of their feet would send shockwaves swiftly killing them. But the black monsters were too numerous. And their fighting style was completely suicidal, charging forward, considering victory when they could spill their black blood onto the statues. The evil aura contained in the black blood could slightly but effectively diminish the statue's divine power. This ant-like, elephant-like tactic was perfectly suited to the black monsters, for they had no fear and would not retreat. Once they locked onto their target, they would fight to the death until one of them fell. Qin Chuan decided to wait. On the one hand, since the bishop was so confident of betrayal, he couldn't have another trump card. On the other hand, as the divine statues activated, the corresponding deity would sense it. Once its gaze turned in this direction, new developments would undoubtedly unfold. Qin Chuan was calculating that while the snipe and the clam sparred, the fisherman would profit, but there was a prerequisite. Wait. Wait until the opportunity is right before striking. Acting rashly will only put oneself at a disadvantage. Qin Chuan looked back at the arena. The battle between the statue and the black monster was still raging. The stone pavement around the statue was covered in layers of shredded flesh and broken bones. Black blood flowed out, and a foul odor filled the entire square. Good job. A little harder, I better knock the dog's brains out. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Under the black monster's desperate attack, the statue's body began to shatter, but the outcome was clearly not going to be decided so easily. A beam of light descended from the sky, and the statue returned to its peak. The missing parts could not be repaired, but the cracks disappeared. Reversing its previous decline, the black monster's blows landed on its flesh, causing it to wail continuously. The rebellious bishop, however, showed no sign of worry. A smile of triumph adorned his face. He raised his twisted arms, and uttered a series of strange syllables. Qin Chuan listened thoughtfully. The pronunciation sounded somewhat like that of the ancient gods, yet there were some differences. In fact, from the very beginning, Qin Chuan had suspected the ancient gods as the source of the Black Death. After all, the twisted, decayed aura was so remarkably similar. But his subsequent encounter with Alessa rebuked this suspicion. This wasn't the power of the ancient gods. Or rather, it wasn't entirely the power of the ancient gods. The Black Death smelled even worse than the ancient gods. Qin Chuan had a hypothesis. The Black Death didn't originate from the ancient gods, but rather the ancient gods came from the Black Death, or rather, the source of the Black Death. The ancient gods' boss? Qin Chuan muttered to himself, feeling that things were becoming increasingly intriguing. While pondering, Qin Chuan's gaze never left the battle scene. After the renegade bishop uttered the syllable, he held his breath and concentrated, carefully sensing the changes in his surroundings while further concealing his own aura. Suddenly Qin Chuan looked up at the sky. He could sense a hidden gaze gazing down upon the city of Belly. Qin Chuan possessed eyes that could penetrate the night clouds and saw a vast, terrifying silhouette, peering down upon the land from the sky. Its body was so enormous that it filled most of his field of vision. A preliminary estimate put its size at roughly the same as Earth. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Qin Chuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Such a massive divine body, embodying boundless power, would likely take more than a few rounds for an ordinary god to face. This thing's health bar is probably incredibly long. Even if I were to stand still and fight it, I wouldn't know when I'd be done. Qin Chuan felt somewhat helpless. With his current attributes, he could easily kill legendaries instantly, and even apostles and chosen ones could handle them. But facing this massive deity, he felt powerless. Luckily, the shadow in the sky merely watched and didn't attack directly. Otherwise, with its size, a single blow would likely have shattered the world. Chapter 581. However, judging by the fact that Belly City still exists after 10,000 years, this world didn't explode. This figure was more like a projection, having descended only at the bishop's summons. Even so, the terrifying pressure it brought the newly revived statue to the brink of collapse. The cracks that had been repaired with great difficulty reappeared, and even more. Boom! One of the statue's arms suddenly broke, followed by a leg. If the statue weren't composed entirely of stone, these injuries would have been fatal. But with one arm and one leg missing, the statue was at a loss when facing the black monster's attack. Focusing only on the front and not the rear, it was quickly overwhelmed, its divine aura rapidly waning. The bishop didn't even spare a glance. He had already collapsed to the ground the moment the shadow appeared, his face twisted with fanaticism. The shadow's gaze narrowed, fixating on the bishop. Qin Chuan also looked at the bishop. The bishop began to transform right before his eyes, his body gargantuan, completely inhuman. But the evil aura emanating from him grew 100 times stronger. This meant he was at least a level 100 legendary boss. After the bishop's transformation, the massive phantom began to dissipate, without a trace of lingering affection. When the phantom completely dissipated, the transformed bishop stood up and roared with laughter. Such overwhelming power is truly intoxicating. But before he could finish his words, a black flying knife silently flew towards him. The bishop's expression was filled with disdain. What kind of petty thief? He thought he could hurt him by sneaking up from the shadows. He had once been seriously ill and had a short time left, but now he had been reborn, possessing immense strength. He could easily handle not just one flying knife, but even dozens or even hundreds more. As soon as this thought occurred to the bishop, he saw a black shadow loom, and dozens of arrows flew towards him. Interesting. The bishop thought it wasn't a big deal. But the next second, he regretted it. The flying knives and arrows struck him, leaving his body riddled with wounds in the blink of an eye, his life fading like a candle in the wind. What is this? The bishop was stunned. No, his current strength, if not on par with a god, was at least unmatched in the mortal world. Only heroes could challenge him. And there were no such people in Belly City. The bishop had been patiently planning for years, and naturally had made every possible arrangement. He was confident that news of Belly City's fall would not leak for at least 2 weeks. As for the 2 weeks after that, he would have already left, so there was nothing to worry about. But now, something unexpected happened. But the bishop's confusion didn't last long. Several flying knives flew in from another direction, completely extinguishing his life force. Then a void orb appeared, imprisoning the nearby statue along with the surrounding black monsters. After several slashes, the statue shattered, leaving only a ball of white light floating in the air. The attack that killed the bishop and the statue was naturally Qin Chuan's. After the phantom vanished, he knew the time was ripe. In fact, a safer tactic would be to wait for the bishop and the statue to clash, weakening both further, so that he could strike with greater confidence. But Qin Chuan said, no need for such a hassle, just attack together. This led to the attack that had shocked the bishop. As the bishop died, his body disintegrated, leaving only a pulsating mass of flesh, emitting an evil and decaying aura. Qin Chuan was annoyed. No, such a powerful boss only dropped this. That mass of flesh clearly couldn't be absorbed directly, and he didn't want to be stricken by the Black Death. What a loss, Qin Chuan said with regret. I originally thought that I could obtain some power fragments from the bishop to find out the origin of that huge phantom. Chapter 582. But the opponent's caution was beyond imagination. The power bestowed upon him soared the bishop's strength, yet he couldn't find any useful information. By comparison, the divine fragment left by the statue was even more valuable. Qin Chuan emerged from the shadows, grasped the divine fragment in his hand, and absorbed it. Divine damage conversion increased by 3%, divine damage reduction increased by 3%. Both attack and defense were improved, not bad. However, the fact that he could actually absorb the divine fragment surprised Qin Chuan. He had only made an attempt to see if it would work, but he hadn't expected it to actually interact with items from this era. Qin Chuan then looked at the flesh and blood mass left by the bishop. It was clearly inappropriate to leave it there. The surviving black monsters around him glared at him, clearly finding it very useful. Qin Chuan would never aid the enemy. Even if he couldn't absorb the power within the flesh and blood, he wouldn't leave it to them. He immediately used several skills to clear the area. Almost all the monsters that had previously invaded Belly City had gathered to surround and kill the statue. Qin Chuan had now annihilated them all, effectively saving Belly City. However, judging by the lingering scent of blood in the air, the city's residents had clearly suffered heavy casualties. Qin Chuan collected his thoughts and looked at the flesh, ultimately deciding to use his shadow power to completely destroy it. His shadow power could suppress the Black Death, and it would likely purify the flesh as well. As he approached the flesh, it seemed to sense something and began to wriggle and struggle, trying to escape. It was afraid. This revelation calmed Qin Chuan somewhat. You're right to be afraid. This proves that even that planet-sized deity isn't invincible. The power of shadow, if not its nemesis, can at least counter it. That's enough. Qin Chuan stepped on the flesh mass, and the power of shadow poured out, causing it to scream and struggle more fiercely, but it couldn't break free. It could only allow itself to be constantly consumed and annihilated, until only a black bead remained. That unpleasant smell is gone. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed. It seemed that the curse of the Black Death had been purified, leaving only its purest power. He immediately took the bead in his hand and examined it. Void Essence. The information he could see was only 4 words, but it also gave Qin Chuan a lot of useful information. The most crucial point was that the enemy came from the void. But the void was so vast that it was impossible to determine the specific area of the void where the deity was located. There was no way to know how many living beings there were. However, Qin Chuan didn't need to clarify these questions for now. Food should be eaten one bite at a time, there's no rush. After collecting the void essence into his ring, Qin Chuan was just about to plan his next move when he discovered he was being restrained by an invisible force, completely blocking both Shadow Stealth and Shadow Leap. This sudden change startled Qin Chuan. Another expert? The following scene, however, did ease Qin Chuan's mind somewhat. He noticed that the scene before him was accelerating. Qin Chuan pondered. It seemed we had entered the second stage of the plot. The night passed, and the sun's rays once again enveloped the city of Belly. Surviving civilians, filled with relief at having survived, emerged from their hiding places, supporting each other as they left the city shrouded in death and sorrow. Perhaps word of the tragedy in Belly City had spread. For dozens of sunrises and sunsets, only a handful of troops arrived, leaving quickly after a hasty inspection. Qin Chuan pondered. It seemed Belly City had been abandoned. However, soon, Belly City welcomed new residents. Hundreds of ragged homeless people arrived, cleared out habitable houses, and began to settle down. That wasn't the point. The point was, Qin Chuan saw Alessa, but Alessa now looked very different from the beginning. She was more mature and steady. And it seemed she was the leader of the group, making all decisions, big or small. Beside Alessa, Qin Chuan also saw Leon and several other children, but several others had disappeared. Whether they had wandered off or were living elsewhere was unknown. But Qin Chuan suspected they were most likely gone. The scene before him continued playing. After Alessa and her companions arrived in Belly, the city gradually attracted more nomads to settle there, and Belly regained its vitality. However, one thing was noteworthy. Alessa had become adept at using the power of shadow to treat those infected with the Black Death. This brought her immense fame. A cult centered around Alessa was beginning to take shape. After dozens of sunrises and sunsets, Alessa, crowned with laurels amidst the anticipation of the crowd, established a new cult in the name of the night. Because Alessa could cure the Black Death, nomads flocked from the wilderness. After sensing the changes within themselves, they devoutly joined Alessa's cult. The cult grew in size and prominence. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the existing cult. War had broken out. The enemy surrounded Belly, fighting from day to night, and from night to day. Alessa led her followers in a fierce fight, but they were outnumbered, and their defeat was inevitable. However, before the outcome was decided, the besieging church forces suddenly retreated in haste. Even though they could have captured Belly City with just a little more effort, they didn't care, even abandoning the wounded and simply moving on. Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. However, he was still trapped as a bystander, unable to follow and investigate. Alessa and her followers were equally puzzled and astonished. They stood on the city walls, prepared for a desperate fight, and the enemy simply withdrew. Recovering from their dread, Alessa and her followers began treating the wounded and regrouping. While the reason for the church's retreat was unknown, it was a good thing. After the war, Belly City returned to peace. The only difference was the arrival of more Black Death victims, so many that one could hardly help but wonder if the entire world had been infected. This was too much. Chapter 583. According to Qin Chuan's personality, even if he didn't go say hello to Alessa, he would at least go out and wander around the world to see the extent of the Black Death spread elsewhere, and to see why the church's attacking forces had suddenly retreated. But now, he was immobilized, so he could only watch. Thankfully, it wasn't all for nothing. At least Qin Chuan knew that Alessa was most likely the Lady of the Night, and he had even begun to establish a cult. But as of now, it hadn't reached the stage of absorbing faith. This was related to Alessa's strength. From Qin Chuan's perspective as an observer, it was only a matter of time. He could clearly see that after the Black Death victims, who had been treated, felt their condition improve, and their bodies became more energetic, their hearts were filled with unparalleled gratitude for Alessa. Pale white light flew out from above their heads, and slowly drifted towards Alessa. This was faith. It was a very rudimentary stage, but it was truly the power of faith. If Alessa could detect the existence of these beliefs and absorb them, she would enter a new stage. Accumulating strength, absorbing faith, and igniting the divine fire, this is the traditional path to godhood for the gods of the apocalypse world. The amount of faith determines a god's status and power. This is also the fundamental reason for the conflicts between the major churches in the apocalypse world. There are only so many lambs. How can the power of faith be shared by two gods? To gain more power of faith, it is imperative to expand influence while suppressing newcomers to prevent further diversion of faith. From this perspective, Alessa's resettlement of the homeless in Belly City, and her use of the Black Death cure as an opportunity to establish a sect, would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the various churches, eager to eliminate her as soon as possible. The previous war had erupted because of this. But the church's hasty withdrawal in the middle of the war was somewhat illogical. The only explanation was something more pressing than suppressing the new sect. Judging from the sharp increase in the number of Black Death victims, it was likely a large-scale outbreak. Qin Chuan even suspected that other cities had also experienced a vicious rebellion by bishops, a catastrophe that had plagued the church, leading to such a hasty and disastrous retreat. Although he hadn't witnessed it himself, Qin Chuan felt this was highly likely. Since he couldn't move, Qin Chuan simply swallowed his patience and remained a bystander, waiting to see what the Lady of Night had in store for him. Ever since Alessa and her followers settled in Belly City, the days had passed, the sun had risen and the sun had set, and 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. If it hadn't been for fast-forwarding, Qin Chuan would have gone mad. Watching a movie, he could have had some snacks and drinks, but here he was, motionless, like a wooden man. Forget it, just treat it like a long movie, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed Alessa's continuous progress. From a renowned Black Death healer, she had completed her transformation into Pope, and her mastery of shadow power had grown even more pronounced. Perhaps deeply impressed by the initial war with the Church, Alessa and her followers, despite establishing a sect, kept their message secret, lest they attract further Church attention. But their concerns proved unfounded. As time went on, in addition to those infected with the Black Death, more refugees arrived in Belly City, bearing shocking news. Outside, a full-scale war had broken out. Kingdoms, both large and small, were at war with each other, and with the Church involved, the situation was a chaotic mess. A minor battle occurred every 3 days, a major one every 5. If fighting didn't break out, it meant both sides were on their way and hadn't yet reached the battle zone. Alessa was stunned. Chapter 584. She had been staying in Belly City for the past 2 years, paying little attention to outside events. How could the situation have escalated to this point in just 2 years? Alessa gained some answers from the refugees. After the Bishop of Belly City rebelled, the various churches maintained a vigilant defense and conducted internal screenings, eventually uncovering a few hidden traitors. But the good times didn't last. More clergy were infected by the Black Death and launched repeated rebellions. Even divine blessing couldn't stop this process. This undoubtedly shook the people's trust in the Church. When cracks appeared in the faith, heretical organizations began to exploit the situation, and even remote small nations collectively surrendered to the enemy and switched their faith. The first thing they did after switching faith was to expand outward. The neighboring kingdoms initially didn't take it seriously. After all, they knew the enemy's military strength. But when the fighting actually began, the situation completely deviated from expectations. The small nation's forces, which had converted to a new faith, were accompanied by numerous concealed chaplains. With their support, the soldiers' fighting power was incredibly strong, resulting in victory after victory, easily annexing several nations and beginning further expansion. Alessa and her followers gathered around a map, examining the battle reports and modifying the markings. They realized that while Belly City was temporarily safe, it was only temporary. In a year at most, it would be relocated from the rear to the front lines, facing the enemy once again. The shadow of war loomed over Belly City. But this time, the city's residents were determined to defend themselves. They had previously been infected with the Black Death, left to die in the wilderness. Finally, they encountered Alessa, who cured them of the Black Death. With a new life before them, how could they sit idly by and allow the enemy to destroy everything? The other refugees, who had settled here, acted similarly. Embracing the idea that the city would remain as long as its people lived, they proactively requested to strengthen its defenses. While a few chose to leave, the vast majority of residents remained. Alessa shouldered the heavy responsibility, leading the reinforcement of the city walls, recruiting soldiers and beginning training, while also stockpiling various supplies for a possible war. In the 3rd year, war arrived as expected. The enemy and our forces engaged in a brutal, stalemate battle over the city of Belly. It could be said that every inch of the ground beneath the city walls was stained with blood, over and over again. Many fell, but the remaining did not give up. Instead, they grew even more determined. They were determined to defend their city. Alessa also transformed during the war, her strength skyrocketing. She even mastered new abilities. Like Qin Chuan before her, she distributed the power of shadows to her followers. 7 of these followers gradually emerged, second only to Alessa in fame and strength, becoming the backbone of the resistance against the foreign enemies. It was under their leadership that the defense of Belly City unexpectedly stabilized. Even the enemy's accompanying chaplains, despite their best efforts, could not breach its walls. After more than a year of stabilizing battles, the enemy retreated. Partly due to their exhaustion, and partly due to their own base being attacked. Under the leadership of several churches, an elite coalition army descended upon the rebellious kingdom and slew its king. But this did not end the war. Instead, it exacerbated the situation. The Black Death broke out without warning among the coalition forces. In just a few hours, those infected were transformed into black monsters, sweeping across the continent like a tide. The Dark Ages had begun. Watching Alessa's 7 strongest followers begin to master the shadows, Qin Chuan was deeply impressed. Strictly speaking, they didn't master the power of the shadows themselves, but rather borrowed it. The source of their power was Alessa. The relationship between the two parties is like that between a god and a bishop. One party prays for power, and the other party gives power. Chapter 585. That's not the point. The point is that there are exactly 7 followers, exactly 7. And the only thing Qin Chuan associates with this number is the Death Messenger. Could it be that the death messenger appeared at this time? Qin Chuan secretly speculated. But something didn't seem right. The death messenger must have appeared much earlier. It's a legacy. Qin Chuan had a new idea. The death messenger's authority and power must have originated in ancient times. But just because power is eternal doesn't mean its wielder is eternal. Even gods can be replaced, so should death messengers. Alessa's followers are likely death messengers of a certain generation. Or perhaps one or two of them have become death messengers themselves. As for the final outcome, it all depends on whether Lady Night has preserved this message and broadcast it. As a bystander, Qin Chuan can simply watch calmly, but as a first-hand witness, Alessa has much more to consider. After the coalition forces were annihilated and transformed into black monsters, a greater disaster unfolded. Worst of all, the sky was obscured by thick clouds, lacking sunlight, and food production began to decline. Under the dual blows of natural and man-made disasters, the entire world was sliding into decline. Had Qin Chuan not known that Belly City would still exist 10,000 years from now, he would have doubted whether this generation of humanity would be wiped out. With the demise of the coalition forces and the outbreak of disaster, the survivors dubbed this era the Dark Ages, based on the Dark Calendar. In the first year of the Dark Calendar, the coalition forces were shattered, and black monsters swept across the continent. Belly City was naturally not spared. Having just repelled the rebellious kingdom's army, and had no time to rest, the black monsters returned. Fortunately, Alessa was deeply loved, and with the assistance of 7 powerful followers, she was able to maintain control of the situation and avoid the embarrassing situation of being overrun by a single wave. What followed was a long battle of attack and defense. Alessa wielded the power of shadow, a natural nemesis against black monsters. Her 7 followers also skillfully used the power they had prayed for to repel the black monsters' attacks. The name of the saint began to spread among the people of Belly City. More faith gathered. Based on the information she had gathered, Alessa began to absorb this faith power, her strength soaring again, and her followers also strengthened, further garnering their faith. This virtuous cycle allowed Alessa to reach the threshold of demigodhood in just 6 months. The speed of her progress was so rapid that even Qin Chuan was somewhat embarrassed. But on second thought, Alessa was most likely the Lady of Night, so her performance was not surprising. Furthermore, since black monsters primarily roamed at night, Alessa also primarily appeared at night, gradually earning the title Daughter of the Night. Her followers proclaimed that Alessa was the Daughter of the Night, and that those who followed her would be protected from monster attacks at night. This claim was highly popular. The threat posed by the black monsters was real, and Alessa's fame reached unprecedented heights. Watching Alessa's gradual growth, Qin Chuan was also pleased. The only thing that frustrates him is that he still can't move. No, I came to this time and space 10,000 years ago, and apart from a sense of participation at the beginning, I've been idle the entire time? Qin Chuan was a little frustrated. While slacking off is satisfying, this kind of slacking off is better left alone. The most crucial question is, what exactly was the purpose behind the Lady of Night's revelation of this experience? He had traveled all the way to the Arctic glaciers, slain countless enemies, and finally reached the trial grounds, but his only gains so far were a few divine fragments and the void essence orb. While it wasn't small, it wasn't exactly small, especially considering the divine conversion rate, a crucial attribute for the later stages of Apocalypse. Obtaining it now, during the server launch phase, undoubtedly gave him a head start. But to truly exaggerate the gains, it wasn't that significant. A 3% conversion rate wasn't worth such a grand display. Just as Qin Chuan was secretly speculating, Alessa encountered trouble. The Lady of Night's existence had finally attracted the attention of the gods. Even as black monsters wreaked havoc, the church assembled a powerful punitive force, preparing to destroy the city of Belly. The black monsters were troublesome, but their presence only strengthened the purity and firmness of faith. But the Lady of Night was different. She was here to seize territory. This was unbearable. The Church of the God of Light, the Church of the Goddess of Nature, the Church of the Goddess of Hunting. The coalition of over a dozen churches surrounded Belly City, their might so overwhelming that even the black monsters chose to retreat, daring not to come and plunder. Standing atop the city walls, gazing at the dense army outside, Alessa's eyes wore a weary expression. She was tired. This time, Alessa chose not to fight to the bitter end. Instead, she gathered the people of Belly City and expressed her intentions. She planned to leave, to a more peaceful and tranquil area. Alessa's followers offered no objection. The believers, however, split into 2 factions. Those with unwavering faith decided to leave with the Daughter of Night. Those with lesser faith chose to remain in Belly City, hoping to switch faiths at worst. As long as they could survive, whoever they chose made no difference. In the end, over 8,000 people chose to follow Alessa. In full view of the crowd, Alessa performed a miracle. Endless darkness enveloped the land, and she and her followers vanished into the night. When the church coalition entered Belly City, they found only an empty city, save for a small crowd lining the streets to welcome them. As for Alessa, she had long since vanished. As a bystander, Qin Chuan was also dumbfounded. "No, Alessa, when did you learn the shadow curtain, and how to use it with such a wide range? Also, when can I move?" As soon as this thought occurred to Qin Chuan, he suddenly realized he could move. He stretched his arms and legs, watching the church soldiers pass by unnoticed, and fell into deep thought. "Alessa, if you're leaving, why don't you take me with you?" Fortunately, the power of shadow could sense Alessa's approximate location, and Qin Chuan immediately followed her direction, then stared blankly at the endless ocean. What the hell? Alessa was actually on the other side of the ocean. Qin Chuan was a little confused. Alessa had actually leapt across the sea with over 8,000 followers? Chapter 586. Gazing at the boundless ocean before him, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought. How did Alessa get there? By boat? That's possible, but with today's shipbuilding technology, transporting over 8,000 people across the sea is no easy task. The preparations alone would take years. And after Alessa established herself in Belly City, she was either fighting the church or battling the black monsters. How could she have found time to build ships? To say she hired a fleet wasn't likely. After all, Qin Chuan had been a bystander watching Alessa rebuild Belly City, and hadn't seen any representatives from the fleet. Inexplicably, a word popped into Qin Chuan's mind. Miracle. Moses parted the sea before us. Could Alessa have pulled off the same trick? Qin Chuan muttered to himself. He was debating whether to find a way to cross the sea or continue waiting. As he pondered, an idea struck him. He sensed the presence of a shadow nearby and immediately searched in that direction, eventually discovering a somewhat unusual stone. It was about the size of a fist and looked ordinary, casually scattered along the roadside. If it weren't for the power of shadow, Qin Chuan wouldn't have considered it anything special. He casually picked up the stone, and a message surfaced in his mind. "Mr. Shadow, if you ever see this message, Alessa wants to tell you that I'm waiting for you on the Evernight continent." As the message spread, the stone in Qin Chuan's hand crumbled to dust, scattering across the sky with the wind. That wasn't the point was the Evernight continent. Qin Chuan thought about it. He didn't seem to have heard of this place. Even in his previous life, when Apocalypse had already undergone dozens of updates and officially arrived, there was no information about the Evernight continent. But Alessa wouldn't leave misleading information. The more likely scenario is that the information about the Evernight continent was blocked and destroyed. 10,000 years is enough time for a lot of information to be lost. As long as no one comes from the Evernight continent, no one will know such a place even exists. So Alessa and her 8,000 followers didn't arrive by boat, but left through other means? Qin Chuan thought of something else. If they arrived by boat, that would mean there was communication between the two continents. In this case, no matter how the information was blocked, the existence of the Evernight continent could not be concealed. But if reaching the Evernight continent is difficult, even beyond the reach of mortals, then the loss of relevant information is only natural. Eternal Night Continent. Is this what the Lady of Night wants to tell me? Qin Chuan frowned slightly. The Lady of Night's trials are clearly not primarily combat-focused, they are more like opportunities to convey information that cannot be directly conveyed. So, the question arises. What was so unique about the Evernight continent, or what so dreaded the gods that they kept the news so tightly sealed? It was a continent, and yet there wasn't even a trace of it. The intelligence blockade was incredibly thorough. The Evernight continent's existence was known, but its exact location remained unknown. Even with the power of shadow, Qin Chuan couldn't pinpoint Alessa's location. He only knew that Alessa had left the continent from this area, but where she'd gone after venturing out to sea was unclear. The entire Evernight continent seemed shrouded in mist, its true face completely invisible to the outside world. Out of nowhere, a possibility suddenly occurred to Qin Chuan. Could the Evernight continent truly live up to its name, perpetually in darkness? If that were the case, Alessa, as the Lady of Night, would have her power greatly increased. If the divine fire were ignited, the divine power would spread out, effectively cloaking the entire continent in obscurity. It's just that such great power is hard to imagine that a god can do it. Chapter 587. Qin Chuan had reason to believe that Lady of Night wasn't alone. Perhaps other shadow gods were also on the Evernight continent, maintaining their seclusion. Such an elaborate undertaking certainly wasn't for idleness. Evading enemy pursuit? Possibly, but not entirely. To be able to conceal the entire continent so securely, the power of the gods there must not be underestimated. Since they weren't forced into hiding, they must have done so voluntarily. They're waiting for an opportunity. A flash of light flashed through Qin Chuan's mind. He had a bold guess. It wasn't Alessa who traveled to the Evernight continent, but rather the Evernight continent that welcomed Alessa and her 8,000 followers. The Evernight continent's history is definitely longer than 10,000 years. If the shadow gods were already active in the Evernight continent in even more ancient times, then when they sensed Alessa's presence, they certainly wouldn't have stood idly by. They might have stepped in and brought Alessa and her followers to the Evernight continent. The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the more likely this seemed. If this were true, then the shadow gods weren't all dead or silent, but rather some were hiding in the Evernight continent, erasing all information about themselves and biding their time in the dark. I'm truly impressed by these idiots. Qin Chuan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Of course, this speculation wasn't 100% accurate. It could even be considered purely Qin Chuan's subjective conjecture. But regardless, it was at least a possibility. Just as Qin Chuan was summarizing and calculating the latest information, the scene around him began to flow faster, which aroused Qin Chuan's interest. Was it time to enter the third stage? But Qin Chuan's imagination proved overblown. Not only was there no third stage, but even the second stage was nearing its end. The surrounding scene began to blur and dissipate, and the faint sense of connection he had previously felt with Alessa was also lost. When his vision returned, the scene had changed. Qin Chuan was stunned to find himself in outer space, a massive planet before him, filling his entire field of vision. Where did this go? Qin Chuan couldn't help but mutter. He then realized that the planet before him was peculiar. First, it was most likely not a blue planet, as Qin Chuan couldn't see the moon. Of course, it could also be on the other side, obscured. But Qin Chuan's intuition told him that this was not a blue planet. Second, Qin Chuan discovered that the planet did not rotate, and its relative position to the sun did not change. This meant that the day and night on this planet were constant. Half of it was bathed in sunlight, so bright it made one question life. The other half, however, was perpetually in darkness. Eternal Night Continent. Qin Chuan immediately thought of this word. Could it be? Qin Chuan stopped checking the Eternal Night Continent, and instead fixed his gaze on the half of the planet that was in daylight. Finally, he spotted a familiar landscape. It was confirmed. The planet before him was the Apocalypse world. The half of the planet that remained in constant daylight was the player's activity area. And the Eternal Night Continent lay within the opposing dark side, confirming that the huge planet before him was the Apocalypse world did not make Qin Chuan happy. Because a question occurred to him. If the Apocalypse world didn't rotate and day and night were constant, then why was there a distinction between day and night in the game? If it were someone else, they might think this was nothing strange. It was just a game setting. Wouldn't it be easy to change the day and night? But Qin Chuan knew that was not the case. Apocalypse was a game, but it was also a real world. Forget about changing the day and night. Even when it rained was uncontrollable. At this moment, a massive celestial body appeared on the horizon, orbiting the Apocalypse world, blocking out the sun's rays, and casting a shadow across the land. Humans would call this celestial body the moon. Chapter 588. Case solved. The Apocalypse world's transition from day to night is entirely dependent on the moon. When the moon passes over the daylight zone, it blocks out sunlight, transforming it into night. Perhaps due to his vantage point, Qin Chuan noticed that the flow of time had significantly accelerated. The daylight zone cycled through several cycles in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Chuan also discovered another phenomenon. The dark side of the Apocalypse world is not illuminated by light. Even if the moon reflects sunlight, it cannot brighten it. The entire dark side world is as if enveloped by a massive barrier, shutting out the outside world's light. This barrier prevents the outside world from detecting the dark side, and also isolates it from external interference. This means that traveling directly to the dark side world to search for the Eternal Night Continent is not an option. Qin Chuan set his sights on the moon. He guessed that to reach the Eternal Night Continent, he would have to first find a way to travel from the Apocalypse continent to the moon, then wait until the moon shifts to the dark side of the world, and then depart from the moon to the Eternal Night world. The barrier that enveloped the entire dark world might have a gap at the top. While pondering, the scene before him changed again. Qin Chuan's vision swooped down from the sky to the ground, finally returning to his own self. He knew that the scene just now was also what the Lady of Night wanted to convey to him. The Eternal Night Continent, and how to get there. This was the message the Lady of Night wanted to share with Qin Chuan. Interesting. A faint smile played on Qin Chuan's lips. At this point, Qin Chuan guessed the trial was nearing its end. In a moment of daze, Qin Chuan noticed a cloaked figure standing beside him. It was that mysterious man. He returned to the present time and space. Qin Chuan was a little shocked. When had this happened, and he hadn't even noticed it? The mysterious man glanced over, his tone still calm. Have you completed the trial? Qin Chuan thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, I think so. Qin Chuan wasn't entirely sure whether he had completed it or not. This wasn't so much a trial as it was a documentary, one that spanned several years. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan was startled and quickly asked, how long has it been? Although the flow of time in a trial was likely accelerated, he had spent several years inside, and the outside world had no idea how much had passed. If it had been a few years, that would have been quite a lot of fun. A few years would be enough time for Apocalypse to update several major versions. Don't let him fall behind. Although with his sniper talent, returning to the top spot was only a matter of time, it would still be a hassle. Thankfully, the mysterious man reassured Qin Chuan. It took you 3 hours to complete the trial. 3 hours? Qin Chuan blinked. Time in this trial was passing too quickly. He spent several years inside, while the outside world had only seen 3 hours. How can I put it? As expected of the Lady of Night, she's quite capable. Thinking again, the Lady of Night, or rather, Alessa, rose to prominence after his guidance. Rounding it off, that meant he was quite capable. After a moment of reverie, Qin Chuan looked at the mysterious man. If there's nothing else, I'd be leaving first? The mysterious man's cloak fluttered a few times, as if waving. Without another word, he vanished from the spot. Qin Chuan had grown accustomed to this kind of disappearance. Now that the mysterious man had left, it meant that his affairs here were indeed over, and it was time for him to return. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan had an idea and checked the special mount space. Shadow Dragon had been advancing before he arrived, and he wondered if he had completed it yet. This sight nearly startled Qin Chuan. Good heavens, was this still the Shadow Dragon he knew? The Shadow Dragon now stood as massive as a mountain, at least double its size. Its scales were as black as ink, and new spikes sprouted from its head, making it look even more ferocious, yet also more domineering. Most importantly, Shadow Dragon's name had changed. Shadow Dragon Scripts. From Shadow Dragon to Shadow Dragon, this was undoubtedly a huge improvement. And it wasn't just the name, Scripts was now legendary. This advancement, leaping directly from Dark Gold to Epic, reached legendary quality in one step, a leap so vast it would astonish countless dragons. In addition, it had reached level 70. A level 70 legendary dragon, one blessed with the power of shadow, could easily become the Dragon King in due time. It could even approach the position of Dragon God in the future. Sensing Qin Chuan's gaze, Scripts in the special mount space became excited, spreading his wings and shouting, Lord Shadow, did you see that? I completed my advancement. Scripts didn't harbor any thoughts of rebellion due to his sudden increase in strength. Not to mention the existence of the Dragon God Oath, any thought of betrayal would have resulted in Scripts' death. Even without the Dragon God Oath, Scripts wouldn't have rebelled. It knew full well that its advancement was entirely due to Lord Shadow. The Dragon God Oath was a restriction, but it also allowed it to access the power of Shadow, allowing it to fully advance its Shadow power. From Shadow Dragon to Shadow Demon Dragon, this single step was a world of difference. I, Scripts, am truly the most outstanding descendant of the Shadow Dragon clan, Scripts thought. Then it realized. It was now a Shadow Demon Dragon, no longer a Shadow Dragon. So, was it truly the most outstanding descendant of the Shadow Dragon clan? Qin Chuan had no idea what Scripts was thinking. Seeing Scripts' advancement complete, and his work here complete, he immediately summoned it. Roar! Scripts roared with excitement, cracking the surrounding ice. With another flap of his wings, the shockwave spread out, causing a massive collapse. With just a few simple movements, he could command such power. Once fully engaged, he could easily blow up a mountain. Qin Chuan was very satisfied. Next time you encounter a cannon fodder enemy, just let Scripts take action. Chapter 589. In fact, there are still many unclear points in the video presented by the Lady of Night. For example, did the Black Death and the Black Monster disappear, or were they completely eliminated? Also, what is the connection between Alessa's 7 followers and the Deathbringer? What Qin Chuan cares most about is the whereabouts of the person who bestowed Alessa with the power of Shadow. In that video from 10,000 years ago, Qin Chuan interacted with Alessa and imparted the power of Shadow to her. But the real history is definitely not like this. The character Qin Chuan plays must have existed. So where did he go? Did he leave with Alessa when she left for the Eternal Night continent? There are too many mysteries waiting for Qin Chuan to answer. However, Qin Chuan also knows that these things cannot be rushed. With his current strength and the progress of the Apocalypse version, it is probably difficult to find all the answers in a short period of time. He can only take it one step at a time. While Qin Chuan was lost in thought, he received several private messages from Ying Luo. Ying Luo, guild leader, I finally got through to you. What were you doing? I saw you were online, but I couldn't send you a message. Qin Chuan, I entered a special dungeon and just finished it. Ying Luo, I see. No wonder. By the way, guild leader, I want to talk to you. We won the guild war a while ago, and we gained a lot of fame. Many players have applied to join us, including several with S-level talents. Qin Chuan asked curiously, how do you know for sure they have S-level talents? Ying Luo sent several screenshots, clearly showing the names and attributes of the talents. This made Qin Chuan even more curious. With S-rank talent, one could be a distinguished guest in any guild, and even as a lone wolf player, one could make a name for themselves. There was no need to reveal one's talent just to join their peak guild. After all, after the official arrival of the Apocalypse, a player's talent became their most valuable asset. Many players were targeted and eventually permanently removed from the guild due to leaked talent information, which was truly heartbreaking. But then he thought, players today haven't yet realized the true nature of the Apocalypse, and don't place that much importance on talent. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan asked, what are these players' IDs? Qin Chuan felt this matter was more complex than it seemed. Peak's reputation had always been resounding, especially with him, the server's top player, a living sign. Advertising was unnecessary. Any player, even a newcomer, would likely be able to name Night Wanderer. Players with S-rank talent who wanted to join Peak would have had their chance long ago. Why wait until now? As Ying Luo sent the IDs and levels of the talent holders, Qin Chuan suddenly realized something. The national team had arrived. Some of those IDs were renowned figures in past lives, affiliated with guilds officially established by Yin Nation. It was said that their true identities were vanguards in the army, their skills and intelligence to be reckoned with. I remember these people didn't enter the game all at once, but rather in a sequential order. Some even entered after the Apocalypse. Qin Chuan pondered. Something was not right. The national team's arrival was inevitable, and Qin Chuan had been considering how to cooperate with the authorities. But this time, Qin Chuan realized that something must have happened that he wasn't aware of. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't have entered so early, nor would they have directly deployed the vanguards. They must have received some information. But regardless, since the authorities had come to him, wanting to apply to join the guild, it would be a bad idea to reject them. The main reason is that Qin Chuan knows that if he wants to fight against the Apocalypse and the descending gods, he cannot rely on himself alone, and he needs to unite and gather more living forces. Chapter 590. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately sent a message to Ying Luo. Those with S-rank and A-rank talents will be accepted into the guild. Don't worry about the others. Ying Luo. Okay, President, I do it right away. Having the Vice President's help makes things easier. Otherwise, Qin Chuan would have to handle this himself. It wouldn't be particularly difficult, but it would still be a distraction. Now that Ying Luo is handling it, it's perfect. Just as he finished his conversation with Ying Luo, Ji Xing sent another message. President, I found something great. He then sent a screenshot of the item's attributes. Shadow Labyrinth Map, Epic Item. Follow the clues to find the location of the Shadow Labyrinth. Please note, the Shadow Labyrinth is extremely dangerous. Please explore with caution. Ji Xing, President, I remember you have the Shadow Dagger skill. I think the Shadow Labyrinth will definitely be helpful to you. Qin Chuan, I think so. Qin Chuan knew the Shadow Labyrinth. It was a hidden dungeon. He had cleared it in his previous life, but didn't find anything special. It was simply a difficult hidden dungeon. But now, with the power of Shadow, he might find something different if he went to the Shadow Labyrinth again. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately decided, gather in Bailey City. Let's go and see just how dangerous this Shadow Labyrinth is. Ji Xing replied, if it were anyone else, it might be dangerous, but with you, President, it will definitely be easy. Qin Chuan said modestly, not that exaggerated. It's always better to be cautious. Then he asked, you got this item. Did you solo the epic boss? Ji Xing, I'm not soloing. I'm also with Ying Luo and the others. Guild Master, Not everyone can solo bosses as easily as you, okay? Qin Chuan pondered, and it seemed to make sense. For him, epic bosses were a one-hit kill, effortless. But for other players, even top players like Ji Xing, it's a significant obstacle at this stage. As for ordinary players, even silver and gold bosses struggle, let alone epic ones. In the past, they were simply joining in the fun and giving themselves away. In this sense, Ji Xing and Ying Luo's ability to defeat an epic boss was already a remarkable achievement. Looking across the entirety of Apocalypse, there are probably only a few who can do this. Having decided to go to Shadow Labyrinth, Qin Chuan decisively announced to the guild, "Shadow Labyrinth is opening a group. Sign up if you want to go." "Jing, I'm going." "It's the guild master." "I couldn't reach you. I thought you were gone." "Snow Swordsman, I suspect the guild master is offline for MMC. Too bad he didn't even take me." "Ying Luo, guild master, I need to contact the players who applied to join the guild, so I won't be going this time." "Shao, Godfather, if I'm free, take me." "Yeah, me too." "Dijia Lingyu, guild master, do you have any dragon eggs? I want to be a dragon knight too." Shadow Labyrinth is a medium-sized dungeon, accommodating up to 10 players. After some deliberation, the candidates were finally selected. Ji Xing was definitely going, as she had the dungeon opening item. Including Qin Chuan, that left 8 spots. The final 8 members were Xiao, Jing, Su Changqing, Yinmi, Shuizhong Yi Jianxia, Dijia Lingyu, Song Ling, and Aoe Henzhuang. The remaining guild members were either offline or otherwise occupied. The others gathered in Bailey City. Qin Chuan had originally planned to fly from the Arctic ice field to the Orc territory to check out the situation, but with the news of the Shadow Labyrinth, he naturally didn't want to wait any longer. He immediately activated the teleporter chain, selected the previously marked Bailey City shop, and teleported there. He also took a look at the shop's business performance. It was very good. Although in-game income and expenditure are in-game currency, the price of Apocalypse game currency has stabilized, maintaining a 1-to-1 exchange rate. Chapter 591. That is, 1 copper coin equals 1 Yingguo currency. Qin Chuan's shop generates a steady income of 20 gold coins daily from ointments alone. It may not seem like much, but remember, 1 gold coin equals 10,000 copper coins, which equals 10,000 Yingguo currency. 20 gold coins equals 200,000. This is just one day's profit, and that's just from the ointment alone. The shop's real revenue comes from equipment sales. Most of the equipment Qin Chuan drops goes into the guild warehouse, but a small portion is also displayed in the shop to attract traffic. Selling any piece of equipment can bring in hundreds of thousands. It's no exaggeration to say that Qin Chuan could easily retire right here with this shop. Even if more players gain the qualification to open shops and there's competition, even if his income is cut in half, he'd still be making 3 or 4 million a month. If I hadn't known the apocalypse was coming, I might have chosen to retire. Qin Chuan's expression remained calm, yet a sense of sadness welled up within him. The current leisurely pace is merely the calm before the storm. When the apocalypse arrives and the world changes, the true battle will truly begin. Huh? Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. What's bound to come will come, and there's no point in overthinking it. His current rate of improvement has far surpassed that of his previous life, and the guild members are also steadily improving. The scales of victory will gradually tilt towards them until they achieve final victory. Qin Chuan is confident of this. While pondering, Qin Chuan saw Ji Xing's figure appear at the shop entrance. He greeted from a distance, "President, I'm here." The two chatted for a moment, and Xiao and Jing also joined them. Xiao, with a hint of excitement on her face, rushed to Qin Chuan in 2 steps, bowing and saying, "Godfather." Qin Chuan's eye twitched, and he said angrily, "If you keep talking like that, I send someone else to the Shadow Labyrinth." Xiao quickly put on a serious expression and said solemnly, "President, that's not necessary." Jing chuckled beside him, "Brother, I told you not to play tricks on the president, but you didn't listen. Now you know how powerful I am." Xiao nodded repeatedly. "As expected of the president, you easily subdued me." "Subdued? What subdued?" A voice, tinged with surprise and anticipation, rang from the doorway. The swordsman in the snow, swaying his dagger, glanced around the shop, muttering, "President, you didn't tell me about this great news about the subdued." "No, I didn't see it either." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "None of your business. Go have some fun." The swordsman in the snow smacked his lips regretfully, and sat down on a chair in the corner. 2 minutes later, Dijia Lingyu's signature flying carpet drifted slowly from the distance to the entrance. The sharp-eyed Qin Chuan noticed that the advertisement hanging beneath the magic carpet had changed again. This guy really doesn't waste any time. He's making money even while he's on the road. Di Jiaolingyu entered the shop and went straight to Qin Chuan to state his point. President, I want a dragon egg too. Clearly, Yingluo's acquisition of a dragon egg and the hatching of a fire dragon had a profound impact on Di Jiaolingyu. That's understandable. After all, this gamer is all about money, as evidenced by her previous exorbitant purchases of a skeletal warhorse and a flying carpet. If Di Jiaolingyu sets her sights on something, she'd definitely get it. But Qin Chuan couldn't do anything about it. A dragon egg isn't just a chicken, you can get it if you want it. He only got the fire dragon egg by sheer luck. This even triggered a world event. If he hadn't known some dragon secrets, Belly City would have been blown up by the Flame Dragon's lieutenant. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan shook his head and said, "It's not that I won't give it to you, it's just that I don't know where to get more dragon eggs." Di Jiaolingyu's eyes were filled with regret, but she didn't insist. She simply stated, "Then, President, I make an appointment with you in advance. If you get more dragon eggs, you must sell them to me first." Qin Chuan nodded, "No problem." As he spoke, Su Chongqing, Aoi Henzhuang, and Yinmi arrived at the shop, all looking forward to the upcoming dungeon adventure. Yinmi even said bluntly, "Thank you, President, for not letting me go and taking me on a dungeon run. If you don't, I'd like to take you as my godfather." Qin Chuan said helplessly, "That's not necessary." Xiao laughed beside him. "Yinmi, just give up on that idea. If the president won't even accept me, how could he accept you?" Yinmi said unconvincedly, "You are you, and I am me. Maybe the president will be more optimistic about me." The two of them stared at each other, neither willing to give in. Qin Chuan didn't bother to pay attention to these two idiots. He glanced at the others and saw that Song Ling hadn't arrived yet. Just as he was about to send a message, he saw Song Ling appear at the door. The moment Song Ling entered, the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. A closer look revealed tiny snowflakes drifting around Song Ling. "Chu." In the corner, the swordsman in the snow sneezed, rubbing his nose and sighing, "I'm getting old and useless. I catch a cold at the slightest provocation." Su Chongqing raised his hand and added a buff, restoring the swordsman to his full potential. He then advised, "Brother Shui, take care of yourself." Qin Chuan, however, noticed something was amiss. It was clear that Song Ling had gained a lot in the Arctic ice fields. After absorbing some of the Ice Lord's power, his strength had greatly improved. Song Ling walked over, looked at Qin Chuan, and said, "President, if I hadn't come before, remember to say thank you for taking me to the Arctic ice fields. It gave me the opportunity to acquire powerful new skills." Qin Chuan waved his hand, "You deserve it." After a pause, Qin Chuan added, "After all, you're the only ice mage in the entire guild. Who else could we take if not you?" Song Ling pondered for a moment, and felt that there seemed to be some truth to his words. Yet, she vaguely felt that the president's actions had a deeper purpose, though she couldn't quite articulate the reason. Jixing interrupted, "President, everyone's gathered. Shall we set off?" Qin Chuan nodded, "Let's go." Chapter 592. To enter the Shadow Labyrinth, one must first complete the door-opening quest. It's not difficult, but a bit tedious. The final step requires defeating a dark gold level boss, and obtaining the key from it to unlock the sealed door of the Shadow Labyrinth. For Qin Chuan and the others, this was a truly relaxing and enjoyable experience. Qin Chuan didn't even need to take any action, the others simply cast a few skills, and the quest was complete. It took over half an hour, and the quest reached its final step. A level 40 dark gold level boss emerged from the sealing circle. Just as it was about to go through the process and declare its freedom, several players charged fiercely at it before it could even begin. The battle began and ended in an instant. Dark gold level bosses are considered quite formidable in the outside world, requiring the coordinated efforts of dozens or even hundreds of players to defeat. But against these peak level players, they were no match for them. Qin Chuan stepped forward and, with his deft hands, pulled out a pile of equipment. He had everyone choose 2 replacement pieces, and the rest were tossed into the guild warehouse. He handed the key to Jixing, and with the item in her hand, the gate to the Shadow Labyrinth swung open. Boom! The heavy door clunked, revealing the scene beyond. The dim light, the stale air, and the passages separated by towering stone slabs all suggested the upcoming exploration would not be easy. At least not for ordinary players. Di Jiaolingyu said, "Guild leader, let me lead the way. With Brother Yue, I'm the only tank here." Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Since you've spoken, let's proceed as you wish. Chongqing, give your sister Di a full set of buffs." Su Chongqing immediately obeyed, raising his hand to unleash a series of buffs, causing Dijiaolingyu to glow with a dazzling array of colors, brightening the surroundings even more. Snow Swordsman, now refreshed and warmed up, volunteered, "President, I be the off-tank. Uncle Su, give me some buffs too." Su Chongqing muttered, "Don't call me uncle." His hands were busy, applying buffs to Snow Swordsman. Snow Swordsman, sword in hand, excitedly declared, "I'm incredibly powerful now. I feel like I could take on 10. Shao fan the flames, so you're brave, huh? Why don't you challenge the president?" Snow Swordsman immediately wilted, waving his hand modestly. "I always said that the president is my idol. How could I attack an idol? It's inappropriate." The group chatted and laughed as they set out to explore. Qin Chuan remained silent, not because he had suddenly become withdrawn. Rather, he had discovered that the shadow power within him had become increasingly active, and he could vaguely sense something drawing him from the depths of the maze. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This shadow maze was connected to the shadow power. This was good news, but one shouldn't be overly optimistic. Because information about the shadow power was suppressed, there might be clues within the shadow maze, but they wouldn't be particularly obvious, or the entire dungeon would be purged by the gods and never passed down. While the team was contemplating, they had already turned several corners and encountered a monster. It was a humanoid creature composed entirely of mist, roaring incomprehensibly as it charged towards them. A swordsman in the snow charged forward, shouting, just in time. But before he could even reach the monster, a massive ice spike flew from behind, wiping out the monster's health bar. Looking back, Song Ling was sheathing his staff. It was obvious that the attack just now was launched by her. The swordsman in the snow sighed to the sky, "I can't hit the monster without the buff, and I still can't hit the monster with the buff. Then all my buffs were for nothing. I was thinking of showing off in front of the guild leader, but it seems I was overthinking it." Chapter 593. Dijiaolingyu sighed a bit. Does our team need a tank? However, Dijiaolingyu's attention quickly shifted, and she curiously asked, "Songling, your skill damage seems to have increased significantly." Songling nodded, and without hiding anything, she said bluntly, "About 3 times the original." Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Wow, that's a huge increase. Usually, a 30% increase is considered strong, and 50% is top tier. But with Songling, it's tripled to 300%. How can other players play? Jing envied her. "Sister Songling, you used to have strong control, but not enough damage. Now your damage is up, and you're both capable of both control and damage. You're probably our guild's strongest mage." Song Ling looked at Qin Chuan and said seriously, "I have the president to thank for this opportunity. If he hadn't taken me to the Arctic ice field and absorbed that ball of ice, I wouldn't have the damage I have now." Qin Chuan casually said, "It's not all my credit. I can only say that you're very compatible with ice energy. If another ice mage had been in my place, the improvement wouldn't be as dramatic as yours." Honestly, Qin Chuan was a little surprised. You have to remember that only 1/3 of the Ice Lord's essence was sealed in the Arctic ice field, and it was then split into 3 by a mysterious figure. Even with this tiny amount of ice essence, Song Ling's damage increased 3-fold. Qin Chuan also absorbed some ice essence, but the increase wasn't as dramatic. From this we can see that the origin of ice is good, but if you really want to bring out the most perfect effect from it, it depends on the person. But no matter what, with Song Ling by our side, this exploration was much easier. After clearing out several waves of small monsters, the group arrived at a relatively spacious open area. Aoi looked around and speculated, "I think we're about to encounter a boss." As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of fog gathered from the surrounding corners, forming a massive monster, nearly 5 meters tall. Bang! The boss was trapped in ice the moment it appeared. Song Ling raised his staff and said, "I can hold the boss, everyone just attack." This type of boss fight was undoubtedly the easiest. Just mindlessly deal damage. There was no need to avoid damage. Qin Chuan didn't rush in, but instead let the others attack and slash, adding a sense of participation. Otherwise, if he threw his knife, the boss fight would be over, meaningless. Qin Chuan wanted to give the rest of the guild more opportunities to practice, so he naturally couldn't take care of everything himself. Under the full force of the attack, the boss barely lasted 10 seconds, decisively surrendering its experience and equipment. As usual, what could be used was distributed on the spot, and what wasn't was dumped in the guild warehouse. Just as everyone finished disposing of the spoils, several figures appeared at the entrance of the passage ahead. A group of panicked NPCs ran over, shouting things like, "The leader has gone mad, this place is a trap," and so on. Looking again, Qin Chuan smiled. Oh, isn't that the old acquaintance, the Hand of the Dead? Why he come to the Shadow Labyrinth instead of staying in the Beast Tribe's territory? Speaking of the Hand of the Dead, he was also an old friend of Qin Chuan's. As the villain organization in the first major update, the Hand of the Dead was supposed to make a few big splashes before fading into the background, only to become active again in the subsequent update with the appearance of the Beast God cult. However, Qin Chuan's activeness caused the update's progress to deviate. In particular, the early appearance of the Orcish Chosen led to the appearance of the Orcish map and the Orcish cult several levels earlier. However, the ending of the Hand of the Dead remained largely unchanged. It's still intertwined with the orcs. To be honest, encountering the Hand of the Dead in Shadow Labyrinth is quite rare. But that's not the point. The key point is what these terrified cultists said. Chapter 594. Has the leader gone mad? Is this a trap? Qin Chuan couldn't help but ponder. He long heard the leader of the Hand of the Dead was planning a major event, but he never found any concrete clues. He hadn't expected it to happen in the Shadow Labyrinth. Combining the Shadow Power's induction, Qin Chuan had reason to believe the Hand of the Dead had somehow gotten wind of the existence of Shadow Power here, perhaps even its inheritance. That's why the leader had come here with his elite men to explore. But the exploration seemed to have gone awry. Could the Shadow Power here be a decoy? Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel wary. He seriously suspected the trap was designed to protect him, or perhaps the successor of the Shadow Power. It was just that the leader of the Hand of the Dead had stepped on the trap first. If that was the case, then this exploration might still be full of surprises. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately told Ji Xing and the others, "Be on guard. Something's wrong here." The swordsman in the snow, who had been about to charge forward with his sword, stopped immediately, retreated back to the group, and asked, "President, is there anything wrong?" Shao also asked, "President, these appear to be members of the Dead Hand. Why are they here?" Qin Chuan looked at the dead hands running around in a frenzy, and said in a deep voice, "I suspect they triggered a trap deep within the maze. The situation is unclear right now, so don't rush." The swordsman in the snow immediately said, "President, don't worry. I do whatever you say. I won't act on my own." Shao and Yinmi, "Me too." Qin Chuan could only smile helplessly at these three clowns. After a moment's thought, he looked at Song Ling and ordered, "Freeze these dead hands. Don't kill them yet. They might come in handy later." Song Ling nodded and, with a wave of his staff, the scattered hands of the dead transformed into massive blocks of ice. At this moment, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the maze. A black mist emerged from a corner, spreading around the frozen hands of the dead. It then penetrated the ice unimpeded, devouring and absorbing the hands of the dead within. Bang! The ice shattered, and a humanoid monster composed of the mist emerged, roaring at Qin Chuan and the others, striding towards them. A swordsman in the snow exclaimed in surprise, "How did this monster come about? Then were those monsters we killed on the way here also transformed from hands of the dead?" Qin Chuan nodded, "It's very likely." Compared to the hands of the dead transforming into monsters, Qin Chuan was more concerned about the mist. It was primarily black, but with hints of white, creating a strange contrast. The key point was that Qin Chuan sensed a very unpleasant aura within that white. It was the power of light. Could this trap be set by the God of Light? Qin Chuan couldn't help but speculate. Thinking about it carefully, it was quite possible. Among the enemies of the Shadow Power, the God of Light was undoubtedly the most powerful. It made logical sense for him to set a trap here, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate the inheritor of the Shadow Power. From this perspective, Qin Chuan truly had to thank the leader of the Hand of the Dead. If it weren't for him, Qin Chuan would have been the one to fall victim. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan raised his hand and swung out a shadow-flying knife, dispatching all the attacking monsters. He quickly said, "Go inside and see what's going on." Naturally, everyone agreed and followed Qin Chuan forward. More monsters attacked along the way. Su Chongqing asked curiously, "How many hands of the dead have come? Why do these monsters seem endless?" This remark stirred Qin Chuan's heart, and he quickly turned around to look. He found that the corpses of the monsters he had previously killed had completely disappeared. A hypothesis emerged in his mind. After being killed, these monsters did not die completely. Instead, they returned to a misty state and then reassembled. This characteristic reminded Qin Chuan of the black monsters transformed by the Black Death. They were also unkillable. Could it be that after 10,000 years, the Black Death would reappear, but in his previous life, even when the apocalypse officially arrived, there was no Black Death? What was the problem? In any case, it was always right to kill them all to reach the depths of the maze. It didn't matter if these humanoid monsters resurrected, they would kill as many as they came. Slaying them instantly, the group wandered through the maze until they finally reached the depths. Here, Qin Chuan and his group saw the mad leader mentioned by the Hand of the Dead. It wasn't so much a leader as a grotesquely twisted boss. Part flesh, part mist, even a section that looked like a patchwork of metal and stone. The first thing you see is physically unpleasant. Several girls in the team flashed expressions of disgust. Jing almost opened a portal and ran away. This boss was too ugly. The key point was that it wasn't just ugly, but distorted, making it unbearable no matter how you looked at it. Qin Chuan was fine, quickly observing the boss's status. A level 70 legendary boss. This clearly exceeded the expected level for Shadow Labyrinth. The monsters and bosses along the way were only around level 40, the highest being Dark Gold. Yet, the final boss deep within the maze soared to not only level 70, but also skipped Epic, and went straight to Legendary. This difficulty jump was outrageous. Xiao couldn't help but grumble, whoever designed this dungeon is a genius. This thing is just a bunch of idiots. Jixing agreed, echoing, a normal team of level 50 players exploring this place wouldn't last more than half a minute against a level 70 legendary boss. The dungeon designer has a terrible taste. Dijialing Yu looked at Qin Chuan and threw up her hands. President, I can't handle this boss. Snow Swordsman added, neither can I. A level 70 legendary boss, with over 100,000 attack points. Looking across the entire Peak Guild, the only one who could handle it was Yi Sakura Luo at full health. Unfortunately, Yi Sakura Luo hadn't arrived yet. Qin Chuan remained calm and ordered, you find a safe place. I go up and take a look. Qin Chuan didn't intend to kill the boss instantly, but rather wanted to learn more. He longed to know what had caused the leader of the Hand of the Dead to become like this. Was this so-called trap set by the God of Light? Chapter 595. With Qin Chuan's current damage output, instantly dispatching the maddened Hand of the Dead cultist with a single skill attack wouldn't be a big deal. Even if the enemy was now a level 70 legendary boss. With only a few hundred million HP, it wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Qin Chuan prepared to bypass the boss, and see what lay behind it. If there truly was a trap, there would surely be traces left behind, perhaps revealing clues that could reveal the true nature of the incident. He glanced at the positions of Jixing and the others. It was safe. They had found a hidden corner. As long as they didn't actively venture out, the boss wouldn't notice them. Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Stealth and advanced from the side. After activating, the boss lingered in a small area, occasionally roaring and snarling, but it seemed to be restrained by something and didn't run around. This was why Qin Chuan felt comfortable letting Jixing and the others hide. Perhaps it's not restrained, but rather trying to protect something, Qin Chuan thought to himself. The former leader of the Hand of the Dead, arriving in this Shadow Labyrinth with a large number of elite followers, was definitely not here for sightseeing. According to the various information Qin Chuan had gathered in his previous life, the leader of the Hand of the Dead had not appeared in the early stages, not even when the Hand of the Dead was nearly annihilated. It was rumored that he was digging for a certain artifact. Combining this information, Qin Chuan had reason to believe that he had found it. But he had no idea that a trap had been set there. In obtaining the artifact he had longed for, he had also triggered the trap, resulting in his current appearance. Although his appearance had changed, his inner obsession remained, subconsciously keeping him in his place. If it's really the God of Light who did it, then this guy has a brilliant plan. Qin Chuan's eyes shone with emotion. If this trap could trap the air of the shadow power, that would be all the better. But if it fails, and someone else gets there first, then the monsters created by the trap's triggering could serve as guardians, blocking any who come after. A level 70 legendary boss isn't so easy to kill. This method is simple, but very effective. At least it successfully trapped the leader of the Hand of the Dead. Muttering a few words, Qin Chuan continued his stealthy exploration. Soon, he made a discovery. Behind the boss, a large hole tore through the ground. A pitch-black tunnel snaked underground, its path unclear. The aura emanating from the tunnel told Qin Chuan that the answer lay beneath the surface. After giving a command to the team, Qin Chuan sneaked over. The boss seemed to notice something, looking around anxiously. Qin Chuan didn't intend to kill it just yet. Generally speaking, this type of guardian boss has a synergistic effect. Killing it might trigger new traps underground. He simply sneaked around. Qin Chuan's Shadow Steel was high level anyway, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Roar, roar, the boss attacked in all directions, helpless and furious. It sensed something was amiss, as if something was missing, but it couldn't find its source. It could only vent its inner anxiety through attack. An attack of this magnitude naturally posed no threat to Qin Chuan. Without even glancing at the boss behind him, he jumped down the pit and headed underground. As soon as he entered the pit, Qin Chuan felt uneasy, as if eyes were watching him from behind. The boss who could see through his shadow steel couldn't be the one above ground. Qin Chuan guessed it was most likely a backup plan by the God of Light. Of course, whether it was the God of Light remained to be determined, but judging by the current situation, it was highly likely. As he pondered, the gazes behind him faded, the feeling of being watched temporarily fading. But Qin Chuan knew he was definitely being watched. Chapter 596. Shadow stealth can deceive the boss, but it can never deceive the God of Light. The one who knows you best must be the enemy. Similarly, the one who understands the power of shadows best must be the God of Light. Fortunately, at this stage, the gods are either spectators or asleep. Even if they are awake, it is difficult for them to directly interfere with Apocalypse. Qin Chuan doesn't have to worry about being slapped to death by the God of Light. To put it bluntly, if the God of Light could truly intervene, he would have already taken the items here, so why would he need to set such a roundabout trap? Although the traps are powerful, they will eventually be broken, and then the items will be taken away, which will be another troublesome matter. As the old saying goes, the more the enemy opposes, the more I am right. The fact that the God of Light is making such a big fuss means that the items here must be very important. In his previous life, Qin Chuan was not the first player to complete the Shadow Labyrinth, so he didn't know exactly what was here. Thankfully, in this life, he is making rapid progress, and he is finally able to uncover the mystery here. Concentrating his mind, Qin Chuan continued along the passage. The passage had only one path, and it continued straight down. But soon, a fork appeared. 5 cave entrances appeared before Qin Chuan. No need to guess, if he chose the wrong one, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Most teams arriving here would choose to explore separately, or at worst, be sent to the resurrection point. But for Qin Chuan, it was much simpler. With a quick glance, the darkness of destiny gave a hint. The second passage from the left. Combining the darkness of destiny's hint with the aura Qin Chuan sensed, it was almost certain that the second passage from the left was the correct answer. The other 4 passages all had auras that attracted Qin Chuan. But they lacked the aura that had made him wary. This indicated danger, but it was nothing to Qin Chuan. The second passage from the left alone gave Qin Chuan a shivering feeling. The faint gaze from deep within the cave was remarkably similar to the feeling he had upon entering. I want to see what the God of Light has in store, Qin Chuan thought, controlling Shadow to explore. Speaking of which, during the Lady of Night's trial, Qin Chuan had Shadow accompany Alessa, but when they entered the second stage, when he was a spectator, Shadow returned. Otherwise, Qin Chuan could have teleported directly to Shadow's location after Alessa crossed the sea and left. Unfortunately, it was just a trial, and a historical scene presented by the Lady of Night. Qin Chuan didn't yet have the power to make the false real, transcend the constraints of time and space, and send Shadow to the continent of eternal night. Simply put, there was no way to exploit the bug. On the other hand, if he had been so easily able to exploit a bug and reach the eternal night continent, would the existence of the eternal night continent still be sealed off? The gods would have already struck there. While Qin Chuan was pondering, he felt his shadow under attack. Before he could figure out what was happening, the shadow had already returned to his feet. The faint light lingering in the shadow indicated that the attack was from the power of light, which was consistent with his previous suspicions. This was indeed a trap set by the God of Light. As he was thinking this, a mocking voice came from the second passage from the left. Ants who only know how to hide in shadows are really annoying. Qin Chuan took the taunting to heart. As the saying goes, the more the enemy opposes, the more he's right. And think about it from another perspective. If he had the ability to taunt, wouldn't it be even easier to kill him instantly? Since he didn't, that only proved one thing. The creature in the passage wasn't so powerful that it was invincible. The reason Qin Chuan's shadow was not back was most likely due to a conflicting attribute. As expected of the God of Light, that guy is very impressive. He is always floating and never touches the ground, let alone appears in underground passages, which are mostly filled with enemies of light attributes. Chapter 597. After thinking this through, Qin Chuan calmed down considerably. Since shadows can't penetrate the tunnel, then let's just go ahead. He immediately stepped forward. The enemy in the tunnel seemed to notice something and shouted again. Wow, not only didn't you flee, you actually came here to die. You might be a rat hiding in the shadows, but you're still a courageous rat. But that's all. Illuminate everything. Accompanied by the shout, endless light surged from the tunnel, instantly illuminating the entire underground passageway as bright as day. In this level of light, a conventional assassin would have nowhere to hide. Their invisibility would be broken in a second. But Qin Chuan's shadow stealth had evolved to legendary, gaining the void walk ability. The light passed through him, completely unable to break his stealth. Looking forward against the light, Qin Chuan saw the enemy in the tunnel in all its glory. A shabby dwarf holding an oil lamp. Qin Chuan was so angry that he laughed. You made such a big fuss, pretending to be so highbrow, and now you're telling me this is all? You're calling others rats, but you're clearly more like one. Is this the God of Light's backup plan? Who are you looking down on? He raised his head and unleashed a rain of dark erosion arrows, raining down dozens of them, instantly killing them. Snap! The oil lamp fell to the ground, erupting in an endless stream of incandescent flames, brightening the entire passage even further. The flames gathered, gradually transforming into an ethereal humanoid form. It was a guard clad in golden armor, holding a sword and shield, a pair of pristine white wings floating behind him. Winged Angel, the God of Light's vanguard, the winged angel appeared, its gaze fixed on Qin Chuan's position. With a swipe of its long sword, holy sword energy flew forth, slicing a gaping gash in the ground. Huh? The winged angel was puzzled. The attack had failed. This enemy was a bit tricky. Lord, witness my battle. The winged angel shouted, and a powerful and terrifying aura of light erupted from its body, a devastating shockwave annihilating everything in the passage. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he retreated immediately. He could sense that this self-detonation was extraordinary. Even with void walking, one could be caught in the crossfire. But then again, the God of Light was truly cunning, having hidden a winged angel within the oil lamp. If one unknowingly picked up the oil lamp, they would undoubtedly be attacked directly by the winged angel. Unless their divine defense was fully restored, they would likely be instantly killed. Even players reaching level 100 and completing their 4th class advancement wouldn't be immune. Qin Chuan would be better off. With the Shadow Prism, as long as he wasn't hit multiple times instantly, he'd have a chance to escape. But it's best not to take risks if you can avoid them. Seeing the shockwave from the winged angel's self-destruction continue to spread, Qin Chuan could only retreat rapidly, running at full speed towards the passage's exit. He ended up running head-on into the hand of the dead leader, who had transformed into a monster. With the boss in front, and the instant-kill shockwave behind, this situation was not going to be fun. The God of Light's move was simple, yet highly effective. However, the God of Light had overlooked one thing. A level 70 legendary boss wouldn't be able to hinder Qin Chuan's progress. He started with Shadow Knife, followed by Shadow Prison, and the shadows joined in the attack. In less than a second, the boss's health bar was emptied. Qin Chuan ran past the boss's corpse without stopping. He stretched out his hand, unleashing his magical power, and grabbed a slew of stat points and loot, storing them in his backpack without even glancing at them. For now, it was best to escape. We wait until the explosion is over before we see what lies deeper in the tunnel. Boom. The dull sound and trembling earth left Ji Xing, and the others looking at each other in bewilderment. Xiao hesitated. Judging from the map, the guild leader was most likely responsible for this explosion. The boss just suddenly left, probably to intercept him. Sister Ji, should we take action? Song Ling volunteered. I can control the situation, and I think I can help the guild leader. The others also looked at Ji Xing, ready to depart. Ji Xing pondered for a moment, then quickly said, Don't act yet. We must trust the guild master. If he needs help, he'd definitely call us. Since he hasn't said so, either our presence wouldn't be helpful, or the guild master is confident he can handle the situation. Dijialing, you agreed. Don't you all know the guild master's abilities? He's the only one helping us, never giving us any help. Jing said, That's true, but we're following the guild master to conquer a dungeon, so we can't just sit there and do nothing. Everyone had a point, and for a moment, they were a bit undecided. Before they could come up with a specific strategy, a flash of light appeared on their bodies. Leveled up. Looking towards the entrance, they saw their guild master running towards them, a dazzling light trailing behind him. Swish. Qin Chuan dodged and sprinted to Ji Xing and the other's hiding place, warning, Hide. The shockwave is coming. The next second, the shockwave spread, causing the ground to shake violently. After finally waiting for the shaking to subside, several people peeked out from their hiding places and found that the original entrance to the passage had been blocked by rubble, and cracks covered the entire space. Ji Xing couldn't help but ask, President, is there a bomb hidden down there? Why is there such a commotion? Ali looked at the cracks in the ground in deep thought, muttering, If I could achieve this effect with a single skill, I'd be invincible. Yinmi asked curiously, President, Just now the boss rushed into the passage, and then we suddenly leveled up. Did you kill the boss instantly? Several questions came at once, and Qin Chuan quickly replied, there's a guy down there who's using self-destructing tricks. I just took out the boss on the way. Yinmi was speechless. Wow, a level 70 legendary boss was taken out instantly. What would outsiders think if this got out? It was confirmed. The president was definitely cheating. Di Jialingyu's focus was elsewhere. She glanced at the collapsed tunnel entrance, then at Qin Chuan, and asked, Guild leader, the tunnel has collapsed. Should we still explore? I suspect there must be something valuable down there, otherwise there would be no need to blow the tunnel up. This is definitely a challenge the dungeon designer has given us. It must be said that while Di Jialingyu's thinking wasn't entirely correct, it led to the correct conclusion. There's definitely something underground. It's something the God of Light would go to the trouble of exploding a two-winged angel to hide. Chapter 598. Although they knew there were valuables underground, the previous explosion had spread far too far. The visible ground was covered in cracks, let alone the underground passage. The tiny gaps wouldn't even allow a cat or dog to get through, let alone a player. Qin Chuan and the others emerged from their hiding place, and stood at the entrance to the passage to discuss countermeasures. Ji Xing suggested she summon the destroyer to blast a path. Di Jialingyu objected, saying the destroyer's firepower was too intense. If it wasn't properly controlled, it could cause a secondary collapse, which would only delay the process. Jing suggested she create a portal, perhaps leading to an open area underground. But after a brief discussion, they concluded that given the accumulation of rubble underground, it was more likely that the portal would penetrate the stone. After much discussion, they couldn't come to a satisfactory conclusion, and Qin Chuan ultimately made the final decision. Use the simplest and most primitive method. Dig. Ji Xing's eyes darkened at this, and he said with embarrassment, President, we don't have any miners here. Digging a tunnel out would be difficult. We can't just recruit miners urgently. Word would spread everywhere, and too many people would be a problem. Song Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed, digging through a collapsed tunnel like this really requires professionals. Su Chongqing was quite excited, adding several statuses to himself and excitedly saying, President, I'm strong, let me do it. Xiao and Yinmi exchanged glances, each seeing this as a good opportunity to show off in front of the president and express their willingness to serve. Qin Chuan, who had been observing the tunnel, turned around and said, no need to go to such lengths. With that, he summoned the shadow dragon as the others watched. Fortunately, the space here is spacious, otherwise the dragon, which had grown so large, wouldn't have been able to fit in. Looking at the familiar yet different shadow dragon, Ji Xing asked curiously, President, is this your old shadow dragon? It seems to have changed. Di Jialingyu was so envious that she couldn't express herself. She really wanted such a cool and handsome dragon mount. The swordsman in the snow rubbed his hands excitedly and said, President, can you lend me your mount for a few days? It'd be absolutely invincible when it comes to picking up girls. Xiao slapped the swordsman in the snow on the head and righteously scolded him. Do you have any ambition? If you really want to borrow my mount, you should fully utilize the dragon's combat power and quickly defeat bosses to improve yourself. Women will only slow down my sword drawing. Yinmi chimed in, Xiao is right. Finally, Aoyu Shuang stepped forward, carefully examining the shadow dragon and saying, President, has your mount evolved? Its name and size have changed. I'm afraid it must be epic quality. Qin Chuan casually said, legendary. There was a moment of silence. Ji Xing said with a hint of regret, I thought my dark gold destroyer was invincible, but I didn't expect there were other masters. You're worthy of being the guild leader. You always come up with something new. Jing Shen agreed, then recalled something else and added, during the previous guild war, if this legendary dragon had been there, we wouldn't have even had to fight and could have just won. Speaking of this, Qin Chuan asked, speaking of which, the Gongyao Guild lost the guild war and was forced to disband. Where did all their members go? The members of the Gongyao Guild were quite unique. They were all foreigners active in Yin country. Some came to live there, but others came with special motives. The Gongyao Guild's demise didn't mean these people were gone too. Qin Chuan's question left Ji Xing and the others stumped. They hadn't really paid attention to this. Fortunately, Di Jialingyu knew some information and quickly said, after the guild war, I asked a few friends to help keep an eye on the players of Ganjiahui. I found out that they had all joined a new guild called Renaissance. The leader is Wisaburo, who created a new account and was the previous leader of Ganjiahui. Chapter 599. Hearing this, Ji Xing immediately said, President, let's get a guild challenge letter and wipe out this Renaissance group once again. They dared to challenge us, peak, They're truly tired of living. The others were also eager to fight, eager to start a second guild war. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then agreed, we can fight. We at Peak don't want to start trouble, but we're definitely not afraid of it. Everyone, mobilize your channels, and acquire the guild challenge letter, no matter the price. Transfer some funds to Ji Xing later, and everyone can just ask her for reimbursement. With the president's affirmation, the spirits of the people present grew even higher. Qin Chuan typed again in the guild at everyone. Strive to acquire all guild challenge letters. The Gongyao Guild has changed its name, so they must disband again. Ask Ji Xing to reimburse the cost of the props. Ying Luo, the president is awesome. I'm not the water god. With the president here this time, let alone a rebuilt Gongyao Guild, even 10 of them would be defeated. July 7th. If they mess with us, the Gongyao Guild, they're in trouble. Otis. The Gongyao Guild has no moral principles. Since they dare to challenge us, we break their hands. Tianxing. We fully support the president's decision. We want other guilds to know our strength. Otherwise, any random person would dare to challenge us. July 7th. If they mess with us, the Peak, the Gongyao Guild will be in trouble. After closing the guild chat interface, Qin Chuan looked at the Shadow Dragon, who was quietly waiting nearby and pointed at the entrance of the rubble-filled passage. He said, use your breath to clear the passage. Be careful to control the energy output, so as not to blow it all up. The Shadow Dragon confidently declared, don't worry, Lord Shadow. I promise you won't be disappointed. He then approached the tunnel entrance, took a deep breath, and released a dark purple dragon breath. The hard stone silently turned to ash the instant it encountered the dragon's breath, offering no obstruction at all. With one breath, a tunnel over 30 meters long took shape. Such efficiency astonished the others. Legendary dragons are awesome. One breath of dragon's power would leave me in a state of disarray. You're kidding. The dragon's stats are among the best in its class, not to mention its legendary. I doubt even that level 70 legendary boss would be a match for it. President, I'm asking if you can find a way to get a few more dragons back. Compared to your Shadow Dragon, Brother Ye's Fire Dragon pales in comparison. I recorded what you said. I let Brother Yi deal with you later. Thank you, brother. It's my pleasure. With the Shadow Dragon, digging efficiency increased immensely. As everyone chatted and laughed, a tunnel leading directly underground gradually took shape. Qin Chuan repeatedly drew on his memory to ensure the correct direction. As they went deeper underground, even though the terrain had shifted due to the explosion, Qin Chuan still recognized the 5 forks in the road. Guided by the darkness of fate, Qin Chuan found the correct direction, and the Shadow Dragon used its breath to clear the way, the entire process flowing smoothly. The others watched in amazement, each expressing their admiration. I had no idea there was such a thing. Continuing forward, they discovered a vast underground space. Although this area was close to the center of the explosion, it hadn't been significantly affected. Aside from a few cracks on the stone wall, the overall structure remained stable. Ji Xing exclaimed in surprise, is there a protective barrier here? It didn't collapse. Jiaolingyu surveyed the surroundings, pointing to a few glimmering spots on the stone wall. There's magical fluctuations there, she said. It seems there's a barrier protecting us. Xiao waved, let's not worry about the barrier. Since this place isn't destroyed, let's look for anything valuable. Qin Chuan shook his head, no need to look. I know where it is. Chapter 600. As soon as he arrived at this place, he felt an inexplicably familiar pull. It was clear that the power of shadows was indeed present here. The source of this pull was a battered wooden box in the corner. To be honest, if it weren't for this attraction, Qin Chuan would have most likely overlooked the box at first glance. It was so shabby and blended seamlessly with the surroundings that players exploring it would likely mistake it for background decoration. Only a thorough inspection would reveal its contents. Qin Chuan walked over to the box, gently opened it, and amidst the drifting dust, he saw its contents. A dagger. A half-broken dagger. The others followed, stunned by the sight of the damaged dagger in the box. All this fuss, with a legendary boss and an explosion and landslide, just to hide a broken piece of equipment? Just kidding. Xiao complained, this dungeon designer is such a jerk. Just giving me one piece of equipment would be fine, but it's broken. Yimi pondered for a moment and said, I don't think it's that simple. Guild Master, what do you think? What else could Qin Chuan think? He was filled with astonishment. I had never expected the first artifact I seen in this life to appear in this form. Yes, this damaged dagger in the box is an artifact. Lost artifact Darkest Hour, damaged a weapon of an unknown god, somehow left here, is currently damaged and requires repair before it can be used. The description was simple, but the content shook Qin Chuan's heart. Undoubtedly, the unknown god described was a shadow deity. I just don't know which one it is. The main problem is that Qin Chuan doesn't even know how many shadow gods there are. The only one he knows is the Lady of Night. And judging from Alessa's fighting style, the Lady of Night is more of a magic-based type, so this darkest hour is clearly not her equipment. But regardless, this item must be taken away. As for repairing it, it will probably take a long time. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, I have a use for this item, so I won't be polite with you. Ji Xing repeatedly said, President, you're being too polite. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even be able to defeat the legendary boss up there, let alone get here. Xiao and Yinmi are both assassins, capable of wielding daggers, but they had no objections to Qin Chuan's arrangement. Xiao bluntly said, President, you're under a lot of pressure. You take it first. Yinmi added, this dagger is clearly broken and needs repairing and reforging. Even if we give it to you, it's useless. We don't have your vast powers. The others agreed. To be frank, they were simply here for this dungeon exploration. Just being able to gain a level from the boss experience was already satisfying. If they still weren't satisfied, they'd be a bit of a jerk. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate and put the darkest hour into his backpack, thinking about returning to talk to Master Kamal. When it comes to repairing equipment, dwarves are experts. However, considering that the darkest hour is an artifact, it's likely going to take several stages to repair. At least there's hope. Just kidding. This is an artifact, a weapon used by gods. If it can be fully repaired, its power will be unmatched by even legendary equipment. Even a higher level holy relic wouldn't be worth mentioning. I just don't know what level of artifact this darkest hour is. Qin Chuan thought to himself. He had encountered artifacts in his previous life and knew that artifact was just a general term, specifically divided into lower-level artifacts, mid-level artifacts, and higher-level artifacts, corresponding to the rank of gods. As Qin Chuan obtained the darkest hour, the darkness of fate suddenly offered a hint. A new branch of fate had emerged. Qin Chuan pondered. It said that every decision a person makes can lead to a deviation in the course of their destiny. But this isn't true. The course of fate is strongly constrained, and insignificant events don't affect the final outcome. No matter the process or the twists and turns, the ending is fixed. Now, the hint from the darkness of fate has opened Qin Chuan's eyes to another possibility. The ending of this story might be different from that of his previous life. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan sensed the place and realized it no longer held any allure. He immediately said, It seems our exploration ends here. Jing, open the portal and prepare to return. Jing raised his staff and gently waved it, and a shimmering portal gradually took shape. Once the portal took shape, Qin Chuan let the others leave first, leaving him as the last to go. The moment Qin Chuan left, a whisper reached his ear. Later comers, may you forge new paths. The voice was unfamiliar, something Qin Chuan had never heard before. The whisper, filled with blessings and hope, also let Qin Chuan know that he was not fighting alone. In the hidden corners of history, countless people fought against the apocalypse and against fate. When his vision returned, they had returned to Belly City. Qin Chuan called everyone together and pulled out several pieces of legendary equipment from his ring. These were the items he had previously acquired by instantly defeating the leader of the Hand of the Dead. He took out all but two that he could use himself. Ji Xing looked troubled. Guild leader, this equipment is excellent, but the level 70 equipment requirements mean we have to wait forever. Xiao, however, remained calm. He selected a usable piece of equipment and accepted it, confidently saying, Don't worry, guild leader. I level up as quickly as possible and get the new equipment soon. The others were chatting when Qin Chuan received a private message. Longting Tianxia, boss, I heard you were collecting guild challenge letters? I happen to have one here, and I'm giving it to you. Chapter 601. The news of Dragon World arrived perfectly timed. Qin Chuan immediately replied, I won't take it for free. I take whatever I deserve. At Qin Chuan's current rate of earning, not to mention one guild challenge book, even 10 would be easily within his grasp. In detail, Dragon World played a significant role in Qin Chuan's current fortune. Ever since the novice village days, he'd been incredibly supportive, spending a fortune to buy Qin Chuan's equipment. He subsequently showed up to support him several times, each time spending the most. Of course, Dragon World didn't lose out either. The equipment he bought allowed his comrades to conquer higher-level dungeons and bosses, and the dropped items were valuable, making a significant return on their investment. This was a win-win situation. Upon seeing Qin Chuan's message, Longting Tianxia didn't hesitate and said, "Since you said so, I won't hold back. This thing is practically unavailable on the market, and there's no exact price. How about 2 million? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. The price wasn't too high. You know, winning the guild war not only levels up everyone, but also grants additional stat bonuses, which are quite valuable. Qin Chuan replied, "Just the price you mentioned? I meet you in Bailey City." Longting Tianxia said, "Gentlemen, wait 2 minutes. I be there right away. I'm heading to Bailey City to turn in a quest." At this point, Longting Tianxia expressed his gratitude again. At the previous auction, Qin Chuan had mentioned Longting Tianxia to instructor Lei Huao, successfully convincing Lei Huao to remember him and allowing him to accept quests, effectively opening up a new situation in Bailey City. Lei Huao is the instructor of the soldier guard of Bailey City. He has a say in front of the city lord and is considered to be in a high position of power. The rewards for the tasks he issued are quite generous, which made Longting Tianxia earn a lot of money. Most importantly, it unlocked Lei Huao's reputation, which was crucial for establishing a firm foothold in Bailey City. For this reason, Longting Tianxia initially offered to give away the guild challenge letter for free. And Qin Chuan, seeing that the guild challenge letter had been secured, immediately issued a guild announcement. Guild notice refreshed. Guild President Yi Yushin issued an announcement. "Attention everyone, prepare for the guild war." The moment the announcement was released, everyone at the peak immediately became excited. Ji Xing, who had returned to the city with him, exclaimed, "Guild leader, you're incredibly quick. You received the guild challenge so quickly." Dijialing Yu was also quite surprised. "I just asked a few friends, and they all said they didn't get it. I thought we have to wait a few days, but I didn't expect you to get it." Xiao excitedly said, "We're still using the same map this time. The black market's terrain is perfect for assassins." Yimi agreed, "That's right. It's complex and dimly lit there. If you encounter a lone enemy, you'd be invincible." The others in the guild were also discussing this. "I'm not the water god. Who are we going to fight this time?" Otis, "With the president here, it doesn't matter who we fight. Even guilds as large as the Dragon Dynasty and the Rakshasa Palace combined are no match for the president." Senior brother, "Yeah. Deba, president, I learned owl form. I can act as an aerial scout, monitoring the enemy's position in real time." The crowd's words were filled with confidence, their expressions of certainty of victory. They had every right to be proud. In the past, when the president was away, they had defeated enemies dozens of times their size. With the president back this time, taking on not just one guild, but even 10 would be a piece of cake. At this point, Yi Yingluo added, "President, the new members have been confirmed. Should we let them join now or wait until after the guild war?" Yi Yingluo had mentioned this before, and Qin Chuan had guessed their true identities, but he still agreed to let them join the guild. The reason was simple. The Yen Nation officials were down to earth. After the apocalypse, they formed teams of varying sizes, some primarily responsible for killing monsters, leveling up, and defeating bosses. Chapter 602. The other part took on the responsibility of protecting the young and old. They leveled up if possible, but otherwise lived in a safe area. The army contributed the most. Furthermore, Qin Chuan's strategy had always been to fight as a team, assembling a group of powerful teammates to jointly fight against the god's arrival. These top-tier Special Forces soldiers arrived at the perfect time. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan replied, "Just bring them in. We level them up during the guild war." Yi Yingluo understood. Then, the guild's information began to flash, and a series of new members appeared, totaling 15. You have to remember that Qin Chuan had asked Yi Yingluo to find players with at least A-level talent. 15 players with A-level or S-level talent, once they mature, could rival hundreds or even thousands of ordinary players in combat power. The higher the level, the greater the difference. With the arrival of new members, the guild became even more lively. Ji Xing, the vice president, was the first to speak. "Welcome new members. Ladies, show me your pictures." Qin Chuan couldn't stand it any longer and said to Ji Xing, who was standing next to him, Hold back a bit." Ji Xing asked curiously, "President, don't you want to see what this cute new girl looks like?" Qin Chuan was speechless, but he was internally grappling with the fact that these new members were all top-tier fighters in the military. Even if they were women, they were muscular warriors, probably quite different from the cute girls. Dijialing Yu chimed in, "President, this is a long-standing tradition among our peak group. You mustn't break the rules." Qin Chuan nearly fell to the ground. Wow, when did this tradition start? How could he, the guild leader, not know about it? With several professional atmosphere groups present, the new members quickly adjusted and began chatting and bragging with the others. Seeing this, Qin Chuan nodded secretly. The higher-ups are really good at selecting their personnel. These chosen pioneers not only have excellent personal abilities, but also high emotional intelligence and flexible personalities. This avoids awkward back-and-forth situations and sudden hello, leader comments, saving a lot of trouble. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan announced to the guild, "New brothers, get ready. The guild war will begin soon." Everyone immediately agreed, expressing their great anticipation. "Boss, I'm here." Long Teng Tianxia's heroic voice echoed nearby. Qin Chuan turned and saw Long Teng Tianxia and his team approaching quickly. Without further ado, they exchanged the guild challenge letter with Qin Chuan. After completing the transaction, Long Teng Tianxia curiously asked, "Boss, who are you going to fight this time? Is it Lusha Temple?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "Let's put Lusha Temple aside for now. This time, we go after the Renaissance War Band, the rebuilt Gongyao Guild." Hearing this, Long Teng Tianxia suddenly understood. No wonder Boss Yushin wanted to accept this guild challenge letter. It turned out to be about Gongyao Guild. That was understandable. Of course, it would be even better if we could fight Lusha Temple. It was a rare opportunity to meet Boss Yushin, so Long Teng Tianxia didn't miss the opportunity and quickly asked some questions, mainly about boss strategies. Qin Chuan answered as best he could. To be honest, if he hadn't fought those bosses in his previous life, he wouldn't have been able to offer much advice. Because he had the sniper god talent this time, except for the initial novice village stage, he was constantly killing them. Such tactics were obviously not suitable for other players. Long Teng Tianxia, sated with the guidance, exclaimed, "Master, your words have saved me a lot of trouble." Priest Xiaoxu agreed, "Indeed, with these guides, we'd be able to accumulate equipment even faster, with direct profits exceeding 1,000,000. If we factor in the hidden profits from the equipment advantages, if we operate well, we could easily reach tens of millions." Upon hearing this, Long Teng Tianxia couldn't sit still and immediately said, "Master, send me the card number. I need to transfer money." Chapter 603. Qin Chuan waved his hand. "We're somewhat acquainted, and these bosses are high level, and the gear they drop is only transitional. A multi-million-dollar profit is a bit exaggerated." Xiaoxue, however, disagreed, retorting, "Master Night Wanderer, I disagree this time." Long Teng Tianxia quickly waved his hand behind him and lowered his voice. "Xiaoxue, how can you speak to a master like that?" Qin Chuan smiled. "I'm not a dictator. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't be nervous, Long Teng." Long Teng Tianxia wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled. "No, I'm not nervous at all." In contrast, Priest Xiaoxue was much more calm, saying slowly, "Master, you level up so quickly, so of course you don't think these bosses are that useful. But for ordinary players, even I. For top-tier guilds like our Dragon Dynasty, these level 20 to 30 bosses are incredibly valuable." Xiaoxue added, "The players in the top tier are barely over level 20 now, so the gear these bosses drop is just perfect. With good gear, they can level up faster, defeat higher-level bosses, and maintain their advantage. At level 20 to 30, even gold gear, let alone a single piece of dark gold gear, is a significant advantage. And with the boss strategies provided by the experts, we can maximize the amount of gear dropped in the shortest possible time. Tell me, could the cumulative gains from this amount to tens of millions?" This analysis was so well reasoned that even Qin Chuan was convinced. He nodded immediately. "As you put it, that's certainly the case." He then looked at Long Teng Tianxia and said with a smile, "I sent you the card number." Long Teng Tianxia readily transferred the money, but he felt something was amiss. His chief advisor had successfully convinced Night Wanderer with a rational analysis, but why did he end up spending money? Why was that? But for Long Teng Tianxia, spending money didn't matter, the key was whether it was worth it. Judging from the results, it was definitely worth it. After a few pleasantries, Long Teng Tianxia and his team took their leave. They planned to use Qin Chuan's strategy to defeat the boss, and see how it worked. After the Long Teng team left, Qin Chuan took out the guild challenge letter, and sent a message to the guild. "Brothers, get ready." In Feiyun City, a dozen players gathered at the NPC tavern, finding a quiet corner to chat. "I really miscalculated last time. I didn't expect the remaining peak players to be so formidable without Night Wanderer. Actually, the others were relatively easy to deal with. We even managed to withstand Ji Xing's destroyer. The only thing was that Yi Luo suddenly returned riding a dragon, disrupting our plans. Even before Yi Luo returned, we were already completely at a disadvantage." "What nonsense are you talking about? There's an old saying in Yin country, to boost others' ambitions is to destroy your own prestige. That's exactly what's going on with you. Vice President Yamashita, what should we do next? The best plan for now is to plan ahead, act after careful consideration, and make a splash. We need to level up quickly, acquire more and better equipment, and then challenge the peak. As expected of you, Vice President. You learned the Yin country language so well. I'm truly impressed. But I heard the Night Wanderer is petty. Even though they won the Guild War, they probably won't let it go. That can't be right. We're not the Glorious Guild anymore. Besides, the drop rate for Guild Challenge books is so low, and I haven't heard of a second one appearing yet. What's there to be afraid of? That's right. I heard Peak is trying to acquire Guild Challenge books, but they're doomed to disappointment. Don't even think about it for 10 days or half a month. What's wrong with the Night Wanderer? I crush him underfoot sooner or later. Sri Lanka. The dozen or so players present grew increasingly excited as they chatted, their faces flushing red, as if they had just witnessed the victory over the Night Wanderer, their bodies trembling with excitement. The next second, a resounding announcement echoed through the sky. Guild Peak has launched a guild war against the Resurgence War Corps using a challenge contract. The guild war officially begins in 10 minutes. The loser will be forcibly disbanded. Guild Peak has launched a guild war against the Resurgence War Corps using a challenge contract. The guild war officially begins in 10 minutes. The loser will be forcibly disbanded. Guild Peak has used a challenge contract to challenge Resurgence to a guild war. The guild war officially begins in 10 minutes. The loser will be forcibly disbanded. The chatter erupted in laughter, with one person exclaiming, "What unlucky guild is Resurgence? They've been targeted by Peak." It felt wrong. The nicknames above the players' heads all had the name Resurgence written on them. After all this laughter, I realized I was the unlucky one. Yamashita Gunslinger slammed his hand on the table, angrily saying, "Night Wanderer, this is too much." The players nearby were also filled with indignation. I told you the Night Wanderer was mean-spirited, and would definitely seek revenge. How did the Night Wanderer know for sure he had the right person? Where did he get the information? That's easy. Our leader's account was deleted, but we weren't. If we changed guilds, that would be easy to spot. Forget about that for now. Go back to the leader. Is it too late for me to quit the guild now? Bang! What are you talking about? You're a coward before the battle. You're the loser. We couldn't defeat the Night Wanderer before he came back. Now that he's back, let's fight him head on. There's an old saying in Yin country, as long as the mountains remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. We should avoid unnecessary deaths and preserve our strength. It's too late. Once the guild war begins, membership can't be changed. Damn it, Night Wanderer. I'm going to fight you. Chapter 604. The second guild war arrived so quickly, something many players hadn't anticipated. It had only been a few hours since the last guild war, and many were still discussing the details of that battle, especially the final scene where Yisakura Luo saved the day on a flame dragon, which made him an idol to many. Knight classes were particularly active. After all, who doesn't dream of becoming a dragon knight? Besides discussing the origins of that flame dragon, many players were also debating who had given the Gongyao Guild the courage to challenge Peak. What else could that be? The result was obvious. Even without Yushin, the remaining members of Peak alone were enough to crush any challenge. I had thought the next guild war was still a long way off, but it had already begun so soon. The forums were immediately abuzz. Opening, can the Renaissance group hold out for half an hour? Buy in, buy out. I heard that the members of the Renaissance group are former Gongyao Guild players. This was clearly retaliation from Peak. I told you Night Wanderer is petty, but you still didn't believe me. Peak bullies the weak, not the real heroes. This time, I'm on the side of the Renaissance. The person above is not mentally unstable. Go check out the composition of the Renaissance, also known as the Glorious Society. The fact that you say that makes me wonder if you're a walking 500,000. Speaking of which, before this guild war, Peak added a dozen new players. I'm so envious. They get free levels and stat points the moment they join. I heard that too. I also heard that those players all have A-level talents or higher. If you have that kind of talent, your application for membership should be approved. Is a C-rank talent enough? News about the second guild war immediately flooded the forums, and many players, who had been offline and asleep, were woken by their friends and rushed online to watch. This was a guild war led by Night Wanderer himself, so it was sure to be exciting. Compared to the excitement of the onlookers, the Renaissance, on the other side of the guild war, were not feeling so well. All the guild members, who were away on quests, hurried back, and gathered to discuss countermeasures. There wasn't much to discuss, actually. Before Night Wanderer was away, they hadn't reached peak levels and had lost a lot of attribute points. Now that Night Wanderer was back, they were going to fight like hell. Seeing the silence settle, Vice President Yamashita Gunshin spoke up, breaking the deadlock. President, there's an old saying in Yin country. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. We've been handed the throne, but we won't surrender. Let's meet again in the next guild. Yamashita Gunshin's words resonated enthusiastically. The remaining vice presidents, along with some of the guild's elite core members, pledged their continued support for President Sazaburo at the next guild reunion. Sazaburo, who had just created a new account, felt a darkening sensation upon hearing this. No, the battle hadn't even begun, and his teammates were already resigned to defeat and waiting to die. How pathetic, but upon closer inspection, it seemed there was no other option. They couldn't win, and they couldn't escape. Despair, utter despair. Sazaburo pounded the armrest of his chair, shouting in anger, Night Wanderer, this is too much. The surrounding players of the Renaissance League were all tearful. Why is this game so difficult? The countdown ends. The guild war begins. Outside Bailey City, players from the Peak and Renaissance groups were teleported to the guild war arena. The distant city walls were filled with onlookers. They were eager to see how long the Renaissance group could hold out. Some players also expressed concern. The Night Wanderer was so overbearing. Would he continue to challenge guilds? With his strength, he might not even be able to defeat top guilds like the Dragon Dynasty and Rakshasa Palace. Once he had their sights set on them, there seemed to be no other outcome except disbanding. Chapter 605. Among the crowd, Luosha Quangxue was also quite anxious. He had never expected the Gongyao Guild to be so incompetent, hundreds of men failing to defeat dozens, and they even lost without Night Wanderer joining the battle. If Night Wanderer knew I was the one who gave the Gongyao Guild the challenge contract, I'm afraid it would be a disaster. Luosha Quangxue grew increasingly worried. But then he thought, even if they'd lost the guild war, it would be the guild master who would be deleted. As the vice president, he would only lose a few stats at most, which wouldn't be a big deal. He had good equipment and a lot of bonus stats, so a little difference wouldn't be a big deal. Thinking this way, Luosha Quangxue calmed down again. It's just hard on the guild master. Luosha Quangxue sighed. Suddenly, a faint sigh came from behind him. Who's suffering? Rakshasa Quangxue's expression froze, then he slowly turned around, his expression quickly replaced with one of immense surprise. Guild leader, you're back? Mission completed? The one who had spoken was, surprisingly, Rakshasa Yudaezen. Rakshasa Quangxue had previously asked for Rakshasa Yudaezen's opinion, and he had replied that he was on a mission. Thus, the opportunity to challenge the Peak fell to the Gongyao Guild. Speaking of which, Rakshasa Quangxue was also curious about what mission his guild leader was working on. It must have taken several hours, and judging by the chat, it seemed quite far away. He had assumed the mission would still be completed, but he hadn't expected Rakshasa Yudaezen to return so suddenly, with no news at all. Rakshasa Quangxue then noticed a change in his guild leader's demeanor. How should I put it? He seemed more composed. Additionally, Rakshasa Quangxue noticed that tentacles occasionally twitched in the gaps between Rakshasa Yudaezen's equipment. However, considering Luosha Yudaezen had previously used the deformed tendon, the character's appearance had undergone a certain degree of change, which didn't surprise Luosha Quangxue too much. Luosha Yudaezen didn't mind Luosha Quangxue's previous mutterings. He looked towards the distant guild battleground with a solemn expression. He had made great gains this time, but he still felt a little nervous about facing the Night Wanderer head-on. This guild battle was a good opportunity to see the Peak's strengths. With this in mind, Luosha Yudaezen ordered, Quangxue, record this guild battle, and have the other vice presidents and management review it repeatedly. Each of them will submit a 5,000-word report on their experience. Luosha Quangxue's eye twitched. Damn it, another report to write. Fortunately, at this moment, there was movement in the distant guild battle, which gave Luosha Quangxue a sigh of relief. He quickly said, Guild leader, look, the Night Wanderer is moving. That black dragon is his mount, so he's definitely not running away. Hey, why isn't the Ying Luo with him? Luosha Yudaezen sneered twice and said firmly, the Night Wanderer must have told the others to stay put. He wants to challenge the entire Renaissance Corps single-handedly. Luosha Quangxue was about to say that this was too arrogant. But then he thought, that was the Night Wanderer. Not to mention that the Renaissance Corps only had a few hundred people. Even if they had 10 times that many, it would probably be of no use. Just as Luosha Yudaezen had guessed, after teleporting to the guild battle site, Qin Chuan immediately issued tactical arrangements. Stay still here. I'm going to challenge the Renaissance clan one-on-one. Ji Xing requested to join the battle, saying, President, lead the brothers in a charge. Otherwise, we'd be too bored. Ying Luo also said, yes, the Gongyao clan plotted against us before. We can't just let this go. We must defeat the Renaissance clan and teach them a lesson. The others were also eager to fight, eager to charge in and teach their opponents a lesson they never forget. This scene surprised the new players. They heard Night Wanderer was powerful, but taking on hundreds of others alone, that was too much. Before they arrived, they had received orders from their superiors to do everything they could to join a top guild, and then improve their gaming skills under Night Wanderer. Chapter 606. At first, these pioneers were bewildered. They trained their skills to defend their country, so why were they suddenly being asked to play games? But obeying orders was the rule, so they patiently entered the game and began leveling. Once they left the novice village, they applied to join the peak. The first group of players were said to have numbered in the thousands, but only 15 of them joined, demonstrating just how high the barrier to entry to the peak was. And not long after joining the guild, they encountered a guild war. Now, hearing that Night Wanderer was going to challenge the Renaissance Legion in a one-on-one fight, some immediately stepped forward to apply to join. President, we're new to the guild. Normally, we should talk less and do more, but I still want to ask that we be included in such an important occasion. Indeed, there's strength in numbers. With so many of us concentrating our attack, we'd definitely be able to create a gap. Then, we can break up the whole force into smaller units and leverage our strengths to negotiate with the enemy. Ultimately, victory will be ours. I suggest assigning a few people to act as scouts, mapping out the enemy's positions, and simultaneously carrying out assassinations to destroy their headquarters. I'm an assassin. I sign up. The new members' words left the former peak members looking at each other in bewilderment. Where did these people come from? Their style of speech was too formal. Ying Luo even sent a private message to Qin Chuan. President, are these people okay? If we let the wrong people into the guild, it'd be a huge problem. While the addition of new members is a cause for celebration, if they harbor ill intentions and threaten peak, Ying Luo would be deeply troubled. Qin Chuan was very calm and replied, It's okay, these people are probably veterans. This is a typical military style. Ying Luo pondered and thought that this seemed to be the case. Although he was still a little worried, since the guild leader said it was fine, it should be fine. But inwardly, Ying Luo secretly resolved to keep a close eye on these new members. If they showed any signs of misbehavior, they would be kicked out of the guild immediately to prevent the guild leader from being implicated. Regarding the others' requests for a fight, Qin Chuan paused for a moment and said, Since everyone is so eager to fight, then you should all go to the resurrection point and wait. I send the members of the Renaissance Corps over, and you be busy then. Arranging a tactic that wasn't a tactic, Qin Chuan summoned the Shadow Dragon and charged towards the Renaissance Corps' gathering point. Meanwhile, the Renaissance Corps hadn't yet finalized its tactical arrangements, and was still considering how to divide its forces. Seeing a black dragon flying in the distance, Vice President Yamashita Guinshin's heart tightened and he shouted, Quick, disperse! Before he could finish his words, a dragon's breath descended from the sky, sweeping through the crowd from head to toe. In an instant, the numbers on the scoreboard in the sky jumped wildly. Among the watching players, there were mental arithmetic experts, who immediately exclaimed in surprise, Damn it! Night Wanderer instantly killed over 200 players. What's with that black dragon? The damage is too high. The Renaissance Corps only has about 400 players in total, and half of them were wiped out in one go. What the hell is going on? In the last guild war, the Renaissance Corps managed to kill a few low-level players at the top level and avoid being shut out. But this time, with Night Wanderer's presence, I'm afraid they'd be wiped out. Last time, Yisakura Luo came to the rescue on his flame dragon, but he didn't deal this level of damage. And his flame dragon is epic. Could it be that Night Wanderer's black dragon has surpassed epic level? Legendary dragon? Is that outrageous? Come, let us mourn the death of the Renaissance Corps. Look, the entire Renaissance Corps has been sent to the respawn point. Oh, Ji Xing's destroyer and Ying Luo's flame dragon gone. The Renaissance Corps was slaughtered by the corpse guarding pit. At this rate of point increase, the battle will be over in less than 5 minutes. Renaissance Corps, oh Renaissance Corps, what the hell did you resurrect? The onlookers had guessed that Peak would win, but they didn't expect the outcome to be so one-sided. The key point was that, although Night Wanderer participated in the battle, strictly speaking, he didn't actually take action. From beginning to end, it was only his black dragon mount that attacked. In the crowd, Luxia Yudaizhen looked at Luxia Quanxue and ordered, in addition to the experience report, submit a report on how to deal with Night Wanderer's Black Dragon mount. No less than 3,000 words. Luxia Quanxue's face was miserable, and he could only bite the bullet and agree. He wanted to say that taking on a legendary dragon wasn't difficult at all. As long as everyone reached level 70 or 80, completed their third-class advancement, and equipped themselves with top-tier equipment, they could defeat not just one legendary dragon, but any two. But it was clearly inappropriate to say that. However, Luxia Quanxue also understood Luxia Yudaizhen's feelings. After all, their Luxia Palace and Night Wanderer had a long-standing feud. If Night Wanderer obtained the guild's challenge letter, he might attack them. Would Luxia Palace be able to withstand it then? I'm afraid not. Luxia Quanxue couldn't help but mutter, how did Apocalypse manage to maintain this balance? Guild challenges are mandatory. Can't they just give up the fight? This remark enlightened Luxia Yudaizhen, who immediately said, Quanxue, that reminds me. Since there's a guild challenge, there must be items to circumvent it. We must acquire them with all our might, even if it means spending 100 million. Luxia Quanxue nodded repeatedly, don't worry, Guild Master. I keep a close eye on the relevant information. Luxia Quanxue was deeply concerned about this matter. Although Luxia Hall had been suffering at the hands of the Night Wanderer, they were still considered one of the top guilds in Apocalypse. Luxia Quanxue, as vice president of Luxia Hall, was a well-known figure. If Luxia Hall fell, it would definitely not be good news. Thinking of this, Luxia Quanxue patted his chest and pledged his loyalty. Don't worry, Guild Master. I will live and die with Luxia Hall. Chapter 607. Compared to Luxia Quanxue's determination to live and die with the guild, the players of the Renaissance Corps are less loyal. They were beaten so badly during the Gongyao conference, and now they're beaten again by the Renaissance Corps. Isn't this a waste of a guild? Especially now that Ji Xing and Ying Luo are leading the other peak players to block the respawn point, slaughtering the Renaissance Corps players over and over again. That's because equipment doesn't drop during guild wars, otherwise the entire Renaissance Corps would have been killed, leaving only Kachatsi. I can't take it anymore. Sasaburo is such a loser. If you don't have the skills, don't mess with Night Wanderer. Now look what we lost in 2 guild wars. How many attribute points are we going to lose? Anyway, my level isn't high, and my talents are terrible. I might as well delete my account and start over after the guild war. Maybe my luck will turn around. Indeed, we already hit rock bottom. Any way forward is upward. I want to complain to Yamashita Gunslinger. He doesn't deserve to be vice president. He was the one who issued the first guild challenge. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have a feud with Peak. That makes sense. Have you all forgotten that we're funded? We face Peak sooner or later. It's just that the time is a little sooner. What? Funding? How come I didn't know that? They say a team is hard to lead when its members are disunited. Right now, the Revival Corps is being beaten helplessly by the Destroyer and the Flame Dragon. The resentment these players harbor is immense. The anger led to a loosening of tone, and the guild chat room immediately became a scene of blame shifting. Some said Sasaburo was unfit to be guild leader, while others pointed the finger at Vice President Yamashita Gunslinger. Then, someone let slip the question of funding, and the conflict escalated. How come I never seen what funding looks like? Did you take all the benefits? The funding issue was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the Renaissance League completely collapsed. Previously, a few players had wanted to put up a fight. Even if they couldn't defeat the Peak, they at least caused them some trouble. But now, no one had that idea. Many had simply quit the game. They were already losing anyway, so why bother being tortured here? They could wait until the guild war was over before logging back online. Given the current situation, it would be over in 10 minutes at most. On the other hand, the Peak Guild was jubilant. After the Shadow Dragon's 2 breaths sent the entire Renaissance League back to the respawn point, Ji Xing's Destroyer and Yingluo's Flame Dragon began to unleash their might, unleashing round after round of group attacks, steadily increasing their points. The other members just threw in a few skills, and their attacks were easier than mowing down the enemy lines. This scene made the newly joined pioneers question their lives. Isn't it true that the gap between strong and weak players in this game is so huge? They knew Night Wanderer was strong, but they hadn't expected the others under his command to be so strong as well. Originally, the few players with S-rank talents had a certain amount of arrogance, believing that with their skills and talents, they would quickly rise to prominence. But now it seems that the talents of the others in Peak are probably quite strong as well. Some even speculate that most of the 20-odd members before Peak have talents above A rank, with some even having S-rank talents. This top-tier talent, combined with high levels and excellent equipment, results in strength far exceeding that of ordinary players. 1 against 10 is simply not their limit. Peak, this guild name is truly fitting, a vanguard muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Confident that he was no match for anyone, seeing so many top players immediately sparked a competitive spirit. The others were similar, all feeling competitive. This reaction was completely within Qin Chuan's expectations. These vanguards belonged to the national team and might respond to the call to leave the guild in the future, but Qin Chuan didn't care. His base consists of people like Ji Xing and Ying Luo, and they have become initially stable. Chapter 608. Training new members is Qin Chuan's attempt. Only by spreading the seeds of hope more widely can they bear the fruit of victory. After the full arrival of the apocalypse, fighting alone is not enough. While pondering, Qin Chuan piloted the Shadow Dragon to the Resurrection Core's respawn point, and casually threw a shadow-throwing knife into the crowd. Poison Blood Plague immediately cleared the area, further increasing his points. Dijiaolingyu stepped over on a flying magic carpet, and said with a smile, "Guild leader, I received news of an internal conflict within the Renaissance Corps. A small number of players are deleting their accounts and starting over, while others are completely severing ties with Sasaburo and the others." Qin Chuan casually said, "That's normal. Losing 2 guild wars in a row means a significant loss of stat points. An average player can't handle that kind of turmoil. But then again, you're quite well informed." At this point, Qin Chuan had an idea and sent Dijiaolingyu a private message. "Have a large number of active duty troops entered the game recently?" Dijiaolingyu replied calmly, "Guild leader, you said I am well informed, and you are quite well informed, aren't you? Although the relevant information has been blocked, since you asked, I won't hide it. Yes, a lot of people have entered the game recently. And it's not just in Yin country. Similar situations are occurring in other countries and regions as well." Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. This is actually a global issue. It seems something must have happened. I must find the real reason. Qin Chuan thought to himself, and immediately sent another message to Dijiaolingyu. "Do you know the reason?" Dijiaolingyu shook her head slightly and replied, "President, it's not that I won't tell you, but I don't know. It's courting death for outsiders to interfere in matters involving the military. While our Lin family may be powerful, we must understand the rules. There are things we can and cannot do." Qin Chuan knew Dijiaolingyu's true identity. She was quite influential, and since she said so, it seemed the matter was truly serious. It was difficult to learn the true cause from anyone else. As the saying goes, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. The key to a breakthrough might lie in the national team. Since they had applied to join the peak, it was obvious they were after him, hoping to gain information from him, the strongest player in Apocalypse. Based on this line of thought, Qin Chuan boldly speculated that the national team had received some confidential information about Apocalypse, and it was reliably accurate. The question was, what kind of information was it? Who sent it? What was the difference between the timing of the national team's entry in his previous life and this one? Qin Chuan pondered secretly, and a vague answer dawned on him. Based on the levels of these pioneers, they entered the game just a few hours after Qin Chuan's return from the Abyss. And the most unexpected thing Qin Chuan encountered during his trip to the Abyss was encountering the man who called himself the No-Returner. Case solved. The message received by various nations was most likely sent by the No-Returner. While he didn't know how he did it, Qin Chuan was over 50% certain it was the No-Returner's doing. Who was that guy, anyway? The Second Guild War concluded. The summit was filled with laughter and joy, the atmosphere peaceful and harmonious. The members of the Renaissance Corps were completely silent, driven to isolation by the defeat. Many players had simply deleted their accounts. After 2 consecutive attribute point deductions, they couldn't even defeat small monsters in the wild. What was the point of playing? If Guild President Sasaburo had been more generous and compensated them with some equipment or something, it would have been fine. At least they could still play. But Sasaburo remained silent, his impassive demeanor chilling many guild members. They silently deleted their accounts and posted complaints against Sasaburo on the forum. As for the onlookers, they were certainly enjoying the excitement, but this guild war was a completely one-sided one, and they hadn't been able to see the Night Wanderer's current strength. Chapter 609. Fortunately, it wasn't all for naught. At least they knew the Night Wanderer possessed a powerful black dragon capable of killing hundreds of players in one breath. If they wanted to take action again, they would have to first assess their own strength and see if they could withstand the dragon's breath. The answer, of course, was no. The Renaissance Corps had demonstrated through their actions that not only ordinary players, but even fully equipped elite players couldn't withstand it. The Renaissance Corps wasn't large, nor did it have any renowned experts, but don't forget that guild tokens aren't cheap these days. Those who could afford them certainly couldn't afford equipment. At least arming the Corps members wouldn't be a problem. But judging by the results, neither the ordinary members in their environmentally friendly gear nor the vice president or management could withstand a single breath of dragon's breath. Raksha Kwangsha and Raksha Yadayasan, watching from the city wall, exchanged a glance and swallowed their words. They themselves believed they couldn't withstand it either. Lusha Yadayasan sighed, I gained quite a bit from this quest, but it seems Night Wanderer also reaped a lot of benefits while I was there. How did he manage to pull it off? And why is he so strong? Lusha Kwangsha pondered for a moment, and told Lusha Yadayasan everything that had happened on the Arctic ice field. Of course, some details needed to be concealed. For example, his transformation into the ice-cold bloodline. Don't let the guild master worry about such trivial matters. Lusha Yadayasan, after hearing the story, keenly grasped the key point and quickly said, You mean, Night Wanderer killed quite a few church NPCs on the Arctic ice field? Lusha Kwangsha thought for a moment and nodded. It was quite chaotic at the time, but if I remember correctly, that's what happened. Ha ha ha. Raksha Yadayasan suddenly laughed 3 times, his expression brimming with confidence. He slowly declared, Night Wanderer, you're dead. Raksha Kwangsha was about to offer his usual flattery when a cold snort rang out from the side. Idao, you're a dog that can't change its nature. You endure even the smallest hardship. You're determined to oppose Night Wanderer, aren't you? The speaker was Longting Tianxia. It was he who had sold the guild challenge letter to Qin Chuan, thus initiating this second guild war. Plus, he happened to be questing in Bailey City, so he had come to watch the excitement as soon as the guild war began. Now that the guild war was over, and he was about to return to his quest, he overheard Raksha Yadayasan's boastful remarks. Raksha Yadayasan, seeing his old rival appear, showed no sign of weakness and firmly retorted, What do you mean I'm opposing Night Wanderer? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. To be honest, Raksha Yadayasan wasn't ready to completely break off relations with Night Wanderer at this point. The main reason was that he hadn't yet figured out how to deal with the Black Dragon. So, he absolutely refused to acknowledge Longting Tianxia's words. If Night Wanderer heard about it, and started a guild war with Lusha Temple, that would be a real mess. A crappy guild like the Renaissance War Corps could be disbanded, no big deal. But Lusha Temple was a well-known guild with thousands of members, and a wealth of real-world businesses. If the guild was disbanded, it would be a fatal blow. Longting Tianxia sneered, You know what you just said. Do you want me to repeat it? Lusha Yadayasan's expression froze. How careless. This crappy game is really something. If you don't choose private chat or party voice mode, others can hear what you say. Although the promotion claimed it was 100% virtual reality, it wasn't that real. Lusha Yadayasan internally grumbled, but he could only force himself to explain. What I mean is, Night Wanderer previously killed a church NPC during a quest. Given the church's style, they certainly won't let it go. And the church's power is immense. You certainly learn from your quests. Night Wanderer is powerful, but what good can come of offending the church? After this analysis, Lusha Yadayasan felt even more certain that Night Wanderer's demise was imminent. He straightened his back and exclaimed, Most importantly, the church is backed by the Sun God, the God of War. That's a deity, the most powerful NPC in the game, right? Even with Night Wanderer's power, can he outsmart a deity? These words left Longting Tianxia speechless. It seemed like this was indeed the case. But he was a staunch believer in the Wandering faction, and he immediately retorted, What's wrong with the god? If you have the guts, show him your health bar. And I believe that with the Night Wandering god's strength, a mere church wouldn't be able to defeat him. Lusha Yadayasan sneered, Then I'd like to see how the Night Wandering god responds. Kwangsha, let's go. With that, Lusha Yadayasan left without a backward glance. Lusha Kwangsha bowed apologetically to Longting Tianxia, acknowledging his guild leader's temper, and followed suit. Longting Tianxia stood still, looked at Xiaoxue, and asked, Should we warn the boss? Xiaoxue pondered for a moment, then said, We can, but it's just a reminder, don't say anything more. Judging by Night Wanderer's style, he won't take risks unless he's absolutely sure. Even if Lusha Yadayasan's words are true, and the church wants to trouble Night Wanderer, I believe he has a countermeasure. We don't need to worry too much. Longting Tianxia rubbed his chin and nodded, That's true. I tell the boss, and then we get back to our quest. Speaking of which, I'm also impressed by how many goblins there are outside of Belly City. We already completed several quests, all of them goblin killing. Tell me to be wary of the church's retaliation. Qin Chuan looked at the message from Long Tung Tianxia with a calm expression. This was expected. To be honest, even if Qin Chuan had chosen to avoid the church in the Arctic ice fields, he would still have confronted the church. This was the inevitable fate of the heir to the power of shadow. However, the church had suffered heavy losses on the Arctic ice field, and coupled with the beast god cult's raging offensive, the church could not mobilize significant forces to deal with him in the short term. In the meantime, as long as his strength improved rapidly enough, even if the church came calling, Qin Chuan could easily handle it. The first priority was to repair the damaged artifact, Darkest Hour. Chapter 610. As a veteran player, who had spent 10 years in Apocalypse in his previous life, Qin Chuan knew clearly that even if a player currently completed many quests within the church and raised their reputation, they would still face certain death when Apocalypse began to merge and the gods officially descended. Unless one was willing to sacrifice one's soul to the gods, acting as a tool to provide the power of faith. But this did not guarantee divine protection, it would only lead to a quicker death. In previous lives, some people chose to surrender to the gods, but their fate was unanimous. Their souls were drained of their nutrients and tossed into the corner of the landfill like useless garbage. Previously, Qin Chuan hadn't understood the underlying logic behind the gods' actions. After all, for the gods, the power of faith was the foundation of their existence. While the faith of the humans on Blue Star wasn't very strong, it was still there. Why would they drain their souls and kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Wouldn't it be better to keep them and slowly raise them? Now Qin Chuan had some idea. One possibility is the Black Death Qin Chuan had witnessed during the Lady of Night trial. At the time, the Bishop of Belly City rebelled, performing an evil ritual that summoned an immense phantom. Qin Chuan seriously suspected that the Black Death had not vanished, and that the evil gods still existed. The gods descended to slaughter and harvest souls, simply to replenish their fuel and continue their journey. To put it bluntly, they were unable to defeat the evil god and were forced to flee. But without faith, the gods would become weak, even falling into an eternal slumber, indistinguishable from the fall. They needed to replenish their energy. Blue Star was their next hunting ground. Qin Chuan sighed, calmed himself, and after giving his instructions to the guild, headed straight for the black market. The guild war was over, and it seemed unlikely that any other guild would challenge him anytime soon. It was time to discuss repairing the Darkest Hour artifact with Master Kamal. As for the newly joined National Team Pioneers, he could just let them level up first. Qin Chuan believed that when the time was right, the national team would approach him, so there was no need to rush. Arriving in the black market, before heading to the tavern, Qin Chuan first took a look at the antique shop. Swan had previously given him the deed to the antique shop, and then completely disappeared. Qin Chuan hadn't altered the layout of the place, leaving it as it was. But to this day, Swan hadn't appeared. Is that guy really dead? Qin Chuan was skeptical. But he also knew that even if Swan reappeared, it would definitely not be in his current guise. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan went to the tavern and found Master Blacksmith Camel, who was boasting in a corner. Camel and his two brothers had previously helped Qin Chuan craft equipment, handling a wealth of dragon materials. Their blacksmithing skills had advanced by leaps and bounds, and they were truly renowned. Let me tell you, processing dragon scales requires special techniques. Brute force won't work. They're incredibly hard. And dragon hide? It's very soft, right? But I'm telling you, even with a dark gold blade, you can't cut through it. You have to soak it in a special potion to soften it, then cut and trim it. As for dragon tendons and bones, there are corresponding methods for processing them too. It's not some advanced technique. I just figured it out on my own, not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. Master Camel was incredibly talkative. After a glass of beer, he began to talk non-stop, sometimes jumping onto the table and dancing with excitement. The NPCs watching him gushed over the master's prowess, exasperating Carmel. Just as he was about to say a few more words, he spotted Qin Chuan at the door. He immediately jumped off the table and rushed over, excitedly exclaiming, "Any new materials?" Carmel's two brothers also ran over, their eyes blazing. Chapter 611. This person is their benefactor. Hopefully, there's good news this time too. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "I don't have any new materials, but I brought a good item for the master to examine." Hearing this, Kamal instantly woke up, rubbing his hands and saying, "Quick, bring out the good stuff for us to see." Qin Chuan glanced around and said calmly, "Too many people, too many eyes." Kamal immediately realized that this item was something special, and immediately led Qin Chuan to the backyard. The NPCs in the tavern wanted to follow to see the excitement, but were stopped by the tavern attendant with a command, Lady Edith said you can't go to the backyard. Edith was now the uncrowned king of the black market, and no one dared to disobey her. Arriving in the backyard, Qin Chuan took out the darkest hour and placed it on the forging table. The three Kamal brothers gathered around the broken dagger, looking left and right, their expressions somewhat bewildered. This is the good stuff? I don't see anything special about it. Qin Chuan coughed and said calmly, this is a damaged artifact. Camel, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaped 2 meters high. Just as he was about to shout, he was restrained by his two brothers. When it came to an artifact, even a damaged one, absolutely no information could be leaked, or there would be endless trouble. Camel, realizing this, lowered his voice and said, where did you get this? Then he changed the subject. Forget it, don't tell me. Just pretend I didn't ask. With that, he returned to the forging table, staring at the damaged dagger and pondering what to do with it. Repairing the artifact was an extremely daunting challenge for him. To put it bluntly, a divine artifact is wielded by gods, and even a saint-level warrior cannot unleash its full power. To even begin to master its dexterity, one must be at least a demigod. However, Kamal did not want to get involved in this matter. For a dwarf passionate about forging, if he could restore this artifact, his name would be passed down through all dwarven tribes, fully worthy of being remembered and passed down for generations. The thought of that scenario made Kamal secretly determined. He must restore this artifact. Kamal's two brothers shared the same sentiment, and the three brothers gathered together for a quick discussion. Let's repair the main body first and reforge the broken blade. No, not to mention the artifact's material is too hard to handle with our strength. Just the material itself, do you know where to get it? How about going back to the tribe and asking? I object. I just recalled that none of the known artifacts match this dagger. Don't you understand what this means? A lost artifact? Ugh, that's a tricky one. The reappearance of an artifact buried in the dust of history is too complex. Let's take it slow and clean the rust off the blade first. Agreed. The three Kamal brothers discussed for a long time before finally reaching a preliminary agreement. Qin Chuan also gained a lot of useful information from their conversation. Then, Kamal looked at Qin Chuan and said, ordinary cleaning fluids won't help if we want to remove the rust from the artifact. I need the gastric juices of a legendary hydra. They're very corrosive, so they should be enough. Ding! A chain of quests has been triggered. Quest requirements. Master Kamal requires you to obtain the gastric juices of a legendary hydra. Quest reward, none. Even though the quests had been triggered, Qin Chuan didn't flinch at the legendary hydra. For him, legendary bosses were no problem, they were easy to kill. The key point is that the triggering of this chain of quests means there's hope for repairing Darkest Hour. Without further delay, Qin Chuan said, Master Kamal, I'll be back soon. By the way, where can I find the legendary hydra? Kamal, holding a magnifying glass he pulled out from nowhere, was carefully examining the status of Darkest Hour. Without turning back, he said, go ask Edith. Why are you asking me? Chapter 612. Qin Chuan was momentarily unable to refute the question. The master's words made perfect sense. Leaving the backyard and returning to the tavern lobby, Qin Chuan headed straight for the second floor, drenched in the envious gazes of the NPCs. Who is this outsider? How could he even make it to the second floor? You don't know? Oh, you just arrived yesterday, so that's understandable. Let me tell you, this outsider is quite remarkable. You know the wild arena back then, right? I don't know. You know nothing, and yet you come to the black market? Aren't you afraid of losing everything? To be honest, I don't have a penny to spare. Since you're so pitiful, I tell you a few words. It's free. Be polite to this outsider next time you see him. He killed Yanlong Hai. Lois's ruthless man. By the light, so powerful. Is there anything else? Huh? You just said by the light? Brothers, there's a church lackey here. Kill him. After a flurry of fighting, the first floor of the tavern returned to calm. A servant calmly came over with a mop and bucket, cleaning up the blood on the floor while reminding the others, throw the body away. A legendary hydra. That's not easy to find. Edith's tone was a bit embarrassment, but his expression was calm. Qin Chuan naturally understood the assassin's mentor's intentions. He immediately took out a few dragon scales and placed them on the table, saying sincerely, Master Edith, just tell me. Edith, with a look of empathy, accepted the dragon scales and sighed, I knew you had more dragon materials. How much do you have hidden? Qin Chuan said sternly, these are the last few pieces. There really aren't any left. Edith didn't believe a word of this. This guy had said the same thing before, and in the end, he still took out the dragon scale. Edith, A man who only cares about money threw a throwing knife at the map hanging on the wall. Deep in the swamp of sorrows, there's a legendary hydra. Don't blame me for not warning you. The miasma there is so thick it can't be dispelled. You better bring some antidote. Qin Chuan noted the location and bowed. As they were about to leave, Edith suddenly spoke up. It's best not to let anyone know about the restoration of the lost artifact, or there will be endless trouble. Also, when did you become enemies with the church? Since yesterday, spies have been trying to sneak in. Qin Chuan paused at the doorway, pondered for a moment, and then said, not really. I just stole something from them. Edith was silent for a long time before continuing. The church is notorious for its vengeance. You stole something from them. Should I praise your courage, or should I say you're reckless? Qin Chuan smiled and said, thank you, Teacher Edith, for the compliment. Edith rolled her eyes in annoyance. Is he complimenting you? But Edith had a pretty good idea of the man before her. Like her, he wasn't afraid of trouble. The key was that he had many ways to survive, and if he couldn't win, he'd just run away. Edith said calmly, the church has sent a letter to Lord Belly, requesting the closure of your shop in Belly City. This was within Qin Chuan's expectations. However, judging by his ability to teleport back to the shop, it was clear that Teacher Edith had already intervened. Without further ado, he returned, took out a few dragon scales, and placed them on the table. Thank you, Teacher Edith. Edith didn't rush to collect them, but instead said quietly, how many dragon scales do you have left? Qin Chuan answered truthfully, I really don't have any. Leaving the tavern, Qin Chuan immediately noticed a presence behind him. Someone was following him. Playing such a trick in front of a shadow assassin clearly showed a lack of understanding of the situation. Qin Chuan leisurely left the black market, summoned the shadow dragon, and soared into the sky, rapidly flying towards the Swamp of Sorrows. Arriving at the Swamp of Sorrows, just as Edith had described, the miasma here was thick and impenetrable. Before even entering the swamp, a debuff was already in effect. Poisonous miasma. Lose 5% of your maximum health per second. This percentage deducts health, affecting both tanks and squishy heroes alike. Without poison resistance, you wouldn't even be able to walk a few steps, let alone fight monsters and level up here. Qin Chuan's response was simple. Let the shadow dragon breathe a breath of dragon's breath. Roar! An angry roar echoed from the depths of the swamp. Dull footsteps approached rapidly, accompanied by a trembling earth. Soon, a massive beast, over 10 meters tall, appeared in sight. Gazrilla, the legendary hydra, a terrifying behemoth that roamed the Swamp of Sorrows, feeding on countless adventurers. The battle was over quickly. Qin Chuan's two abilities, combined with the shadow dragon's breath, instantly dispatched Gazrilla. Qin Chuan then leaped to the ground, collected his spoils, ripped open Gazrilla's stomach, cut off the entire stomach, placed it in his ring, and rode the shadow dragon back to Belly City. All in all, the entire process took less than half an hour. Even during this short period, Kamal was still studying the darkest hour, exclaiming in amazement, deeply impressed by the forging technique. Master, I'm back. Qin Chuan greeted him. At first, Kamal didn't react and casually said, you're back. Sit down. Then, Kamal's body trembled, and he looked up at Qin Chuan shocked. Did you kill the legendary hydra? Qin Chuan removed the stomach bag and carefully placed it on the open ground. The legendary hydra's gastric juice was extremely corrosive, so he wasn't too worried. But if the juice spilled, Kamal and his three brothers would be in trouble. The appearance of the stomach bag made Kamal believe it. But considering that the man before him could even kill a fire dragon, killing a legendary hydra seemed acceptable. Compared to how to kill the hydra, Kamal was more concerned with the gastric juice. He immediately put on his full set of clothes, carefully cut a hole in the stomach bag, collected a small cup of gastric juice, and hurried to the forging table, carefully dripping the hydra's gastric juice onto the rust on the darkest hour. Swish! A puff of white smoke drifted up, and the rust on the broken blade from the darkest hour was removed. Thanks to Kamal's efforts, the damaged artifact regained some of its shine, at least no longer appearing tattered and tattered. Kamal said with relief, it seems my guess was correct. The gastric juices of a legendary hydra can indeed remove rust. Qin Chuan asked curiously, Master Kamal, haven't you tried this before? Kamal was even more surprised, and asked, do you think I could defeat a legendary hydra with my strength? Qin Chuan was speechless for a moment, then another thought struck him. He tentatively asked, Master, if the gastric juices of this hydra can't remove the rust, then its death would have been in vain. Chapter 613. Qin Chuan's doubts left Camel speechless. But as a master forger, he had seen it all, and he quickly found a suitable excuse explaining seriously, even if the Hydra's gastric juices can't remove the rust, at least we ruled it out. This way, if anyone wants to repair the artifact in the future, no other legendary Hydra will be harmed. In that sense, its death was well deserved. Camel's gaze was deep, and his tone was filled with deep sorrow. For the continuation of the clan, the sacrifice of this Hydra was inevitable. Qin Chuan stood in awe and nodded, saying, "Master, you are right. You have confirmed your hypothesis. I see the possibility of repairing the artifact, and the Hydra has proved that its death was not in vain. We all have a bright future." Camel, clearly having found a kindred spirit, said happily, "I think so too. You really hit the nail on the head." The two echoed this sentiment, leaving Camel's two brothers speechless. "You already said it all, good or bad. So it seems like you're bullying the Hydra, leaving it speechless and unable to refute. You're only verifying your conjecture, but the Hydra paid with its life." But the next second, the two forging masters saw Qin Chuan unearthing a pile of Hydra materials, filling the backyard to the brim. Qin Chuan said with some regret, "Although this Hydra is legendary, its bloodline is far inferior to that of a fire dragon. Masters, please handle these materials as you see fit. I have only one request. Use the leather to make a set of leather armor, then use the scales for a set of heavy armor, and finally use materials like teeth to make a few weapons. The rest will be used to pay for repairing the artifact." "How about that?" One of Kamal's brothers retorted righteously, "What nonsense. A true forger never chooses materials. Using the most common materials to create the most perfect equipment, that's what we strive for. This Hydra material may be inferior to dragon material, but we're not picky. We're all friends. We originally wanted to repair your artifact for free. Since you're so sincere, we accept it." As they spoke, the two dwarves stuffed the materials into their pockets, their movements so swift that their arms left after images. Kamal was also excited. Legendary Hydra materials are actually a rare treasure. After all, the grade is there. With proper processing and willingness to sacrifice auxiliary materials, a legendary set can be made. Even after deducting the cost of a set of leather armor, a set of heavy armor, and a few weapons, there's still plenty of materials left over, more than enough to cover the labor costs this time, and perhaps even more. Kamal looked at Qin Chuan, finding this outsider increasingly pleasing to the eye. Looking back, ever since I met this guy, his resources have become noticeably more abundant. The previous fire dragon materials haven't been used up yet, and now there's a legendary Hydra. This amount of top quality materials is a rare find even in the Dwarf Kingdom. The key is, there are so many blacksmiths in the Dwarf Kingdom that even if Kamal were exceptionally skilled, it would be impossible for him to monopolize so many materials. Now, he has a vast amount of materials at his disposal. This will be a huge help in improving his forging skills. The key is, this is definitely not all. Kamal believes that he will be able to obtain even more top-quality materials in the future. Based on this speculation, Kamal is much calmer than his two brothers. This is just the beginning. Back to the point, Kamal successfully used the Hydra's gastric juices to remove the rust, but this is only the beginning of the repair work. When Qin Chuan went to kill the Hydra, Kamal had observed carefully and had some plans in mind. He planned to proceed step by step, first trying to restore some of the power of the artifact, and finally completing the reforging of the blade. Chapter 6:14. This order couldn't be wrong. Directly reforging the blade was certainly possible, but the materials he had weren't up to par. Even if the blade was repaired, it wouldn't fuse and would surely break in subsequent battles. The only way was to restore the artifact's power, and use its own strength to completely fuse the blade's materials. While this method wouldn't restore the artifact to its original state, as long as it regained its power and subsequently incorporated stronger materials, it could be further strengthened. Qin Chuan agreed with his approach. He also knew that repairing the Darkest Hour in one go was impossible. To put it bluntly, Kamal's skill level was high, but it was still far from the level of crafting an artifact. Restoring the Darkest Hour from damage to usable condition was practically Kamal's limit. From then on, Qin Chuan would have to find a way to strengthen the Darkest Hour himself. The method wasn't difficult. All he had to do was obtain some artifact-level materials and fuse them in. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, "Master Kamal, you can develop the repair plan. If there's anything I can do, just ask." A smile played on Kamal's face, and as he rubbed his hands, he said, "There's something I really need your help with. I'm afraid no one else can do it." He then pointed to the hilt of the Darkest Hour and said, "Look, while the hilt remains intact, the covering material has deteriorated. And the comfort of a hilt is a crucial criterion for evaluating a weapon's quality. We need to get some leather." Qin Chuan pointed to the Hydra material nearby. Those won't work. Kamal shook his head. The best material is shark skin. How about this? Go get a legendary shark. Ding, a chain of quests has been triggered. Quest requirements. Master Kamal requires you to obtain legendary shark skin. Quest reward, none. Another legendary boss. Qin Chuan was naturally happy to oblige. Not only could he repair the Dark Hour artifact, but he could also defeat the boss to drop equipment and gain attribute points, and the materials could be used to craft more equipment. A perfect triple kill. As for where the legendary sharks were, Qin Chuan had a direction. Linyang City. Of the 12 main cities in the Yin Kingdom, only Linyang City was close to the sea. If you search the deep sea, you always find legendary sharks. This time, Qin Chuan planned to try searching on his own, and if that didn't work, he returned to ask Edith. He was running low on dragon materials, so he had to be frugal. Leaving the black market, he wasn't followed this time. Clearly, the sudden disappearance of the stalker had caused the enemy to retreat. Since the enemy wasn't coming, Qin Chuan didn't bother to go after them. He teleported from Belly City to Linyang City, riding the shadow dragon straight to the coast. Before he even reached the shoreline, he heard a bustling commotion in the distance. As they closed in, Qin Chuan smiled. Wow, what a coincidence! He actually encountered a temporary sea attack. When Qin Chuan first entered the game, he encountered a sea attack in Linyang City. Back then, the Dark Gold level Tidewalker giant had the players screaming, and even Qin Chuan had to use some skill to barely win at full health. Now, Dark Gold level sea bosses still make players scream. But Qin Chuan could already kill Dark Golds with his eyes closed. The Shadow Dragon's appearance left the players on the beach feeling mixed emotions. Why would the Night Wanderer be here? His appearance certainly meant the sea attack was doomed, and the temporary event rewards were essentially secured. But it also meant that ordinary players, like them, wouldn't have a chance to claim the boss. After all, with Night Wanderer's damage, a single skill could easily snatch the boss's exclusive loot, leaving everyone else helpless. One player summoned the courage to shout, "Night Wanderer, can you please let us take this boss?" The surrounding players immediately and silently moved aside. Chapter 6:15. You're really dying. Everyone knows the Night Wanderer is a mean-spirited creature. You dare to snatch food from his mouth? You're killing yourself. Get away from this guy now, or you get covered in blood. But to the surprise of many players, the Night Wanderer actually agreed. You guys fight first. I see what's going on. Qin Chuan's voice drifted down from the sky. Under the players' astonished gazes, the Shadow Dragon actually rose higher, clearly having no intention of joining the battle. Someone lamented, they used to say Night Wanderer was mean, and I believed it, but now it seems he's quite moral and won't compete with us ordinary players for bosses. A nearby player retorted, is it possible that Night Wanderer's level is too high? This boss is only level 20, and the equipment it drops is unimportant to him. Don't ask too many questions about the boss. Just get to the boss, and don't let him down. That's what they say, but I only ever dealt double-digit damage to the bosses. I'd be fighting until tomorrow. They can't even be killed. Don't tell me, I suddenly realized it's better to let Night Wanderer kill the boss, so we can grab some of the event rewards. Who told Night Wanderer not to? Stand up, I promise I won't kill you. Humph, you're such hopeless losers. It's just a Dark Gold boss, we're going to kill it. Hey, stop bragging, buddy. Your guild leader and main tank has been sent to the respawn point. He's really passed away. Someone hold the boss. If we keep fighting like this, the event will fail. The Sea Tribe has reinforcements. Amidst the chaotic scene, a player noticed waves rising in the distance as several even larger and more massive Tide Walkers appeared. In comparison, the earlier Dark Gold level boss looked as insignificant as a child. Undoubtedly, those were all epic level bosses. Qin Chuan midair was somewhat surprised. The sheer number of epic level bosses appearing showed the Sea Tribe was truly willing to spend a fortune. Such an exciting event was definitely not to be missed, so Qin Chuan immediately posted a message on the guild channel. Everyone who has time, come to Linyang City. The intensity of the events here has escalated. An epic level boss has already appeared, and a legendary level 1 is likely to appear soon. The news immediately garnered a heated response. Shao, there's an epic boss? Here I come. Jixing, why is it Linyang City again? What the hell has happened to this place? Why is it always being attacked by aliens? AoE is very happy. I have all my skills, I must have a good time. I won't fight the boss anymore, I just focus on the monsters and try to level up a level or two. Ying Luo, I also go kill some monsters and level up my mount. Jiaoling Yu, I really want to ride a dragon. When will you bring back another dragon egg, Guild Master? Jing. I'm already at the Lingang City teleportation array. If you're there, join the group. I open a portal and go directly to the beach. It'd save a lot of time. Su Chongqing, by the way, Guild Master, you should be in Lingang City. Why didn't you kill the boss instantly? Qin Chuan, the monsters here are too low level. Killing them won't give me any experience. I try if a legendary boss appears later. With Qin Chuan's command, all members of the Peak Guild gathered in Lingang City. Mirror opened a portal and teleported them directly from the city to the coast. As soon as everyone landed, they spotted the shadow dragon in the sky. Knowing their guild leader was there, they perked up and decided to put on a good show. Jixing led the charge, summoning the destroyer and unleashing full force. Missiles flew everywhere like they were free, slaying hundreds of monsters in the blink of an eye, their monster-killing efficiency astonishing. The surrounding players' hair was tangled by the blast, and the sight of the destroyer gave them a heart-pounding jolt. How careless. Night Wanderer didn't attack, but he knew how to mobilize others. The other Peak players weren't as high level as Night Wanderer, making them perfect for the boss battle. Soon after, Yingluo summoned the fire dragon, which spewed dragon breath along the beach, its upgraded light flickering across its body. The combined firepower of the destroyer and the fire dragon rivaled that of hundreds of ordinary players. This, in turn, attracted the hatred of the sea creatures, and countless monsters roared forward. Black hole absorption. Feast of extreme ice. Thunderbolt surge. Aoi, staff in hand, dashed out from the corner with a swift vengeance, unleashing a triple combo on the monster cluster. Damage number soared, and hundreds more were slain. After completing his 3 skills, Aoi decisively turned and fled. Jing, far away, used a well-timed directional teleport to whisk Aoi away to safety. The exquisite coordination earned Qin Chuan a mental thumbs up. It's no exaggeration to say that the presence of the Peak members significantly diminished the effectiveness of the Sea Tribe's reinforcements. However, the Sea Tribe had an epic boss, and they were closing in from different directions, ready to eliminate these threats. Qin Chuan said to the guild, "Just let me know if you want me to intervene." Yi Sakura Luo, guild leader, just watch and relax. An epic boss wasn't much of a threat to the other Peak members. Ying Luo dismounted his mount and landed, unleashing his skills to draw aggro. With Su Chongqing and Yu Linai healing him from behind, his health remained rock solid. The others seized the opportunity to unleash their full firepower, quickly reducing the first boss to near zero health. This efficiency was naturally nothing for Qin Chuan. After all, he always killed instantly. But the other players, watching, were deeply shocked. Not buddies. Having a perverted Night Wanderer at the Peak was fine. He was the strongest in the server, after all, and they accepted it. But the fact that the rest of the team was so incredibly powerful was a bit unreasonable. Where on earth did Night Wanderer find these people? We were playing the same game, so how could others take on several epic bosses while they had to flee in panic when faced with a single dark gold boss? Chapter 616. While the situation was still relatively stable, Qin Chuan asked someone about the cause of the incident. According to the players present, they were leveling up when they suddenly saw a swarm of monsters emerge from the sea. The players certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity, so they immediately rushed forward with their swords drawn. When attacked, monsters will inevitably fight back. So, a fight ensued on the beach. As the number of players and monsters continued to grow, it eventually became a temporary incident. Then, Qin Chuan arrived and called for help. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you saying these sea creatures came out of the sea?" And they rushed over all at once, with no formation at all, rather chaotic? The player being questioned nodded repeatedly. "Boss, your guess is spot on. Were they here from the beginning? But I didn't see your dragon before." Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, "I'm indeed new here." He asked a few more players, and the answers were similar. They hadn't really paid attention to whether the sea creatures had a formation, they just attacked whatever monsters were around. However, Qin Chuan had already roughly deduced the situation. If the sea creatures had truly rushed in a chaotic manner, then this incident probably wasn't a sea creature attack. The sea creatures are a collective term for various monster tribes, many of which possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. Their attack on Lingang City must have a tactical plan. Even goblins are adept at sneak attacks, let alone sea creatures. There might be something else behind this incident. Qin Chuan gazed into the deep ocean. Could it be that some unknown change has occurred beneath the sea? The sea creatures came ashore not to attack Lingang City, but because they were desperate. This presents another problem. The sea tribe, claiming to be descendants of the sea god, possess a natural home field advantage in the sea. What kind of enemy could possibly chase them down and force them to flee to shore? Qin Chuan thought about the enemies within the sea. Ancient gods? Of course not the ancient gods themselves, most likely their corrupted minions, like the deformed Naga, or even the Black Death. However, Qin Chuan suspected that the Black Death wouldn't be exposed so easily. They've been hiding for 10,000 years, surely planning a major attack. How could they reveal their true color so soon? While pondering, Qin Chuan saw the sea boiling in the distance, countless monsters surfacing. He immediately flew over on his shadow dragon to investigate, while simultaneously warning the others in the guild to be mindful of their positions, and ready to retreat at any moment. The shadow dragon transformed into a black meteor, streaking through the sky and reaching the surface in the blink of an eye. Looking down from the sky, the sea's surface was a chaotic mess. Countless sea tribes were engaged in a fierce battle. But a closer look revealed some clues. The sea creatures weren't fighting among themselves. They were clearly divided into two factions. One group consisted of common sea monsters. The other group, on the other hand, had red eyes and frantic expressions, looking as if they had lost their minds. Most importantly, these frantic sea creatures had tentacles appearing on their bodies. Deformations could be found on their heads, arms, torsos, and bodies. The answer was clear. The ancient god was at work. It was likely that the sea creatures had unearthed the remains of the ancient god and, contaminated by the power within, had become deformed, violently attacking their own kind. This kind of thing wasn't common, but it did happen from time to time. As the deformed sea creatures appeared, Qin Chuan prepared to attack. This place was 2 or 3 miles from the coast, and the monsters were high level, making it a good opportunity for him to level up. Besides, fighting the ancient god was everyone's responsibility. How could he sit idly by and watch the sea creatures be annihilated by his minions, rather than being killed by his minions? It would be better to transform them into experience points and contribute to him. A shadowy flying knife descended, and a plague of poisonous blood instantly erupted across the sea. In the blink of an eye, the dark green poisonous blood dyed the surface of the water a different color. Qin Chuan's experience bar began to surge at a visible rate, showing no sign of slowing down. He effortlessly broke through the limit, bringing Qin Chuan's level to 7065. Chapter 6:17. After leveling up, the experience bar continued to grow, and even faster. This shows how many sea creatures and aberrant monsters are hiding on the surface. When the experience bar reaches halfway, it stops growing. It's not that all the monsters are dead, it's simply that the poisonous blood plague has stopped. After all, with a range of only 10 meters, it's unrealistic to expect to wipe out all the monsters in one go. Perhaps aware of the powerful enemy here, the aberrant sea creatures underwater changed their strategy. They stopped chasing the ordinary sea creatures and instead gathered around, attacking the shadow dragon in midair. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack Qin Chuan, but the shadow dragon was so large that it completely obscured Qin Chuan's presence on its back. To attack Qin Chuan, they had to kill the shadow dragon first. The shadow dragon was about to respond with a breath of dragon's breath, but held back, asking Lord Shadow, "Do you need me to help?" Since evolving into a shadow dragon, Scripps has become much more mature and stable. It's no longer the naive young shadow dragon it once was, and its behavior must be worthy of its current status. It's not a good idea to let out a dragon's breath whenever something happens. Qin Chuan looked at the deformed sea creatures emerging from the sea, feeling a little itchy, and casually said, "No, I do it myself." Scripps consciously began to maneuver and evade, simultaneously rolling sideways, allowing Qin Chuan to more easily attack the enemy in the sea. Another shadow knife blast sent the deformed sea monsters that had just gathered soaring into the sky. Their souls were torn from their bodies, and they sank howling into the depths. Qin Chuan vaguely felt the ocean grow deeper and darker, as if something within the depths was watching him. This feeling made Qin Chuan frown. The ancient gods are so active? That's a bit illogical. You have to remember that at this stage, Apocalypse had just launched. Forget the ancient gods, even the legitimate gods were in a semi-slumber. And now, it seemed like the ancient gods were awakening much faster than the other gods. Something was very wrong. According to the game's progression, the ancient gods' resurrection would be in the very late stages. A few deformed Nagas, and the like in the early stages were already the limit. Qin Chuan pondered secretly. With the strength of the deformed Nagas, even their queen herself wouldn't be able to cause Qin Chuan any discomfort. But the gaze just now gave him goosebumps, and every cell in his body resisted fiercely. This was not something a Naga queen could do. However, Qin Chuan didn't become deformed, which meant that the gaze just now wasn't a direct gaze from the ancient god. Based on this, the enemy must be an apostle or chosen one. Interesting. Qin Chuan looked at the sea, wondering if he should find time to visit the seabed. Come to think of it, he still had a pass to the Eternal Palace. While he was thinking, the sea's surface turned again, and a massive black shadow swam swiftly underwater. Qin Chuan immediately perked up. Judging from its appearance, it was a shark. A shark this large was most likely legendary. Whether or not it was an ancient god beneath the sea was irrelevant. To put it bluntly, if it was an ancient god, then Qin Chuan would be powerless against them right now. Although divine damage had begun to be converted, it wasn't fully converted, and the steps to divinity hadn't been activated. Confronting a god head-on would be a complete loss. Furthermore, Qin Chuan believed that Tianqi wouldn't allow the ancient gods to run rampant, and would stop them at some point. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. It would be better to consider how to lure the giant creature out of the sea. If it really was a legendary shark, then it would be perfect. The material for the darkest hour's hilt wrapping has been found. Boom! A drop of water several meters thick hurled itself towards the shadow dragon, and the aquatic giant began its attack. Without Qin Chuan's command, the shadow dragon expertly dodged the attack and responded with dragon breath. Chapter 618. The shadow dragon knew that the enemy was hiding in the water, making it difficult for Lord Shadow to attack. He had to lure them out. This was something only Scripps could accomplish. The dragon's breath landed on the sea surface, instantly sending a cloud of steam billowing out. The shockwaves spread outward, causing many fish to float to the surface, their bellies turned upside down. Some distorted sea monsters were nearby and were also affected, turning into experience points that contributed to Qin Chuan's leveling. Scripps unleashed several bursts of dragon's breath, illuminating the surroundings with a blanket of white, making it impossible to see what was happening below. But this also meant that the enemy couldn't see the sky from underwater. To attack, they had to surface. Qin Chuan praised smart. Scripps shook his head modestly. I learned all this from Lord Shadow. I'm still a long way off. Man and dragon flattered each other in the sky, but secretly they were keeping a close eye on the sea surface. If the enemy dared to show their face, they would launch a thunderous attack. The giant in the sea attempted an attack, but the fierce water droplets only hit the air, achieving no results. During this time, Scripps exhaled several more breaths of dragon's breath. While maintaining the fog, he also demonstrated with his actions that it was completely unharmed. Scripps even roared arrogantly a few times. This provocative move made the enemy in the sea restless. I seen arrogant ones, but never one this arrogant. Boom! The waves crashed, and a massive shadow emerged from the water. It was a giant shark, over 100 meters long, its gray-black hide covered in scars. It had clearly experienced countless battles, but ultimately triumphed. Qin Chuan's heart was filled with joy. It truly was a legendary shark. However, he also noticed that the giant shark's dorsal fin was deformed, and several tentacles were twitching and waving. A seabird flew by, was snatched up by the tentacles, and devoured in the blink of an eye. A deformed sea monster also tried to join in the fun, but was swallowed whole by the giant shark. This was the pollution of the ancient gods, which would destroy the sanity of its infected targets, driving them utterly insane and turning them into monsters devoted only to killing. Qin Chuan sighed. This giant shark was considered the overlord of the ocean, but it still couldn't escape its fate of corruption. The giant shark surfaced and, catching sight of the shadow dragon in the sky, immediately launched an even more fierce attack, sending columns of water soaring into the sky from all directions. The shadow dragon roared, Lord Shadow, hold on. Exerting a speed belying its size, the shadow dragon managed to slip through the gap in the water column. Lowering its head and releasing a breath of dragon's breath, it blasted the giant shark's flesh and blood, causing it to howl in pain. The shadow dragon, unyielding, breathed 2 more times, roaring back. The giant shark, still howling in agony, immediately shut up and attacked like crazy. Qin Chuan had some knowledge of dragon language, so he knew the reason for the giant shark's anger. Simply put, Scripps's curses were awful. But as awful as they were, the effect was potent. The giant shark had completely lost its mind, intent on killing Scripps, with no thought of escape. Qin Chuan, naturally, would not let Scripps down. He immediately unleashed full force, draining the giant shark's health bar. Ah, what a thrilling battle! Scripps, hovering in midair, gazed at the giant shark's corpse bobbing on the surface, sighing deeply. Qin Chuan's eye twitched. You call this a one-sided beating of battle? With the death of the legendary giant shark, the surrounding aberrant sea creatures lost their core and dived back into the deep sea. Qin Chuan didn't pursue. The situation in the sea was uncertain, so it was better to take it easy. After all, his goal had been achieved. The most important thing now was to get the shark skin back to Kamal and see what the next task was. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately ordered the shadow dragon to lower its altitude, leaped onto the giant shark's back, and began to cut the intact shark skin. This giant shark had been through too many battles, its body covered in scars. It was impossible to obtain a complete shark skin, so he could only take back as much usable parts as possible. The scales and materials from the legendary Hydra were enough to craft a lot of equipment. But this giant shark was far inferior, with less than half the materials available. But it was a legendary giant shark after all. Even if only 2 or 3 pieces of equipment could be crafted, it would still be a huge profit. The giant shark's teeth were also picked out intact and taken away, while the remaining parts, being of no use, were discarded where they lay. A shark this large, its carcass would become food for marine life. Qin Chuan recalled a process once known on Earth as whale fall. The death of this giant shark would also have a similar effect. When a whale dies, it's called a whale fall. When a shark dies, let's call it a shark fall, Qin Chuan thought to himself. He then jumped back onto the shadow dragon's back and flew towards the coast. After Qin Chuan left, several thick tentacles emerged from the ocean, entangling the giant shark's carcass and easily dragging it back into the deep sea. Back at the coast, the battle was drawing to a close. The most impressive performances were naturally those of Ji Xing, Ying Luo, and the others. Most of the epic bosses sent by the Sea Clan reinforcements were taken down by them. It wasn't that they didn't want to take over the entire area, but several major guilds subsequently arrived, including the Dragon Dynasty. Ji Xing felt that Longting Dynasty was already an acquaintance, so he gave them an epic boss. Ying Luo and the others also quite agreed. Their leader was used to being a hands-off boss, so they had to consider the guild's interests and not take advantage of it alone, which would anger everyone. After understanding the situation, Qin Chuan also felt that there was nothing wrong. He wasn't some hot-tempered person who wanted to make enemies everywhere. He was a very peace-loving person, and being able to coexist harmoniously with other players was the best he could do. Besides, Longting World had indeed been very helpful. Not only could they share one boss, but even 2 would be no problem. With the retreat of the Sea Clan, the incident drew to a close, and the players, each with their own gains, left one after another. After giving a few instructions, Qin Chuan returned to Lingang City and boarded the teleportation array back to Bailey City. Chapter 619. On his return to Bailey City, Qin Chuan made a point of wandering around the city, but he didn't see the church come to trouble him. It wasn't that the church was magnanimous and forgiving, it was simply that they were preparing a major move. Qin Chuan believed that if they found the opportunity, they would launch a thunderous offensive. In the previous battle on the Arctic Icefield, the church had dispatched a large number of armed forces. The Templars were relatively easy to deal with, as they could be replenished quickly. But the damage to the statues was devastating. The core energy source of these things was divine power, which required divine blessing. And the purpose of the gods establishing the church was to harvest faith, not to offer endless blessings and charity. An occasional miracle was enough. If too many statues were activated, it would be easy to lose everything. Since the church was holding back, Qin Chuan wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. He headed straight to the Black Market Tavern and handed the shark skins he had collected to Carmel. Darkest Hour is a dagger, so even wrapping the hilt 3 times wouldn't require much shark skin. However, Kamal, a meticulous man, offered to use the remaining materials to craft Qin Chuan some leather armor. However, due to the material specifications, a complete set would be difficult to create. Qin Chuan wasn't picky. Crafting a set is extremely complex, crucially because it requires a vast amount of materials. The immediate priority was to repair Darkest Hour. With Shadow Reforge at hand, his equipment could be upgraded quickly. With the hilt repaired, Darkest Hour was in decent shape, looking much pristine compared to when it was first made. But both Qin Chuan and Kamal knew that these superficial tasks were merely superficial. The real challenge lay in repairing the blade. Qin Chuan asked, "Master Kamal, have you determined the alloy used in this blade?" Kamal's face was troubled, his tone tinged with shame. "My 2 brothers and I have been observing and studying it so far. Judging by the sheen of the fractured surface, we can only confirm that it contains 3 metal materials: void mithril, eternal adamantium, and felsteel. The rest are simply unrecognizable. Furthermore, the 3 materials I just mentioned are only auxiliary materials. I have no idea what the main material is." Kamal's mood was deeply depressed as he spoke. For a forger, the artifact was right in front of him, yet he couldn't even identify the materials used, let alone repair and forge it. This was a considerable blow. Kamal was a dwarf, with a rough mind. Anyone else would have been devastated and unable to recover. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Master Kamal, is it possible that the blade's main material isn't actually that rare? Of course, it's certainly precious. The reason you can't tell is because it's been imbued with divine power, causing some changes in the material. Divine artifacts are wielded by many. Besides gods, there are also apostles, chosen ones, demigods, and even some saint-level powerhouses who can harness some of the artifact's power. What these people have in common is that they all possess divine power. Even those at the saint level possess at least a portion of it. Hearing Qin Chuan's speculation, Kamal's mind suddenly opened up. He quickly ran to the forging table, staring intently at the broken edge of the blade. Kamal's two brothers also gathered around, and the three of them engaged in a rapid and intense discussion. After a moment, the three seemed to have reached a consensus. Kamal returned, rubbing his hands together excitedly, and said, following your idea, we just compared the fracture characteristics and found a material that matches. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's spirits lifted. This was fantastic news. Never mind whether the reforged blade could restore Darkest Hour to its original state, at least it would be usable. Qin Chuan immediately pressed, what material is it, and where should I find it? Kamal's expression became strange, his excitement fading. He glanced left and right, then hesitantly lowered his voice and said, Bone. Chapter 620. What? Qin Chuan was stunned. How hard a bone would have to be to serve as the blade of a divine weapon, and with bones that hard, how could anyone have killed them and used them to craft equipment? But as a master forger, Kamal was knowledgeable and experienced, and with two brothers discussing the matter nearby, his guess seemed unlikely. Qin Chuan's expression grew serious. After a moment's hesitation he said, Master, if it's truly bone, what creature do you think it came from? A dragon, a titan, or perhaps a demon, one of the highest-ranking races? Kamal didn't respond, instead instructing, go to Edith and ask for an isolation array to prevent eavesdroppers. Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Curtain and nodded, Master, speak freely. Previously, on the Arctic ice field, Qin Chuan received a gift from the Lady of Night, upgrading his Shadow Curtain skill to the Sanctuary level. This concealing power is far greater than any isolation array. The only problem was that the Shadow Veil's Sanctuary property shrouded the surrounding area in darkness. The sudden onset of darkness obscured the black market for miles, and even the city of Belly, which went from day to night. The players in the city were in a state of panic. What was going on? Had a special event been triggered? The players gathered their friends and prepared for battle in Belly City, but when the darkness receded, nothing happened. What the hell is this planner? They're pulling this off. I thought there was a special boss. I suspect it's a game bug, but as long as you compensate me with 2 pieces of dark gold gear, I pretend nothing happened. Brother, have some sense. I tell you how many, 1 epic item each. Boss, you're so generous. Where can I get epic items? Deduct 1 and get an epic weapon. 111, big brother, are you really giving it away? The excited players stared blankly from the city wall, cursed for a while, and then dispersed. Qin Chuan, the instigator, was completely oblivious, though after hearing Kamal's words, his expression grew solemn. This Darkest Hour thing is a bit hot to the touch. Flash back a few minutes. After Qin Chuan activated the Shadow Curtain, Kamal didn't hesitate and quickly said, no doubt, it's bone. But it's not ordinary bone, at least demigod level. His. Qin Chuan gasped. In the Apocalypse world, crafting equipment from bone has always been a tradition. Bone spears, bone knives, and even bone shields are common. But generally speaking, crafting equipment from the bones of legendary bosses is already quite impressive. And now Kamal told him that the blade of the Darkest Hour was forged from the bones of a demigod. This news was truly shocking. After being shocked, Qin Chuan immediately realized another problem. The demigod who provided the bone, perhaps even a god, whose faction was he from? Qin Chuan lifted the Darkest Hour from the forging table and carefully examined the fracture. Camel said the blade was forged from the bone of a demigod. Based on this, Qin Chuan actually discovered some unique details of broken bones in the fracture, and he was about half convinced. So a new question arose, whose bones were these? Qin Chuan asked, Master Camel, your dwarven race has a long history. Are there any records of similar daggers? If anyone could forge the Darkest Hour, it would most likely be from the dwarven race. Kamal scratched the back of his head and said with some embarrassment, our dwarven race currently has 3 kingdoms, each with several large tribes under it, not to mention the medium-sized and small tribes. Many documents and records have been lost. Finding any clues about this artifact will likely take years. Hearing this, Qin Chuan felt helpless, but continued, "This is an artifact after all. If it were truly forged by the dwarves, it would be considered a great achievement and should be widely known." "That's not the case," Kamal shook his head, explaining, "Forging an artifact is indeed impressive, but what if the materials are not of legitimate origin?" Chapter 621. Qin Chuan also realized this. If the material used to craft the Darkest Hour was truly divine bone, then its origin was questionable. Even if it was trophies of war, the fall of a demigod was no small matter, and his pantheon would certainly not let it go. What if the fallen was a true god? The matter would be even more serious. Using divine bone to craft equipment is tantamount to scattering bones and scattering ashes, a feud that will never end. The first thing they would have to face is the frenzied retaliation of the opposing faction. In this situation, the craftsmen who crafted the weapons would be implicated and likely slaughtered without a trace. Even passing dogs would be slapped. If the faction that possessed the Darkest Hour had won, it would be fine. But the problem was that the Darkest Hour was broken, and Qin Chuan had never heard of this artifact before. Clearly, the owner had lost the battle. The craftsman who crafted the Darkest Hour would have to be crazy to publicly claim that he had crafted it. He wouldn't even have time to pack up and run away. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan decided, "Let's not worry about where this material comes from for now. Master Kamal, if we want to repair the blade, do we need bone or metal?" Kamal was somewhat undecided, and slowly said, "If the blade is truly ground from a single bone, then even if we find bones of the same quality, it would be difficult to perfectly fuse them together. How about we try using alloys to fill the gap?" To be honest, Kamal himself was a bit undecided at this point. Because bone and metal are different, they require different processing techniques, making them unsuitable for traditional forging. Thankfully, in addition to divine bone, Dark Hour also has some metal materials, so we might as well give it a try. Qin Chuan knew that this wasn't a complete solution. He couldn't just go find a divine bone and bring it back. Does he have the strength for it? Maybe in the future, but it's definitely impossible now. An idea struck Qin Chuan. If he had the materials, he might actually be able to do it. But there's a prerequisite. That's to continue upgrading his Shadow Reforged skill. The current legendary quality is definitely not enough, and it's even a stretch to reach Sanctuary level. Qin Chuan picked up the Darkest Hour inside. "This thing is a real hot potato." Kamal agreed. "I don't know if finding this thing is a good thing or a bad thing. All I can do is help you repair it as much as possible. As for the rest of the story, you have to figure it out on your own." Facing a damaged artifact, Kamal felt his own shortcomings. He also felt sincere admiration for the craftsman who had forged this weapon. Besides the craftsmanship, this person is truly courageous, taking on any job. Forging a weapon with divine bone, he's not afraid of divine punishment. Qin Chuan placed the Darkest Hour in his ring and said, "Master, I keep this for now. Tell me what materials we need to gather next, and I come back once I found them." Originally, Qin Chuan hadn't been particularly concerned about where to place the Darkest Hour. Here in the tavern, with Edith guarding it, there was no need to worry about unscrupulous individuals stealing it. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the Darkest Hour were lost, there wasn't much to worry about. A damaged artifact has limited value. In many cases, rather than painstakingly repairing it, it's better to forge it anew or even steal it from the enemy. But now, having learned that the Darkest Hour was forged from divine bone, things became more complicated. Qin Chuan obtained the Darkest Hour thanks to the power of shadow, so there must be a connection between the two. Qin Chuan even suspected that the divine bone used to forge the Darkest Hour came from a deity of light. If the existence of this artifact were to become known, especially to the Church of Light, it would be a serious problem. Carrying it with you would clearly be the better option. Kamal nodded repeatedly. "It's definitely safest to keep it with you. Honestly, if a powerful person comes to seize it, Edith can stop them. If Edith can't stop them, then even if the three of us fight to the death, it won't be of any use." Still, watching the Darkest Hour being put away, Kamal felt a deep sense of regret and heartache. He longed to see this artifact again. After adjusting his mindset, Kamal said, "Although we can't find the main material, we can find the other auxiliary materials. You can gather the three I mentioned earlier, Void Mithril, Eternal Adamantine, and Felsteel. I get the other materials later, and we fix the blade." Qin Chuan nodded, "No problem." He had heard of these three materials, and knew where to find them. First, Void Mithril. This doesn't require mining in the void. You can obtain it by finding mithril, or that has been corrupted by the void. Eternal Adamantine is a bit easier to find, primarily in the Eternal Palace, where the Naga Queen resides. As for Felsteel, it's even easier to find. The throne of the Abyss Lord is made of Felsteel. Qin Chuan fell silent. Even if he knew where to find these three materials, obtaining them wouldn't be easy. Both the Naga Queen and the Abyss Lord were top-tier bosses. It's hard to tell whether you're going to fight the boss or be beaten by it. Camel, knowing the difficulty of gathering these three materials, jumped onto the forging table, patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Young man, be patient. With your ability and speed, you'll be able to defeat the Abyss Demon King in 5 years at most." Qin Chuan's eyes twitched, and he said unhappily, "Master, thank you. After hearing what you said, I finally let go of my worries." Chapter 622. Qin Chuan knew how to obtain the three materials needed to initially repair the Darkest Hour, but knowing didn't guarantee he could get them. Eternal Adamantium was found in the Eternal Palace, where the Naga Queen resided. At this point, the Naga Queen had been corrupted by the old gods, and the Eternal Palace was overrun with various distorted monsters. There were even powerful bosses on the level of apostles and chosen ones. It's hard to say about the others, but the Naga Queen definitely possessed the strength of a chosen one. It's difficult to defeat, very difficult. As for Felsteel, it was relatively easy to obtain. In the previous battle in the Abyss, Belial was killed, replaced by the Deathbringer, as the new Lord of Lies and Deception. Given Qin Chuan's friendship with them, obtaining Felsteel wouldn't be difficult. Brothers, you should at least give them a little courtesy. Finally, as for Void Mithril, the key to this item isn't fighting, but finding it. Mithril itself is extremely rare, one of the scarcest materials in all of Apocalypse. Void Mithril is the rarest of all Mithrils. Camel even admitted that in his nearly 200 years of life, he had never seen Void Mithril, and it might not even be found in the warehouses of the Dwarven Kingdom. Several people gathered around the forge, discussing where to find the materials to repair the Darkest Hour. After a long discussion, they finally looked at each other in confusion. Camel sighed, tugging at his beard with a troubled expression. There are traces of Eternal Adamantium and Felsteel. If you're strong enough, you can always find a way to get them. But Void Mithril isn't something you can just do, it requires luck. Qin Chuan's expression was a little strange. He asked, "Master, can I make this Void Mithril myself?" Kamal instinctively retorted, "How is that possible?" Then he added, "It's possible, but it's incredibly difficult. Mithril is precious, but I do have a small stockpile. The problem lies with the Void Power. It's a deadly substance that kills most people." After a pause, Kamal continued, "Even if someone were fearless and determined to find the Void Power, finding it would be a question. Its appearance is erratic, and it can disappear in a split second. Even if we searched the world for it with Mithril, we wouldn't find anything even after 100 years. Kamal sighed, "Honestly, rationally speaking, I suggest you give up on repairing the artifact. The difficulty is simply too great, almost as great as forging a new one." It wasn't that Kamal was giving up, but simply that was the truth. The materials used to forge this artifact were incredibly rare. Whether it was the core divine bone or the various additional materials, they weren't necessarily the strongest, but they were definitely the hardest to find. Truthfully, Kamal longed to know where the powerful individual who forged this artifact had obtained the materials. Kamal's analysis earned a flurry of nods from his two brothers, evidently approving. But Qin Chuan laughed and said with unwavering confidence, "Master, let's not talk about Eternal Adamantium and Felsteel for now. I figure it out later. But this Void Mithril, we can make it right now." "What?" Kamal, startled, leaped 2 meters high. Landing on the ground, he grabbed Qin Chuan's arm and demanded urgently, "Do you know where Void Mithril is? Take me there." He released Qin Chuan's arm, paced back and forth, and said excitedly, "Void Mithril. I never thought I had the chance to come into contact with this kind of material in my lifetime." That person was right. People should get out and about more often. Staying indoors won't do. Qin Chuan had originally. I wanted to talk about Void Mithril, but after hearing Kamal's words, I became curious and asked, "Master, who is that person you're talking about? I don't think you ever mentioned him before." Kamal casually replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just that back when I was in the Dwarf Kingdom, I had just become a full-fledged Forge Master, qualified to be a Forge Master. But as you know, the Dwarf Kingdom doesn't have many other things, but there are many Forge Masters, and I couldn't even get a rank. Then a traveler came to the kingdom. After a few visits, I became familiar with him. He told me that instead of staying in the kingdom and suffering, I should go out and explore the world. So I wandered around and finally ended up here." Chapter 623. Qin Chuan hadn't expected such a past event, but he didn't think much of it. Many dwarves choose to leave the kingdom and venture forth. Kamal was just one of them. Kamal reminisced, then glanced at Qin Chuan, suddenly realizing, I was wondering why we felt so connected upon first sight. You look about 6 points like that guy. Qin Chuan was startled and quickly demanded, That's even true? Master, why didn't you tell me earlier? Kamal said helplessly, It's been 100 years. If it weren't for the void mithril, I probably wouldn't have remembered it. A lot had happened in 100 years, so it was understandable that Kamal had forgotten. But Qin Chuan's heart was in turmoil. Although there was no direct evidence, Qin Chuan had reason to believe that the traveler must have had a significant connection to him. When they had met the no-returner before, he had mentioned that Qin Chuan had fought against Apocalypse more than once. Could that person from 100 years ago be his past life? Or perhaps it was him. Thinking, Kamal muttered quietly, It's a pity you're a stranger, otherwise I really doubt that guy was your ancestor. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, and decided it might just be a coincidence. Still, this matter is certainly worth keeping an eye on. He should find an opportunity to visit the Dwarven Kingdom, and see if there are any clues. However, considering that over 100 years have passed, investigating the matter will be quite difficult. This was just a minor incident, and Qin Chuan quickly returned his attention. Kamal stopped reminiscing and returned to the previous topic, curiously asking, You said there's a way to obtain void mithril? What's the method? As he spoke, Kamal looked Qin Chuan up and down. After a moment, he shook his head and muttered to himself, You look like you haven't been corrupted by the void. That's strange. How else can you create void mithril? Qin Chuan didn't intend to keep the mystery going any further, and pulled a black bead from his ring. Void essence. This item was obtained from the Night Lady's recollection trial. I never thought it would be useful here. The cause of 10,000 years ago has borne fruit today. Kamal's eyes widened at the sight of the void essence in Qin Chuan's hand. His whole body shook with excitement, and his voice became stammering. Void essence? Where did you get this? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. Explaining its origin was a bit complicated, so he could only vaguely say, I found it on the roadside. Kamal quickly pressed, Which road? I want to pick it up too. Qin Chuan stopped Kamal as he tried to go out and pick up the void essence. Goodness, he actually knows where the path is. The key lies in how Kamal can travel back 10,000 years. Even if Kamal could travel back 10,000 years, whether he could obtain void essence in the then current city of Belly is still a question. The greater possibility is that he would be killed upon landing, carried away by the Black Death. So Qin Chuan could only gently persuade him, Master, forget about the path for now. Just tell me if you have this thing, and whether you can make void mithril. Kamal, remembering that he had more important things to do, had to stop and sit back, but he still reminded him, When you make void mithril, remember to tell me where you found the void essence. It's so rare. If you hadn't brought it out, I doubt it even existed. As a master forger, Kamal has handled at least 8,000 different materials. Even he says void essence is rare, so it seems it truly is. But if you think about it, Qin Chuan originally obtained this void essence by killing a rebellious bishop. That bishop, however, was under the direct gaze of the void god. Otherwise, even if he were to kill him 100 times, he probably wouldn't have received any void essence. Now, this unexpectedly acquired void essence has become the key to crafting void mithril, and thus, repairing the artifact's darkest hour. Chapter 624. Connecting cause and effect, Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of life. Who could have imagined that this void essence actually came from 10,000 years ago? Qin Chuan had reason to believe there must be a connection. To put it bluntly, Lady Night went to such great lengths to transport an artifact from 10,000 years ago to the present day, and it must have come at a tremendous cost. Using the void essence as a foundation, we can create void mithril, and thus begin repairing the darkest hour. Qin Chuan's eyes were deep. This damaged artifact might be more important than he imagined. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan said calmly, Master, I personally take you to find the void essence later, but for now, let's create the void mithril first. Yes, that's the way to go. Camel nodded repeatedly, lifting a corner of the forge with one hand. From underneath, he pulled out a small leather bag and a fist-sized piece of silver metal. Kamal looked at the piece of metal with a hint of pain in his eyes. He had gone to tremendous lengths to acquire this piece of mithril. But to create void mithril, he had to use it. Besides, Kamal was a generous man. He had previously obtained dragon materials from Qin Chuan, and this time, the legendary hydra and shark skin, which were of inestimable value. Additionally, void mithril was crucial to the restoration of the artifact, so Kamal's heartache lasted only a second. He quickly said excitedly, "Quick, press the void essence onto the mithril, and then we wait a moment and it be done." Qin Chuan asked curiously, "So simple?" Kamal said confidently, "It's that simple. The difficulty of void mithril lies in how to expose the mithril to the power of the void. Now that we have the void essence, the most difficult step has been overcome. The rest is easy. Even a 30-year-old dwarf can handle it on his own." Qin Chuan wanted to say, 30 is no longer a child. But considering the dwarves are a long-lived race, he swallowed his words back. In the Dwarven Kingdom, a 30-year-old dwarf is truly a child. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan took the mithril handed to him by Kamal and placed the void essence directly on it. The moment the two came into contact, the void essence transformed into a liquid and quickly seeped into the mithril, causing the silvery white metal to gradually darken, but soon radiated a new light. Specks of starlight glittered on the mithril's surface. 2 notifications appeared in succession. You have lost the void essence. You have gained void mithril. This notification indicates that the creation of void mithril has been successful. Just as Kamal had said, creating void mithril is not difficult. The difficult part is exposing the mithril to the power of the void. Now that we have void mithril, we only need to gather the other 2 materials to attempt to repair the darkest hour. While it's impossible to restore it to its full state, at least it's usable. By then, more secrets about the darkest hour will gradually surface. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan felt a little excited. Camel warned, "Although we have the void mithril, don't rush. The other 2 materials are difficult to obtain, and may even be life-threatening. You must be fully prepared before setting out." Qin Chuan put away the void mithril and nodded, saying, "Master, rest assured. I'm well aware of the situation." After a brief chat, Qin Chuan took his leave. Traveling to the abyss isn't difficult. Qin Chuan has the apostle seal of the Lord of Lies and Deception, which can open a portal. There's just one problem. The portal has a cooldown of 15 days, and he had just opened it 2 days ago. Next time I go to the abyss, I'm afraid I have to wait. Luckily, there's another option, Eternal Adamantite. Putting the Eternal Palace Pass in his hand, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought. Should I go straight in, or upgrade further? To be safe, I definitely upgrade first, updating my equipment and skills. But as the old saying goes, delay leads to trouble. Just as Qin Chuan was weighing the pros and cons, the guild channel became lively. Ji Xing, "Oh my god, why is it dark in Lingang City?" Xiao, "I was leveling just now, and suddenly my vision went dark. I thought I was blind, but it turns out it's just dark." "That's good." Su Changqing, "Strange. I got a quest out of nowhere, saying I need to go to Lingang City to fight evil. I looked at the quest poster. Unknown? Is this a hidden quest?" Jing asked the guild leader. "He's the best at completing hidden quests." Snow Swordsman, "I beg to differ. I'm good at it too." Yinmi, "I taken a screenshot of this." Snow, "You're a traitor. I let the guild leader deal with you later." Snow Swordsman, "That's not necessary. Just a casual aside, I actually think the guild leader is great at hidden quests." Uncle Su, "Just go talk to him directly." Ying Luo, "I received a similar quest too. Haven't you guys received one?" Aoe is very happy. "No, Brother Yi, if you go to Lingang City, join me in a group and see if we can share the quest." Chi, "I received it." Yulin Ai, "Me too. I'm not the water god. Huh? This quest is so selective about who you can trigger. I protest. Why aren't you giving it to me? I want to fight evil too." Di Jiaoling Yu, "If I'm not mistaken, this quest is only available to holy classes." Qin Chuan was surprised by the guild members' discussions. Lingang City again. This place is plagued by so many disasters. Chapter 625. With void mithril in hand, the only things left were eternal adamantium and felsteel. Since he couldn't reach the abyss for the time being, Qin Chuan decided to find a way to reach the Eternal Palace. But now that events had unfolded in Lingang City, and even guild members had suddenly received quests, Qin Chuan immediately sensed a hidden agenda. Generally speaking, quests in Apocalypse, even hidden ones, had specific issuers who could be traced back to their source. This time, whether it was Ying Luo, Su Changqing, Kai Weki, or Yulin Ai, the issuers of the quest they received were all unknown. Either this quest truly appeared out of thin air, or the issuer was Apocalypse itself. But there was another suspicious point. If the quest was truly issued by Apocalypse, then Qin Chuan should be the one to fight against evil. He alone could handle thousands of players. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan sent a message to Lungting Tianxia, asking if a similar situation had occurred in Lungting Dynasty. Longting Tianxia's reply came quickly. Boss, I was just about to talk to you about this. Some of our guildmates have received quests, including Xiaoxue from my team. She's also received a quest, but Shi Tian and I haven't. Boss, do you know what's going on? Qin Chuan was stunned at first. Who was this Shi Tian? Then he realized it was the marksman from Longting Tianxia, whose ID was Arrow Breaking the Sky, or Shi Tian for short. You guys are talented enough to be so simple. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Qin Chuan understood the source of his confusion. The quest triggered this time was indeed only accessible to players with holy classes. Then the quest issuer shouldn't be Apocalypse, but someone from the God of Light's faction, perhaps even the God of Light himself. The God of Light has awakened? Qin Chuan frowned slightly. This wasn't good news. Looking across the entire Apocalypse, the Church of Light was the most powerful of all the churches, large and small. The reason was simple. The God of Light was powerful. The scale and frequency of the miracles he performed far surpassed those of other gods, and naturally, the number of his followers was rapidly increasing. And with more followers, the power of faith they received also increased. This, in turn, boosted the God of Light's power, allowing him to perform more miracles. However, based on past experience, the stronger the god, the greater the suppression Apocalypse faced. Given the God of Light's power, he wouldn't appear until the later stages of his existence. And yet, he was able to quietly issue quests, and on a large scale. This made Qin Chuan somewhat worried. I hope those gods find a way to circumvent Apocalypse's rules. That would be a real problem. Looks like we need to speed things up, Qin Chuan thought to himself. He must continue to improve his strength. The first step was to visit Lingang City and investigate the situation. Since this quest might have been issued by the God of Light, the evil mentioned in the quest description might be related to the power of shadow. If so, Qin Chuan was even less likely to miss it. Lingang City was already packed. Players who had received the quest rushed over excitedly, anticipating a meteoric rise. Just kidding, this is a hidden quest. If completed, the rewards would be incredibly generous. According to unreliable sources, the Night Wanderer had originally completed a hidden quest, which led to his current achievements. They didn't expect to surpass the Night Wanderer, so being second in the server wasn't too much to ask for. These players were all holy class characters, either priests or paladins, the core of the leveling teams. Once they moved, the rest of the team naturally followed. This led to an influx of over 100,000 players in Lingang City in a very short period of time, and the number continued to surge. Qin Chuan, Yingluo, and the others agreed to meet outside the city. As soon as they met, Su Chongqing exclaimed in surprise, "President, the mission has changed. We're told to eliminate the evil from the deep sea. Could it be that we're fighting the sea creatures again this time?" Chapter 626. Yingluo took over the conversation. That's possible, but the sea tribe have attacked before, not to mention the distant ones. They were repelled just half an hour ago. The quest didn't trigger before, so what's different this time? Jixing said nonchalantly, "When the enemy comes, we must fight them. Since they're the sea tribe, it's only right to head towards the seashore." "President, what do you think?" Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, and said, "What Jixing says is correct. It's only right to go over and see what's going on. But let's make a promise. If things are going well, you retreat immediately. This quest is odd." Yingluo immediately said, "Then why not just abandon the quest? It's really odd that there's no reward listed." Su Chongqing also looked indifferent. "I listened to the president and Brother Yi. Kaiweki and Yulin and I were a little torn. It felt a bit of a shame to just abandon such a rare quest. But their guild leader's prowess was evident. He probably completed more hidden quests than all of them combined. If he said a quest wasn't right, it was probably a scam." Qin Chuan glanced around, taking in everyone's reactions, and made a final decision. "Since we're here, let's go take a look. But don't rush too far forward, so that if there's a problem, we can retreat in time. Jing, get ready. As soon as I give you the signal, open the portal and leave." Jing nodded, "No problem." Agreed, they headed towards the coast, surrounded by a bustling crowd of players, most of them excited. Even those who hadn't received any quests were quite enthusiastic. Even though they hadn't received any quests, if they could defeat 2 bosses, the rewards would still be considerable. Even if nothing was caught, consider it a fun event. Missing out on such a lively event would be a real shame. As the players rushed toward the shore, they soon spotted dark clouds hovering over the sea. The dim light gave the entire ocean an eerie, terrifying aura. Add to that the aberrant sea creatures poking out from the water, their ferocious faces and crimson eyes adding to the solemn atmosphere. But this scene didn't frighten the players at all. Amidst their excited shouts, they not only didn't retreat, but instead took the initiative, charging towards the aberrant sea creatures in the sea. Who cares if they're monsters? Fight them first. What if they find some valuable gear? Get rich, today. Compared to the impulsive excitement of the other players, the peak players were much more measured. These were just ordinary monsters. They wouldn't drop anything valuable. It would be better to wait and see. Qin Chuan looked at Ying Luo and the others and asked, "Are there any changes to the mission?" "Not yet," Ying Luo replied, looking at the mission list. Then, changing the subject, he added, "It's updated now. It says that the sea creatures have been drawn here by an evil force. We must eliminate the source of evil and allow the sea creatures to return to the deep sea." Qin Chuan nodded and then asked, "Does the mission specify where the source of evil is?" Ying Luo carefully examined the mission document. Somewhat uncertainly, the mission information says that when the source of evil appears, the power of light will mark evil. "I'm guessing there's a marked boss or something." The others shared the same view and looked around, trying to locate the boss. But the next second, a beam of light descended from the sky, precisely enveloping Qin Chuan. At the same time, Ying Luo and the others' missions were updated. The evil has appeared. Destroy it. The coast was now gray and hazy due to the clouds, as if it were dawn. It was clear, but not far. So when the beam of light descended from the sky, it was particularly conspicuous. Some players even saw it from over 10 miles away and hurried over. Such a large scene, it must be a boss. Even players, who had already rushed into the sea to engage in fierce combat with the deformed monsters, turned and looked at the beam of light. Chapter 627. Players who had received the quest knew that was the mission objective. Those who hadn't also learned the latest developments from others, and quickly launched a counterattack. Qin Chuan, enveloped by the beam of light, was completely bewildered. "No, after all this time, you're telling me I'm the evil one?" Even Ying Luo, Su Chongqing, and the others nearby were completely stunned. Ji Xing laughed heartily. "Guild leader, you're brilliant." Then he reacted, a look of shock on his face. "What the hell? This quest actually asks us to fight the guild leader?" Ying Luo immediately said, "There must be something wrong with the quest. How could the guild leader be the source of evil? It's ridiculous that the quest targets players." Su Chongqing sighed to the sky. "It's over. This quest is completely hopeless. If it were anyone else, I could still find a way, but since the target is the guild leader, I can only ask whoever designed this rubbish quest. Stand up, and I promise I won't kill them. It's clear they don't want us to complete the quest." Dijialing said from the side, "Guild leader, have you offended any NPCs recently? They're making such a big fuss just to get players to attack you. If you say it's not retaliation, I don't believe it." Qin Chuan didn't answer, but shook his hands and feet, realizing that he was only marked by the light column, not suffering any attribute suppression or anything like that. But the current situation was enough to prove that the God of Light was definitely behind this quest. Upon hearing Dijialing's question, Qin Chuan casually said, "I guess I betrayed the church earlier, which triggered this quest." Ying Luo said anxiously, "Forget about that for now. President, please leave first. The players are gathering around." Qin Chuan had already noticed this. After he was marked by the beam of light, and the players' missions were synchronized, many quick-witted players rushed towards it, only to be shocked to discover that the target of this mission was the Night Wanderer. Some players immediately cried out in despair, "I'm going to fight the Night Wanderer? Seriously? Is it possible that the Night Wanderer's position overlaps with the source of evil? Let's not rush into action. That's right, the Night Wanderer is petty. If we attack him rashly, we'd be in big trouble. What if the source of evil is really the Night Wanderer? What should we do? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If that's the case, I have to scold the planner. You should at least find someone else. The Night Wanderer is so powerful, who can defeat him? Boss Night Wanderer, move aside. Get out of the beam of light." Qin Chuan readily complied, and took 2 steps to the side. The beam of light also moved 2 steps. The players fell silent. Yes, it really is a fight against the Night Wanderer. Long Tung Tianxia, who had arrived with great enthusiasm, saw this scene and immediately issued a notice to the guild. "Everyone, retreat." He would rather give up this mission than fight the Night Wanderer. Compared to the consequences of offending the boss, the reward for this mission was completely negligible. Since this mission was triggered on a large scale, the reward was definitely not very good. Even if everyone was given a piece of dark gold equipment, what good would it do? Equipment will eventually become obsolete, but if you make enemies with the boss, you never have another chance to curry favor with him again. Long Teng Tianxia knew which was more important. Long Tongue Tianxia then announced to the team, Xiaoxue, abandon the mission immediately. I personally compensate you later. Xiaoxue shook her head. Boss, that's not necessary. Honestly, even if you hadn't told me, I would have given up the quest. I can't let my personal reasons put us at odds with the Night Wanderer. If you really want compensation, give it to the brothers in the guild, they might be interested. Long Tongue Tianxia, I know what I'm doing. Then he sent a message to Qin Chuan. Boss, I'm taking my people back first. If you need any help, just let me know. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised by Long Tongue Tianxia's choice. Besides Long Tongue Tianxia, several guild leaders also sent messages, stating that they didn't want to fight the Night Wanderer and would rather give up the quest than take action. Qin Chuan replied to each one. Although he was confident that he could escape unscathed even if these players took action, he couldn't let them down with their aggressive approach. He said he would hold an auction and get some goodies for everyone to enjoy. The guild leaders expressed their anticipation. With the departure of the major guilds, the coast became much emptier. But even so, tens of thousands of players chose to stay. They were torn. Should they attack the Night Wanderer, or give up? Attack, it seemed impossible. But giving up was a bit hard to bear. As the players were caught in a dilemma, someone jumped out from a corner, raised his hand, and unleashed a fireball, shouting, Brothers, attack! The Night Wanderer is human too. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, he'd just be a corpse. But if you miss the mission, you really miss it. With someone taking the lead, many players immediately followed. No matter how powerful the Night Wanderer was, with so many people present, could he really lose? Ants in numbers can kill an elephant. A pile of them could kill the Night Wanderer. The man was right. At worst, he'd just be a corpse. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, the law doesn't punish the masses. With so many of them, how could the Night Wanderer retaliate against them all? Besides, this was a quest issued by the game. They were just following the quest instructions. If the Night Wanderer wanted revenge, he should have targeted the person who issued the quest. They were innocent. With this in mind, more players joined the attack. Some even joined in, players who hadn't received any quests but had always disliked Night Wanderer. Why did Night Wanderer get all the good things? I refused to accept this. Today, I had to vent my anger. Facing the incoming spells and attacks, Qin Chuan didn't use any skills, relying solely on his high movement speed to dodge them. At the same time, he ordered the guild, Jing, take everyone away. I stay here. Jing didn't hesitate and immediately opened the portal. The others didn't hesitate either, entering the portal and leaving. They trusted their guild leader, but they also knew that staying here would not only be of no help to him, but would actually be a burden. President, keep going. President, kill those blind men. Even if the guild leader is truly the source of evil, I follow him. Me too. Chapter 628. After the other members of the peak left through the portal, Qin Chuan, without hesitation, summoned the Shadow Dragon and flew into the air. Qin Chuan naturally didn't take being attacked by players seriously, nor would he retaliate continuously. Sending him to the resurrection point once was enough. While it was still a game phase, he wanted to let some of the fence-sitters know who they could and couldn't attack. This would save them from being foolishly used as a pawn when the apocalypse arrived. If they died then, everything would be over. Giving the Shadow Dragon a free attack command, Qin Chuan began to ponder the intentions of the person behind this. Using a beam of light to mark him out sounded very much like the God of Light's method. But it wasn't the God of Light himself. So it was most likely the Church of Light. Furthermore, Qin Chuan suspected that since they were able to mark him out, they must have a backup plan. Most importantly, what was the Church of Light's purpose? If there's talk of eradicating evil, Qin Chuan is the first to disbelieve it. The key point is that Qin Chuan and the Church had a feud during their time on the Arctic ice field. And after his return, the Church offered only a token retaliation. It wasn't even revenge, it was purely a facade. This isn't like the Church's style. This incident is very likely true retaliation, but everything needs a reason. What exactly caused the Church's response to change so drastically? Qin Chuan pondered, and the players on the coast suffered. The Shadow Dragon had no affection for other players. Since Lord Shadow had announced the attack, they must all be sent packing. A dragon's breath plowed across the beach, and the players in its path, unable to hold out for even a second, were instantly transformed into white light and headed for the respawn point. Such a scene left many players nearly paralyzed. The Night Wanderer had taken action? The Night Wanderer had actually taken action? How dare he? Tens of thousands of players here. Did he really want to wipe them all out? Does he still want to survive an apocalypse? but Qin Chuan didn't bother to care about their thoughts. His gaze darted across the beach, searching for any suspicious targets. The shadow dragon didn't want to dwell on it either. Looking at the players howling and wailing on the beach, it couldn't help but recall the scenes of its rampage in the human kingdom. Those people were also terrified, wailing, and cursing, yet powerless to stop. Thinking of this, Script shook his head. Just now, a strange memory had surfaced. In those days of rampage, it seemed someone had accompanied it. But thinking carefully, he couldn't recall any further details. Even the existence of that person was in question. Scripps was puzzled. A dragon in its prime, yet experiencing memory problems? How could that be? It seemed it had been imprisoned for too long. Fortunately, it had encountered Lord Shadow, otherwise it would have died of old age in that cave. Thinking of this, Scripps suddenly became energized. With 2 more breaths of dragon breath, it dispatched thousands of players. Evildoers, stop! A righteous shout echoed on the beach. The Knights Templar, radiating white light, emerged, accompanied by a bishop. The knights' faces were filled with fervent excitement as they gazed upon Qin Chuan and the shadow dragon in the sky. The bishop was no less excited, perhaps even more so. Qin Chuan took a quick glance. Judging by the decorative insignia, these people were indeed members of the Church of Light. Qin Chuan signaled the shadow dragon to cease its attack, ready to see what the church had in store. The players who had been wronged fled far away, their expressions reminiscent of having survived a catastrophe. My goodness, they had previously mocked the glorious alliance for being ineffective, having been sent to the respawn point by the Night Wanderer alone. Only when they faced the Night Wanderer head-on, did they truly feel the pressure. Chapter 629. And this time, the Night Wanderer didn't even take action himself, it was all thanks to his mount. If his mount is this powerful, wouldn't he be even more powerful? One player sighed softly. I want to apologize to guild leader Luo Sha. He shouldn't have mocked him for being a coward. Anyone who messes with the Night Wanderer has no choice but to give in. This resonated strongly. I just want to ask, who designed this awful quest? Making us fight the Night Wanderer? Is this a joke? At first, I thought we had more people and could fight, but a single breath of dragon breath shattered all my plans. It's outrageous. Don't lose heart. The church's Knights Templar are here. Our reinforcements have arrived. Yes, look at the church's attitude. It's obvious they're here to smite the Night Wanderer too. Even if the Night Wanderer is a skilled fighter, can he really defeat the church? Hearing what you said, I'm feeling more confident. I'm not leaving. I want to see how the Night Wanderer responds. By the way, have you ever considered why the Night Wanderer? The Night Wanderer Guild was labeled a source of evil. While everyone said Night Wanderer was petty, a closer look revealed he hadn't done anything truly sinister. If anything, it was the larger guilds who were more despicable, constantly tossing out the entire venue. In this regard, Night Wanderer and his peak guild were far superior. Have you been manipulated? Night Wanderer has already taken action, and you're still defending him. From a rational perspective, Night Wanderer and ordinary players, like us, don't really have much of a conflict of interest. In fact, in many cases, we even benefited from Night Wanderer's influence and won rewards without much effort. Stop speculating. There's new developments over there. Hearing the shouts, the players stopped talking and craned their necks to gaze at the distant standoff between the Night Wanderer and the church. The bishop, naturally well prepared, appeared this time. His voice, resonant and powerful, drifted across the sand. Lost stranger, hand over the evil artifact in your hands, and we will forgive your sins. It's not too late to turn back now. Qin Chuan suddenly realized. As expected, the church was targeting the darkest hour in his possession. He had said that, with the church's unwavering pursuit of profit, how could their efforts to fight evil be in vain? With the church's wealth, they were actually interested in this damaged artifact. Remember, the church is backed by gods, and there are artifacts within their headquarters. Most bishops might not know this, but Qin Chuan knew it better than anyone. They ignored the intact artifact, and instead coveted a damaged one whose repairability was uncertain. Something unusual must be wrong. Qin Chuan had reason to believe that Dark Hour held more secrets than he knew. The more the enemy opposed him, the more he proved he was right. The church's turmoil only strengthened Qin Chuan's resolve to repair Dark Hour. But for now, he decided to get rid of the church. Qin Chuan didn't rush into action, but instead tactfully replied, "It's okay for me to hand over the artifact, but I put so much effort into it before. I can't let my efforts go in vain." The bishop was delighted. To be honest, he was a little intimidated by the shadow dragon. The oracle must be resolutely carried out, but one only has one life. If he pushed too hard, he would be the one to suffer. With this in mind, the bishop softened his tone and offered counsel. As long as you hand over the artifact, we can negotiate everything. We will definitely provide adequate compensation. While the two men were bargaining, the players around them were already furious. What? Night Wanderer actually has a divine weapon. I was wondering why Night Wanderer was so strong, like he had cheats. Turns out he has a divine weapon. The laws of nature change, and divine weapons become more readily available. It's time for this one to be mine. I'm not leaving. I'm staying here today. I have to find a way to defeat Night Wanderer and snatch the divine weapon. Our president gave him some dark gold gear a while ago. Its stats are already incredible. I can't even begin to imagine how much more impressive this divine weapon will be. Chapter 630. I'm on the side of the Church of Light this time. Come on, big brother of the church. Killing the Night Wanderer gives us a chance to loot. Damn! The sea monsters are charging over here. Just as the players were stunned by the news that the Night Wanderer possessed a divine artifact, they suddenly discovered that the previously overlooked aberrant sea monster had landed and was charging towards them. Qin Chuan also noticed this, and he discovered that the aberrant sea monster was charging straight towards him. Clearly, the aberrant sea monster had returned to attack because of the darkest hour in his hand. Even the ancient gods wanted this weapon. Qin Chuan became increasingly curious about the origins of this thing. The key point was that in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone possessing the darkest hour. Qin Chuan's mind stirred. He thought of a possibility. In his previous life, the darkest hour wasn't even in the hands of a player. It was most likely taken by an apocalypse NPC, or even by the gods. But this matter was destined to remain unanswered. Fortunately, this time, the darkest hour was in his hands. If he wanted to know what was so special about the darkest hour, he could simply repair it, and the answer would naturally emerge. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at the bishop, pointed at the distorted sea creature in the distance, and shouted, "Bishop, the monsters are coming. Are we still chatting here?" The bishop turned to look at the distorted sea monster, furious. These blind creatures had appeared at this time, clearly intent on ruining his plans. The stranger had already relented, willing to hand over the artifact. Now, with this interruption, further complications were about to arise. But the bishop had no intention of sending the Knights Templar to resist the distorted sea monster. Instead, he looked at Qin Chuan and said quickly, "This isn't the place to talk. How about we discuss the ownership of the artifact somewhere else?" Are you kidding? Lingang City isn't the territory of the Church of Light. Helping them resist the sea creatures would be meaningless, even if they won. But if they unfortunately lost, his tenure as bishop would probably be over. The bishop had a clear mind on what to do. Qin Chuan could guess the bishop's thoughts, but he didn't expose them. Instead, he pointed in the direction of the deformed sea clan and said solemnly, "I'm afraid you can't leave even if you want to. They sent the chosen ones over there. Are you sure you can leave?" "What?" The bishop nearly jumped in shock at this, quickly turning to look, his jaw dropping to the ground. Behind the deformed sea clan, where the waves surged, stood a massive figure, 100 meters tall. It was a tidewalker giant. But its size was countless times larger than other tidewalkers. Even the legendary shark Qin Chuan had previously slain was nothing compared to it. The giant's enormous size also allowed Qin Chuan to clearly see the extremely obvious deformations that had occurred on the tidewalker. First, its arms had twisted, transformed into thick tentacles. The same was true on its chin, where the tentacles resembled a thick beard. Only this beard moved. Furthermore, within the crevices of the tidewalker's armor, eyeballs of varying sizes swirled. Mowgli, the chosen of the raging waves. Mowgli gazed at the beach, his gaze traversing the sea to rest squarely on Qin Chuan. He let out a deafening cry, "Insignificant human, I have been commanded by the queen to retrieve our sacred relic." Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. The Naga Queen actually had a chosen-level warrior under her command. The queen must have already ignited the divine fire. This was too fast. No matter which pantheon, strength is fundamentally paramount. To get Mowgli to obey, one must possess sufficient power. Otherwise, whether you're the Naga Queen or someone else, Mowgli won't obey. Qin Chuan realized that obtaining the eternal adamantine would be even more difficult than he expected. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at the bishop, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "Bishop, it's not that I don't want to hand over the artifact, but they said it's their sacred object. We should always return it to its rightful owner, right?" The bishop instinctively cursed, "Bullshit. It's clearly..." Qin Chuan pricked up his ears. "What is it?" But the bishop stopped himself in his tracks, swallowing his words in time. He muttered, "Anyway, that thing doesn't belong to the Sea Clan. This guy is just making up stories." Don't be misled. Qin Chuan felt a sense of regret. He had almost learned the origins of the darkest hour from the bishop. I didn't expect this guy to be so clever. But even the ancient gods are interested in the darkest hour, which is crucial information. One question remains. How did these guys know the darkest hour was in his possession? If it was Kamal who leaked the information, that's unlikely. After all, Qin Chuan had previously placed the darkest hour in the backyard of the tavern and escaped to kill the boss himself. If Kamal really wanted to do something shady, he could have easily run away with the darkest hour. As for Kamal's two brothers, that's unlikely either. By the same token, if they had any such intentions, they would have fled long ago. Why would they have gone to all this trouble? Besides Kamal and his friends, the only other person who knew about the darkest hour was Edith. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Could it be that this assassin mentor leaked the information? But thinking about it, it wasn't possible. The tavern was Edith's territory, and it would be easy for her to take the darkest hour. Mowgli quickly responded, staring at Qin Chuan with a threatening tone. Stranger, don't even think about escaping. The item you carry has a unique aura. No matter where you go, we find you. Qin Chuan suddenly realized. So the beam of light hadn't marked him, but the darkest hour. Qin Chuan looked at the bishop and said with embarrassment, You saw it too. If you don't drive this guy away, even if I give you the artifact, you won't be able to take it away. The bishop knew this too, and his expression was solemn. He hadn't expected the creatures in the sea to be so anxious, even sending out the chosen ones, clearly determined to take the item away. The bishop prayed silently in his heart, hoping for a response from the gods. After a moment, the bishop's expression changed, and he slowly opened his eyes. He turned to look at Mowgli, and uttered a completely different tone. Filthy creature, return to the sea. The tone was condescending, completely disregarding Mowgli. Mowgli, however, was not angry. Instead, his face turned sternly, and he turned his gaze towards the bishop. As the chosen one, Mowgli could see beneath the bishop's exterior an aura that he disliked. An unsightly creature had descended from the sky. Chapter 631. When the bishop's tone and demeanor changed, not only Mowgli sensed it, but Qin Chuan as well. Undoubtedly, a powerful being had projected its consciousness down, acting through the bishop's body. After scolding Mowgli, the bishop looked back at Qin Chuan, his eyes aglow. This wasn't a description, but a fact. The bishop's eyes shone brightly, resting on Qin Chuan's hand. To be precise, it was the interstellar ring. Mortal, hand over the item. It's not yours. The bishop's voice was calm, with no hint of negotiation. Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't hand over the darkest hour. The more the enemy opposed him, the more he was right. No matter how difficult it was, he had to persevere. But then again, whose will was behind this descent? It didn't appear to be the God of Light. Given the God of Light's nature, he wouldn't descend through any other form. He would descend in his true form. But even if it wasn't the God of Light, he was most likely from the same pantheon, and would undoubtedly be receiving instructions from the God of Light. Why are all these guys awake so early? Qin Chuan muttered to himself. No, it's only been a short time since the server launch. How can the divine will already be everywhere? Where's Apocalypse? Save him. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan looked at the bishop and said, I don't know who you are, but I'm telling you, show some sincerity. Without waiting for the bishop to react, Qin Chuan shouted at Mowgli, the chosen one of the wrathful waves, you too, want to take things without proof. Have you asked the Church of Light? Who the hell do you think you are, to challenge the church? Mowgli, enraged, strode forward, stirring up a massive wave tens of meters high as he rushed towards the shore, roaring angrily, You dare mock Mowgli, mortal? I tear your skull apart and make it into a wine glass. At the same time, he didn't forget the bishop beside him. His words were filled with determination. If you were to rise in your true form, I leave immediately. But if you only descend with your will, what good is that? I got that thing, and even the God of Light can't stop it. Qin Chuan stood in awe. Mowgli, this fellow, wasn't very powerful, but his tone was incredibly arrogant. And even the God of Light couldn't stop you? You're kidding. If the God of Light really came, even the Naga Queen would have to flee, let alone a chosen one like you. You're not even a demigod, yet you dare to point fingers at the Lord God. You're truly fearless. Qin Chuan calmly took 2 steps back to avoid being affected. The bishop's will was so angry that it laughed. It seemed they hadn't taken action for so long, that the world had forgotten that the majesty of God was inviolable, and anyone could get in their way. I had originally spared this fellow's life, but it seems there's no chance. The bishop's voice was tinged with regret. But he entered the kingdom of God after his death, so it's not a loss at all. As he spoke, A pure white flame ignited the bishop's body, enveloping him in the blink of an eye. When the flames dissipated, a humanoid creature with wings on its back appeared in the same place. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 3 pairs of wings, a seraph. Angels of this rank are elite units of the angelic legions under the god of light. Possessing demigod-level strength, they naturally have an advantage against Mowgli, a chosen one. But their greatest flaw is their inability to persist for long. This seraph descended upon the bishop's faith. Once the fuel runs out, it will be time for them to return to the kingdom of God. So, a swift and decisive battle is imperative. The seraph condensed a flaming sword in its hand. Its perfectly refined face remained expressionless as it flapped its wings and charged towards Mowgli. But before rushing out, he didn't forget to place a barrier on Qin Chuan, trapping him and the shadow dragon in a cage of white flames. Watching the seraph and Mowgli clash, the shadow dragon angrily declared, "If you have the guts, release Lord Scripps. We must show this winged birdman our might." Chapter 632. Qin Chuan remained calm, observing the surrounding sacred cages. He casually remarked, "Save your energy. Even though that creature can't unleash its full power, it should have no problem defeating you." Scripps was merely emphasizing this. He knew full well that he was no match for the six-winged angel. This gave Scripps a sense of crisis. Lord Shadow's opponents were growing stronger. Although he had evolved, he would be courting death if he tried to compete with a demigod. It seems dragons have their limits. Scripps thought to himself, a bold idea forming in his mind. If he could ascend to the throne of the dragon god, would he be able to defeat angels? I heard the dragon god was once just an ordinary dragon, only to become the dragon god. Scripps clenched his front paws, his eyes becoming remarkably determined. If other dragons could do it, then Lord Scripps could do it too. It was time for him to take the throne of the dragon god. Qin Chuan wasn't entirely sure what Scripps was thinking, but in a sense, their plans coincided. Qin Chuan's plan did include seizing the dragon god's authority. As for the candidate, it should be called the Dragon Chosen, and naturally Scripps. But that was a matter for the future. For now, the best thing to do was to find a way out of this predicament, and then look for an opportunity to reap the benefits. A chosen of the raging waves and a seraph, if he could take down these two, the reward would be immense. Besides, at this point, even if he took down the seraph, he wouldn't have to worry about retaliation from the god of light. Even if that creature had awakened, it wouldn't be able to directly interfere with the apocalypse. As for how to escape, or even defeat the enemy, he naturally turned to an old friend. Qin Chuan pulled out the apostle seal from his ring, holding it in his hand, and said quickly, "Hello, hello, Lord of Lies and Deception, can you hear me? I'm in trouble, and need your help. Hello, hello, speak up. I know you're here, don't be silent." After a long moment, a lazy voice came from the seal. "I can't hear you." Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, "Great. I thought you were dead, but it turns out you're just hard of hearing. I'm not saying anything bad, but try to stay up less late. You see, you can't even speak clearly." There was no response from the other side, but Qin Chuan could feel the apostle seal in his hand glowing and heating, as if it would explode at any moment. Qin Chuan's expression immediately straightened, and he changed the subject, saying, "Let's get down to business. I have a lost artifact in my possession. The Naga Queen is very interested, and has sent the chosen of the Wrath of the Sea to negotiate amicably. The Church of Light has also extended an olive branch, and to show their respect for me, they even dispatched a legendary being, the Seraphim, to the scene." We three parties had a lively discussion, thoroughly discussing the ownership of the artifact, striving to satisfy all parties. On the other side, the Lord of Lies and Deception, Dismartin, could no longer contain himself. He said in a gloomy voice, "If I'm not mistaken, you're trapped by the Seraphim." Qin Chuan, who was currently rambling, stopped talking. "Brother, you're too honest. Seeing the truth, but not saying it, we remain friends. Speaking so bluntly will easily lead to a fight." "What? The one speaking is the new Lord of Lies and Deception, that's fine. He must have a reason for saying so." Seeing his boasting run its course, Qin Chuan calmly stated his request. "Honestly, let's do something big. I take a small loss, and if you lend me some strength so I can kill the chosen of the raging waves and the seraph, the profits will be split 30/70ths, 70/30ths for you. That's pretty sincere, right? I split it 50/50ths with everyone else, but with our relationship, I'm fine with a little loss." Dismartin wasn't buying it at all, his voice drifting from the apostle seal. 90/10ths, 90/10ths. You and the Deathbringer split the spoils the same way, so there's no reason I should take a lower share. Don't be offended, you're lucky this time. Usually, When I work with others, it's a 100/10 split. Chapter 633. Qin Chuan finally saw what it meant to be a higher power. If a shameless person is invincible, then if a god is shameless, then even more weaknesses are impossible to find. Goodness me, 100-0. You're so audacious. So, if I cooperate with you, not only will I not gain anything, but I also have to put some money into it myself? Don't go too far. But given the current situation, Qin Chuan didn't dwell on it, and readily agreed. 90-90, but let's make a deal. If the power you borrow isn't enough to defeat these two, I won't force it, but will simply run away. Don't blame me if you don't get a share of the spoils. Dismartin said calmly. I wouldn't go toe-to-toe with a junior like you. Okay, the power's gone. Use it as you see fit. The apostle seal shimmered slightly, and Dismartin remained silent. But Qin Chuan had already gotten what he wanted, so he didn't take it seriously. Qin Chuan was quite experienced in using the apostle seal. Previously, while in the Arctic ice field, he had borrowed Dismartin's power, briefly entering the Chosen One state and displaying his prowess in the Arctic ice field. However, Qin Chuan didn't rush into action, preferring to wait and see. He had to let Mowgli and the Seraphim wear down their momentum first, and then he could move in and take advantage. Wow, that punch packs at least 200,000 horsepower. Powerful, powerful. As expected of a Seraphim, you can even block that. Mowgli, fight back. You've grown so big, and yet you're being outmatched. Wow, your eyes are about to pop, but you have so many, you don't care about just one or two. No, Mowgli, did you pay for your chosen one? How could you be so weak? Even with the home advantage, you're playing like this. I feel bad for your queen. What useless minions are you? That's right. If you can't aim, use area of effect abilities. You have the home advantage. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Chuan muttered to himself as he watched the battle, leaving the nearby Knights Templar dumbfounded. Seeing their bishop transform into an angel, they nearly fainted with excitement. A miracle, a true miracle. Then, they watched the descending angel unleash its might, blasting the sea monsters to pieces, gaining the upper hand. But before they could bask in their glory, the stranger trapped by the angel was still bothered to make sarcastic remarks. Couldn't he see his own predicament clearly? The Templar leader shouted at Qin Chuan, "Evil heretic! Once God's messenger defeats the enemy, it will be your turn." Qin Chuan, unfazed, smiled and said, "I look forward to it." The Knight Commander was stunned. What's wrong with this guy? Is he still harboring hopes? It seems his mind has been affected by something evil, and he's gone mad. Thinking of this, the Knight Commander looked at Qin Chuan with a look of compassion. Lost stranger, your only hope lies in God's embrace. Qin Chuan's earlier mumbling had invigorated the Shadow Dragon's scripts. It knew well that Lord Shadow would never do anything meaningless. Such a relaxed and calm demeanor meant Lord Shadow must have found a way out. As expected of Lord Shadow, easily accomplished what it couldn't. It must be said that, as the top thugs under the God of Light, the Seraphim's combat power was incredibly powerful. Mowgli, the chosen of the raging waves, advanced with furious force, but was quickly defeated. His 100-meter-tall frame was covered in deep wounds visible to the bone. The thick scales he prided himself on proved no match for the Seraphim's attacks. Mowgli, fortunately, proved resilient. Even though he appeared battered and ready to die, his spirits remained strong, and his attacks remained powerful. However, to anyone with a discerning eye, Mowgli's defeat was only a matter of time. Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't stand by and watch Mowgli's demise. If that happened, the Seraphim would reap all the spoils, leaving him with nothing. Watching Mowgli's eyes blasted several more times, Qin Chuan knew the situation was almost over. He waved his hand, retracting the Shadow Dragon and simultaneously activating the Apostle's seal. Boom! Divine aura surged, colliding with the sacred cage, unleashing a violent energy surge. In the blink of an eye, a mushroom cloud rose. The blast extended over a radius of several hundred meters. The nearby Knights Templar instantly vanished into ash. The players watching nearby also experienced a blackout. When they opened their eyes again, they were standing at the respawn point, surrounded by bewildered colleagues. What had happened? How had they been sent back to the respawn point? But that wasn't important. What mattered was the artifact. Hurry, get back to the beach. What if Night Wanderer was also killed in the explosion? Maybe the artifact would have exploded. Yes, I saw the explosion originate from Night Wanderer. We're all dead out there, so Night Wanderer is definitely going to be in trouble. I didn't see Night Wanderer, did you? Maybe he didn't respawn at the same point as us? Forget about that. Go get the artifact. The players excitedly set off from the respawn point. As word spread, even more players rushed to the beach. You're kidding. That's an artifact. Whatever it is, whether you can use it or not, just get it first. But when the players arrived at the scene, their jaws dropped. Night Wanderer survived. Not only did he survive, he was in top form, taking on 2 of them alone, overwhelming the Chosen One and the Seraphim. That's unbelievable. Such a powerful explosion couldn't kill Night Wanderer? If you say he wasn't cheating, I'm the first to doubt it. Maybe he activated his invincibility skill, which would barely explain why he survived the explosion. Then how do you explain it? What kind of invincibility skill lasted so long, allowing Night Wanderer to even out the Chosen One? I'm just a new player who's only been in the game for 3 days. I just can't understand this game anymore. How can the differences between people be so huge? The planners must have just botched the numbers. Come on, Angel. Kill Night Wanderer, and give him a chance to loot. Chapter 634. As soon as the Apostle Seal activated, Qin Chuan immediately noticed a problem. This power. It was too much. I had thought it would take at least a few seconds to break free from the sacred cage, but in less than a fraction of a second, divine power erupted, easily breaking free of the imprisonment. And it was an absolutely crushing force, freeing Qin Chuan in the blink of an eye. The surge of divine power even allowed him to soar into the air. This level of power is already the pinnacle of the Chosen Ones. The next step is demigod. Qin Chuan was a little surprised. When had Dismartin become so kind and generous? This was not in line with his style. Qin Chuan thought of a possibility. Dismartin hadn't lent him so much power out of consideration for his sake, but was targeting the Seraphim. In the previous battle in the Abyss, the 7 Death Messengers had gathered to defeat Belial. Although Qin Chuan didn't witness the final outcome, judging by the Apostle Seal's initial deactivation and subsequent restoration, Belial was undoubtedly defeated, his place taken by the Deathbringer. The Deathbringer and the God of Light are sworn enemies. Seeing the Seraphim under the God of Light's command, he would certainly not sit idly by. Furthermore, the Seraphim's combat power, even if only temporarily present, was beyond the reach of conventional forces. Without the strength Dismartin had borrowed, he truly couldn't defeat them. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan didn't dwell on it. Since Dismartin was so generous, he couldn't lose face. He had to be alert and fight both the Seraphim and Mowgli together. Here I come! Qin Chuan roared, and in 2 strides, he rushed over 1,000 meters, sprinting towards the battlefield on the sea. Mowgli and the Seraphim, engaged in a fierce battle, simultaneously retreated, creating distance, and then simultaneously launched a fierce attack on Qin Chuan. Originally, they had intended to determine the victor first before seizing the artifact, but the human unexpectedly escaped on his own. Consequently, they had to change their strategy. First, they would reveal the artifact, and then decide who would take it. Mowgli had been worried about what to do if reinforcements didn't arrive, but Qin Chuan's joining the battle brought a sigh of relief. With this human's intervention, they wouldn't be defeated so quickly, and could hold out until the Queen's support arrived. For the Seraphim, it didn't matter if they fought 1 or 2. This was the confidence the God of Light had given him. However, the Seraphim didn't underestimate his foe. He could sense in the human before him an aura that both worthy of respect and aversion. The taste of the Abyss. The Seraphim's face finally showed an emotion, and with undisguised disgust, he said, "You mortals are always like this, willing to degenerate." Qin Chuan raised his hand and retaliated with a shadowy flying knife, sarcastically saying, "Doesn't this further prove that your gods are useless? If they were so effective, why would we need the power of demons? Your so-called degeneration is precisely due to the gods' incompetence." The Seraphim was instantly furious. "How dare you blaspheme the gods? Damn it!" The gushing divine light illuminated the entire sea. Faced with the enraged Seraphim, Mowgli calmly took a few steps back, secretly giving him a thumbs up. This human was truly courageous. Even a chosen one like him wouldn't dare to criticize the God of Light and say such outrageous words. Mowgli wondered what gave this human the confidence to say such things. Don't let this be just a facade, pretending to be arrogant but actually crumbling at the slightest touch. That would be hilarious. The next second, Mowgli saw Qin Chuan and the Seraphim move simultaneously, colliding midair. However, the situation turned out differently than Mowgli had predicted. Mowgli believed that even if this human borrowed the power of a demon, he would be no match for the Seraphim. The result surprised Mowgli greatly. The first blow punched a hole through the Seraphim's body. Chapter 635. With the second punch, the wings were shattered. With the third punch, the Seraphim's head exploded, its body gradually disintegrating, transforming into a ball of pure divine power. The battle ended with 3 punches, and the Seraphim was completely defenseless, Mowgli was stunned, thinking he'd been half asleep. But the falling seraphim was like a pure white meteor in the sky, impossible to ignore. No, what's wrong with this human? If he had such strength, he should have said so earlier. He wouldn't have even come. Watching the seraphim's temporary shell crumble, leaving only pure divine power, Qin Chuan, in amazement, kept moving his hands, gathering the divine power in his pocket. To be honest, destroying the seraphim with 3 punches was something Qin Chuan hadn't expected. He felt that the power borrowed from Dismartin was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. It seems the Deathbringer and the Light God system have been feuding for a long time, Qin Chuan thought to himself. According to his calculations, even if he gave 90% of the Seraphim's remaining divine power to the new Lord of Deception, after deducting the lone power, the surplus wouldn't be much. It would barely break even, but a profit would be unlikely. Luckily, there was Mowgli. Killing this fellow would also yield a significant amount of divine power. With this in mind, Qin Chuan quietly shifted positions, preparing for a surprise attack. Mowgli shuddered, feeling like he was being targeted. Originally, he wasn't afraid. As the Chosen One, and in the ocean, he had a huge home advantage. But seeing the Seraphim shattered by 3 blows, Mowgli suddenly felt that the seabed was his home. Watching Qin Chuan approach, Mowgli said sternly, "I have no ill intentions. I come with the Queen's sincerity. If you are willing to hand over that item, the Queen will give you a generous compensation." Qin Chuan sneered, "That's not what you said before. Didn't you say this artifact was sacred to your Sea clan?" Mowgli waved his hands repeatedly, and said seriously, "No. That thing is of considerable importance. How could it possibly belong to our Sea clan?" Qin Chuan then asked, "What on earth could this thing possibly be that warrants all this trouble?" Mowgli's eyes flashed with alarm, and he changed the subject, saying, "Well, I'm not entirely sure. I'm only here on the Queen's orders." Qin Chuan shook his head regretfully. "In that case, then, please die. Borrowed power has a time limit. Endless idle chatter is impossible." Mowgli had originally intended to offer some rhetoric, but Mowgli proved rather clever. So he had to give up and kill Mowgli first. Mowgli was about to say something indifferent to stall for time, when he sensed the power of another Chosen One rapidly approaching, and a wave of relief filled his heart. Reinforcements are coming, boom! The waves surged, and another massive Chosen One emerged from the seabed, gazing down at Qin Chuan with disdain. "Mortal, hand over your artifact, and I be kind enough to give you a quick death." Mowgli's heart skipped a beat. According to Mowgli's plan, the Chosen One who had arrived to support him should have attacked simultaneously with him, striving to capture this human in one fell swoop. But this guy came up and started to speak out. Nothing more than asking for a fight. Even a 6-winged angel was crushed with 3 punches. How could a Chosen One like you be any better? The reality was just as Mowgli had suspected. Since the new Chosen One was so tactless, Qin Chuan decided to help the Naga Queen discipline her subordinates and stop their constant fussing. After some convincing, the new Chosen One, covered in blood, frailly drifted on the surface of the sea. He stretched out his tentacled arms toward Mowgli, using all his strength to call for help. "Mowgli, save me!" Mowgli naturally wouldn't sit idly by and watch his teammates get killed. He understood the principle of the lips and teeth being cold. He slammed his arms against the sea, sending waves hurtling toward Qin Chuan. Among the waves were jets of poisonous venom, as black as ink. Chapter 636. Qin Chuan dodged easily, but a sense of confusion remained. He had just shattered the Seraphim with 3 punches. Blowing up the Chosen One should have been easy, but why had the damage been reduced? He felt the divine power within him. It hadn't diminished much. Qin Chuan remembered something. In the trial ruins of shadow power, he had mastered a damage trait called True Shadow, which effectively increased damage to light-type enemies by 100%. With double the damage, it wasn't surprising that he could destroy the Seraphim. Mowgli and the newly emerged Chosen One, however, lacked light attributes, so True Shadow wouldn't be effective, making them less likely to be killed. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but observe a 3-second silence for the Seraphim. "Why are you so unlucky? If you had fought a different opponent, you wouldn't have been defeated so quickly." Mowgli also realized this when he attacked his rescue teammate. He wondered how his teammates had managed to hold on until this moment. The Seraphim had died so quickly. However, Mowgli was unaware of the true existence of the shadow, and simply assumed Qin Chuan's power had diminished, which wasn't surprising. This mortal, drawing upon the power of the abyssal demon, could certainly surprise and defeat the angel, but borrowed power would be depleted. This, presumably, was the reason he wasn't able to immediately eliminate the supporting Chosen One. With this discovery, Mowgli's confidence soared. 2 against 1, a huge advantage. Mowgli lay on his back on the sea, his eyes completely dull. He said weakly, "Stop fighting. I die if you continue." He had never imagined the disparity in power between the two sides would be so great. Which demon king had this mortal borrowed his power from? How could he have been defeated with just a few punches and kicks? As for the chosen one who had come to support him, Mowgli looked at the debris floating on the sea, feeling a sense of hope. Luckily, his teammates had spoken rudely, otherwise he would have been the first to die. But if he continued like this, he still wouldn't survive. Mowgli steeled his resolve, and decided to resort to his ultimate means: surrender. Qin Chuan certainly didn't have any followers on the level of a chosen one, but he also knew that it was impossible to subjugate the chosen ones of other pantheons, unless he could use divine power to expel and replace their original divine power. But anyone who could do that would be at least a lower-level god. Qin Chuan was still hovering in the 60s, and didn't even know where the long steps to divinity were. How could he possibly accomplish that? As for Dismartin, it probably wouldn't work either. As the Lord of Lies and Deception, Dismartin didn't need such half-baked followers. Moreover, Mowgli was tainted by the power of the old gods, making exorcism difficult. With that technique, Dismartin could have chosen a few demons and raised them. Thus, Mowgli's surrender failed to move Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan said regretfully, "I have an agreement to divide the spoils, which includes your share of divine power. So I can only apologize." Mowgli roared, "Do you think I don't have a trump card? Come on, let's see who survives." Your harsh words sounded so real, I almost believe them. Qin Chuan played with the divine orb in his hand, his tone a little melancholic. Mowgli's deathbed gesture was quite lifelike. The result was a particularly quick and decisive one. Draining the divine power, Qin Chuan immediately produced the Apostle's seal. Hey, can you hear me? We're done, time to divide the spoils." There was no response from the Apostle's seal, but Qin Chuan could sense an inexplicable suction force erupting from it, slicing the divine light ball apart, taking away 90% and leaving only 10%. Qin Chuan absorbed it directly, and the conversion rate of both divine damage and divine defense increased by 3%, reaching 21% and 17% respectively. Quite impressive. Just as he absorbed the divine fragments, Dismartin's voice rang out, "Well done. Faster than I expected." Qin Chuan smiled confidently. "Of course, it's just a mere chosen of the raging waves and a seraph. It's easy to take down." Changing the subject, Qin Chuan urged, "By the way, are you interested in a big one?" Dismartin replied noncommittally, "Tell me about it first." Qin Chuan waved the Apostle seal at the sea and said, "Since the Naga Queen can send out the chosen, she's at least demigod level. If we take her out, won't we get even more divine power?" Dismartin's voice was tinged with regret. "That's a good suggestion, but unfortunately, it can't be done." Qin Chuan asked doubtfully, "You can't defeat the Naga Queen?" "That shouldn't be the case. While the Lord of Lies and Deception's authority isn't focused on combat, you definitely have the upper hand in terms of divine power." Dismartin didn't get angry when Qin Chuan said he couldn't defeat the Naga Queen. Instead, he said meaningfully, "You're quite knowledgeable about the gods." Qin Chuan replied modestly, "A little. You have to be discreet with others, but with the Lord of Deception, there was no need for such deception." Dismartin didn't press the issue, explaining instead, "I'm not afraid of the Naga Queen, she's just a mere ant, easily destroyed. It's just that you can't withstand it. Even if you borrow my power, I can certainly kill her, but you definitely won't be able to return intact. Of course, if you insist on taking action, I won't object. In fact, to commend your courage, I'm willing to take only 80%. Qin Chuan said sincerely, "That's very generous of you." Dismartin's voice was tinged with a smile. "Others always praise me like that. You have good taste." Qin Chuan was choked and speechless. However, Dismartin's answer also made it clear to him that seizing the opportunity to kill the Naga Queen was impossible. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan said, "Then how about this? I go to the Eternal Palace to get some things, and you help me conceal my presence. As for the spoils, let's both compromise. I won't give them, and you won't take them. How about that?" Dismartin slowly typed a question mark. Is that even human language? Chapter 637. After some friendly discussion, Qin Chuan and Dismartin finally reached an agreement. Dismartin would help Qin Chuan cover his tracks, while Qin Chuan would go to the Eternal Palace to retrieve some items. As for how much he could retrieve, that depended on luck. As the Lord of Lies and Deception, hiding someone was a piece of cake for Dismartin. For him, this task was even simpler than channeling divine power. Additionally, Qin Chuan's previous performance, having eliminated 2 chosen ones and a seraph, had exceeded the deal, so Dismartin naturally had to give him some credit. In addition, Dismartin also wanted to understand the situation beneath the deep sea, to see how far it had progressed, so he could prepare for a response. Dismartin's voice drifted through the apostle seal. "All right, my aura is on this seal, allowing you to remain undetected for a quarter of an hour. Of course, if you attack the Naga Queen, I won't be able to protect you." Qin Chuan wasn't exactly bored. He went to the Eternal Palace to obtain Eternal Adamantium. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan quickly added, "By the way, do you have any extra demon steel?" "I don't ask for much, just a few 100 tons." Dismartin said nothing, but his silence made his attitude clear. After a long moment, Dismartin slowly said, "Do you think demon steel is something you find on the street?" "I do have some in stock. Not hundreds of tons, but a few 100 kilograms. What can you offer in exchange?" Qin Chuan replied seriously, "Our friendship." Dismartin replied succinctly, "Get lost." Qin Chuan smacked his lips in regret. What a shame, he couldn't trick Dismartin. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan said, "I don't think you appreciate anything I have. I don't have any for now. Consider it a favor." "Oh!" Dismartin's voice was tinged with a hint of amusement, as if his plan had succeeded. "Have you forgotten who I am? The Lord of Lies and Deception. If you dare owe me a favor, I trick you until nothing remains." Qin Chuan smiled generously, his tone filled with confidence. "I've fallen into plenty of traps, so one more won't matter." Dismartin said unhappily, "I thought you were saying you were confident you could avoid them, but you're actually confident you can handle them. So what are you so proud of?" Having said that, Dismartin was eager to know what methods this stranger would use to circumvent his authority. After a moment's thought, Dismartin said, "If you can return safely from the Eternal Palace, I can give you some felsteel. The condition is that you complete a task for me. Of course, if you can't, there's nothing more to discuss." Qin Chuan replied solemnly, "I will definitely return." He had visited the Eternal Palace in his previous life and farmed a lot of equipment there. He was familiar with the complex terrain and didn't have to worry about getting lost. This palace, nestled in the deep sea, was relatively friendly to land creatures. The entire palace was encased in a giant bubble. Streets and pools intertwined, forming a unique urban landscape. If it weren't for the ubiquitous tentacles and eyeballs, the Eternal Palace would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier architectural complex. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan concluded his conversation with Dismartin, put away the apostle seal, and dived directly into the deep sea. Strictly speaking, the most difficult part of reaching the Eternal Palace was actually diving deep enough. Even with the Eternal Palace pass, it can only be activated in the deep sea. Even with a potion of underwater breathing, a typical player with insufficient stats wouldn't be able to withstand the immense water pressure. But for Qin Chuan, this wasn't a problem at all. His current stats were higher than even those of a level 100 player. The Apocalypse's ocean was extremely dangerous. Chapter 638. Besides the roaming monsters, the whispers that occasionally echoed in my ears were the most deadly. If I stopped to listen carefully, I would unknowingly fall into confusion. Those with weak minds might even go completely insane, their body parts deformed, and eventually become minions of the old gods. This kind of thing happened more than once in my previous life. Even after the Naga Queen was slain by the players, and the Eternal Palace was reduced to ruins, the whispers of the old gods persisted. The rewards here were valuable enough to attract players. Qin Chuan was already quite powerful at the time, but he didn't dare stay for long. He would leave after each round, only considering returning when things were completely calm. While thinking, Qin Chuan had already dived hundreds of meters, and felt a little pressure. Thankfully, the Eternal Palace pass was ready for use. He took out the pass, activated it in his hand, and disappeared from the scene. As Qin Chuan left, a figure swam down from above, muttering to himself in confusion, "I thought I saw the Night Wanderer. Was it just an illusion?" Speaking of which, the Night Wanderer actually has a divine weapon. Where did he get it? So many players haven't been able to defeat the Night Wanderer. What a shame. In the dim seabed, Liu Xiaoyudaizhen muttered to himself. In the gaps between his gear, long, narrow tentacles waved in the water. Under his helmet, behind Liu Xiaoyudaizhen's ears, gill-like organs appeared, allowing him to move freely underwater. Earlier, when Qin Chuan was in the Arctic ice fields, Liu Xiaoyudaizhen received a mission to meet the Naga Queen at the Eternal Palace, thereby unlocking his reputation with the deformed Naga faction. Although it would slightly affect his character's appearance, Liu Xiaoyudaizhen didn't mind it at all. In his previous games, the characters he created weren't even human, so this small change wasn't something he cared about. On the contrary, Lu Xiaodaozhen considered it a win to be able to improve himself with this small change. He had come here this time intending to find an opportunity to defeat the Night Wanderer and obtain the artifact. But after observing for a while, he realized there wasn't much chance. Even the Seraphim and the Chosen of the Wrathful Tide were dead, so his presence would be in vain. In the subsequent battle on the sea, the surging waves caused Lu Xiaodaozhen to lose track of Qin Chuan. After searching for a long time without success, he had to give up. But he wouldn't give up the opportunity to seize the artifact. Thus, he thought of the Naga Queen and prepared to take on 2 more quests, hoping to find a way to defeat the Night Wanderer. At this point, upon reaching the deep sea, Lu Xiaodaozhen let out a series of high and low sounds. Soon, an octopus over 10 meters long swam out from the corner, slashed and engulfed Luo Sha, then rapidly dived toward the seabed. When Qin Chuan regained his vision, he was already in a relatively dry cave. If he hadn't been here before, Qin Chuan, like many newcomers, would probably have mistaken this place for some other area instead of the Eternal Palace. This was the territory of the deformed Naga, and the Naga Queen resided within the palace. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate and immediately took out the Apostle Seal and activated it. A cloud of mist drifted from the seal, clinging to Qin Chuan's body. Qin Chuan himself didn't feel it, but from the perspective of others, it looked like no one was here. We have a quarter of an hour to lose. First, get the Eternal Adamantine, and then see if there's a chance to get something else back. Qin Chuan had already made plans before coming here, and now he activated the seal and immediately began to act. Qin Chuan was quite satisfied with his visit to the Eternal Palace. It was a pleasant surprise. Originally, he had planned to continue improving himself before returning to the Eternal Palace. However, events in Lingang City took an unexpected turn, triggering the appearance of the Chosen of the Raging Waves and the Seraphim. Qin Chuan then had a bold idea, to leverage Dismartin's power, and obtain both Eternal Adamantium and Demonic Demon Steel in one fell swoop, thus beginning to repair the Dark Hour. Chapter 639. It must be something extraordinary to have the ancient gods, and the God of Light, so actively involved. Even if it can't be fully repaired, restoring some of its power would be enough to elevate Qin Chuan's strength to a new level. With the artifact in hand, any boss could be defeated, even apostles and chosen ones could be dealt a blow, without having to constantly rely on the power of others. Borrowing power can certainly solve problems, but dividing the spoils is a bit of a pain. The problem is that the guys Qin Chuan encountered were each more voracious than the others. They already split the spoils 90-10, and if they continued, they might even split them 100-10. What a mess! To enjoy the spoils for himself, Qin Chuan resolved to repair the darkest hour. Thinking, Qin Chuan left the cave and walked forward. After walking a few dozen meters, he turned back, but there was no trace of the cave entrance. Qin Chuan was a little surprised. To think that such a cave existed in a remote corner of the Eternal Palace. He had never heard of this in his previous life. Did Dismartin locate this place? Was it something he had planned before, or was it the work of the previous Lord of Lies and Deception? Qin Chuan pondered. It seemed he wasn't the only one with ulterior motives for the Naga Queen, or rather, the ancient god. An ear flicked, and Qin Chuan dodged to a nearby corner, observing the distance. He heard something approaching. Looking in that direction, he saw a patrol of Naga soldiers. They had all been deformed, but judging by the pattern of their armor, they were the Naga soldiers stationed outside the palace. They were above level 60, proficient in combat, and were considered quite formidable monsters. Not wanting to alert the enemy, Qin Chuan naturally refrained from attacking. He waited until the Naga soldiers left, then quickly advanced in the direction they had come from. After walking a few hundred meters, Qin Chuan completely confirmed his position and immediately began to advance along the route he remembered. He knew of a small path that would allow him to stealthily pass through the security zone and into the palace. I remember that Eternal Adamantine is mainly found west of the palace. There's a Naga equipment smelting furnace over there. Let's find a deserted spot and take some. I'm not greedy, so I just take a few dozen tons and have Master Kamal craft more equipment later. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. After all, the Naga clan is so wealthy and powerful that losing a few dozen tons of Eternal Adamantine wouldn't be a big deal. Even if the matter were exposed, he would have quietly departed. If the Naga Queen wanted to hold someone responsible, she could at most execute the furnace supervisor. What would that have to do with him? The smelting furnace was actually easy to find. In the entire Eternal Palace area, only this place had a huge, towering chimney. Anyone with sufficient vision could see the column of smoke rising day and night. From a distance, a chilling aura reached him. Speaking of the Naga tech tree, one must have been misjudging it. The furnaces they forge their equipment are blazingly hot. Instead, they exude a bone-chilling cold. And the material sources are complex. Not only are there various ores, but even sea creatures are thrown into the furnace. Mickeys, lobsters, octopuses, dolphins, anything that swims in the sea can be found here. When these sea creatures are thrown into the furnace, they immediately let out desperate howls, and the chilling atmosphere emanating from the furnace becomes even more intense. In his previous life, when Qin Chuan first saw the Naga furnace, he was also amazed. Later, he learned that the fuel in the deformed Naga's furnace is none other than souls. The equipment they forge, imbued with the resentment of the dead, is even more powerful. The price is being haunted by the spirits of the dead. However, the deformed Naga, associated with the old gods, have no fear of the dead. In fact, it's the dead who fear them. No wonder the sea god is so weak. The sea creatures are being burned like firewood, yet he shows no reaction. He deserves to lose faith and fall from the altar. Qin Chuan shook his head. But today, I'm not here to criticize the sea god, but for eternal adamantine. Shunting the guarding Naga, Qin Chuan made his way unimpeded to the warehouse. Perhaps because the deformed Naga have too much material to use, or perhaps because they're confident they won't be invaded, the warehouse door remains unlocked, saving Qin Chuan a lot of trouble. Deep inside the warehouse, Qin Chuan saw eternal adamantine. It had all been melted into ingots and neatly stacked. The quantity wasn't huge, only about 5 tons at most. Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. A dignified deformed Naga, with only this little eternal adamantine, what use would it have? If the neighboring god of light saw this, he'd think he couldn't afford it. 5 tons, 5 tons. It's better than nothing. Qin Chuan suppressed his slight discontent and began collecting. Outsider, the queen has heard of your request, but she has important matters to attend to. She has instructed me to take you to claim your equipment. The deformed Naga said to Lu Shaoyudaizhen. Lu Shaoyudaizhen was somewhat disappointed. He had come to the Eternal Palace hoping to meet the Naga Queen and try to get a few more quests. He arrived, but he didn't even see her. After waiting for ages, a Naga finally came to greet him. They weren't taking him to see the Queen, but to claim his equipment. Lu Shaoyudaizhen thought for a moment. Even if he didn't see the Queen, getting some free equipment wasn't bad either. He immediately followed her to the smelting area. Arriving at the smelting area, the supervisor came over to inquire about the situation. After confirming everything was correct, he led Naga and Lu Shaoyudaizhen to the warehouse, muttering on the way, giving equipment to such a weak stranger would be a waste. We better kill him and eat him to supplement our soldiers' meals. Lu Shaoyudaizhen, enraged, raged. He dared not get angry. This was the headquarters of the deformed Naga. Even 100 of them couldn't cause any trouble. He could only smile awkwardly. Arriving at the warehouse, the supervisor said impatiently, the equipment is all inside. Take your pick. Lu Shaoyudaizhen bowed, walked into the warehouse, and immediately emerged, surprised, saying, did we come to the wrong place? There's nothing here. The supervisor glared and cursed, are you doubting me? He walked into the warehouse, cursing. There are our soldiers everywhere. How could someone sneak in? You stranger, you're lying with your eyes wide open. Where are all my gear? Eternal adamantine. Where's the eternal adamantine? I have such a huge pile of it. Chapter 640. Before coming, Qin Chuan thought he'd be content just getting some eternal adamantium. But upon arriving at the Eternal Palace, he discovered the distorted Naga were completely defenseless, leaving the warehouse door wide open. Qin Chuan's thoughts subtly changed. With such a lack of attention to production safety, what if someone with malicious intentions broke in? To teach the Nagas a lesson, Qin Chuan decided to do a good deed. Empty the warehouse, and teach the Nagas the importance of locking the doors. This led to the Naga supervisor's scream. Hearing the supervisor scream, Lu Shaoyudaizhen leaned forward and took a look stunned. He clearly remembered that the last time he was here, the warehouse was crammed with all kinds of materials and equipment. At the time, Lu Shaoyudaizhen was still thinking that if he could empty the warehouse, he would be absolutely rich. But he just thought about it, and didn't dare to act. You're kidding. Each of the deformed Nagas here is incredibly powerful. With his small frame, he wouldn't even be able to defeat a single royal guard. And such formidable royal guards are everywhere in the palace. And now he's told that the warehouse has been emptied. Thinking back to the vague figure he's seen before arriving, Lu Shaoyudaizhen formed a bold hypothesis. Night Wanderer, it had to be Night Wanderer. Only that creature could sneak in so quietly, and then pack up, and take away an entire warehouse. Seeing the Naga supervisor still lost in shock and confusion, Lu Shaoyudaizhen shouted, don't just stand there. Send an alert to seal all entrances and exits. Have the guards search everywhere. We must find the thief before he leaves. The Naga supervisor suddenly turned and glared at Liu Xiaodaizhen. He was deeply annoyed by the human's actions, but upon closer inspection, he saw some truth in them. He then roared at the Naga in the distance. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the Naga soldiers sprang into action. The entire palace grounds were filled with active Nagas, their deformed bodies creating a scene of rampaging chaos. Qin Chuan, the instigator, was currently wandering deep within the palace. After emptying the warehouse, he checked the time and saw that Dismartin's hidden energy still had several minutes left. He knew not to waste it, so he simply ventured deeper. Of course, he definitely wouldn't go looking for the Naga Queen. That would be completely unpleasant. But taking some goodies back with him was his duty. The Naga were incredibly wealthy, and their goods were just sitting there gathering dust. He could take a small loss and help deplete their inventory. It was a simple favor, so there was no need for the Naga Queen to thank him in person. While pondering, Qin Chuan turned left and right, dodging waves of guards, and arrived before an unassuming door. If one hadn't known about this place beforehand, no one would have associated it with treasure. After all, there were countless doors like this throughout the palace, all looking the same, making it difficult to tell them apart. To be honest, Qin Chuan even suspected Naga herself had forgotten there was a treasure room here. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Qin Chuan opened the door and slipped inside, then closed it behind him, and examined the contents of the room in the dim light. The room wasn't large, only about 10 square meters. Aside from a few shelves against the wall, there wasn't much else. But it was these shelves that were truly worth a fortune. He casually picked up a small box from the shelf and opened it, revealing a pair of earrings. Crimson earrings, epic rank, HP plus 10,000, mana plus 10,000, spirit plus 600, level requirement, 60. Special effect 1, increases spell damage by 20%. Special effect 2, increases casting speed by 15%. Special effect 3, reduces spell cooldown by 10%. The epic earrings were placed so casually, and the thin layer of dust on the shelf clearly indicated that no one had been here for a long time. Chapter 641. As expected of a race with a heritage stretching back tens of thousands of years, the Naga's accumulated wealth is truly formidable. Qin Chuan was filled with emotion. However, Qin Chuan also knew some inside information. These necklaces and rings were ornaments for the Naga Queen. The Naga Queen was once stunningly beautiful, but after the ancient god's power corrupted her, her body deformed. Not a single mirror remained in the entire Eternal Palace, and all the ornaments were sealed away. Now, they become Qin Chuan's treasure. Qin Chuan quickly stored the earrings and their box in his ring. He also checked the other boxes on the shelf, taking them all without even glancing. Time was short, and the task was heavy. He still had to check the next room, and he couldn't miss a single thing. This trip to the Eternal Palace was made possible by a favor Qin Chuan had promised Dismartin. This also meant that the spoils of war would be his exclusive possession, with no sharing of the spoils. Naturally, he was highly motivated. If it weren't for his lack of ability, Qin Chuan would have packed up the entire Eternal Palace and taken it away. While collecting loot, he listened to the outside world. Judging from the frequency of the Naga guards' comings and goings, they already discovered the smelting area's warehouses had been emptied and were enforcing martial law and arrests. But even if these Naga had worn their tails to the ground, they probably wouldn't have imagined that their target, far from hiding, had actually slipped into the depths of the palace and begun plundering extensively. Qin Chuan roughly estimated that he had collected approximately 40 jewelry boxes. Most of them contained epic-level equipment. As for whether there were any legendary items, he hadn't yet taken inventory. But even if they were all epic, it would still be a staggering haul. Even if any of them were released to the outside world, it would be enough to spark a frenzy of activity. Even if the players were generally only in their teens or 20s, it wouldn't stop them from shelling out. Money can be earned again if lost, but equipment lost might be lost forever. For Qin Chuan, epic-level equipment was a bit underwhelming. Most of the gear he had was already legendary. But it didn't matter, because this exploration journey wasn't over yet. Qin Chuan had only looted one unused room, and there were still many places to explore. But things don't always go your way. Just as Qin Chuan was about to move on to the next location, the Naga Queen calmed down from her fury. The loss of 2 chosen ones had already troubled the Naga Queen. It wasn't that she couldn't replenish their forces, but that it would take a considerable amount of time and resources. Each chosen one was extremely important, and losing 2 in a row would be a lie to say the Naga Queen wasn't heartbroken. And before the Naga Queen could recover from the loss, she heard news that infuriated her even more. Thieves had actually broken into her palace and emptied the smelting area's warehouse. While the items weren't worth much, this act was undoubtedly provocative. The Naga Queen immediately slaughtered the smelting supervisor, her furious cry echoing throughout the palace. "Damn thief! I will tear your soul out and torture it for 10,000 years." The Naga Queen's roar echoed over the palace, and the Nagas, completely frantic, searched every suspicious corner with bloodshot eyes, determined to find the damn thief and appease the Queen's wrath. Raksha Yudayazan, mingling with the Naga group, joined the search. He was absolutely certain it was the Night Wanderer's work. Aside from that individual, no one could steal under the Naga Queen's nose. Thinking for a moment, Raksha Yudayazan addressed the Naga who had led the way. "Please inform the Queen that the thief's true identity is a stranger who possesses a divine artifact." The chosen one said by the Queen previously met his end at his hands. The Naga froze, grabbed Raksha Yudayazan, and charged deep into the palace. Chapter 642. Why didn't you share such important information sooner? It's not too late now. Since we know the other party is carrying that artifact, the Queen must have a way to locate him. Raksha Yudayazan was brought before the Naga Queen in a palace draped with curtains and gauze. The Naga Queen reclined on her throne behind a screen, her voice tinged with impatience. "Mortal, I heard you have important news to report. Tell me now. If you don't satisfy me, I will make you know what it feels like to have your soul scorched." Raksha Yudayazan maintained a fearful expression, giving the Queen enough face, but inwardly he didn't care. A game boss still wants to threaten players, and even if it means having your soul scorched, I log off immediately. "What can you do to me?" But Raksha Yudayazan wouldn't say such words. Why would he bother with a game NPC? After calming himself, Lusha swiftly declared, "My Queen, this warehouse theft must have been carried out by that foreigner who possesses the artifact. He disappeared after the battle on the sea, and did not return to his city. I am absolutely certain he must have come here. Moreover, his stealth skill is extremely high, only he could have evaded detection and emptied the warehouse." The Naga Queen's voice was tinged with disdain. "It was just stealth, I couldn't hide from him. It seems the thief was quite clever, having evaded my palace. Since you claim he possesses the artifact, I only need to look for traces of it." As she spoke, the Naga Queen's body shone with magical light, and invisible waves spread outward from the palace. Lusha Yudayazan suddenly perked up. "Night Wanderer, oh Night Wanderer, you're dead. I want to see how you survive the clutches of the Naga Queen." The Naga Queen sensed for a moment, her voice slightly surprised. "I can't even sense the aura of that artifact. It seems someone is helping that thief." Lusha Yudayazan was stunned and instinctively said, "Your Majesty, at such a close distance, how can you not find anyone?" Although separated by a screen, Lusha Yudayazan could still sense a cold gaze upon him. Several Naga royal guards immediately rushed forward, their weapons in hand, knocking Lusha Yudayazan to the ground. "Dare to offend the Queen? You're courting death." Lying on the ground, Lusha Yudayazan, ignoring the pain on his face, shouted, "Queen, you misunderstood. I meant no offense." The Naga Queen waved her hand, and the royal guard sheathed their weapons and retreated to their original positions. Lusha Yudayazan stood up tremblingly, head bowed, not daring to speak. Inwardly, he was thinking, once he reached a higher level, he would bring his guildmates to destroy this palace. When had he, the dignified guild master of Lusha Palace, ever suffered such an injustice? The Naga Queen naturally didn't take this trivial matter to heart. On the contrary, she was somewhat surprised. She had thought she'd miss out on the artifact, but she hadn't expected it to come to her. Since this involved an artifact, the Naga Queen no longer held back, unleashing a surge of magical power that swept in all directions. Lusha Yudayazan's expression remained unchanged, but his thoughts were quietly changing. This woman is too fierce. Without thousands of players, it's probably impossible to defeat her. My goodness! If such a large-scale, high-intensity magical fluctuation were concentrated into a single skill, it would surely deal 8-digit damage. Who could possibly withstand it? Watching the Naga Queen's unleashing of power, Lusha Yishishwang couldn't help but anticipate the scene. He longed to see how lively the scene would be when the Night Wanderer's whereabouts were revealed. But after waiting for a long time, no new instructions came from the Naga Queen. Instead, she muttered to herself in confusion. Such a powerful concealment is beyond the capability of ordinary people. Could it be the God of Light? After all, he's dispatched 6 winged angels. But the God of Light shouldn't be good at concealment. I smell the abyss. The Lord of Lies and Deception? That stranger is actually connected to the abyss. After failing to locate the artifact, the Naga Queen immediately realized that things were not as simple as she had imagined. That thief wasn't acting recklessly, he was extremely confident. The source of his confidence was likely the new Lord of Lies and Deception. The enemy was already powerful, and a demon of the abyss, skilled in concealment and deception, so it was understandable that he couldn't be found. The Naga Queen even considered giving up the search, turning a blind eye, and letting him go. It wasn't time to antagonize the abyss yet. But the next moment, the Naga Queen's face lit up. She sensed the aura of a divine artifact. The Naga Queen waved her hand, pointing in a certain direction. "Guards, bring that thief back to me." The royal guards sprang into action, pouring out of the palace like a tide, rushing towards the distant pillar of light. Inside the palace, the queen's powerful wave stirred up a strong air current, ruffling the curtains. Through the gap, Rakshasa saw a scene that chilled him to the bone. The Naga Queen's figure was completely different from the outline visible on the screen. It was essentially a distorted monster made of Naga and tentacles. The Naga Queen noticed Lusha Yudayazin in shock, and her eyes grew fierce. Lusha Yudayazin quickly lowered his head, but a sudden realization dawned on him. The Naga in this palace had all been distorted into such a monstrous state. To say the queen hadn't undergone any transformation was simply impossible. In fact, judging by the degree of distortion, the queen was even more severe than an ordinary Naga. Lusha Yudayazin suspected that the source of the Naga's distortion might be the very queen before him, but that was a minor matter. The important thing was that the Naga Queen had pinpointed the Night Wanderer's location. That guy was dead. Qin Chuan stared at the pillar of light that enveloped him, and raised his middle finger to the sky. "God of Light, you're plotting against me." Chapter 643. Qin Chuan had been preparing to leave the Eternal Palace. After all, he simply couldn't fit in anymore. There was no room left in his ring. Furthermore, with Dismartin's concealment abilities about to expire, it was clearly unwise to remain. The Naga Queen's roar echoed throughout the palace. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding of her, he knew he would be in great trouble if he were caught. Since he had already gained a lot, he immediately activated Shadow Stealth and fled, preparing to find a deserted corner. However, barely 2 steps outside the palace, a beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating him completely. To be able to break through legendary Shadow Stealth was not something that ordinary people could achieve. Furthermore, this beam of light had appeared before, and Qin Chuan immediately determined that it was the work of the God of Light. "I told you the God of Light is petty. That guy killed a 6-winged angel, so how could he remain indifferent? He's waiting for me right here," Qin Chuan muttered to himself. At the same time, he retracted his middle finger raised to the sky. Now wasn't the time to investigate who was behind this. The most urgent thing was to escape. But the Naga Queen clearly wouldn't let Qin Chuan leave easily. A magical radiance shone, and a barrier enveloped the entire palace. Qin Chuan immediately realized that the teleporter chain had failed. Unable to teleport, this wasn't good news. "Bring this thief back to me." The Naga Queen's voice echoed from deep within the palace. Countless Nagas emerged from every corner, sprinting towards the beam of light. Qin Chuan fought and retreated, utilizing his high movement speed and various displacement skills to deal with the deformed Nagas. As long as the queen didn't intervene, these Naga guards were nothing to fear. However, Qin Chuan knew that if ordinary Nagas couldn't catch him, the next to attack would be the Apostles and the Chosen. After that, it would inevitably be the queen herself. He had to find a way out before it was too late. But for now, he still had a little wiggle room. He could kill the Nagas first and level up. After various battles, Qin Chuan realized that he was still leveling too slowly. Although he was already level 70, the majority of players were still hovering in the teens and 20s. However, considering the cross-version update of Apocalypse and the frequent appearance of the Chosen, Qin Chuan had to quickly reach level 100 to unlock the 4th class advancement, then find a way to advance to the Sanctuary and ultimately unlock the long steps of Ascension. While pondering, Qin Chuan kept moving, hurling his shadow knives one after another, instantly wiping out whoever he caught. The outbreak of the poison blood plague caused heavy casualties among the Naga guards, often wiping out a small group charging forward. But the Naga guards didn't care about casualties. They had only one thought: fulfill the queen's command. Seeing the ordinary Naga completely useless, the Chosen One who had been observing the battle from the shadows finally couldn't help but reveal himself. To be honest, Qin Chuan was quite impressed by the Naga Queen. She had secretly cultivated so many Chosen Ones, and she was quite powerful. The Chosen One's attack wasn't as sweeping and powerful as Mowgli's, sending up waves tens of meters high with a single slap. Instead, it was narrowed down. Clearly, the Chosen One was restraining himself to avoid destroying the palace. If he lost control, even if he captured the intruder, he would inevitably be punished by the queen, and in the end, his merits and demerits would be equal, which would be meaningless. Qin Chuan keenly sensed this and, instead of retreating, advanced again, charging towards the palace. He had a bold idea. But whether it could be realized depended on whether Dismartin would give him the favor. Seeing Qin Chuan charging towards the palace, the Chosen One, who was gathering energy, immediately stopped and roared, "Damn thief, if you have the guts, fight me head-on. Hiding is nothing." This level of provocation clearly had no effect on Qin Chuan, who was fiddling with the apostle seal in his hand. Chapter 644. Hey, Lord of Deception, can you hear me? I have something to tell you. I was accidentally discovered by the Nada Queen. Of course, it's not entirely my fault. It's mainly that old God of Light's fault. I have an idea. Why don't you descend and kill the Nada Queen? As for the Queen's divine power, I don't want it either. I give it all to you. That's quite the loyalty, right? Qin Chuan fired at the apostle seal, not caring whether Dismartin across from him received it. Qin Chuan was certain that Dismartin had received the message. Sure enough, less than 2 seconds later, a teasing voice emanated from the apostle's seal. Didn't you say the Nada Queen was interested in what you have, and wanted to have a friendly conversation? It's perfect. You're in the Eternal Palace, and the Nada Queen is here too. It's a good time to sit down and have a chat. Qin Chuan dodged attacks from behind, modestly responding, No, I'm busy. We talk next time. After some rambling, Qin Chuan said seriously, This is a bit of a hassle. The Nada Queen has activated a spatial barrier to prevent teleportation. My current equipment can't break through the barrier, so I need your help. Busy. After a pause, Qin Chuan continued, Of course, it's fine if you're busy, but this dark hour will fall into the hands of the ancient gods. I don't know why this damaged artifact has caught the attention of the ancient gods and the God of Light, but it doesn't matter. I don't want to handle this hot potato for a moment. Dismartin wasn't fooled by words, and directly exposed Qin Chuan's thoughts. If you were truly uninterested, why would you go to such great lengths to search for eternal adamantium in the Eternal Palace? You even set your sights on me. Isn't it just to obtain the felsteel to repair the artifact? Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Did Dismartin know about Darkest Hour? He even knew that eternal adamantium and felsteel were used to repair this artifact. Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, What exactly is the origin of this artifact? Dismartin replied tersely, Simply put, it's an artifact that can transcend space. It's said to have the power to transcend time, but I haven't seen it, I only heard about it. Qin Chuan was shocked. Wow, who forged Darkest Hour? Whose weapon was it that could affect both time and space? The artifacts Qin Chuan had encountered in his previous life were at most mid-level artifacts, but being able to transcend distance was already the limit. Affecting time was out of the question. So, in its complete form, Darkest Hour was at least a higher-level artifact. No, it was probably much more than that. After all, for a deity of the caliber of the God of Light, a higher-level artifact would have limited effectiveness. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan suddenly asked a question, Lord of Deception, don't you want this artifact? Qin Chuan's question silenced Dismartin for a long time before his voice returned. Don't take what you shouldn't, or it will only bring disaster. Though he didn't say it directly, Dismartin had made his position clear. He, too, was interested in the Darkest Hour, but he wouldn't consider taking possession of the artifact. But then again, for the Lord of Lies and Deception to call it a disaster, it seemed the Darkest Hour involved something truly serious. Calling it a hot potato was absolutely correct. Dismartin changed the subject, saying, Remember the cave you appeared in earlier? Take the apostle seal there, and I make arrangements. Hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately realized that his visit to the Eternal Palace was likely part of Dismartin's plan. They had long planned to attack the Eternal Palace. Qin Chuan smiled. The bigger the commotion, the more he could profit from it. If Dismartin truly descended upon the Nada Queen and engaged her in a fierce conflict, Qin Chuan would be well off just by sipping on the sidelines. Chapter 645. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately turned and rushed towards the cave. The Chosen One behind him was somewhat bewildered. What on earth was this thief up to? When he seen him rushing towards the palace, the Chosen One had panicked, wondering how he explained to the Queen if he accidentally destroyed the palace. But now there was no need to worry. The thief had actually taken the initiative to move away from the palace. To prevent the thief from suddenly changing direction again, the Chosen One even slowed down his attack to avoid startling him. Although Qin Chuan didn't know why the attack from behind him had weakened, it was a good thing, so he didn't dwell on it and sprinted at full speed. With Qin Chuan's current attributes, he left a shadow behind him when he ran, making it impossible for ordinary people to track him with the naked eye. The Chosen One looked on in amazement. This thief seemed quite skilled. Besides everything else, His terrifying speed alone was beyond the reach of ordinary people. No wonder he dared to come to the Eternal Palace to steal. Unfortunately, his calculations were wrong. Offending the queen has only one outcome: death. Under the Chosen One's deliberate attack, Qin Chuan made it safely to the initial cave. The apostle seal in his hand emitted a faint glow, as if in response. The Chosen One, following closely behind, looked puzzled. The aura of this place struck him as unfamiliar. There was actually a cave so close to the palace. After this confusion, the Chosen One felt a sense of unease. There's actually a cave here. This shouldn't be possible. You have to remember that this is near the Eternal Palace. Naga patrols and survey the terrain daily, yet there have been no reports of this cave. The Naga Queen in the palace also noticed the cave and issued a command in a stern tone. Morian, destroy that cave. The Chosen One named Morian immediately obeyed, a raging wave rushing towards the cave, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction. Qin Chuan hurriedly shouted to the Apostle Seal, Dismartin, if you don't act now, I'm doomed. What's the rush? Dismartin's voice was as calm as ever. He truly had no need to rush. He wasn't the one facing the attack. But since he had already made his promise, he wouldn't go back on his word. Divine power erupted from the seal, forming a barrier that enveloped Qin Chuan. Morian's attacks were powerless to break it. Before Qin Chuan could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a huge shadow appear in the palace. The palace collapsed, and a hideous figure emerged from it. The Naga Queen has moved. After sensing Dismartin's presence, the Naga Queen could no longer sit still and decisively took action, ready to nip the threat in the bud. But the next second, the apostle seal flew from Qin Chuan's hand, hovering in midair, and instantly transformed into a gate forged from black stone. The dark portal that summons demons. Roar! Roar! A roar emanated from the dark portal, followed by a massive demon bursting forth, attacking the surrounding Nagas. In a moment of shock, at least hundreds of demons emerged from the dark portal, and it looked like the number was far from limitless. It was hard to imagine how many demons were waiting on the other side of the dark portal. Not only were there many ordinary demons, but Qin Chuan soon saw apostle-level demons appear, charging towards Morian. Morian roared angrily and charged forward, weapon drawn. Cunning demons, you're courting death. The demons were powerful, but this was the Eternal Palace, the headquarters of their Naga clan. The demons' attempts to capture it were undoubtedly the wrong enemy. The Naga Queen scoffed. A mere handful of apostle-level demons thought they could breach her palace? What a dream. But soon, the Naga Queen's laughter died down. The apostles were too numerous. In the blink of an eye, Morian was surrounded by over 10 apostle-level demons. His initial awe-inspiring demeanor gave way to silence. The longer the fight went, the more silent he became, and the more frightened he became. When had the demons developed such a profound foundation? Looking at the number of these apostle demons, could it be that the entire abyss had been mobilized? With the appearance of the demons, Qin Chuan's pressure dropped dramatically. The situation changed so swiftly that Qin Chuan would never believe that Dismartin hadn't been prepared. The question is, when did he arrange this? You have to remember that Dismartin's rise to Lord of Deception was only a recent event. In such a short time, it's doubtful he could even gain a foothold in the abyss, let alone cultivate so many apostle-level great demons. Qin Chuan speculated that long before the Deathbringer attacked Belial, they had already laid pawns in the abyss, waiting to seize the Lord of Lies and Deception's authority. A plan of this magnitude would surely take a long time. It would take thousands, if not tens of thousands. But regardless, with the appearance of the demon, his pressure was essentially relieved. Morian, the Chosen One, was distracted by the great demon and had no time to pursue him. The Naga Queen did have some free time, but she needed to guard against powerful enemies, making any rash moves even more impossible. Suddenly Qin Chuan found himself free again. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan tentatively asked the Apostle Seal, Lord of Deception, how about you take action and break the spatial barrier here? The Apostle Seal erupted with even more violent vibrations. Qin Chuan immediately noticed that the teleporter chain was operational and sincerely praised, I like to call you my best friend. Now that he had a way out, Qin Chuan's thoughts became even more active. He had to pull off a big deal, otherwise all this wandering would be a shame. Seeing the dark portal continue to pour out demons, the Naga Queen let out a low hum. More Nagas appeared, and even a distorted sea monster came to support from afar. In a nutshell, this was an absolute feast of experience points. Chapter 646. Qin Chuan's character originally intended to attack the deformed Naga along with the demons. But this time, Dismartin intervened to Qin Chuan's rescue. As these demons were his subordinates, it would be unethical to attack them. Fortunately, the deformed Naga were numerous, and with the Naga Queen's call, countless deformed Sea clan had flocked to them, providing ample sources of experience. Seeing the Chosen One besieged by the apostle demons, they couldn't even defend themselves, let alone trouble Qin Chuan. As for the Naga Queen, she was also wary of Dismartin. Since the barrier had been broken, allowing him to teleport away at any time, Qin Chuan's mind immediately became active. I must level up, pick a deformed Naga support path and charge forward. He unleashed a shadow knife, followed by a dark rain and a concentrated sniper, easily destroying 3 lanes and sending the poisonous blood plague out. In an instant, the distorted Naga suffered heavy casualties, transforming into abundant experience points that flew towards him. The experience bar surged like a wild horse, rising from 0 to 100 in just a few breaths, allowing Qin Chuan to complete his leveling. And even after the leveling, the experience bar continued to surge, seemingly unstoppable. Looking out in the distance, he saw countless distorted Nagas collapsing at the assembly point before they could even start, including many boss-level Nagas. At this moment, a fleeting battle notification caught Qin Chuan's attention. You killed player Liu Xiaodaizhen. Qin Chuan was puzzled. Liu Xiaodaizhen is here? Why didn't he come out to catch up? Speaking of which, where did this guy die? I can't see him anymore. Qin Chuan pondered. It seemed the deformed tendon he sold earlier had indeed given Liu Xiaodaizhen a foothold into the old god's camp, naturally allowing him to enter and exit the Eternal Palace. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan didn't dwell on the matter any further, instead continuing his eager search for the deformed Naga's gathering point. Forget just one Liu Xiaodaizhen. Even if the entire Liu Sha Palace came, he wouldn't be in any danger. It would only take 2 skills. Even on the other side, Liu Xiaodaizhen, having been sent to the resurrection point, was furious. Night Wanderer. Why do you always cross me? Liu Xiaodaizhen kicked the stone at his feet, eager to return immediately. But on second thought, even if he found Night Wanderer with his current equipment, he'd probably only end up dying once more. And his greatest support, the Naga Queen, seemed overwhelmed. But then again, why would the demons of the Abyss invade the Naga stronghold so en masse? Even if they took down the Eternal Palace, what good would that do? It's deep in the ocean, and if it weren't for the barrier, the immense water pressure would crush any flesh and blood. Xiaodaizhen pondered over it, but couldn't understand the demon's plan. He could only silently pray to the Naga Queen for some help. He had finally found a way to reliably trigger the hidden quest, but he didn't want it to break down after just a few steps. Through much deliberation, Xiaodaizhen decided he had to go back and take a look. What if the Naga Queen won, and he wasn't there? Wouldn't that make him seem disloyal? And what if it affected the triggering of subsequent quests? That would be a disaster. Xiaodaizhen immediately jumped back into the sea, calling the giant octopus to take him to the depths. But this time, Xiaodaizhen had learned his lesson and found a deserted corner to observe from the shadows. The more he watched, the more confused he became. How could the Naga be suppressed in their own base? They had a home field advantage. Could they capitalize on it? Could the Naga truly be capable of this? What made Liu Xiaodaizhen even more distressing was the devastating Night Wanderer. Whenever the Naga gathered to counterattack, Night Wanderer would rush forward, unleash a few skills, and then, as everyone knows, their entire army would be annihilated. Chapter 647. Looking at the level rankings again, in just a few moments, Night Wanderer's level soared from 70 to 73. 3 levels in a row. You have to remember, Night Wanderer isn't level 10 or 20 now, he's level 70. Normally, at this level, leveling up is extremely difficult, perhaps taking 10 days or half a month to level up. But with Night Wanderer, this rule completely breaks down. He's leveling up even faster than at lower levels. It's simply unjust. Xiaodaizhen became increasingly cautious, hiding in a corner, afraid to move, fearing he'd be killed if he showed his face. Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't go out of his way to find Liu Xiaodaizhen. He just wanted to level up. This opportunity had finally come to him, and he couldn't miss it. While killing the deformed Naga, Qin Chuan was also keeping a close eye on the dark portal. If no new demons appeared within, he would flee immediately. But it seemed he'd been overthinking it. The demons were inexhaustible. Every second, scores of them burst forth from the dark portal, charging at the surrounding Naga with excited, bloodthirsty expressions. To be honest, if Qin Chuan hadn't given Dismartin a favor and deliberately avoided areas where demons were concentrated, his leveling would have been even faster. Despite the ferocious fighting between the demons and Naga, Qin Chuan knew the real culprits hadn't yet appeared. The strongest of those currently engaged were only at the level of the Chosen and Apostles. Neither the Naga Queen nor Dismartin engaged in direct combat. The situation looked lively, as if the entire Eternal Palace were engulfed in flames, with the corpses of demons and Naga to be found in every corner. But in reality, this small amount of fighting was nothing compared to the true scale of the war. If Dismartin and the Naga Queen engaged in a fight, describing it as a cataclysmic event would be an understatement. By then, there wouldn't be a single demon or Naga left standing anywhere. Therefore, Qin Chuan had to hurry, grab whatever experience points he could, and then act accordingly. Qin Chuan had a bold plan in mind. He wanted to fish in troubled waters. If Dismartin truly defeated the Naga Queen, then, adhering to the principle of everyone gets a share, he would undoubtedly secure a share. However, considering the Naga Queen's backing is from the ancient gods, achieving this would likely be difficult. As time passed, more and more demons arrived at the Eternal Palace, but the Naga defenses didn't collapse. Instead, they held firm. As more aberrant sea creatures arrived to reinforce them, they effectively surrounded the demons. The Naga Queen's voice was filled with a touch of pride and mockery. Lord of Deception, is this your plan? Sending these mindless demons to their deaths? If this is all you have to offer, then I can only express my regret. Such a scheme is unworthy of the name Lord of Deception. Dismartin didn't answer directly. Qin Chuan had already silently retreated a few steps. He was afraid of blood splattering on his face. Wow, the Naga Queen was truly bold, taunting a legitimate abyss devil face to face. Even if the Lord of Lies and Deception's power and authority were unsuitable for combat, it was not something the Naga Queen could mock or despise. Dismartin displayed good manners in response to the Naga Queen's taunts. He didn't retaliate verbally, nor did he attack from a distance. He simply launched 2 more dark portals, allowing more demons to rush into the Eternal Palace. It was clear that Dismartin didn't want to waste time with the Naga Queen. He simply wanted to conquer this place. Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder about Dismartin's true intentions. This was the Eternal Palace, the Naga stronghold. But the real enemy was the old gods. Looking across the entire Apocalypse world, the Eternal Palace was arguably the most severely affected by the old gods' invasion at this stage. In this situation, Dismartin's killing of the Naga Queen and occupation of the Eternal Palace would be tantamount to declaring war on the old gods. Chapter 648. Even if the ancient gods were sealed and suppressed again, they would retaliate. Could it be that the ancient gods were Dismartin's target? Qin Chuan speculated secretly. But could this really be done? Given the Lord of Lies and Deception status, he would probably be no match for the ancient gods. The God of Light would be more likely to come in. Qin Chuan wasn't sure what Dismartin was relying on, but since he did this, he must have some confidence. Not much, but at least 30%. While pondering, the Naga Queen couldn't hold back and took action. With the 3 dark gates standing there, if nothing was done, it wouldn't be long before the entire Eternal Palace was completely overrun by demons. This was something the Naga Queen couldn't accept. This was her palace. Without the Naga Queen making any significant movement, endless thunder enveloped the entire palace. In an instant, thousands of demons were struck by the arcs, reduced to ash. This killing efficiency made Qin Chuan feel ashamed. He still had to rely on the poison blood plague to slowly progress. If the monsters were far away, and the poison blood plague was interrupted, he could only watch helplessly. But the Naga Queen's attack immediately displayed a terrifyingly powerful magical prowess. A bolt of lightning, from beginning to end, strung together at least hundreds of demons. Furthermore, this lightning was highly intelligent, not only automatically seeking out nearby demons, but also avoiding the Nagas, truly achieving friend or foe identification. This single move alone was enough to demonstrate the Naga Queen's formidable nature. Outnumbers were no match for the Naga Queen. Instead, they accelerated casualties. A single bolt of lightning depleted her health bar, leaving even the most powerful healers unable to replenish it in time. In fact, in previous lives, humanity paid a heavy price in their quest to defeat the Naga Queen. The casualty rate reached over 80%. The Naga Queen's attack slew thousands of demons, significantly boosting the morale of the deformed Naga. But Dismartin paid no heed to these casualties, maintaining the dark portal, and allowing a new wave of demons to arrive on the battlefield. The use of human wave tactics was a common tactic used by demons. Due to the immortality of their souls, demons were unfazed by casualties. After death, their souls returned to the abyss, reincarnated as new demons, and began a new round of slaughter. Furthermore, according to Qin Chuan's observations, the invading demons weren't all Dismartin's subordinates. Many also belonged to other abyssal lords. This was clearly not a solo act by Dismartin, but rather the call of most of the abyss. Qin Chuan was eager to know how the ancient gods would respond. They certainly wouldn't stand by and watch their territory being overrun. The ancient gods' counterattack was swifter than expected. As new demons arrived, a multitude of distorted monsters burst forth from beneath the Eternal Palace, joining the frenzied assault on the demons. At the same time, countless thick tentacles awakened from their slumber, lifting the buildings above them, and sweeping across the battlefield, devouring the demonic flesh and blood. The intensity of the battle began to escalate rapidly. Qin Chuan's leveling speed also increased. Before, he could only kill distorted Naga, limiting his targets. But now, everywhere he looked, distorted monsters and tentacles filled the air, and throwing knives with his eyes closed wouldn't miss. These monsters and tentacles were so numerous that even the 3 dark portals simultaneously transporting demons seemed powerless. Dismartin's response to this situation was simple and drastic. If 3 dark portals aren't enough, then 3 more. To allow more demons to gain a foothold, Dismartin even expanded the air barrier, isolating even more water and making the clearing in the deep sea even more spacious and vast, threatening to transform into a vast plain. Demons, wielding the abyssal fire, battled everywhere, scorching the air and ground. And before each demon's death, it exploded, spreading its flesh and fire as far as possible. Qin Chuan saw the clue. Dismartin was planning to transform the Eternal Palace into part of the abyss, thereby gaining home field advantage and better navigating the old gods. Qin Chuan was a little worried. Dismartin's elimination of the Naga Queen and his dealings with the old gods seemed to benefit the players. But the problem was that the abyss's influence was expanding, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Once the subsequent apocalypse arrived, humanity might face the most powerful abyss in history. Qin Chuan didn't believe his limited friendship with Dismartin would be enough to dissuade the abyss from invading Blue Planet. Even if Dismartin agreed, the other abyssal devil lords wouldn't. But at this stage, things were no longer under Qin Chuan's control. Seeing his primary and secondary classes reach level 75 out of 70, Qin Chuan decisively retreated and left the battlefield. But before leaving, he had to ask Dismartin for the demonic steel. Qin Chuan arrived in front of the original dark portal. This was transformed from the Apostle's Seal. But judging by the situation, it seemed his Apostle's Seal wouldn't be recovered. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate and simply said, "Lord of Deception, where's my demonic steel?" Dismartin's voice rang from behind the door. "Leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer?" Qin Chuan modestly waved his hand. No, the upcoming battle is too high level, I won't participate." Compared to continuing to gain experience, Qin Chuan felt that repairing the darkest hour was more important. The abyss is expanding, and the God of Light is secretly plotting. He must improve himself as quickly as possible. At this stage, the only way to achieve a leapfrog development seems to be to repair the darkest hour. Dismartin didn't try to persuade him to stay. Soon, several demons carrying heavy boxes emerged from the dark portal. They placed them in front of Qin Chuan and, without looking back, charged towards the deformed Naga. Qin Chuan opened the box a crack, and a rich aura of magical energy seeped out, chilling the surrounding air. It was genuine demonic steel. Qin Chuan casually hefted the box onto his shoulder. "Lord of Deception, I'm leaving now. I contact you later." Dismartin's voice drifted over. "Don't worry, it won't be long." Chapter 649. Qin Chuan had carefully considered evacuating the Eternal Palace. Continuing to gain experience was certainly satisfying, and perhaps even leveling up a few more times. However, as the intensity of the battle intensified, leaving would be a problem once Dismartin and the other Abyssal Lords joined the fray. Also, the Naga Queen couldn't defeat Dismartin, but she could mobilize forces, and the Eternal Palace lay right under the old god's nose. Add to that the previous plot by the God of Light, marking Qin Chuan's location with a beam of light, which presented a hidden danger. If the powerful forces from all sides gathered, Qin Chuan would be caught in the middle, and the outcome would be beyond his control. He might as well flee now, and return to Kamal to repair the darkest hour, and see if he could restore some of its power. Dismartin had mentioned that the darkest hour possessed the ability to transcend time and space. Even if it could unleash even 1/10 of its full power, it would be extremely terrifying. Activating the teleporter chain, Qin Chuan's figure quickly vanished from the scene. In the Eternal Palace, the battle between demons and Naga continued. Back in Belly City, Qin Chuan was about to head to the black market, but before he had taken 2 steps, he found himself surrounded by a large number of church members. The leader, a Templar knight clad in silver-white armor trimmed with gold, looked at Qin Chuan with eagerness and excitement. He shouted, "Stranger, we suspect you of colluding with heretics. By order of the bishop, we bring you in for questioning." The commotion quickly attracted the attention of other players. When they discovered that the confrontation was between the Night Wanderer and the church, many players immediately dropped their tasks to watch. One player, filled with righteous indignation, accused the Night Wanderer went on a killing spree in Lingang City, and now he's defeated. The church has finally stood up for justice. By the way, I heard before that Night Wanderer had a divine weapon. Is it still there? He should be. Night Wanderer has killed so many players. If he were to be destroyed, he'd definitely not have any equipment left. But I see his equipment hasn't changed. It would be fine if Night Wanderer was just wandering around outside. The church wouldn't be able to find him, but he chose to return to the city. Isn't that just walking into a trap? That's right, would he dare to attack in the city? The guards won't sit idly by. Is it possible that even all the city guards combined wouldn't be a match for Night Wanderer? If he's determined to leave, it seems no one can stop him. That's rash. I better stay away to avoid getting caught up in a fight. The onlookers quickly reached a consensus and retreated a dozen steps before resuming their watch. Soon, more and more players received the news and gathered to watch. The players who had been killed in Lingang City were even more gloating, believing that Night Wanderer was definitely doomed this time. What good will it do to go against the church? In the crowd, the other members of Peak, led by Ji Xing and Ying Luo, arrived at the scene, pushing through the onlookers, breaking through the wall of Templars, and reaching Qin Chuan's side. President, we're here. I told you that you'd be fine. Look, you're back. If this Templar doesn't blink, don't blame me for taking action. President, let the church see the bond between us. My skills are all on cooldown, ready to strike at any moment. Even including the new members, Peak's members numbered fewer than 40, but their aura was undeniable. The Templars' faces grimaced. These foreigners were truly rebellious. They had no reverence at all. Don't they know the church represents God's will? The leading Templar raised his voice. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I label you all heretics. Xiao was the first to leap out in protest. Who dares to hurt my adoptive father? Yinni took 2 steps forward. Me too. Qin Chuan reluctantly dragged the 2 clowns back to the group. He stepped forward, looked at the Templars, and said, "Where was your church when I slew the Thunder Roar Chosen? Where were you when I was wreaking havoc in the Orcish territory? If you call me a heretic, then what are you? Instead of fighting the orcs, you're bullying them here. Do you think you're worthy of your gods?" Chapter 650. The Templar was speechless after hearing these words. After a long pause, he finally responded and angrily said, "Let's get this one thing straight. We're talking about your collusion with the heretics. As for the orcs, we have our own arrangements." He's just anxious. Xiao laughed heartily. Unable to convince the president, he's trying to change the subject. Yinni, standing by, acted reasonable. You can't say that. After all, this Templar only knows how to follow orders. Asking him to think for himself is just putting him in a difficult position. The two echoed each other, making the Templar's face turn green with anger. At a command, his guards surrounded the Peak members, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The onlookers retreated a dozen steps. This is going to start a fight. Get away quickly. If they get caught up in the Night Wanderer attack, they have nowhere to cry. Fight. Fight. Many players silently chanted in their hearts. Come to think of it, this seemed to be the first time since the launch of Apocalypse that players and NPCs had fought in the main city, a truly memorable event. But just as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, hundreds of guards surged in from the street corner, led by Lei Huao. He was also an old friend of Qin Chuan. When Qin Chuan first arrived in Bailey City, it was Lei Huao who had given him the mission to siege the goblins. After completing several subsequent missions, Qin Chuan and Lei Huao had forged a deep friendship. Later, when Qin Chuan gained Edith's approval, the two became teammates on a united front. Now that Qin Chuan was surrounded by the church, Lei Huao naturally couldn't sit still. Of course, Lei Huao alone wouldn't have been able to lead soldiers to siege the church. Edith must have been the one behind the scenes, orchestrating this. Lei Huao gave Qin Chuan a resolute look, implying he wouldn't panic. He then approached the Templar and said, "Neither servile nor arrogant, this stranger owns property in Belly City and is protected by its laws. He is also a Belly City hero, having distinguished himself in the fight against the dragon. Your attempt to take him away is inappropriate." Though he didn't explicitly state it, the Templar understood Lei Huao's meaning. Belly City must protect this stranger. This infuriated the Templar. It seemed they had restrained themselves for too long, allowing anyone to disregard the church. "Templars, draw your swords." With a clang of voices, the Templars drew their blades and confronted the soldiers. Even with Lei Huao leading the charge, the Belly City guards couldn't help but show a tense and withdrawn expression. The players might not notice, but for the native NPCs in Apocalypse, the church's prestige was a familiar tale. The situation had once again become unfavorable. At this moment, Lei Hua was in a dilemma. He had followed Edith's instructions and led his soldiers to the rescue, expecting the Templars to retreat since everyone was staying in Bailey City. He hadn't expected them to be so resolute. The key point was that, according to Lei Hua's understanding, the church hadn't issued a direct order to arrest the foreigners, merely to take them away. Of course, once on church territory, the truth lay entirely with the church's conscience. Lei Hua spoke to break the deadlock. Are you really going to let this go to extremes? The Templar's tone was stiff, his face tinged with fanaticism, and he responded firmly. We must eliminate the heretics. It is our duty. Lei Hua's headache grew worse. These Templars in the church were stubborn. When they said this, it was clear they wouldn't back down. But Lei Hua had come on a mission, and there was no way he'd just sit there and watch Qin Chuan being taken away. As the center of the incident, Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't stand idly by. He had no fondness for the church. Qin Chuan hadn't forgotten the tragedies of his previous life's divine descent.